Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Evening began to fall on the city streets. There was a bright light in the window of one school. The main character's name is Chen Jaila. The guy was sitting at his desk and twisting a pen in his hand. He had headphones plugged into his ears and thought that in the eyes of others, he was a diligent high school student. A boy with brown hair wearing a school jacket over a yellow sweatshirt rested his cheek on his hand. He thought that he had never had such difficulties that he could not solve. Frowning his eyebrows, he raised his rude gaze, thinking that this was the case until recently. He saw a girl eating a lollipop and thought that was it until he fell in love with the troubled girl. A girl with long pink hair pulled back into a ponytail sat on his desk, holding out a notebook, and behind him, at the blackboard, the teacher was indignant. She asked Chen to do his homework for him since she was going on a quest tonight. The teacher, pointing his finger at Tai Xiaomei, loudly shouted that desks are for sitting at them, not on them. The guy with a red face took the textbook from her hands and said that he would do everything. Mei glanced at him when he called her name and asked, "What is it?" The teacher shouted that she was interfering with his lesson and then kicked her out of the class. Gritting his teeth, Chen looked up at the girl with a frown and asked if he could play this game too. Following the teacher's instructions, Mei headed out of the classroom. She turned and, winking at the guy, said that her team just lacked support. She told him to come to the newcomer village in the evening and told him that her ID was Sweetheart. Hiding under a blue umbrella, Chen walked through large puddles with a bag in his hands. He was indignant that it was raining today and hoped that he would have time to get home by 8 p.m. He noted that it would be nice if in such weather no one suddenly needed to turn on unnecessary electrical appliances, since he would like to play without interruption. Stepping onto the threshold of the house with his wet sneakers, he told his mother that he was home. The guy sank to the floor to untie his shoelaces and a voice from the side noted that he was early today. Chen replied that due to the weather being so bad, they were released early. A woman with brown hair and a blue apron ran into the corridor with a ladle in her hands. She noted that it must be very strong, and then invited her son to rest while she finished dinner. After changing into slippers, the guy walked down the corridors, folding his hands in the pocket of his sweatshirt. Looking at the woman, he asked if she would mind ordering delivery. Mom agreed and said that she would leave it at the door of his room when they brought her. The guy turned his gaze to the side. He looked at the box with the inscription Cosmos that was on the floor. Grabbing the box, he ran past his mother, heading to the stairs to the second floor. The woman asked if he was really into games again, noting that she had already said that he needed to give himself a break more often. Turning around at the loud steps, she told him not to forget to eat. The woman looked with surprised eyes towards the stairs along which her son had walked a few moments ago. She said that since he was in such a hurry, he had apparently agreed to play with someone, and then asked if it was a girl. It continued to rain heavily in the castle and lightning flashed from time to time. There was an open box on the bed. Chen was lying on a dinosaur pillow with one arm behind his head and the other holding his helmet. He noted that Cosmo is now the most popular VR game. He twirled a black helmet in his hands with a logo painted on it and said that in order to play, just one helmet is enough. Looking at him with a grin, the guy said that this was his first gaming experience, and Mei was most likely already an expert in this. With a satisfied face, he looked at the helmet in his outstretched hand, noting that he was confident that he could handle it. The phone hung up about an incoming message. Looking at the screen, Chen saw that Mei had written to him to come in quickly and that she was waiting for him. The guy plugged a battery into the socket, from which two thick wires stretched. Sitting on the bed, he put the black helmet on his head. He smiled softly, thinking that this could be called their first date. Closing his eyes, the guy began to connect to the Cosmo world. His foot stepped onto the blue surface. The guy landed on the floor, finding himself in a holographic space. An unobtrusive melody began to play, after which the Cosmo logo appeared. Chen shielded his eyes from the bright light. A huge screen appeared in front of him, on which was written a thank you for purchasing the game, and then the system told him welcome. Looking at the big screen, Chen thought it was very cool. A small whiteboard with information appeared in front of him. It said that Cosmo is a survival game, and here players can experience the stories of the myths of all countries. Putting his hand to his face, Chen thoughtfully read that in this world, dangers would lie in wait for him on all sides, and here he could find many treasures and encounter miracles. After reading that he needed to choose his class, the guy said that now is the time to start. The screen refreshed to list the different classes for the player. Chen stares at them thoughtfully, rubbing his chin with 2 fingers. He said Mei mentioned they needed support. The guy pressed the button that said healer and said that he would choose him. Various variations of clothes appeared on the screen and the system said that for purchasing the game he would now have access to some free clothes. Chen noted that it would be a good idea to dress casually for a first date. A moment later, a white shirt with a blue tie began to appear on him. Having chosen his look, Chen stood in a black office suit. The guy frowned and looked at the screen. The dive load was slowly approaching 100%. A loud voice announced a red weather alert and calmly asked citizens to turn off electrical appliances to avoid an accident. Thunder rumbled outside and bright lightning sparkled in the sky. One of them was heading towards Chen's house. A moment later, with a bright flash, it hit the roof. The power supply of a game plugged into an outlet began to spark. A stream of electricity slowly moved along the cable towards the helmet. Chen smiled widely, noting that his date with Mei would begin soon. A second later, the guy began to convulse when he was struck by an electric shock. Opening his eyes wide, he tried to understand what had happened. Objects in the room began to rise off the floor. The guy's body, in a room filled with blue light, began to rise above the bed. A moment later, a bright flash could be seen from the window of his room. The lightning began to calm down. The rain also continued to fall on the streets of the evening city. The empty black helmet, which was leaking smoke, began to fall onto the bed. Mom opened the door to his room, warning her son that she was coming. She asked Chen to check that they had turned off all electrical appliances. Entering the cramped room, the woman looked at her son's empty bed, on which the helmet lay, and asked where it had gone. There were loud sobs mixed with growls. A horde of orcs with crazy faces were breathing heavily, holding their weapons. A battered Mei sat on the ground, surrounded by monsters, and her sword was broken. Having closed her eyes, the girl screamed loudly, asking someone to save her. The monsters began to turn around, noticing the bright light. Bright yellow lightning flashed behind the treetops. Ashes flew past a guy with a stern face. Chen stood next to the girl, his white cloak fluttering in the wind, and in the background the monsters blazed with bright flames. Mei was very surprised by Chen's appearance. While everything around was on fire, the guy lifted the girl from the ground and, holding her hands, apologized for being delayed. He said she had nothing to fear anymore. The girl looked at him with lustful eyes and folded her hands. She told Chen that he was her hero. Calling each other's names, they slowly brought their lips closer. There was the sound of a kiss. While someone was running a bib with his tongue over Chen's lips, the guy in his dream asked Mei not to rush. The guy was lying in the desert, and a chameleon was sitting on his chest, licking him. Having slightly opened his eyes, Chen noticed that his whole face was covered in drool. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and the guy fainted, shouting the name Mei. The guy froze in thought, and the runaway chameleon caught himself a beetle. Frowning his brows, Chen glanced towards the lizard and thought that this game simply conveyed sensations perfectly. Looking down, he looked at his hands and noted that it felt like electricity was passing through his body, but it was pleasant. Rising to his feet, Chen looked forward with a surprised face, saying that, apparently, he looked at the endless desert stretching for many kilometers and said that he was already in the game itself. Taking a step forward, Chen began to look around, loosening his tie. He said that he felt very hot, noting the realistic nature of the game. He said that the first time he should have been wrapped up in the newcomer village, not in this deserted place. The guy decided to write Mei. When he entered her name into the box, the system began searching. The guy raised his head high, shielding his face from the sun, standing near the holographic screen. After the download was completed, the system notified that a player with the same ID was not found. Raising his hand and wiping the sweat from his face with the back of his hand, Chen furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth. He said it was very strange because he was sure he remembered her ID correctly. The guy moved on, leaving footprints on the hot sand. He said, in that case, he has no choice but to go to the beginner village and find Mei there. A lot of his sand remains on the sand. The guy was breathing heavily, covering his head with his jacket, and sweat was flowing down his face profusely. There was a map of the area on the holographic screen. Looking at her, Chen bent over and rested his palms on his knees. He called himself a question whether he was mistaken in noting that the villages of newcomers were here. He looked intently at the horizon with a frowning face, thinking about where he had been taken. The GM connection was loading on the system display. Chen waited for a while for the connection to be established. He clenched his fists in his hands, breathing heavily, and sweat flowed profusely all over his body. The guy with the jacket on his head froze when the system said that his location area was outside the service area. He opened his mouth slightly, looking intently at one point and thinking that this was abnormal, that there was no connection even with the support service. With a sharp movement, Chen pulled off his jacket. He thought that on a hot day, about 900 milliliters of sweat were produced every hour. Throwing his jacket on the sand, he sent his teeth and looked at the sun, closing one eye. He understood that fainting and dehydration was only a matter of time, and such fun was not his thing. Raising his hand, Chen began scratching the back of his head, opening the exit tab on the system display. The guy noted that he did not expect the games to be so difficult. He added that he should go out and ask Mei what was the matter. When he pressed the exit button, the sign lit up red and an unauthorized exit message appeared. Chen's eyes widened in shock. He started pressing the exit button repeatedly, asking if this was a joke. Chen's face darkened as he realized that no matter how many times he tried to leave the game, the system continued to show an unauthorized exit. He tried to click on this window many times to get additional information, indignantly asking what kind of unauthorized exit this was. The guy bared his teeth and furrowed his eyebrows, not giving up trying, and asked if he was really locked here. Suddenly, the system notified that a new task had been received. Chen's eyes widened in shock and he wondered. The new task was called Survival. The completion time is careless, the reward is unknown. Loud swearing was heard in the middle of the desert. The big beetle turned on the guy, who fell to his knees in front of the system manager and shouted loudly that he just wanted to play with the girl, but was locked up. Cursing, he slammed his fist into the sand. Chen sat cross-legged and put his hand on his knee. He thought that he had already tried everything, but it still didn't work out. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy lowered his saddened gaze, wondering if he would really stay here forever. All the further time the guy walked through the hot desert. He said that after 8 hours spent in the game, his faith in his own strength dried up. Lowering his head, he continued to walk despite his fatigue, and thought that he had gotten used to the idea that he would not get out of here. He noted that this world is very similar to the real one. Chen walked, gulping hot air, and said that from the heat and thirst he began to feel a little nauseous, and at the same time he was also dizzy. He thought that if he didn't think of anything, he could easily die in this desert. Tired, Chen raised his head, looking forward with one eye, and thought that this situation did not suit him, and he urgently needed to find water. Bending down to the ground, the guy touched a flat stone with his hand. Taking it in his hand, he remembered that his grandfather had once watched a survival program in which it was mentioned that this type of stone could be found near a water source. Chen opened his eyes wide with hope. He saw large rocks ahead, thinking that this meant that there was water where there was a lot of shale. With new strength, Chen got ready to set off and moved on, leaving footprints in the sand. When the guy walked some distance, animals came up to his tracks and sniffed. The wolf bared its fanged mouth, from which thick saliva dripped. Chen touched the large boulder with his hands. Leaning on it, he raised one eye and looked forward. He noted that he hoped his assumption was correct. He heard the sound of dripping water. Standing at the entrance to a small cave, leaning on a stone, the guy saw ahead a stone vat filled with water. His face immediately darkened and withered. The guy swallowed, moving his dry lips. After taking a couple of steps, he stumbled. Chen extended his hand forward, trying to grab onto something. However, a moment later he fell face first into a vat of water. Loud swallowing sounds were heard in the dimly lit cave. Closing his eyes, Chen brought his palms filled with water to his lips and thought that it was very pleasant to feel alive again. The animal's paw stopped on a hillock and looked at the cave. The big one stood and looked in that direction with big burning eyes. Having quenched his thirst, Chen lay on the ground, spreading his legs and arms in different directions. He looked at the ceiling of the cave, thinking that now the issue with water had been resolved, and he just had to figure out how to get out of here. Rising from the ground, he sat down in a cell position in front of the system sign. Looking at her, Chen frowned, rubbing his chin with his hand. He noted that since this is all a game, there should definitely be some kind of clue in the desert. The guy looked at the map, on which his current location was shown as a yellow dot with a glow. Continuing to sit and study the map, he realized that it only showed the explored area and noted that it would not be so easy. He said that, just in case, it is worth carefully identifying these systems. The characteristics of ID Chen appeared on the screen: LV.1 support, current status, hunger, HP 100, strength 1, armor 1, ability, healing, MP 100, agility 1, endurance 3, EXP 0 divided by 100, intelligence 3. Hint: to acquire abilities, you must have a certain level or fulfill specified conditions. After reading the information, closing his eyes, Chen exhaled noisily and leaned back a little, leaning on his hands. Wanting to check his equipment, the guy opened another tab, which indicated an iron sword, leather gloves as armor, mercurochrome, and a bandage. The system asked if he wanted to start the set. After pressing the consent button, the outline of a sword and gloves began to emerge in space. The guy, who continued to hold his finger to the screen, turned and looked at the sword and black gloves that had fallen to the ground. He thought it was very strange that the support was given a sword. Hanging the weapon on his belt, Chen took one glove in his teeth and began to pull the second one onto his palm. Looking askance at the sword, he thought that it would definitely be useful for his safety. The young man stood sharply to the side. Taking the sword in his hands, he slashed it through the air. Plant your feet firmly on the ground. He turned his body around. The guy grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands. Moving his arms to one side, he stood in a stance, pointing the blade of his sword to his side. After that, Chen exhaled noisily. Rising onto his tiptoes, he took a step forward. With a sharp rendezvous, the guy cut one of the stone stalagmites in half. Raising the sword, he looked at his reflection in the blade and thought that it was much stronger than weapons in the real world. Looking up, he saw a small icon indicating that the sword's durability had decreased by 1%. Chen thought that there seems to be a lot of visualization in the game, since even the level of wear is displayed. The guy froze when the very loud sound of his stomach rumbling was heard throughout the cave. Swinging his sword, he began to put it back on his belt, thinking that so far there were no clues, which meant that he should continue to look for food, otherwise he would not last long. There was a dull thud from behind the guy. He turned his head back, asking what that sound was. Chen turned around and began to examine the far edge of the cave. Having found the passage, he stepped out into a larger space, noting that it turned out that this cave was very spacious. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy tensely turned his head in different directions, thinking that since he had already dealt with his thirst, he could look around here. Suddenly, a bone rolled out under his feet. At that moment, his eyes widened in shock, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his forehead. Raising his head, he saw in the corner a huge pile of bones, which also contained the skulls of horned animals. Chen was horrified by such a sight. Looking at this spectacle with his mouth slightly open, the guy wondered where there was such a pile of animal bones. Bending over, he touched the bone that rolled out under his feet. Taking it in his hand, he saw the marks left by fangs. Looking at the bone in his hand with surprised eyes, Chen thought that there were photographs of such marks in the books before. He jumped up sharply in place, and fear froze in his eyes. The guy exclaimed that he was doing badly. Turning around on the bone, he clenched his hands into fists and ran back, noting that he couldn't stay here. Powerful bony paws pushed off the ground. The guy froze, mouth parted and eyes wide, when a fanged mouth suddenly appeared near his head. Looking at the huge fangs of the beast, horror appeared in the guy's eyes. He squatted down sharply, and the beast flew past him, and then Chen managed to roll to the side. Stopping, he sat down on his knee and rested his hand on the floor. Jumping back, he looked at the beast with glowing red eyes. A large desert wolf of level 5, whose advantage was durability, and could reach speeds of up to 10 kilometers per hour and in the heat up to 15 kilometers per hour, looked at him in response, baring his teeth. A drop of thick scarlet blood fell to the ground. The system said that when chasing prey, this wolf can accelerate up to 65 kilometers per hour. Main attack type, bite force, 200 kilograms, weakness, unprotected belly. Chen stood on one knee in front of the system screen, clutching his wounded arm with his palm and listened to the words that their difference was 3 levels, therefore the chance of defeat was very high. The guy exhaled loudly, clenched his teeth, and frowned. He noted that his fears were confirmed and there really was a monster. The wolf continued to stare at his prey and saliva dripped from his mouth. Chen noted that this beast is much faster than him. Looking at the animal with narrowed eyes, the guy thought that he would definitely not be able to escape and therefore, most likely, he would have to fight. The blade of his sword flashed. Down on one knee, Chen lowered his head and began to unsheath his weapon. He looked up at the wolf with his frowning gaze, sweat running down his face. He confidently said that in his case, the only loss could be death. The setting sun illuminated the high-rise buildings. The guy said that in the first year of high school, there was a sign on the wall that stated that this was a kendo club. Chen said that he served as the head of the kendo club. He raised his hands, raising his weapon. A second later, the shinai cut through the air. The guy stood in the training room and breathed loudly, and nearby there was a stand with many awards. Chen stood in a black uniform with his name written on the flap and held a training weapon. He said that he was the youngest master in the country with the 6th category. He asked why this martial art was needed, and then he himself began to answer, saying that the reason was simple. There was a live broadcast of a men's kendo tournament on TV. A young woman sat with a small child in front of the TV, spreading the arms of an irritated boy in different directions with burning eyes, cheering for one athlete. Chen said that in his youth his mother was a big fan of this sport. The little boy frowned as Glacier pulled him close and kissed him on the cheek. He said that even then his mother was obsessed with a kendo star from one country. With a wide smile on her face, the woman signed the enrollment documents, while little Chen stood to the side and looked around the training room. He said that this is how he began to practice kendo from early childhood. Looking at the fighters, the guy thought that when he first started training, he was sure that kendo consisted only of wearing beautiful clothes and fighting pretentiously. The child, dressed in uniform, held a shinai in his hand as he stood in front of his teachers. Then, after going a little deeper into the training, he learned that the movements were actually not easy. He looked at the tall man, who had a helmet on his face, and thought that he was standing opposite the enemy in full equipment. Holding the weapon, he looked at the enemy, from whom, as it seemed to him, a dark aura emanated. He thought that at such moments a veil of horror tightly envelops him, and his body can barely be forced to move. He said that the source of all this horror, there was a loud sound of impact and the little boy began to fall. He said that the source was his own weakness. Outside the large glass window in the training room, a boy stood with a weapon in his hand in front of a wooden doll. He said that the only way to get rid of weakness is continuous training. At sunset the boy was still standing, all this in the training room. He said that it is also constant work on oneself and constant overcoming of laziness. Having struck, the now adult boy screamed loudly. He said that in this way he spent all his free time in a dojo without air conditioning, perfecting every move many times. The Emperor guy fell from the enemy's blow. He said that he was constantly losing. Chen threw many punches with confidence on his face, talking about how he was constantly injured, constantly practicing, making swing after swing. During the award ceremony, a loud sound of applause was heard in the gym. Chen, with his right hand bandaged, held the golden cup, thinking that this continued until he became the country's youngest master with a 6th rank. Returning to reality, the guy clenched his teeth. He said that in a world where the law of the jungle reigns. Leaning on his right leg, he leaned to the side when a desert wolf jumped on him. The guy thought that it was impossible to predict how terrifying your next opponent would be. Grasping the sword with both hands, he swung it. Shooting a glance at the beast, he thought it was time. Putting his strength into a blow, he sharply lowered his weapon on the beast, shouting that he should not underestimate him. The sword bounced off the skin without causing damage, and a crack appeared on the blade. Swinging the sword in both hands, Chen pulled back slightly, wondering why it didn't work out. At that moment, the wolf, clenching his fangs tightly, ran. Turning around, he hit the guy with his powerful tail. Chen flew to the side, hitting a stone wall. When he fell to the ground, a dent was left on the wall, and the guy, kneeling and leaning on the floor, greedily gulped for air. He continued to breathe heavily, raising an irritated gaze to the wolf and asked what happened. He wondered why the sword was of no use to this monster. The system notified that all risks were useless. Gritting his teeth in anger, Chen began to rise from the ground, looking at the blue screen, from which he was told that the desert wolf has very powerful armor. The system reminded that the weak point of this beast is its belly. The guy realized that it was useless to hit anywhere other than this place. When the beast rushed towards the guy with a loud roar, he swore rudely. Gritting his teeth, he jerked to the side, and the fanged mouth closed right next to his head. Chen thought that he understood everything about the weak point. Jumping back sharply, the guy bent down, firmly pressing his feet into the ground and holding a sword in his hand. He thought that the wolf was too fast and every time tried to bite him to death. Suddenly his heel hit the wall. Standing with his back directly against the wall of the cave, Chen put his sword forward, and the beast slowly walked towards him. The guy thought that if he only defended himself, sooner or later he would definitely lose this fight. Driven into a dead end, Chen tensed, holding his sword right in front of the wolf who approached him. He frowned and bared his teeth, wondering if this was where he would die. The system display lit up with a bright red light, warning that health was running low and urgent treatment was required. At this moment, the guy's face was distorted with anger because he had figured out how to get to the belly of the beast. Clinging to the ground with its claws, the wolf ran towards the guy. They pushed off with their feet. Chen ran towards him, thinking that if it worked. Holding the sword in his left hand, the guy ran towards the wolf, thinking that then he would be able to finish him off. There was a loud thud. Scarlet drops of blood splashed onto the ground. The desert wolf stood on its hind legs, sinking its fangs into Chen's shoulder. A moment later, a pile of blood splashed in different directions. Chen's sword pierced the belly of the beast. When the animal went limp, the guy shot his bright, indifferent look and noted in a calm voice that he had succeeded. With his hand, he threw the corpse of the animal away from him and, lowering his head, said that victory was his. The guy was breathing heavily, and a trickle of blood flowed from his mouth. He thought that he had deliberately allowed himself to be bitten by the wolf in order to lower his guard and get to a vulnerable spot. He thought it was very entertaining. A notification appeared that said the death of the desert wolf and the receipt of 6,000 experience points. Chen's level increased to 5 and he gained 25 skill points. After this notification, the password glowed bright yellow. He glanced at his wounded hand, touching his shoulder with the other, and mentally noted that after gaining a new level, all his wounds had healed. He received a notification again, and on the system screen it was written about the launch of the hidden level trading platform system. The guy cast a suspicious glance at the notice, asking a silent question. Chen sat at one of the walls of a large cave, pressing his back against the cold stone. He thought out loud that he should not forget that he was in the world of a game, and it was typical for games to give out experience points for killing creatures, and to give out distribution points for increasing the level. Crossing his legs cross-legged, he rested his face on his palm, looking at the blue screen. The guy wondered what a trading platform is. Putting his finger on the login button, he noted what he needed to look at. The boy closed one eye as the sign glowed orange and a blast of wind hit his face, raising his hair. Raising his head, Chen saw many screens that showed various weapons and armor with hack artifices. Chen froze, his mouth slightly open, and wondered if this was really a trading platform. On the orange board, information appeared that unlocking consumer goods requires level 5, medicines level 15, weapons and armor level 30, household equipment level 50, electrical appliances level 70, and mercenaries level 100. The information also stated that a certain level is required to unlock inventory, and when purchasing items on the marketplace, it is consumed. Chen stood in front of a row of signs and pointed at an icon that depicted a sword. He thought about who would even buy household appliances in the game, and even for so many levels. Pressing the open button on the screen from the mercenary system, he noted that Valda was demanding 100 from the players. After pressing, an orange portal appeared in front of the guy's feet, from which binary code numbers began to fly out. From there, a girl with dark hair suddenly appeared, the lower part of which was hidden by a black mask. Chen's eyes widened in surprise as the tip of her sword came to his face. The black-haired woman waved the blades in her hands, taking a stance. The guy wondered if this was a hologram. Many of the same bright portals began to appear around him. From one of them came an offense-type man in a black suit and golden armor on vulnerable parts of his body, and on his head was a large hat. From the other appeared a defense-type man, whose body was completely covered with silver armor, and in his hands was a huge shield in the form of a monster's head. Next, he saw a magic type, the symbol of which was a man with long hair in a red suit, who spread his arms to the sides, and spheres of energy sparkled above his palms. Chen then saw an assassination type, and a man whose body was completely covered with a white suit with a hood and a mask on the lower part of his face. The guy stood in the center, looking at the warriors who appeared, noting their diversity. Approaching one of them, the guy said that this must be a service-type girl with light green hair, with blue butterfly wings at the corners, looked at him with languid eyes. Chen looked at her silently as she lay on the large red bed, propped up on her elbows. The guy turned away sharply with an embarrassed face when the girl turned to him with another part of her body. Rounding his eyes, he indignantly asked, who even came up with such a helpless class? He asked if they really wanted him to be stuck here alone, perhaps. The system appeared on the screen saying that his current level is only enough to unlock everyday goods, and then the question is whether he can do this. Lowering his head, Chen raised his eyebrows and threw his sword over his shoulder. He said that he already understood this perfectly well. When he pressed the affirmative button, a message appeared on the screen stating that the activation for 5 levels was successfully completed, and he received 5 sugar buns and 3 Coca-Cola. The guy was sitting on the ground, legs spread, eating a bun, and next to him were 2 glasses of Coca-Cola. He asked the system to show his characteristics. The screen displayed ID Chen, level 1 healer, status, well-fed, HP 100, strength 1, armor 1, abilities, healing, fast recovery, MP 100, agility 1, endurance 3, EXP 0 divided by 100, intelligence 3, number of points to distribute 25. After reading this, he thought that his status was fine now, but he still didn't understand how he would get new abilities. He added that he would have to temporarily rely on increased performance. Looking at the screen, Chen brought the glass of drink to his mouth and took a sip. He thought that once the points were distributed, it would be impossible to return them, and his characteristics would directly affect his future fate. Armor determines survivability, magic affects damage from magical attacks, strength increases physical damage, endurance improves defense, and agility increases speed. The guy lowered his eyebrows, remembering the fanged face of the desert wolf. He thought that the difference between them was only 5 levels, but the beast far surpassed him in strength and speed. He thought that if he faced other monsters, it would be good to become faster and increase his damage in order to win. He said that in this case, Chen set the characteristics in which armor was +5, strength and agility +10 and pressed the confirm button. Chen looked at his increased stats, thinking that 5 eyebrow points would make him more durable, 10 strength points would help him better withstand attacks from monsters, and the remaining points would increase his agility. The patent rose from the ground when his silhouette began to flicker in a dull red color, and thought that as the characteristics increased, the body also changed. It filled with strength and became more flexible. As his silhouette continued to be illuminated, Chen raised his head and smiled. He noted that the feeling of the fastening is quite pleasant. Hearing an extraneous sound, he turned his wary gaze to the side. Seeing a pack of wolves at the entrance to the cave, he mentally noted that they had appeared again. Taking a stance, Chen reached for the hilt of his sword with his left hand, mentally noting that this was an excellent opportunity to evaluate the result of pumping. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy leaned forward and shouted that today not a single stone would remain of their lair. Under its edge, wolves screamed, with sparkling eyes and open mouths, rushing forward. Chen moved the blade between the upper and lower jaws of one of them. The top of the monster's head flew off to the side. Chen, stained with blood, frowned on his face, and a golden light appeared around him, signifying his level up. He thought that with his current damage, the armor of the wolves would not save him. Suddenly, another beast appeared behind the guy, its mouth wide open with sharp teeth. Without turning around, the guy swung his sword, and his head flew to the side. Chen raised his surprised gaze to the sword, thinking that enhancing the characteristics improves the art of the sword, and now, the guy jumped up sharply. The wolves raised their heads as a sword blade flashed above them. With one swing of his weapon, Chen cut off the heads of 2 animals at once. He began to move chaotically around the cave, approaching each of them and delivering fatal blows. His experience bar was constantly filled, and his level increased at a tremendous speed. After a while, Chen was sitting on a mountain of those, leaning on his hands and throwing his head back, and his sword was stuck into one of the bodies. He exhaled loudly as the system congratulated him on leveling up to 15 and notified him that he had received 24,000 experience points and 75 points to distribute. Looking up, the guy smiled, thinking that with an increased level, killing monsters becomes much easier. The silver moon faintly illuminated the desert. Under the cover of darkness, the guy left the cave. Chen looked around, keeping his right hand on the hilt of his sword. He thought that he now had food and water, and while it was cool at night, he should go in search of a way out. The guy's foot touched something soft. At this moment, his eyes widened in shock. He saw in front of him many bodies of gnawed desert wolves. He looked at one of them and saw only a skull, partially covered with fur. Dropping to one knee, the guy put his elbow on his supporting leg and wondered why they were all dead. Suddenly, a hand stabbed into the wolf's body and blood began to splash in different directions. Looking up, Chen leaned on one leg and began to reach for his sword. He saw scarlet drops of blood that flowed down to the ground in paths. At the top of a high stone, he saw a dark silhouette, which with one hand was holding the body of a wolf by the skin on its chest, and its other hand was stabbing into the body of a second beast. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy looked at the unknown man from behind. A face completely covered with a black mask stared back. ID Chen, level 16 healer, status, well-fed, HP 11-0, strength 41, armor 21, abilities, healing, fast recovery, MP 100, agility 41, endurance 3, EXP 586 24,582, intelligence 3, number of points for distribution 25. In the desert, under the cover of night, thoughts were heard that this was very strange. Chen kept his hand on his sword and looked around. He thought that he was sure that he had seen the silhouette of a man in that direction, and judging by the corpses of the wolves, there was definitely someone there. Chen furrowed his brows and pursed his lips into a thin line, thinking that that person might have been locked out of the game just like him. He propped the corpse of one of the wolves with the blade of his weapon. Raising the body and looking at it, the guy mentally noted that all the blood had been sucked out of the corpse. Behind the guy's back, something black passed across the sand some distance away. Despite the blue system window appearing behind his shoulder, the guy lowered his head and thought about whether the player really resorted to such atrocity. Chen raised his head, moving his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, and opening his mouth slightly, exclaimed that he was mistaken. An orange-red triangle appeared on the system display, warning of danger. The black tentacle moved sharply towards the guy. Chen turned his head back with wide eyes. For a moment, after the swing of the sword, a light trail remained. A drop of scarlet blood flowed from the tip of the blade. A piece of black tentacle fell onto the sand. The guy with the sword in his hands looked at the wriggling tip, from which scarlet blood flowed. The system notified that the weapon's durability is 25%. Chen gritted his teeth as cold sweat ran down his face. He realized that it was not a man who killed these wolves. Dark feet walked on the cooled sand. Raising his head, the guy saw in front of him a black humanoid creature with long antennae on his head. He saw a black face without eyes, the lower part of which was light in color, and 3 pairs of antennae protruded from its head. The guy realized that in front of him was a high-class monster who had killed these animals. While he was standing with a sword in his hands, the monster waved his hand, the hand of which had been severed. Squeezing the handle with shaking hands, Chen understood that he and the desert wolf were radically different opponents. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his narrowed sad gaze, thinking that, moreover, if his characteristics had not increased after raising the level. With one hand, he touched his stomach, where his shirt was torn on his ribs and a bloody wound was visible. He thought he would already be dead. Turning his head to the side, the monster looked at his quickly recovering hand. The guy's eyes widened when he realized that the enemy was regenerating. The traveling executor of unknown level smiled, raising his restored hand to his face. They stood silently opposite each other at some distance while the system told Chen that the executor, who lives in the desert, has perfect speed, and here he is the top of the food chain and feeds on the blood of living beings. Chen frowned and gritted his teeth when he heard the information that a person could not escape if the executor went hunting. While the monster looked at him, the guy thought that he was ready to meet all sorts of monsters. Cold sweat continued to flow down his face as he thought about the chilling power of the monster. The executor waved his hand, the conrads of which were covered with blue light. Chen thought it felt like he was being pinned to the ground, taking control of his body. He imagined that he was now a small puppet controlled by a giant monster and thought that for the first time in his life he was experiencing such horror. He frowned, looking as if into emptiness with his frightened eyes, thinking, from the realization that they were hunting for him. At that second the enemy took off. Chen pulled back a little when the monster quickly appeared next to him. Baring his teeth, the guy swore loudly. In a jump, the executor extended his hand with long black nails towards him. The wind rose when the guy suddenly bared his teeth to the side. Putting his hand forward, the monster almost touched Chen, but he dodged, and the clawed hand landed a short distance from his back. Jumping higher, Chen tightly grasped the hilt of the sword in his hands. He thought that he no longer cared at all. With his eyes flashing, the guy swung his weapon, jumping at the monster. As he pointed the blade of his sword, he furrowed his brows, thinking that he was not going to give in to these intimidations. The executor turned his head at him when a sparkling blade appeared next to him. Chen hit him on the head with his sword, hitting the monster's back. Landing on his feet on the light sand, the guy brought his sword to the stop, but the monster was no longer under him. Gritting his teeth, he sharply turned his head back, confused. At that second he saw a fist in front of him, and the executor was nearby. Having struck with all his might, the monster watched as the guy flew to the side with his head thrown back. Chen, without letting go of the sword, landed with his body on the cooled sand. Having grouped himself, the guy began to rarely roll. He swung his sword and stabbed it sharply into the sand. Restoring his balance, he immediately jumped to his feet. Holding the handle, Chen leaned over, trying to catch his breath. Leaning his face on his own hand, he opened one eye slightly, and his face was covered with abrasions and bruises. He realized what speed the system had told him earlier. While the monster silently watched him, the guy pulled out a sword from the sand. Tilting her head to the side, the executor looked at Chen with interest. A moment later, he took off and rushed towards his opponent at great speed. Chen screamed as a powerful fist hit him in the stomach. The guy's face was distorted in pain, and drops of blood began to come out of his mouth in small splashes. Removing his hand, the executor abruptly moved back some distance, and Chen fell to his knees, dropping his sword. Opening his mouth, he loudly began coughing up scarlet blood. Bending down, he began to grab his chest, gritting his teeth and opening one eye. He thought that this blow could very well take his life. He looked at the executor, who, standing opposite him, raised his head up. The guy began to think about what this monster was up to. The executor lowered his head. He sharply kicked Chen with his foot, and he cut his face on the light sand. Lying on the ground, the guy leaned on his elbows, clenching his trembling hands into fists, and clenched his teeth tightly. The executor squatted down in front of him, holding out the previously fallen sword and saying something in an incomprehensible language. Looking at the monster holding out the weapon to him, Chen wondered why he was giving him the sword. The executor straightened his left palm. He brought it to his neck as if showing a blow. The guy looked at him with perplexed eyes, thinking, is he really asking to kill him? An image of a large black cat immediately appeared in his head, holding a small mouse by the tail with its paw. He thought that he had already seen something like this and began to think that after catching a mouse, the cat does not rush to eat it for some time. Chen, with clenched teeth, saw the reflection of his dissatisfied face in the black glossy head of the executor, realizing that in this way he wanted to play with his prey. With the onset of dawn, a small lizard, sitting on a stone, then watched as in the distance sand appeared in the sky in large clouds of dust. Lying on his back, Chen breathed heavily while holding his sword as the system notified that the weapon's durability was 80%. The guy with bruises on his face frowned, looked into the bright sky, thinking that this monster was too fast to be touched by ordinary attacks. With one hand, the executor grabbed him by the white shirt. Gritting his teeth, the guy sighed noisily when the monster, holding him by the fabric near his neck, lifted him off the ground. Looking at Chen, the executor spoke and called him, calling him a man. The guy gave him a wary look in response, wondering if he really knew how to speak. The monster pulled him closer to him and, exposing several rows of sharp teeth, said in an eerie voice that the man was weak, like a maggot. With a swing of his sword, Chen cut off his arm below the elbow. The guy jumped back some distance, pressing his feet into the sand. Breathing heavily, he threw an angry look at the monster and shouted indignantly that he was a vile insect, and in his head, probably, there was only excrement. The executor turned his head to the side and looked at the severed limb. Growing a new one at lightning speed, he laughed loudly, waving his sinuous bib tongue. He said in an eerie voice that this was very curious, noting that the last time he came across interesting people was 100 years ago. Hanging his head, Chen replied that he was also interesting. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy grinned wryly, thinking that he had not felt his blood boil for a long time. He remembered the smiling faces of Mei and his mother, thinking that his family and friends were far from him. Holding the weapon tightly, the guy, with his head down, slowly walked towards the executor, and his body began to blaze with light yellow fire. He thought that he could not afford to die here. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted to his loved ones, asking them to wait for him. A bright column of light energy hit high into the sky. Covering his face with his forearm from the light, the executor watched the guy standing nearby, his whole body glowing with bright energy. The guy's eyes began to sparkle with yellow lightning, and the stones around him began to rise up. A burst of energy went to the side. Chen stood with his head down, and his hair floated smoothly in space. The color of the sparkling lightning changed to blue, and the system notified that his will to victory had activated the special blessing of the goddess Latinea. When Chen looked up with his bright blue eyes, the system added that he had received plus 100 points to all of his attributes. Pressing his feet into the sand, he raised his sword above his head, concentrating a huge stream of energy. With a wry smile on his face, the executor pointed his hand at the guy and said that now he looked like someone who had power. The monster perked up when literally a split second later he saw the guy in the place where he was standing. Chen, who approached him at great speed, clenched his teeth in anger and slashed at the monster with a sparkling sword. He smiled as scarlet blood gushed out of his teeth. Veins bulged on Chen's forehead, and the guy, with a sparkling gaze, looked at the drops spreading in front of him. Swinging his weapon, he began to rapidly strike the executors with a stream of cutting blows. When his sword fell into pieces, the system glowed red, notifying that the weapon's durability was 0% and its further use was impossible. Looking at the monster, the guy threw the remaining piece of the handle back with his hand. Approaching the executor, he hit him in the face with his fist. From the power, the monster flew sharply to the side, running across the sand and hitting a huge stone. Gritting his teeth, the guy froze in his stance, saying in a stern voice that he had changed his established ideas about people. Through the rising ball of dust, he looked in the direction where the monster had flown. Coming closer, Chen furrowed his brows. When he arrived and the dust had settled, the parko was dismayed by the fact that the executor was not there. He froze when, a moment later, long white tentacles passed near his face. Swinging his hand, he struck Chen, sending him flying back towards the rock. Looking at the guy who was sitting at his feet, the executor, who had taken a different form, straightened up, and now 4 white tentacles protruded from his back. The color of his body also lightened, and slits for eyes appeared on his face. He called the guy ignorant and repeated that he was weak as a maggot. Chen, whose face was bleeding profusely, closed one eye and lowered his head in disappointment, asking if he really couldn't be defeated anyway. Swinging his tentacles in different directions, the executor pushed off from the ground and rose above the guy into the sky. He raised his clawed palm, and a blue ball sparkled on it. A huge silhouette of a skeleton appeared above him in a black torn cape, with wings made of bones and a scythe in his hands. Flashing his scarlet eyes, the executor put his hand forward, mentally saying goodbye to the man. The huge skeleton swung its scythe, sending a black stream of energy towards the guy. What was happening was reflected in Chen's stunned blue eyes. A moment later, a loud impact sound was heard and sand flew up. The guy's motionless body was thrown up by a shock wave, and blood gushed from different parts of his body. Gradually losing consciousness, he wondered, was it really? Covering his empty eyes with heavy eyelids, he thought, was he really going to die? A motionless hand in a black glove lay on the sand, and a puddle of red blood spread underneath it. The robotic voice of the system said that Chen's health points were 0, and then added that the player was dead. Suddenly the guy's eyes opened and he woke up. Chen was lying on the bed near the open window in a spacious room. He bent over sharply and began to swallow air through his mouth. Clutching his heart with his hand, the guy looked around carefully, wondering if he was alive. Leaning on the windowsill, Chen looked out the window, thinking that he was able to get out of the game. Confusion appeared on his face because he realized that this was not so. Outside the window, among the greenery, there were small houses, and behind them there were rocks. The guy did not recognize this place. Sitting on the bed, the brunette opened the characteristics card. Chen folded his arms across his chest and became gloomy with the realization that he was still in the game. He flew away from the monster's magical attack and definitely died then. Frowning, Chen put his hand to his chin and was surprised to think that after death he found himself here safe and sound. The guy lifted the hem of his t-shirt and looked at his torso, where he found no wounds. Suddenly the wooden door of the room creaked and bare feet appeared in the opening. A girl with long red hair and a beige dress entered the house, carrying a wooden basin with laundry in her hands. She looked up and, a little confused, asked if the guy had come to his senses. The girl was standing opposite a guy who was lifting up his t-shirt, which made the situation awkward. Chen sharply pulled the hem of his t-shirt down and, raising his hand in a greeting gesture, greeted, answering that he had just come to his senses. The red-haired girl turned away and, a little embarrassed, shouted loudly, turning to Grandfather Albert, that the guy had woken up. Chen froze in bewilderment with his hand raised, not understanding what was happening. Strong hands, covered with scars, carefully pulled the sprouts out of the water. A gray-haired, muscular man with scars on his face and body was putting grass in a wooden basket hanging around his neck. A loud cry was heard throughout the site, consisting of a house and a vegetable garden, asking what was said. The girl turned her head and, looking anxiously at the guy, was surprised that he said that he was killed. In the house, the gray-haired man sat on a stool, and the girl sat on the bed, and both listened attentively to Chen, who looked at his hand, saying that his entire chest was striped. The girl pointed her hand at the man lighting his smoking pipe and said that Albert's grandfather had gone hunting and found the guy. The tobacco and the pipe caught fire and a stream of smoke came from it when the man said that Chen was barely breathing, but was alive. Turning to the focus guy, Albert said that there was no game or beginner village that he was talking about here. Holding the pipe to his lips and exhaling smoke, the man with a serious face said that they were not NPCs or players. Chen squeezed his knees with his hands and clenched his teeth, angry from not understanding how this was possible, because this is the universe of the game. Suddenly he looked up, and his eyes lit up with an idea that came to his mind. The guy, full of seriousness, opened the digital display and, pointing at it with his hand, asked to take a look. Exhaling smoke, Albert turned an arrogant gaze in his direction, and the girl put her hand to her forehead, trying to see something. An irritated Chen pressed buttons on the blue display and showed where the taskbar, the map where the system status is displayed, and the status bar are located. The red-haired girl and Albert looked in bewilderment at the guy jumping from side to side and pointing his hand somewhere in the air, and made the assumption that the monster had injured his head. Chen stared intently at the screen and pressed buttons, realizing with horror that the connection was not going through, the May 499 was not being searched for, and he was completely cut off from the outside world. Gritting his teeth in anger, he swore, wondering how to get out of here. The guy furiously hit the screen with his hands and, closing his eyes, shouted that he wanted to go home. Suddenly his pupils constricted, and he froze in horror when he heard a voice that said that no one should leave this place. Albert, standing with his back to the guy, said with a gloomy look that not a single inhabitant of the Latinea desert could leave its territory. The guy with burning yellow eyes indignantly asked why this was so, because even though the desert may be large, there must be a way out, and what does it mean it is impossible to leave? How did these two end up here then? A few years ago, an armored Albert with a weapon on his back was covering a red-haired girl sitting on the ground with a cape as lightning struck the ground. Then they killed the dragon on the Bergama mainland, and at the same moment lightning struck and hit them. The girl, drooping, lowered her gaze and said that after that they woke up here, and her grandfather told her that this is the legendary Latinea desert, where even gods can be imprisoned, and only the one who finds the Kebri temple can get out to freedom. In the temple, a gloomy corridor with a high ceiling is framed by columns and statues with yellow lights. It leads to a massive door, and only a dim ray of light breaks through a hole in the ceiling. Legend says that the Latinea desert has no end. The girl's brown eyes began to water. She turned away from the guy and, raising her hand to her mouth, said that a countless number of people went in search of the temple, but not one returned. Standing with her back to Chen, the girl with a gloomy face said that gradually everyone began to abandon the idea of Utwo 100B finding the temple, and preferred to live here rather than die. The guy looked at her with a tense face. Albert put his hand on the irritated Chen's shoulder and calmly said that every year they get new people, but no one has left here yet. After passing by, Albert headed towards the exit of the house and, exhaling smoke, told Chen to come to terms with reality, and later Sayoli would show him the city. The girl left after Albert, and the guy remained standing, angrily looking at the floor and thinking that he was probably still in the game, because a similar plot is often described in mangas. Suddenly, a digital display appeared in front of him, which brought him out of his thoughts, and he raised his head. A golden image of wings appeared on the screen, on which there was text with a new task, and a button to accept the task. The guy, looking at the scoreboard, read the text where it was written that since he was reborn under the protection of the god Kebri, we need to help him break the seal. Chen clenched his tense hand into a fist. The conditions for fulfillment are to find the Kebri temple in the Latinea desert, destroy the monster Nabris sealed in the temple, and free Kebri. Chen looked forward with burning eyes. As a reward for completing this task, he will receive a key that will lead him out of the Latinea desert. The bright sun illuminated the green fields and ears of corn. Chen lay on the grass, clicking on the system screen, and reflected that he still had no idea why he was here, but he was reassured by the presence of a purpose. The guy frowned and, looking firmly ahead, decided that he needed to get to the temple, kill the monster, and free the patron. Putting his hands under his head and looking intently at the sky, he thought that when the time came, he would need to find a way to get out of here. He suddenly turned his gaze to the side and stopped his thoughts when he heard his name called. The guy stood up and saw Sayoli standing nearby by a tree. A strong wind was blowing, which is why the girl tucked stray strands of red hair behind her ear and held the hem of her dress that wanted to fly up. She resentfully asked why Chen ran away here and said that she had spent half a day looking for him. The guy rose to his feet, the wind lifting his t-shirt and ruffling his hair. Looking into the distance, he coldly apologized and said that he had nothing to do, so he decided to take a walk. Approaching the edge of the cliff, Chen pointed to the sandy hills in the distance and asked if the Latinea desert was there. The guy looked at the girl, who was straightening her hair with her hand, and she replied that you could say so. Raising her hand, Sayoli said that the place where they are is surrounded by desert on all sides. Chen directed his gaze in the direction where the girl's hand was pointing. Sayoli raised her hand to her chin and looked interestedly at the guy, who said that he didn't know how long it might take to find the temple. The brunette looked confidently into the distance and thought that he had to get out of here. He turned away, about to leave, and Sayoli, desperately wanting to stop him, said that there was no temple and he would die if he left. He walked forward along the green grass while the girl stood behind and looked after him. Without turning to her, the guy resolutely replied that he had already died once, so it didn't matter what he had to overcome to find the temple. Leaves torn from trees were flying in the clear blue sky, and Chen called the girl to walk to the city together. Sayoli joined him, and the two of them walked along the road, approaching the houses. The girl, putting her hands behind her back, carefully asked Chen if he really wanted to find the temple. The guy with a serious face did not hesitate to answer in the affirmative. Sayoli frowned and thoughtfully raised her hand to her mouth and said that in the desert there are many monsters that are not alike, and even grandfather does not dare to hunt them. The corners of the guy's lips lifted in a slight smile. He replied that he had amazing abilities and told her not to worry. Suddenly, a purple glow appeared in the air and a sound was heard. Sparkling rays of magical energy flashed over the heads of the heroes. Chen sharply turned his confused gaze to the purple lightning. There was an explosion in the air filled with smoke. There was a fire burning in the middle of the road, emitting clouds of thick smoke. Several pairs of booted feet were approaching. 3 menacing-looking guys came out of the smoke. One of them smiled sarcastically from ear to ear and said that the game was caught on a hook. Covering his nose with his hand from the smoke, Chen coughed, not understanding what was happening. The smoke gradually cleared, and the guy turned his intense gaze towards the light. In front of him was Sayoli, who placed her hand on the ground and used fire magic. The girl looked angrily straight at her enemies, and from her hand came magical energy wriggling to the sides. The strangers were impressed that she shielded herself from the attack with a fire prison. The guy with pink eyes, smiling frighteningly, turned to Sayoli and said that they had met again. The girl, surrounded by magic, looked at him with hatred and said that it was him again, Boban. Sayoli lowered her hand, extinguishing the fire in her palm, and Chen stood next to her and, looking at the guys, asked her what was the matter and why they attacked them. Sayoli, looking at the aggressors with contempt, said that bandit hunters are worse than the monsters here. Standing opposite this group, the girl said that they did not want to hunt in the desert, but rob others. The veins on Boban's forehead bulged, he laughed, and lightning flashed around him as Sayoli said that they make their living by killing ordinary people. Sparkling magic swords appeared in both hands of the bandit. Chen looked at him with interest, wanting to know what kind of ability the guy had. The girl stood in combat readiness, and Boban threw one sword behind his back and pointed the second one in their direction and said that although last time she managed to escape into the desert, this time she would not get off so easily. Sayoli spread her arms out to the sides, a flame appeared in each of them. Her eyes opened wide and lit up, and her red hair rose up from the powerful energy emanating from her. The girl turned her head and with a serious expression on her face shouted at Chen to come home now and found my grandfather, and here she will figure it out on her own. Albert walks from the garden to the house when it rains. A large white lightning bolt appears in the dark sky. A man with gray hair walks on the ground in sandals. He raises his head, frowns, and looks up carefully. The man asks if a thunderstorm is starting at the moment. A human figure moves along the road towards a large building. Albert looks ahead anxiously. He thinks that Sayoli should have come home by now. Blue sky with white clouds on it. Boban asks a certain person if he thinks that the brunette will let him go to follow the old sage. Chen looks at his opponent who placed the black sword on his shoulders as his eyes glow purple. The brunette claims that the girl with long red hair knows that her spells cannot harm him and orders her to follow him. The guy with the short hair gets pretty angry. Boban explains that if Sayoli does as he wants, he will let the guy who frowns go. The brunette watches as a girl in a white dress covers her companion, who is next to her, with her body. She shouts that their opponent should not even dream of this development of events. Boban lifts his head and becomes more gloomy as he glares at his friends who are standing in front of him. He says that he accepts this situation and asks the girl not to accuse him later of lack of ethics. Chen is standing next to Sayoli when fire appears in her hand. She tries to convince the guy that she can figure out how to stop their opponents and asks him to run far from this place. The brunette's hair covered his face. The guy refuses his girlfriend's proposal. The girl with red hair looks in surprise at the man who is next to her. She asks him if he is confident in this decision of his. Sayoli looks at his friend, who is standing and looking down. He explains to her that he doesn't know the meaning of running away, and even if they met not long ago, he won't leave his new girlfriend. The brunette grits his teeth as his eyes glow yellow. He adds that he cannot afford to abandon his ally to save himself. The black hand of a certain person painfully squeezes the guy's face. Boban pins his opponent against a tree trunk with a loud thud. A girl with long red hair is observing the situation that is currently happening. She screams and calls her friend's name. The brunette presses his hand even harder on the face of the guy with short hair and smiles evilly. He calls his opponent names and asks him who he thinks he is, and whether he expects that such a lie could at some point turn into the truth. Boban leans towards his opponent in battle as his eyes glow a bright purple. He claims that in their company the main arguments are not words, but the strength that a person can show. Chen suddenly grabs the brunette's arm, which he presses him against the tree trunk. The guy grits his teeth, lifts his head, and glares upward as he grabs the tall man's wrist and pulls it away from his head. He asks Bobin if he considers himself strong enough. Opponents in battle stand opposite each other at that moment when Chen puts very strong pressure on the hand of a man who is taller than him. A guy with short hair asks a man who is closing his eyes in pain if he thinks that attacking his opponents without warning shows his best skills. Chen suddenly tries to hit Bobin in the head. His opponent frees his hand and jumps back to get further away from the guy with the short hair. Bobin holds onto his right wrist as dust rises into the air around him. The brunette is nervous and stands in fear on his hand, which Chen injured. He mentally curses and is surprised that his opponent was strong enough to break his wrist. A guy with short hair looks forward angrily and clenches his hand into a fist. He reflects that the tall man is quite fast, and even when he added all the agility points he had, he still did not have time to adjust for a surprise attack at the right moment. Bobin watches as a girl in a white dress approaches his opponent. She asks her friend if he is okay. The guy tells her that he was not hurt. A girl with long red hair stands in front of a guy and looks angrily at a tall man. She asks Bobin what he would like to achieve with such actions. The brunette holds his broken wrist, opens his mouth and looks angrily at his friends. He shouts to them that he has answered this question many times, and then adds that he wishes Sayoli to turn into his favorite girl. A man whose feelings have been rejected stands under the shade provided by a tree and looks at his two friends. A girl with long red hair refuses him and urges him to abandon these attempts to appropriate her. She is embarrassed and turns away from the guy with short hair. He asks the girl what the man opposite is doing to convince his girlfriend to start a romantic relationship. She reluctantly agrees with him. Bobin gets angry and points his good hand at Chen. He asks his friends if there is romance between them and if this is the reason why the girl with long red hair could not accept his feelings. A gloomy guy stands next to his girlfriend, who is quite surprised. The girl asks the tall man what he means and claims that Chen is her friend. Bobin frowns and smiles ominously. The brunette asks whether the guy standing opposite him is really a friend of the girl in a white dress, and then wonders if this fact is an excuse. Bobin opens his mouth and draws his dark sword as smoke and dust appear around him. He calls on his opponent to fight him. The brunette becomes darker and more angry and smiles with bad intentions. He suggests that if Chen wins, he will stop talking about this topic with his girlfriend. A blue system alert appears, warning you that Chen has a side quest with a corresponding reward for winning that quest. The guy notices that among the rewards there is a Latinea card, which was lost. He looks down and frowns. The guy wonders why a new task from the game appeared, reflects that this device will help him escape from this space, and then adds that he considers this a good proposal. A girl with long scarlet hair looks back at her friend. The guy loudly says that he agrees to take part in the battle with Bobin. The brunette raises his sword hand as dark smoke appears around him. He is waiting for their competition to begin. A blonde man and a guy without hair are eating watermelon and talking to each other. One of them asks why one of his comrades suddenly became quite serious. Another guy agrees with his friend and claims that the smell of jealousy is in the air. The girl in a white dress looks at Chen, who is standing next to her. She asks her comrade if he is sure of his decision, and claims that he will not be able to win this fight, and then explains that Bobin is the most powerful shadow swordsman in this city. A guy with short hair looks forward with excitement. Chen asks his friend if his opponent is a shadow sword master and wonders if the tall man in front of him is strong enough. Sayoli grits her teeth and worries about some dark creature. The girl explains that swordsmen with similar abilities can both use the appropriate powers and move quite quickly. She watches as a guy with short hair walks towards a brunette who is holding a weapon. The girl with long red hair tries to explain that the attack power of detailed technique specialists is also very high, and shadow magic appears around the blades when it gives them destructive power, and is also worried that her new friend may die in battle. A guy with short hair walks decisively towards his opponent when he is watched by a girl in a white dress who is far behind. He wonders what difference his death will make and then explains that he has already died once. The guy is walking on the ground. Chen reminds himself that he wants to leave this dimension quite badly. Bobin smiles ominously, and his opponent grits his teeth and looks at the brunette with determination as they run towards each other. The guy with cocoa hair remembers that he still doesn't want to die at the moment. Chen tries to hit Bobin in the head, but the brunette manages to avoid the attack. The guy with short hair reflects that he cannot understand how everything happened like this. He notices a dark silhouette next to his fist and gets angry. The guy thinks that he needs to defeat this tall man in order for everything to become much better, and then wonders if he will really be able to escape from this dimension. A black figure of a man appears behind Chen. The guy with short hair suddenly raises his leg and tries to stab his opponent. His shoe is next to Bobin's face as he laughs sinisterly. The tall man manages to take the blade in his hand and move far enough away to avoid a dangerous attack. A girl with long red hair watches as dust rises around the legs of a guy with cocoa hair, and Bobin stands far away from his opponent. He looks at Sally and smiles as he places the sword on his shoulders. He calls the girl by name and asks her if this is all the ability of the guy she liked. Chen purses his lips and frowns. He wonders why this situation seems so strange to him, why his opponent is only defending himself and does not attempt to attack him. What is the tall man planning? A girl in a white dress approaches her new friend. She warns the guy with short hair that the girl will go with these hooligans, and he will need to find Grandpa Albert to bring her home, since only this sage can defeat such a dark swordsman. A girl with scarlet hair looks at her friend in surprise. He claims that he will not leave this fight. She asks the guy if he really means that he wants to continue the fight. Chen looks at his companion and smiles good-naturedly. He asks Sally not to worry about him, since he cannot refuse this battle, and also adds that if he wins, then they can leave this place. A girl with long red hair looks at her new friend with surprise and admiration. She wonders what it means that Chen wants to go somewhere. A girl in a white dress looks anxiously at the guy who is standing next to her. She calls out to him and asks what he means when he talks about this situation, and how winning such a fight relates to this strange fact. The guy with short hair looks forward seriously as he recalls episodes from his past life. He thinks that everything is correct, since the events that occur cease to be logical from the moment he found himself in this dimension. The guy explains that he was stuck in this game due to the fact that he was resurrected here after every death, and now the game system promised him the card he needed to complete the adventure for the fight with Bobin. Chen becomes more gloomy and frowns as he looks ahead. He argues that some people may think that everything happens by chance, but he knows that someone controls these events. A guy with cocoa-colored hair responds to the appeal. Bobin angrily thrusts his swords into the ground. The tall man smiles wickedly as he looks at his opponent. He calls him by name and asks him why he is standing in one place and whether he is afraid, and then warns him that the moment to abandon the battle has already been lost. The guy with short hair smiles and raises his hand up. He replies that the brunette is mistaken and asks him a question whether his opponent is afraid of him, and then explains that he constantly avoids attack. Bobin closes his eyes and raises his hands in a vague gesture with a sly smile. He replies that he thought it would be boring to fight a man without a weapon using his full power. The tall man extends his arm to the side. He claims that since this fight is considered official, everything must take place according to the rules. Bobin throws his sword towards the guy with short hair. The dark blade spins in flight. Chen raises his hand up and catches the weapon as it flies. The tall man walks towards his opponent as he raises his sword hand to chest level. He explains that he does not want his subordinates and his girlfriend to think that he is deceiving his dual partner. The blonde guy smiles, and the bald guy frowns. One of them is sure that their boss has become more serious. The other guy agrees with his friend. The girl with long red hair anxiously watches the situation that is happening at the moment and remains silent. The guy with cocoa-colored hair smiles and holds his sword tightly. He asks Bobin if he is a good person, and then sarcastically adds that he still remembers being indecently attacked without warning. Chen looks at his opponent, who is gesturing with his hands. Bobin is surprised by the statement of the guy with short hair and explains that at that moment he succumbed to emotions. Chen asks to stop talking about various nonsense. He raises his hands and takes a fighting stance. The guy offers to have a fair fight now. He frowns and looks decisively at his dual partner. Chen is confident that he will defeat Bobin and get the card he needs. The tall man smiles widely and points his sword at his opponent. He reasons that now he will be able to demonstrate his skills and his shadow power. A guy with short hair is preparing for a surprise attack. He quickly moves towards the man who is his opponent in this fight. The impudent man smiles slyly. Chen watches as his opponent turns into a dark thing. The guy with cocoa-colored hair is unpleasantly surprised. The shadow swordsman is enraged as his eyes begin to glow a bright purple color. The black cleeks of the opponents touch in a blow. The guy with yellow eyes gets scared and blocks the tall man's blow. Chen looks around when his name is called. A girl with long red hair screams and warns her new friend that they want to stab him in the back. The Bobin copy jumps with the intention of striking its opponent. The guy with short hair grits his teeth and jumps away from the tall man. He withstands the blow of the dark something. A copy of Bobin turns into a clot of dark matter when a brunette smiles evilly behind him and intends to inflict a new wound on the enemy. The guy with yellow eyes looks in horror at the pieces of darkness that float in the air. A girl in a white dress covers her mouth with her hand in fear. She shouts the name of her new comrade. The tall man delivers a bloody blow. Chen is breathing quite heavily. He reflects that his opponent took about 300 health points from him, which means there are still 700 left, and adds that when the indicator remains less than 300 units, he will be declared a loser automatically. A guy with short hair holds onto a wound on his shoulder, from which blood drips when he feels bad enough. Red liquid flows down Bobin's sword at a time when his opponent has no strength and sits on the ground. He encourages the guy to give up. The tall man raises his head up and smiles contentedly. He claims that his opponent will not be able to gain victory over him. The guy with yellow eyes struggles to his feet and fights the pain when a system notification appears in front of him offering him the opportunity to use treatment services. Chen thinks there is no way for him to give up his ambitions now. The beaten guy looks carefully at the notification from the game measurement. The man with the hair opens his mouth slightly. He mutters quietly and agrees to the proposal of the system of this world. A green light appears around the guy and the wound on his shoulder disappears. He quietly says something related to the practice of treatment. The game system notifies that the first level of medical intervention returned the hero 100 units of health and stopped the bleeding from the resulting wound. Behind Bobin, who smiles evilly, two minions of the Shadow Knight stand and laugh. The blonde is surprised that his boss's opponent is a support. The fair-haired guy giggles at the fact that a man with only healing abilities would fight such a strong knight. The tall man tries to put away his dark sword and leave the battlefield. He demands from his duel partner that he no longer approach Sayoli and leave this place, since a support that has just awakened cannot be worthy of fighting Bobin. A girl with long red hair watches as a tall man wants to leave, and a guy with cocoa-colored hair tries to catch up with him. The hero asks his opponent a question about whether he is afraid to lose in the presence of his beloved girl and his retinue of two friends. The brunette is furious as he turns to his calm duel partner. He is rude to him and asks him what he meant by asking him such things. A guy with short cocoa-colored hair extends his hand with a dark blade forward and looks decisively at his opponent. Mentally, this man calls on the tall man to stop talking about various little things or acting out an unknown drama performance and start the fight. Bobin smiles evilly as his copy, which is made of shadow, separates from him, his eyes sparkling with madness. He claims that his opponent will be able to see the true power of a swordsman of his skill since he really asked for it. Next to the tall man, two of his clones appear, which repeat in detail the movements of the owner. Chen points his sword at his opponent as he grits his teeth and frowns. The guy with short hair thinks that the tall man has split into three. Bobin and his copies stand in combat readiness and smile widely. The guy with the yellow eyes talks about how shadow swordsmen often rely on their cloning abilities in battle. He put a hand to his lips and frowned as he recalled the events of the beginning of the duel. The guy with short hair assumed that from the very beginning he was attacked by a clone, and the attack from behind was carried out by a real opponent, in which case, the fakes and the original must be interchanging places. Chen frowns and grits his teeth. He says that his opponent has a difficult class. The tall man looks at the man opposite him with brightness. He claims that he is bored with showing kindness and compassion to ordinary support. Darkness appears around Bobin, which gives him more strength. He says that if the guy with short hair is interested in his real power, then before his death he will be able to see the actions of this swordsman. The guy with yellow eyes raises his sword above his head and takes a fighting stance. He tells his duel partner that he is really looking forward to what he was talking about a few minutes ago. With a war cry, Chen rushes with his weapon at his opponents who stand opposite him. The tall man smiles maliciously. He thinks that his opponent is a rather arrogant person. Bobin folds his arms across his chest and looks with interest at the guy with cocoa-colored hair. He orders his clones to attack Chen with weapons. One of the fakes pushes off the ground and quickly moves towards a guy with short hair. The clone holds his long sword tightly. The guy grabbed the blade with both palms and prepared to swing. When the swords collided, a loud ringing sound was heard and half rings of excess dark matter formed around. The tips of the blades ring loudly. The fake grins wryly and glares wildly at his opponent as he thrusts his arm forward and prepares to strike again. The guy with the short, straight hair is angry, gritting his teeth and frowning as he moves his palm with the blade to the side. The clone delivers another powerful blow, but the hero manages to dodge in time and the attack lands on his dark sword. He swings and attacks the enemy, but cannot hurt him as the tall man blocks his blow. The guy is nervous and has difficulty holding back his opponent's blows. He reasons that his enemy is quite strong since it is difficult to resist even the attack of a fake. The second clone, which until this moment had been next to the owner, suddenly disappeared, and in the place where he stood, a stain of darkness remained. A guy with short cocoa-colored hair remembers that there are two fakes. As he remains surprised and confused, another clone appears behind him. One man is consumed by darkness as his sword creates purple lightning. He claims that the guy with support skills managed to avoid the attack that time, but not at this moment. Another fake sword moves towards the guy's head while he is still confused and afraid. A new bloody attack occurs. The dark sword falls to the ground with a quiet thud. A girl with long red hair presses her hand to her chest in surprise. Bobin's henchmen are puzzled and quite angry. The clone is seriously wounded, causing it to crumble into shards of darkness. The tall man wonders how this could have happened and is surprised that his opponent was able to avoid the fatal blow in this case as well. Bobin frowns and clenches his teeth. He asks loudly what is currently happening on the fighting site. A guy with short, smooth hair took a fighting stance, that is, he spread his legs wide, bent over and moved his hand with the weapon to the side, and was breathing heavily. He mentally rejoices that he was lucky to have time to react and not die. A new system notification appears, congratulating the hero on his victory and rewarding him with a bonus to agility in a fight. The next notice was written about the discovery of a hidden skill, which is a skill that corresponds to the agility attribute of the guy with yellow eyes. An in-game alert will appear stating that such a quick hit will only make the hero immune to physical damage for 2 seconds, after which Chen will be given the opportunity to deal a critical hit to the enemy, which will amount to 150% of his total power. A small notification from the game world appears, notifying you that there are no more than 5 seconds left until combat readiness. The hero frowns and clenches his teeth as he looks at the new message. He thinks that if he had not been able to obtain this skill, he could have died. A guy with short, smooth hair holds a large sword in his hands and smiles contentedly. He claims that all he has to do is find the real Boban among the fakes. The guy looks at the tall man, who laughs loudly when another clone of him appears next to him. The brunette is furious and goes crazy. He laughs and claims that this is quite interesting, since his opponent managed to not only dodge the attack, but also injure the fake. The tall man tilted his head down and smiled slyly. He claims that now their battle will begin as it really should, and calls for his sword. The guy with yellow eyes looks in surprise as the blade disappears from his hands. The brunette and his creatures of darkness look with rage and excitement at the man who stands opposite him. He thinks that sympathizing with an opponent means trying to maintain his strength. The man stared ahead with a crazy look. He warns that the games are already over, so the guy with short hair better stop blinking for a while. The two clones simultaneously lock their blade handles as purple lightning appears around them. Chen becomes more gloomy and serious as shards of darkness fly into his face. A guy with short, smooth hair stands without a weapon opposite the owner and 2 of his copies with new powerful weapons. The brunette clutches the handle of his new device. He thinks that this technique will be the final technique. Opponents lean into attack, and large spikes of darkness emerge from cracks in the ground. An in-game message appears in which this technique is called a wasteland move. The guy who has support abilities is surrounded by purple magical matter. He gets quite scared and looks in the direction of the noise. The blade of darkness is next to his face. The man somehow manages to avoid the fatal blow. A guy with short cocoa-colored hair deftly dodges all magical attacks. One of the shadow rays hits his hand. Chen continues to avoid further blows as a new wound appears on his skin, bleeding from it. The matter of darkness dissipates and gathers into a barrier in which the hero is imprisoned. The tall man commands his spawn to show all his skills and abilities in this example of this man. When the guy with the beautiful beige eyes dodges multiple attacks, a game system alert appears, asking him to heal his injuries in a timely manner, and also notifying him that he has lost 30% of his health. Chen curses in his mind and argues that without some weapons, he cannot reflect blows, but only avoid them. One of the clones with a crazy smile and a crazy look jumps at the guy with cocoa hair to strike again. He is quite surprised by the unexpected attack. The guy somehow manages to avoid the attack of the fake. The copy walks away from its opponent with a sinister smile. She claims that death approached the guy with yellow eyes unnoticed. He groups up to reduce the damage from more dark strikes and screams in pain. The clone rushes to his master when his rival suffers from new skin lesions. The brunette frowns and looks at the support with joy. He claims that he will find a good cemetery for his partner to fight. Blue light from a magical attack. Boban is quite scared by this event. A man with a tail of gray hair runs quickly. Lightning flashes and smoke rises above the battlefield as a rumble is heard. Sailili and Boban's henchmen are surprised. Dust rises into the air before a thunderstorm begins. The brunette is scared and puzzled. The guy with the short hair gets pretty angry as his eyes glow a golden color. Albert stands behind the shadow swordsman and prevents Chen from striking his opponent as he holds his fist. The hand of an old man is surrounded by orange, and the palm of a guy with cocoa-colored hair is enveloped by blue smoke. Albert orders the guy to stop making new attacks. A man with gray hair looks at Chen with interest. It began to rain heavily over the forest. The main character stood with his mouth open and breathing heavily. Chen stood in a fighting pose and in a torn t-shirt. The grandfather with gray hair extended his hand and told the protagonist to stop. A beautiful girl with red hair turned to the main character and asked how he was. Chen held his hand and replied that he was fine. The villain with black hair watched as the company was about to leave. Albert told them to go. The storm was about to come. Grandfather, along with the main character and Sailili, stopped abruptly when they heard laughter coming from behind them. Boban held his head and laughingly said that it was hilarious. A man with black hair looked at them with a violet eye and asked the elderly man if he thought that since he came, he could just take them away. Albert stood in slates. An elderly man with scars on his face said that if Boban intends to stop him, then I'm afraid at that very moment his days will be numbered. Drops of rain rolled off the villain's face. Boban raised his fist, from which blue energy emanated. He thought that the old man was bluffing. A man in a black coat stood with his arms outstretched. He thought it was nonsense. How can the newly minted support kill him if he didn't get involved now? Bobin began shouting in anger that the main character would already be dead. A window with the completed task appears. Shadow of Fury, task completed. Defeat the Shadow Thug Bobin 1 of 1. Received card, X1. Experience gained 15,000. Secret key received. Chen looked at the system window and thought why the system counted him a victory. The old man covered the red-haired girl's head with his hat and said that a thunderstorm was on the way. It was time for them to leave. The villain's partner, a guy with green hair, told the boss that it was time for them to leave too. If they get caught in a thunderstorm, they could die. Bobin started screaming for the main character to come back since they hadn't finished. Chen watched as the villain's partners tried to stop him. The protagonist stood and looked with a serious look. Sailily, holding her hat, turned to the main character and asked what he was worth. The storm is already closed. Chen replied that he was coming. The door to the house was open, and the girl's requests were heard for the protagonist not to twitch. Chen was lying all rewound. Sailily said that he would finish soon and asked him to be patient. A beautiful girl, sitting on a chair, treated the wounds of the main character and said that she could not apply ointment because he was twitching. The main character continued to lie on the bed while the girl treated his wounds. Chen said that he had caused trouble for her and her grandfather again. He was sorry. Sailey said what's done is done. I didn't expect him to be so strong. The protagonist looked at the ceiling and thought that this time, although he gained experience, the level did not rise and his wounds also needed to be healed. It's worth understanding the mechanics of leveling up. The main character looked towards the girl and asked if she and her grandfather knew Bobin before. Sailey bandaged Chen's leg and replied that one could say that she had been with him since childhood. They were like brother and sister. The beautiful girl straightened her hair and said that everything was ready. The main character sat down on the bed and thanked Sailey. The girl straightened her hair and said with a sweet face that it was she who should thank him. Chen smiled back. Sailey went outside and said that she still needed to help her grandfather. The girl walked, covering herself from the rain with an umbrella. The main character was sitting by the window and thought that it was also raining that day. Chen looked out the window and thought how his mother was doing. She was probably very worried that she couldn't find him. The protagonist pressed the blue button and said that he needed to return quickly. For defeating Bobin, he was given the Latinea card. The main character sat in front of the system map and said that all that was left was to find the temple using it. Defeat the boss and you can get out. A map was visible in the protagonist's eye and he thought that he would set off as soon as the rain stopped. A system notification has appeared. You have received a secret key, please confirm. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought, what is the secret key? Chen took out a golden key from the screen. Lots of jewelry and weapons. Each battle can drop one of the following treasure chests: white, green, purple, red, orange, and black. Use the key to search the chest. It may contain gems or equipment that cannot be bought in the city. The main character held the key in his hand and thought that this is it. After the battle, the chest might fall out. Interesting. Chen grabbed his clothes. The protagonist stood in clothes and with bandages all over his body. He understood that it was time to move out immediately. An old man in a hat opened the door. The main character smiled and said that he had come. Albert took off his hat and apologized for not coming to see him earlier. It's pouring like buckets outside. I barely managed to cover the harvest. The old man began to approach the bed and asked how his wounds were. Chen said it's okay. Does he need something from him? Grandpa, with scars all over his body, closed his eyes when the main character told him not to worry. The wounds were shallow and would heal in a couple of days. The old man looked with a serious look and said that it was nice. But, to tell the truth, he did not expect that the protagonist would defeat Bobin, the strongest swordsman in the village. Chen grabbed his wrist and said that if he had taken their fight seriously from the very beginning, he would not have won. He knows his abilities, but in battle it is not just strength that decides. Albert began to put tobacco in his pipe and said that will is also an important factor. The old man stood with a serious face and said that the victory of the main character was not accidental. Chen looked at his grandfather's back and asked him to tell him if he had been with Saoli since childhood, then why had he changed so much? The elderly man exhaled smoke and said it was a long story. The old man went outside and said that tomorrow, when the rain stops, the protagonist will come to the mountainside. Albert stood in the rain wearing a hat and said that if he passed his test, he would agree to train him. A man and a girl were walking in the rain. 10 years ago there was the same rainfall as today. That day he and Saoli moved into the Latinea desert. The monster in the form of an Egyptian deity held the girl in his hand. The old man said that while passing by the house where they planned to stay for the night, they noticed how a strange monster attacked the family who lived there. The monster threw the girl into the wall, and behind him lay the corpse of a man. Albert said it was too late to help. The monster killed everyone. Crying, Bobin ran to his mother. Grandpa said that fortunately their child survived. The monster with red eyes wanted to attack the child from behind. A big scary mouth opened to kill the child. Suddenly lightning appeared. The monster in the form of a wolf flew away. Halber stood wearing a hat and extended his hand, from which came blue lightning. The monster grabbed his shoulder. The wolf clenched his teeth in anger. Immediately after this, he decided to hide in the forest. The old man looked at the little boy who was crying near his mother. Halber stood with a sad face and said that that boy was Boban. The old man, Salely, and the boy stood near two graves. Grandpa said that after the funeral, he took him in with him. The main character sat in front of an old man who was smoking a pipe and asked if everything was like that, then what did he need from him? Halber closed his eyes and said that he had chosen to kill that monster as his goal, and he persuaded him to abandon the idea. Grandpa held the phone and, looking forward, said that Latinea is inhabited by various strong monsters that are difficult to even imagine. Even he doubts that he would have killed the monster who killed his parents, and he certainly wouldn't have been able to. That's why he left. Chen leaned on his hands and thought, what kind of monster is there that even Halber considers strong? Grandpa began to shake his pipe on his soul and said that okay, talk is talk, and it's time for him to rest. The protagonist thought that even with a map in his hands he still had to get to the temple. The main character sat with a thoughtful look and thought that he did not know how strong the monsters in the desert were, but he was able to kill him. With his current strength, he would die before he even found the temple. Chen put his palms together and thought that his attributes had increased during the previous battle, but he had been defeated easily so far. This is no good, you need to start training. The old man had already begun to take clothes when the main character asked him to wait. Chen, standing bandaged, opened his mouth and asked that he could ask Grandpa to teach him how to fight. He wants to become stronger. He wants to find the temple and get out of here. Halber reached for his hat. The old man put on his hat and told the protagonist to have a good rest. Chen raised his palm and said that he was serious, and he knows a way to get out. The main character knocked on the door and asked himself if he was crazy. The old man broke up with Boban for the same reason, and he just took it and blurted out what was on his mind. Grandpa stopped in the rain and said that tomorrow, when the rain stops, let the main character come to the mountainside. Halber looked into the distance and said that if he passed his test, he would agree to train him. The protagonist stood in the doorway and shouted that the old man should not worry. He was sure that he would pass. Halber stood with a serious face against the backdrop of two fists with different energies. Grandpa thought to himself that, not knowing why, but hope flared up in him that it was possible to get out. In that battle, he literally flared up with terrifying power. Even my grandfather's thunder shield cracked. The elderly man in the hat began to walk in the rain and thought that it was possible that this young man would lead them out of here. A system screen appeared behind Chen, notifying him that the task had been completed. The main character raised his finger to the system screen and said what are the daily tasks. Run 10 kilometers with a load, 3,000 push-ups with a load, 2,000 sit-ups from a lying position. Chen had a bandage on his face and thought that the training was hellish, but the attributes would come in very handy. You can't refuse. The main character pressed the accept button. On the green hill you could hear someone training. Chen was walking with a huge log. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that what a carrying system that helps with preparation. The main character stood in a lying position with a log on his back. Then he started doing abs. Run 10 kilometers. Done. 1316 out of 3,000 weighted push-ups. 984 out of 2,000 sit-ups. Chen looked into the distance with a motivating look and thought that a lot of time had passed since he started struggling to achieve his goal. This test is much more exciting than the difficult path that you will have to go through. The main character lay on the grass in front of the system screen, which said that the task was completed. Receive 4 attribute points as a reward. Chen looked to the side and thought which attribute would be better to complement. The protagonist sat down on the grass and began rummaging through the system and said that given his ability to heal and protect, he would add 2 points to intelligence, the rest to endurance. Suddenly, someone called the main character. This was a beautiful lady in a black outfit. Salely ran up to Chen and started rummaging through her purse. The main character asked, did something happen? To which she replied that she had brought breakfast, but it was not in his room. Grandfather said he was here. The girl with red hair handed breakfast to the protagonist and asked why he was walking around without clothes. Is he training? Chen replied that Uncle Halber would agree to teach him how to fight, so he came early to warm up and practice. Salely looked at the main character, who was holding a dumpling in his hand, and asked, did he take him as a student? The girl with red hair looked with delight and said it was great. She would love to see what abilities he would awaken. Chen, taking a bite of food, asked what kind of abilities. He's a support, isn't there other skills available to him? Salely opened her mouth and said of course. Support is simply a class given to him by a deity, and his own element will be determined based on his predisposition. Silhouettes of 3 people with elemental energy. The girl said that her element is fire, her grandfather's is thunder, Boban's is shadow, and all people have their own. The class only gives him the direction of development, and the element will determine itself. Chen stood with a serious look and thought that this is how. Now he is curious what he can awaken. The sky was overcast. The old man said that the deity of primordial chaos once endowed this world with various races, callings, and classes. The only thing they have in common is the elements. Albert stood with his eyes closed next to the protagonist and said that they are represented not only by those that can be seen and touched, like water, fire, thunder, earth, wood, but also by those that are hidden from view, light, and shadow. The market square was crowded with tents in which trade was taking place. The girl stood with a basket in her hands. This image illustrated the story that the world in which the heroine lived consisted of 5 continents, and now she was on the Latinea mainlands, which was one of the places gathering of people. She said that its calling card was trade and exchange of goods. Residents from various regions came here. On a rock near the volcanoes against the background of a red sky stood a scarlet dragon with a rider on its back. On the western side of Latinea was the continent of Megara, located on many volcanoes, which was the homeland of the dragon rider. In the cave, where there were ice crystals everywhere, there were fanged animals. This is an image of the northern winterland of Casancido, which was inhabited by giants and berserk monsters, and also contains many minerals. In the dark forest, many long-eared elves gathered, standing and casting spells among the trees. This is the eastern continent of Vergama, covered with forests, where elves with strong magic and huge beasts live. Strong, stocky men wearing safety glasses were casting hot metal into molds. This was the southern land of Chubatik, which was the residence of the dwarves who were famous for their skills in crafts and blacksmithing, and also this place was called the End of the World. Sayoli sat under a tree and, looking at the hero, said that rumors say that it is worth crossing the endless sea to get to the kingdom of the gods and gain endless power. Chen stood next to the girl, leaning on a tree, listening to her story that she used to think that these stories were just fairy tales, and when she found herself here she realized that it was true. The brunette sat down next to the girl who looked at him and said that the opportunity to find a temple in order to leave the desert is also not a legend. He promised the girl that they would definitely get out of here. The red-haired girl looked at him charmingly, straightening her hair with her hand, and agreed. Chen turned towards the voice, and the girl jumped to her feet, noticing her grandfather, who said that he did not expect them to arrive before him. Sayoli ran up to her grandfather, grabbing her hand, not understanding what he meant when he asked her to explain. The man looked at the hero. Albert put his hands behind his back and asked the student if he had warmed up before the fight. Chen looked at him directly and answered emphatically that yes. Clouds floated across the clear sky. The mentor said that one day the deity of primordial chaos endowed this world with various races, callings, and classes, and the only thing they had in common was the elements. The guy turned to the man who said that the elements are represented not only by those that can be seen and touched, for example, water, fire, thunder, wood, earth, but also those that are hidden from view, namely light and shadow. Albert closed his eyes and folded his palms in front of him, between which blue lightning bolts appeared, saying that in order to master the power of the elements, you need to activate your perception. He formed a symbol with his fingers and the power swirled around them. Blue marks spread from the man's palms in a circle, swirling around him. The man crouched down and placed his hand with a round seal of symbols on the ground, telling the student that in order to feel their flow, you need to feel their presence. Albert looked intently at the ground. Many lightning bolts appeared around his figure bent over the ground. The wind that rose from this brought fallen leaves and disheveled the brunette's hair. Next to the mentor on the ground, a round portal shone brightly. The man explained that the teleport would lead outside the desert to a settlement of animals. He discovered it by accident when he was hunting. Albert put his hand behind his back, grabbing the hilt of a large sword, the blade of which was wrapped with white tape. He said that this sword had been with him in all his battles for 10 years. The man handed the sword to the student, saying that if he could kill the king of beasts with this sword and bring him his head, the test would be passed. Chen extended his hand to the sword to take it away, and the man reminded that only by awakening the power of the elements, he would reveal the true power of the sword, with which he could kill the beast. Albert looked very seriously, saying that there was a chance that the guy would not be able to come back, so he needed to think carefully so as not to regret it later. Chen smiled when he heard this. He clutched the sword, smiling confidently, and replied that he would not regret it. The man watched the departing guy, who said that he would return back with the head of the beast. When Chen entered the teleporter and stood directly in the center of the circle, a notification appeared above him that a task called the King of Beasts had been received, which needed to be confirmed. The guy read it with concentration and replied that he confirmed it. The new notification said that the task had been accepted, and the countdown showed the remaining 72 hours. Albert saw a bright beam of light rise from the portal, carrying the guy. He watched gloomily and thought that the inhabitants of that place were extremely strong. Only by mastering the power of the elements could he defeat their leader, and strength comes from the perception of the outside world. A bright beam flew far upward, illuminating the desert sands. Among the large stones, surrounded by the light of the teleporter, stood the hero. He He left the circle, which began to go out with a hiss, and walked further, reasoning that this was the place where the task was being carried out. It was different from the desert. The guy's foot stepped on black sand, which he noticed, saying that the ground was black. He raised his head, saying that there was not a glimmer of light in the sky. He thoughtfully put a finger to his mouth, noting that there was a bad smell coming from the scattered bones. He threw away these thoughts, opening the system window with a list of equipment, and thought that his goal was to find a pack of animals. He opened his status window and gloomily looked to the side, thinking that with the current level it would be very difficult to defeat the boss. First he needed to figure out a way to raise it. Gray smoke appeared in the air. The guy looked at the system window, folding his arms on his chest, and a large red diamond hung above his head, from which red rays diverged to the sides, and the hero thought that he needed to start searching. He looked behind him, noticing a green tentacle-like thing reaching towards him. He jumped back sharply, shielding himself from the blow. After landing, he looked around, saying that the enemy was so fast that it was impossible to see. He looked at the attacker. The creature opened a large leathery wing with claws at the base. It swung a long tail from its huge clawed paws, which was taller than the hero. In place of the head, the creature had a huge vertical mouth with fangs, from which a red glow emanated, and around the mouth there were many thick green tentacles. It was level 20. Latinea's most mysterious monster. The monster raised its wings, scattering them through the air with a loud roar. The guy squeezed the hilt of the sword, thinking that even the devil of elemental power could still be killed with this sword. Let's see how he does it. Chen held the sword, drawing it from behind his back, and looked at the monster. He ran towards the monster, thinking that his level was constantly increasing. He was no longer a beginner. His hair fluttered from his fast run, his eyes burned with determination. The monster hissed, blasting him with air from its huge mouth. Chen quickly ran towards him and thought that no matter who his opponent was, there was no longer room for fear in his heart. He was replaced by the desire to fight. With a sharp movement of the sword, he cut off 2 tentacles at once, thinking that he would kill the beast, gain experience, increase the level, and continuously become stronger. The monster hit him from above with its tentacles, but the hero managed to dodge. The soul slid along the ground, stopping, and the guy quickly ran back to the monster. The tentacles glowed, heading towards the guy, but he quickly cut them off, thinking that the feeling of constantly becoming better after a victory is true pleasure. The guy thrust the blade into the guy's body with force. His eyes were blazing and his teeth were clenched from tension. Holding the handle tightly with one hand, he pressed it with force with the other, pushing, and then he grabbed the sword with both hands and twisted it. With a sharp, strong movement, he cut the monster, cutting it in half. The sword jumped out, and glowing green pieces fell around. Chen stood by the body of the defeated beast with a sword smeared in green blood. Next to him, a notification window was burning that 35,000 experience had been received. The level had been raised to 17 and 5 attribute points had been gained. He thought it wasn't easy. Suddenly, many more Datum appeared around, attacking him. Violet traces of blows cut through the air against the background of the night sky, accompanied by words again and again. The rock was cut by the force of the impact, leaving a purple mark. The guy zealously struck the rock with his sword many times, which was already all cut up. A guy in a bandage covering his mouth, with glowing eyes, hit the stone with force. The stone broke and scattered in different directions, surrounded by a purple glow. Boban frowned, breathing heavily, and thought how he could lose to him. He fell to his knees among the crushed stones, leaning on his sword from fatigue, and thought that even with the power of the elements he could not defeat the healer, whose power of attack frightens him to the point of trembling. He remembered Albert and thought that he had never seen him use that move. It seemed that even he had a hard time holding back that Chen guy. The foot stood on a stone. Boban looked forward, put his foot on the stone and leaned his hand on his knee, covered his mouth with his hand and thought. He turned around, removing the bandage from his face, and thought, who is he? The swift blow cut through the air with force, raising waves. A powerful blow hit the enemy. A notification appeared that Datam was defeated and the level was increased. With Chen's next blow, he cuts the monster in half, and the notification informs you of victory and a level increase. The following monsters were cut into pieces, and notifications showed that they were defeated and their level was increased. The guy flew at the monsters, holding a sword in front of him. The monster's head fell with a loud sound, and the system reported an increase in level. A system notification congratulated the player on reaching level 25 and reported that the number of unallocated points was 45 and access to the pharmacy was gained. Chen stood among the monster parts, lowering his sword, and read the notice, which asked if he wanted to spend 15 points to unlock the pharmacy. He wiped his face with his palm, thinking that he had spent so much effort getting up, and they were offering to spend 15 points, a real headache. The guy concentratedly poked his finger at the screen, thinking to himself that with such a cost system, the higher the level he rises, the more difficult it becomes for him. If he wants to buy something, the price will be higher each time. He believed, how much is needed to buy everything you need? 5 everyday plus 15 medicine, plus 30 weapons, plus 30 armor, plus 50 house, plus 70 equipment, plus 100. He counted 300 points in amazement. He put his fingers to his mouth thoughtfully, thinking that it was best to quickly accumulate the required number of levels to unlock high-level sections. But while he had to defeat the King of Beasts, it was worth spending points on medicine to survive. This was the best option. The system window showed a pharmacy section, where there were types of medicines for restoration, strengthening, raising skills, removing ability cooldown, acceleration. He fingered the menu, reading the information about the red vial of healing medicine, which, when mortally wounded, requires you to spend 8 points to instantly restore 50% of your health, and every second it will restore 300 health for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. A diamond-shaped bottle of healing medicine helped activate Crumb's Burning Tears for 10 points, plus 300% critical damage with ignite effect, duration 20 seconds, cooldown 20 minutes. An image of a mighty warrior appeared in his head, with disheveled hair surrounded by traces of blows. And the guy thought that this would be enough if he understands correctly. Then medicines can be used several times and they increase proportionally, which means the more health, the more they restore. Having 10,000 health in 10 seconds will restore 8,000. He will be invincible. The notification said that you need to unlock the pharmacy in order to buy Berserk Warriors. The next one congratulated you on unlocking the pharmacy and reported that you had spent 15 points. The notification said that Berserk Warriors was received 8 points. Notification that 2 points remain. The glass vial with the wavy cap shimmered red. The guy stood leaning on a stone and thought that now he had 2 lives and a lot of health. In the silence of the space there was a loud sound of a stomach rumbling, to which the guy put his hand. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, looking at the menu of the system with everyday goods, and thought that he had spent a lot of energy on murders. He needed to buy something to refresh himself. There were 2 points left that he could use for them. A wicker basket with several loaves of bread called 30 food product has the effect of reducing hunger, very beneficial. The guy was holding a basket of bread in his hands, chewing it and thinking that it was a bit tough and clearly not Saley steamed pies. The guy walked away, holding the bread in one hand and the basket in the other, thinking that 12 hours had passed, about 60 remained. An image of a map with marked locations appeared on the screen. The guy remembered that Albert said that the flock was in the northwest, apparently at this mark on the map. A reminder appeared nearby, about 45 unallocated points. The system asked to distribute them in a timely manner, after which changes were impossible. Chen looked thoughtfully at the system table, thinking that he really forgot, and wondered which attribute to add them to. He looked at his indicators on the screen and thought that it would be possible to pump up his strength and agility well. But he was critically short of mana and armor. If an ability appeared that spent mana, and it was not enough, this would greatly limit him. He remembered a huge monster with claws and thought that another problem was the lack of health, which affects the course of the battle. When he meets a strong opponent, he can die for a blow without having time to apply the medicine. The guy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking that the dilemma was just like in an exam in mathematics and physics, but here there was one attempt to do everything right. He frowned, thinking that he could pump up his attributes as much as he wanted. He just needed to choose the strategy that would be most useful to him in battle. His fingers quickly touched the screen. Choosing, the guy decided to add 15 to health, 15 points to strength, and distribute the remaining 15 between armor, mana, and agility, and if he managed to use Berserk Warriors, then it would be great. Chen walked forward, looking around seriously, deciding that now it was time to find the pack and complete the task. The sun illuminated the trees and the small house. Saley stood outside the house and asked her grandfather if he was sure that nothing would happen to Chen on his mission. A man was digging up the soil in a garden bed, and a red-haired girl stood nearby. He leaned on the instrument and replied that she should not worry, because there was a seal on the sword, and if the guy was in mortal danger, he would come to save him. The girl stood between the plowed beds and asked her grandfather why he insisted that the guy go there. Why didn't he tell her what was there? The man put his hoe on the ground. He looked at the girl, leaning on the shaft, and said that he had noticed this place while hunting. Then he simply turned away, waved his hand at her, leaving, and said that he needed to go to the suburbs and told her to cook him something to eat when he returned. The girl looked at him with displeasure and mentally called him a lover of freebies. Albert walked along a wide path among the trees. Feet in slippers walked on the ground, and the man thought that he knew that he would not be able to dissuade Chen from leaving here, but he wanted him to see the pack, to see that the world is not so rosy. He looked ahead gloomily, thinking that he didn't know why, because it was clear that the task was impossible to complete, but in his heart he hoped that he would be able to return with the head of the beast. He looked forward resolutely, thinking that then people would definitely believe in Chen and follow him. Then he confidently thought, so be it. Chen, meanwhile, walked along the ground, thinking that it was already the 3rd hour. He pulled his hood up and touched his chin, thinking that the lair must be somewhere close. Suddenly he heard cries for help and turned towards the sound. A girl with white hair was holding a small child in her arms, running and screaming for help. The guy quickly ran to her, wondering how the girl and the child ended up here, how they managed to get here. The girl hid behind the guy, grabbing his hand, asking for help, and he asked her not to be afraid and tell her what happened. The stranger was trembling, and the guy looked forward, listening to her words that there was a monster there and requests to save them. The sound of a heavy chain was heard. Smoke poured out of the nose of a huge red head with large fangs as it exhaled. It was two huge red giants with large clubs who were walking behind a stranger armed with a club. The girl was trembling behind Chen, looking at them. Several huge monsters with metal masks over their eyes walked forward and screamed. These are beast-like monsters from the Latinea desert. They have incredible destructive power and a huge amount of HP, and they are also clumsy tanks. Between them stood a smaller monster with a club in his hand and large fangs protruding from his mouth. This is a level 40 Ratchadler Beastman Barbarian. He subdues low-intelligence Latinea desert creatures, can summon and control giant monsters, and direct their attacks. Chen, looking at him, asked if this was a beastman. With a stern look, he put his hand behind his back to take the sword, and with the other blocked the girl and the child, and thought that the level of Ratchadler was much higher than the monsters he fought with before, and besides, there were also monsters with intelligence with him like those robbers. Holding the blade with one hand to his head, he looked at them and thought that there was good news. The appearance of the beastman could mean that the lair of monsters was very close. Without lowering his sword, he looked back at the girl hugging her son and wondered how they got here. Was it really with the help of a teleport, just like him? The woman closed her eyes in fear and shook, hugging her son. The hero looked at them again. Ratchadler raised his club in front of him and told the giants that they would now have a good snack, after which they rushed straight at Chen, who took a stance. With a distraught look, the monster ordered them to tear these insignificant worms into small pieces. The next moment, Chen flew his foot into the giant's face with terrifying force. The guy swung his sword. While in the air, he struck several times with his blade. The guy's sword cut the metal mask on the monster's head and hit his hump. The giant wanted to grab the young man, but he pushed away from his hands and jumped away. Chen delivered another blow that raised clouds of dust. The monster was in a thick cloud. Deep cuts were visible on its body. A woman and a boy watched from behind a stone as the giant rolled on the ground after being hit by the guy. They watched in shock what was happening. Chen landed with his sword in his outstretched hand. Looking towards the giant, he thought that after increasing his level he had become much stronger. Ratchadler timidly looked back at the guy standing in front of the lying giant. He pointed at Chen and shouted at the second monster to finish him off. A giant with a split helmet lay in a pool of blood with his mouth open. The second giant looked at him silently, sweat forming on his face. Suddenly he began to run away from there, and Ratchadler looked back at him angrily, shouting that he was doing this. After which, he, raising his club, shouted after him to get lost, that they were both simply useless, so that they would not think that he could not cope without them and so that they would watch him deal with the guy alone. Suddenly the end of the blade was pointed at his neck. The monster looked at him in fear. Chen, taking off his hood, held the sword in his outstretched hand and told him to drop the club and not move if he did not want to lose his head. The guy took a step towards him. The beast man threw down his club, staggering back, and Chen asked him why he was pursuing the woman and child. The orc said loudly that he was a faithful servant of the god of these lands, and if he killed him, then God's punishment would overtake him. Chen hit him in the face with the handle of his sword. The monster's face was bleeding. He grimaced in pain. Pointing the sword at Ratchadler again, the guy with a stern look said that next time he would strike with the blade and asked where the monster's lair was. The beast man, with a downcast look, pointed to a rock in the distance and timidly said that it was there. Chen, looking at the mountain, began to think out loud that it seems he is not lying. It looks like a place that is marked on the map, and the lair should be on that black mountain. The orc noticed that the guy had lowered his guard. He took off and ran to the mother and son hiding behind the stones. The guy just looked after him. He grabbed people hostage and, sticking out his tongue with a distraught look, told the guy that he so wanted to protect these pathetic worms and that he should watch as he twisted their little necks and sucked out all the blood. He closed his jaw, a red aura enveloped him, and he said that he would now show him his strength. The hero quickly moved from his place, looking at him. Chen and another guy swung their legs at the orc's head with incredible speed. The monster began to look back at them one by one. The image of his funeral portrait arose in his imagination. The next moment, the guys squeezed the orc's head from both sides with terrifying force. Ratchadler spun in the air. The guys stood over the hostages, holding their feet up, and the monster fell not far from them. Chen, frowning, looked at the other fighter. He had blonde hair and red eyes. He looked at the hero with a slight smile and said that he was not bad. After a short time, a green-haired girl appeared with the guy, helping the woman get up, and a boy in a hood. The guys stood behind them. Chen asked him who they were and how they got here. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest and said that 3 days ago he and the guys suddenly found themselves here, and almost immediately they were attacked by orcs, and that during the battle the monster took their comrade, and he was following in his footsteps and unexpectedly met them. People stood behind the guy. He extended his hand to Chen with a smile and said that his name was Bros and that he was a warrior. The boy in the hood was called Faloga. He is an assassin. The green-haired girl was a healer. Her name was Rachel. The hero shook the hand extended to him and introduced himself in response. Bros furrowed his eyebrows and asked if he knew why they suddenly moved here. Chen turned to the monster, kneeling and shaking, and said that he didn't know this either, but the orc must know something. Ratchetler rested his hands on the ground and quietly said that they attacked so unexpectedly, and that these insignificant creatures are very insidious. He looked back angrily and thought that sooner or later he would kill them all. Suddenly he noticed that people surrounded him and timidly asked what they were up to. He grabbed his head, rested it on the ground and said that they were just pathetic insects who were fit to become someone's dinner, and how dare they treat God so disrespectfully and attack his servant. Then he shouted that God will punish of all. Chen stuck his blade next to him and called him by name. The orc looked up at him and asked himself how he knew his name. The guy knelt down, leaned his elbows on the sword and said that he had a few questions for him. Looking at the monster, he added that if he didn't want to die, then he should be a good boy and answer him. Rachel stroked the child's head while Faloga tied the monster's hands while Bros and Chen watched. When the boy finished, the blonde said that they would immediately go to the monster's lair. An almost clear purple sky illuminated the area, and Ratchetler asked them to believe him because he was telling the truth. Chen listened to him silently, and the orc continued to say that he had already told them everything he knew. Ratchetler looked pitiful, there was blood on his face, and he added that he does not have such a high status in the tribe, and what he doesn't know is that their god sends people like them here to become their food, and that he simply follows the will of God and protects this territory. Suddenly something disturbed Chen's peace. He frowned. Also, a strange sensation flashed across the group standing nearby. A huge castle stood in the pouring rain. There was fog all around. This is the city of Delk. Someone's voice broke the silence. He turned to Wu Dulei and asked if he was crazy. The large hall was lit by candles in a golden candelabrum. On a small podium there were thrones, on them there were people in cloaks, and in front of them stood Albert with a shield behind his back. One of the people on the throne sat without a hood, crossing his legs, and told the man that many years had passed, but he was still naive, adding that, let's say, someone would find this temple, after which he asked what would happen next. His name was Hicks, a wind elemental mage. He continued to say that they still couldn't defeat his guards, and he kept relying on a boy who didn't even have basic abilities. The old man listened to him silently. Hicks added that, in addition, he himself knew what happens if you incur the wrath of God, that civilians would be in danger, and that it would be better for him to go to the lair of monsters and kill the boy. The magician frowned and said that after this he should repent and beg for forgiveness from God. Albert said that this was funny and asked the man if he wanted to say that to their god they were all just insects that could be killed whenever they wanted. These words outraged Hicks. The old man sternly added that he would give the life of his unsuspecting comrades in exchange for what they call peace, and yet the people consider them heroes. He frowned, and then continued to say that he was great at passing off his shortcomings as advantages and moving forward without looking back at the cemetery left behind him. Hicks became angrily indignant at what was said. He raised his hand in rage and began to gather energy, preparing to strike. The magician aimed green projectiles at the old man, shouting that now he himself would punish him instead of God. Albert did not move. The old man with a calm face used a thunder shield and stopped Hicks' attack. A spark appeared from his eyes. The man's charges dissipated in the next moment. The remains of green energy fell onto the floor. The men stood opposite each other. Hicks, not expecting this, looked at the old man in shock. Auerbet turned around and, putting on his hat, told him that he was not happy with a world built on the bones of others, and that he would take up arms again to continue to find a way to get out of there and protect all those innocent people. The old man looked sternly straight ahead and thought that he would oppose those who are not called gods. Hicks spread his arms out in anger, an aura enveloped him and he shouted at Albert not to underestimate him. The hooded man put his hand forward and ordered Hicks to stop. The magician turned around in surprise, stopping the attack. He looked angrily after the old man. Looking at the high mountain, Chen thought that these people were sent to Latinea to feed the monsters. And if you look at the situation from the perspective of an ordinary player who does not care about the NPCs, then this is just part of the game's lore. The hero stood on the ledge with a sword behind his back and continued to think that here he met grandfather Albert, Saley and these guys, and now he understands that he no longer perceives this world as a game. The guy looked into the distance, frowning, and thought that they were all living people for him, and not some NPCs that could be sacrificed for fun, and he couldn't stay away. He needed to find the Kebli temple and get them all out of there. A silhouette of a god appeared in his imagination, and he thought that once in the library he read a book on Egyptian mythology and learned that Kebli is one of the incarnations of the god Ration, the strongest of the great in need of Egypt. But why was such a strong god locked up here? And, besides, Ratchedler said that he was ordered to guard this place. Is the Kebli temple really located next to the lair of monsters? Chen opened the window with the map, continuing to think that the temple is exactly in the other direction. But what is the orc guarding? Is there really another god locked here? The guy was called out by Bros, to which he turned around. The blonde waved his hand with a smile, saying that they were ready and able to go to the lair of monsters. Looking at the guy, Chen smiled slightly. Step by step, the hero walked forward and thought that it was unknown what monsters they would encounter on the way to this lair. He looked sternly in front of him. The blonde said that it was still relatively safe here. He stood between Chen and Rachel and pointed at the girl, saying that although she was a healer, she could also create magical barriers and enhance elemental abilities, so let her stay here and take care of the two rescued. The girl with a serious expression said that she could protect them and would wait for the heroes to return. Looking at the guys and the orc, Bros said that they would immediately go to the lair of monsters. Ratchedler, with horror on his face, said that he advised them not to go there, and that they would simply be devoured by stronger orcs, adding that they should not say later that he did not warn them. Chen walked past him with a calm face and sarcastically asked if he was afraid that he would be eaten with them. The monster shouted angrily that he was not some kind of coward. Bros pulled the rope tied to his hands. Chen went ahead of the group, and the blonde pulled the orc and said that they shouldn't waste time talking, and the monster, in a trembling voice, asked if they were tired of living, adding that they were just looking for death, and offered to agree that he would wait for them outside, and promised nowhere not to run away, after which, asking if they had even a drop of sympathy, he began to beg to let him go. Blue torches illuminated the space. A huge hall with a throne and a huge skull on a pedestal was strewn with human bones, and monsters were boiling human parts in a cauldron. 4 monsters were carrying a large cage with people locked in it. Having placed it on the ground in front of the throne, they knelt down, and one of them said that this is all that they managed to catch today, and they are waiting for further instructions. The leader looked at them angrily. Suddenly the cage broke into pieces. The gaze of the frightened monster, covered in ice, looked ahead. They all froze in horror, frozen in place. One of the people sitting in the cage stood holding his hand, shrouded in an aura, in front of him, and said that people should not be afraid because he is a great magician and he will get them out of there. He shouted that if there were still heroes among them, then let them unite and kill these monsters. More heroes appeared from the crowd, an old man with blades, a man with an axe, and a girl with a staff. The young magician looked angrily at the orcs, thinking how many innocent people had died because of the leader and that this was unforgivable. He spread his arms out in rage, his clothes flying due to his aura, and shouted that he would pay for this. He launched hundreds of ice storm blades at the monster leader. The charges were aimed at high speed at the monster sitting on the throne. Without even moving, he used his shield and stopped the guy's entire attack. The magician looked at what happened in shock. Suddenly, he was enveloped in a green aura and lifted into the air. People all around looked at him in surprise. His body trembled in the air, his arms spread to the sides, and his legs bent at the knees. The heroes watched him spin in the air in unnatural positions and exclaimed, asking what was happening. The magician's eyes glowed and his mouth opened wide, green lightning circling around his head. The leader held his hand, shrouded in aura, in front of him and looked at him with frowning eyes. The guy's eyes turned scarlet and were ready to jump out of their sockets, and blood gushed from his nose. In an instant, the magician was crushed in the air and blood gushed onto the people standing nearby. The heroes, splashed with blood, trembled in horror looking at this. The leader tilted his head to the side and lowered it onto his hand, looking at the people. This is the king of monsters, Suno. A powerful kick from Bros knocked the green monster back, sending out a red shockwave around it. Fuloga created a huge hand from the ground, which grabbed and squeezed the other monster. Chen watched the battle with his hand on the sword that was behind his back. The green monster opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly. A lightning strike from Chen's sword, and the monster was cut open, blood spraying out. Another monster flew many meters and crashed to the ground next to its relative. The dark elf opened his mouth in surprise, watching this and wondering if they were really that strong. Chen slid along the ground and spread his arms, maintaining his balance, and the desert resident thought that this boy seemed to have become stronger since their first meeting. The guy put the sword back behind his back, and the monster wondered who he even was. The hero stood surrounded by the bodies of enemies and thought that the closer they get to the lair, the greater the number of monsters, and their combat power is also gradually increasing. The guy opened the menu and looked at it, thinking that even though his level was reset, the experience required to advance to the next level remained the same and matched his previous level. He looked thoughtfully at the information and thought that these monsters pump up experience well, but the rate of increase in his game level is rapidly falling and he needs to speed up. The guy turned to the approaching Bros, who asked if he was still used to their combat power. The blonde looked at the defeated enemies and said that despite the fact that they are quite slow, it takes a lot of effort to destroy them. In truth, this is the first time he has seen a person who defeats them so easily without possessing the power of the elements. The brunette watched as his interlocutor smiled, saying that his skills were truly admirable. Ross smiled and nodded confidently when he said that if they got out, Chen should join F equals his guild. The hero looked at him and asked again, what kind of guild? The blonde came up and threw his hand on his shoulder in a friendly way, winking and saying that they have such beauties in the guild. If the guy joins, he will introduce him to them because he probably likes older girls, and the guy chuckled in response that he doesn't have ideas of what he is talking about. Ross winced and blushed in confusion when Faloga, who came up behind him, asked him if he said that he was the only member of the guild. Chen threw someone else's hand off his shoulder, and Ross gloomily asked his comrade what he was saying, having received the answer that he himself said so, and hastened to assure the guy that his comrade was joking, and with a chuckle suggested that they hurry up and look for the lair. The guy in the hood pointed his finger forward and said that it looked like there was an entrance. The others took notice and looked seriously at where he was pointing. The guys approached the entrance to a huge cave, in the depths of which a bright light appeared. The brunette turned to La Zidola and asked if the entrance was here. He turned around and saw that the monster was not next to them. Ross stood with his hands on his hips and grunted that apparently he was scared of them and ran away. With a loud stomp, the out-of-breath goblin ran, breathing heavily. He grinned wickedly, thinking that he needed to hurry up and report everything to the king, maybe then he would even reward him. The players walked deeper into the cave, closer to the light, saying that this is it. Ross leaned his hand on the roof of the cave in front of the others, saying that, judging by the smell, this was definitely their lair, and it seemed that the goblin was not lying. The blonde looked ahead and called for the others to move forward. Torches burned with blue fire on the walls of the cave. The guys moved forward, and skulls and bones lay on the floor of the cave. The blonde looked around and said that it was strange that they had been walking for so long, but still had not met a single monster. They stopped and Chen said to see what was ahead. The cave was divided into 3 more, the entrances to which mysteriously darkened ahead. Ross looked at this and said that it looked like they would have to split up. He took the guy's hand and drew a fire symbol on his palm, saying that this is the path of fire. The brunette looked at the palm, listening that when they separated, each would go through their own tunnel, and if one of them found answers or stumbled upon danger, a spell must be cast and the other 2 would teleport to him. Ross approached the entrance to one of the tunnels, pointing with his hand, and said that he would go into the tunnel on the left, Faloga in the right, and Chen in the central one. He looked at the others who had already reached their entrances and reminded them to recite the spell he had told them if they encountered danger. The cave was lit with torches, and the players each entered their own tunnel. Chen ran forward through the unlit cave. He looked around and thought that he needed to level up, but as luck would have it, there weren't a single monster here. What should he do? He slowed down at the passage, after which the tunnel widened. He looked there carefully. On the floor at the paws of some monster lay the body of a girl. A level 47 scavenger vampire stood next to her, eating meat from her hand. Several of these monsters gathered around the body, and they ate with slurping sounds. One of the creatures turned around and looked at the guy with red eyes. While he thought that the creatures abandoned by both God and the devil have a powerful bite force, and are also afraid of sunlight, they are social creatures that can rarely be found alone. The guy reached for the sword behind his back, thinking, what the hell is this? There were elevations in the cave, into the depths of which passages were dug, and scavenger vampires crawled out everywhere, sensing a person. They all looked at him with glowing red eyes and growled, their fanged mouths wide open. On the platform near the throne, a goblin fell to his knees and addressed Lord Sunil sitting on the throne. The goblin sat by the stairs, bowed his head, and said that 3 insects broke through here, but fell into a trap. The king of beasts sat on a throne near a burning torch and listened gloomily that most likely they had already been torn to pieces by scavenger vampires. With a loud cry, the vampire attacked, putting forward his paws with huge sharp claws curved like daggers. Chen didn't look at him, slashed with his sword, leaving a glowing trail, and thought that the combat power of the scavengers was not high, but their number was an excellent chance to gain experience. The guy attacked the monsters, throwing them around, slipped under them, cutting them, and the system notification reported that 10 scavenger vampires had been destroyed and 20,000 experience points had been gained. The guy was spinning around, cutting monsters, moving quickly, and thought that it was exhausting to have to kill them one by one. He forcefully cut the monster in half with a sharp movement. The system reported 30 killed vampires and 60,000 experience, and the guy thought that the experience required to increase the level had already increased, so he needed to hurry up and finish here. Chen flew at the vampire from above, hitting him with his sword and throwing him to the ground. The system reported that 100 scavenger vampires were defeated, 200,000 experience was gained. The notification lit up brightly and said that the number of scavengers that were destroyed had reached 99. The guy had reached level 14, his hidden level was 50, based on the distribution of points and fighting style, reached 3 class skills. The next notification contained information that the class skill Punishing Light had been achieved, price 100 PM. Restoration of 500 PM when dealing 500 points of damage to all enemies within a radius of 3 meters, recharge 3 minutes, does not restore armor and magic shield. The red notification reported that the class skill Sacred Strike had been achieved, price 100 MP, instantly attacks enemies within a radius of 5 meters, causes up to 60% damage, restores up to 5% HP from the damage dealt, reload time 4 minutes. The blue notification reported that the class skill Divine Blessing had been achieved, price 70 MP, dispels all negative effects and increases speed to 20% for 40 seconds. 3% of MP will be restored as monsters are destroyed in a given period of time, recharge 2 minutes. The system said that a guy could choose 2 skills. The guy looked at the notifications, thinking that if you need to choose 2 skills out of 3, it would be difficult to make a choice based only on the above. He looked thoughtfully at the skill cards and thought that Divine Blessing and Punishing Light complemented each other perfectly, while Holy Strike and Divine Blessing gave double the HP recovery effect. Cards with descriptions of skills hung in the air, and the guy thought that in any case, all these skills were designed for close combat with the possibility of recovery. Using the Divine Blessing to increase speed and the ability to get closer to the enemy, he would be able to use Punishing Light or a Holy Blow. He extended his hand, touching the cards with his finger to make a choice, and thought that considering the attack range, the Punishing Light is quite short. If there are not enough enemies around, it will hardly restore HP, so this is not the best choice. He looked seriously, making a choice and analyzing, and thought that then a Divine Blessing and a Sacred Blow remained. The system notified that the class skill Divine Blessing had been achieved and the Sacred Blow had been successfully selected, abandoning the Punishing Light. The guy removed his hand from the selection menu and thought, I wonder how Bros and Faloga are coping, and if they are okay. He figured that if there are no signs on the seal, then they must be okay. Snarling vampires appeared from the depths of the caves, rushing at the guy. He ran into the fight, thinking he could continue. A loud growl was heard from the recess in the tunnel. Bros raised his leg, and then brought it down to the ground with force, causing cracks to appear in a circle around it, lighting up from the use of the Infernal Inferno spell. The vampires screamed as they caught fire. The guy removed his foot from the seal. The sound of music came. The guy listened and wondered what kind of sound or song this was. The monsters turned away from him, also turning their heads towards the sound. In the darkness of the tunnel, a female figure was approaching the guy. Bare feet in torn stockings and shackles with broken chains stomped on the ground, and the girl sang as she approached. She had long purple hair, and instead of a human hand there was a huge clawed dark paw. The stranger was practically naked. Her eyes were blindfolded with a similar rag as her body. She sang, stopping nearby. Ross looked and turned to her, asking if she controls these monsters and orders them to attack them, and then promised the girl to turn her into ashes. The stranger stopped singing and grinned. The ground cracked with a roar and a purple light appeared from the crack. From there came out many black ghostly hands that flexibly wriggled, clasping the body of the surprised guy. He clenched his teeth, trying to escape, but could not move, thinking that it was all because of the song. Bros looked down in shock. He looked at the girl who had crept up and leaned towards him and asked what she was doing. He pulled away from the monster, who stuck out her long tongue from her wide mouth and said with satisfaction that she had not had such tasty prey for a long time. She ran a sharp claw across the guy's abs, scratching him through his clothes until he bled. A black hand covered the guy's mouth, covering his face. The monster pressed himself, saying that he wanted to prolong the pleasure, and the guy tried to break free and thought that he was really going to die here. The brunette rushed towards them with eyes glowing with determination. Purple blood splashed. The female monster screamed in pain, losing both her arms. Bros looked on in shock as the black hand that was holding him disappeared into thin air. Chen stood in front of him with a bloody sword, saying that he barely made it, and asking how long would he stand there. The monster grimaced with displeasure and asked where Dakar was. Why didn't he finish him off? The guy threw something at her and asked what she was talking about. A severed head fell to the floor at the monster's feet. She looked at the head of the screaming monster under her feet, and the guy said that he might be stronger than the other monsters, but it was still not enough. The woman ground her teeth. The sound of her singing echoed throughout the cave. Bros extended his hand to the guy, saying that he would not allow her to sing, but did not have time to finish. Chen was surrounded by the magical music of the sorceress's song, which had the effect of paralysis. The sorceress opened her toothy mouth wide, stuck out her tongue and sang loudly, saying that now they would both die, but fell silent mid-sentence. She closed her mouth in shock, and then her head was cut off from Chen's body, who quickly applied the divine blessing. He flew past the monster and asked if she thought she was just terrible at singing. Bros looked at this and grinned, thinking he was strong. He looked down. Chen also noticed. The guy extended his palm, on which a fire seal was glowing, because Faloga was in danger. A huge stream of fire came out of the big snake's mouth. It was a level 55 hell python, an ominous creature that lives in hell. Its body is shrouded in fire, and it uses fire attacks. The guy held back the flow of fire, forcing it to spread to the sides. Faloga clenched his teeth from tension, putting his hands forward, and thought that the distance was too great to hit the snake. All he could do was hold back the attacks, and it was impossible to kill the python. The ground became hot and cracked. The guy in the hood exclaimed that no. A huge volley of fire threw him back. Faloga hit his back against the cave wall behind him. The force of the blow caused blood to escape from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground at the roof of the cave. His eyes reflected the open mouth of a hellish python. The guy thought, is this really how it will all end? The snake was quickly approaching, its mouth open with huge fangs. Suddenly Chen appeared in front of him, blocking his partner. He swung his sword, looking at the monster with flaming eyes. Lightning bolts ran through the body of the dissected python. He screamed, struck by the blow of the sword. The python fell with a crash, smashing the stones around it with its carcass. The guy stood with his hair flying because of the wind that had picked up the python that had fallen on the stones. Faloga sat against the wall behind. Chen turned to him and apologized for being a little late. The hooded guy was breathing heavily, looking at him and thinking that he was strong. Ross extended his hand to the guy, saying that if he and Chen both fell into traps, then this tunnel is the only true path to the monster's lair. Faloga turned around, looking at the guy, and said his name. The blonde helped his friend get up, lifting him up, and asked if he was okay, to which he received the answer that he was okay and it wasn't time to die yet. He stood nearby and said that this giant snake is very strong. The magician has never seen anything like it. Ross gritted his teeth as he heard his partner say that if they encountered a monster king like him, he would probably die first. Chen, without looking at them, replied that it would not be the king who would kill him, but his own fear. Ross looked at him, but Faloga did not raise his head. The brunette continued, looking seriously that, trembling with fear on the battlefield, he was only approaching death, and this is just one king. When they leave the desert, who knows what creatures they will meet on the way. He frowned, saying that for the sake of his comrades and common freedom. Chen stood next to the others and resolutely continued that he would fight until his last breath and would not give up until the very end. Suddenly the snake raised its head from the ground. He stood up, glowing and looking at the players. Chen looked at him and shouted for them to destroy these creatures together. The guys rushed into battle, drawing a sword, preparing magic and strength. The blonde ran forward, saying that he would take care of the kite. He jumped up, putting his leg forward to strike, and called out to the snake, telling him to look here. The blow struck the carcass with force. The snake rose higher, and a fire began in the depths of its open mouth. Ross barely managed to dodge a huge stream of fire next to him. Faloga stretched out his trembling hand and thought that he must prepare to release his power. He gritted his teeth and stretched his arms out, thinking that he couldn't become a burden to everyone again. This time he would do his best. A glowing whirlwind appeared around his palm as the guy shouted the words of the spell. A huge stone hand with beads wrapped around it rushed towards the snake. The hand grabbed the python by the throat, squeezing. Ross shouted, calling Chen. He listened intently. Then he jumped from the dais. His hands clutched the sword raised above his head. A guy with a sword in his hands flew at the monster from above. Landing, he forcefully plunged the blade into the snake's head. The weapon pierced the scaly skin. The guy stood on the head of the snake, and the system notification reported that the fire armor of the hell python was damaged by 20%. Chen took out his sword and raised it again over the beast. The force of the impact spread a bright glow around. The guy concentratedly chopped down the python, and the system reported that the armor was damaged by 30%, then by 50%. The sword penetrated the armor, revealing pink skin, and the system notification stated that the hell python's fire armor was 80% damaged. The serpent screamed, raising his head as the system reported that the armor was 10% damaged and completely destroyed. The brunette held the sword with both hands, standing on the monster's head. He screamed, his eyes blazing with fire. Sticking his sword in, the guy ran over the snake's body. Pieces of armor flew off, and the guy cut the monster's body lengthwise. Finally, he landed on the floor of the cave, the serpent's blood dripping in his wake. Chen put the sword behind his back, and the python behind him squirmed, bleeding. His teammates looked at him. Ross clenched his fist and said, "Keep it up." The defeated python screamed and caught fire. The system reported that the hellish python was destroyed. 200,000 experience was gained. The new system notification stated that for destroying the hidden boss, the hidden equipment was obtained: fire gloves, plus 15 durability, plus 15 strength, plus 10 magic, plus 35 attack damage. Durability 100 out of 100, no special abilities. Fire elemental gloves made from hellish flames, used by the Phantom General Higgsley, are one of the best sports equipment. Chen carefully read the description of the new gloves and thought that with such equipment he had every chance to increase his levels by several points. The system asked if he wanted to accept the equipment. The guy chose, and a black glove with red ribbons with signs appeared on his hand. The glove had spikes and claws. The system reported that equipment, fire gloves, had been received. At the system's suggestion, the guy hid their presence, and Bros looked back at him and thought that even though they were only separated by a few hours, this guy looked like he had undergone an incredible transformation. What happened there? Chen clutched his wrist with his hand while the blonde wondered what he was. The passage of the tunnel was getting dark. Everyone noticed the sound and turned there. A goblin's head appeared from the tunnel. Chen and Bros quickly looked at each other. At the same time, they jumped up and kicked the goblin. An image appeared of a wrinkled goblin with a bruise on his eye in a black mourning frame with a daisy. With a loud scream, the monster flew far back. The brunette turned away, and the blonde turned to La Idola, saying that he had caught their eye in vain. The goblin rose from the ground, putting his palm to his chest and asked not to hit, saying that he was lost because the king most likely activated traps. Bros indignantly asked what they were talking about, and Chen thought, looking at him, that the traps were not surprising because they did not encounter the simplest monsters. The goblin stood up and, brushing himself off, said that the guys were very lucky to still be alive. At these words, the blonde kicked him, shouting so that he wouldn't jinx him, ordered him to show the way, and then they might let him go. To which the monster began to cry that he would tell him, because he knew where to go. The entrance was right there. A black gate appeared ahead, blocking the further path in the cave. The goblin stood in front of them, and Bros told him that if he did any trick, he would be nailed on the spot. The goblin gave the command to open the gate. A blue image, similar to a coat of arms, lit up on the gate. Surrounded by smoke, the gates opened. The players looked at the opening gates, and it was noticeable how huge they were. On the surface there was a downpour with a thunderstorm, lightning cut through the sky. Albert looked out the window at the frequent drops of rain. He stood in the room in front of the closet. The man's hands grabbed the handles on the closet doors and opened them. Albert looked inside. The closet contained armor with bracers and leg protection. Suddenly the voice of Boban, standing at the door, was heard behind him, who said that despite all the doubts, the man still decided to open this room. He looked up thoughtfully, remembering that as a child he had never allowed him or his granddaughter to come close to this room, and he always wondered what was there. And it turned out to be his battle armor. Albert looked at the guy, who assumed that what was actually sealed was the man's desire to escape, and asked himself how the guy got here without him even noticing. Boban entered the room and said that he heard that the man was gathering a team to escape from the desert. There was a high chance that they would stumble upon the monster that killed his parents. Every time he trained, he waited for a moment like this. The guy frowned and said that he wanted to join the team, and asked if the man was going to dissuade him this time. In the cave, the guys followed the goblin along the torchlit path, and Bros told him not to try to do anything again. The blonde pinned the goblin's head with his elbow, strangling him, and said that he would just try and he would be finished, to which the goblin said that he didn't even intend to. In a straight line there was a large hall and the king was there. Chen turned to him gloomily and asked if he knew where the people brought here by the monsters were imprisoned. The goblin, under the gaze of the guys, replied that, of course, he knows, because he is familiar with this place. The blonde released the monster, who leaned over, trying to catch his breath, and the brunette turned to Bros, saying that when Faloga gets into the Great Hall, they need to order La Idola to take them into custody in order to save their comrades. The blonde turned to the hooded friend and asked if the guy thought they would blame it all on him alone. He shouldn't be arrogant just because he saved them, because he's not as strong as he thinks. Chen closed his eyes, denying, but did not have time to finish. He was interrupted by several red warning notifications. The system reported that the presence of an unknown boss was detected nearby. Based on the guy's performance, the chance of survival is 10%. Is he willing to accept the mission? The guy gloomily read this and thought that it was only 10%, although he increased his level as best he could, and even without reaching the power of the elements, the chances of completing this mission were too small. Faloga turned to the thoughtful brunette and asked him what the problem was. Without turning to his comrades, he replied that he did not want to drag innocent people into this, so as soon as they entered the main hall, they had to save people and run away, and he would take on the boss. Chen looked back after hearing that there was no way. Bros put his hands in his pockets and confidently said that he would never allow his comrade to get into trouble alone, sitting on the sidelines. The brunette turned to him and said that that monster was not as simple as they might have expected and the chance of victory was only 10%. The blonde frowned and asked, so what if he had not come to their aid recently? They would already be dead. Even if the chances are slim, he will not escape. He asked Faloga if he agreed with him, to which the guy agreed nodded. Chen looked at them. He remembered his younger self, then his kendo form, and then imagined himself as a player now, and thought that as a child in school or in kendo classes, he always solved his problems alone. Although there were no difficult trials in his life, he inevitably felt loneliness. The wind ruffled the guy's hair, and he thought that now he saw that he was no longer alone. The goblin pointed his finger, pointing forward, and said that the main hall should remain in a straight line, and he would stay here and guard them, and he himself thought that it would be better if the king simply killed him. The guys looked where the goblin was pointing. They stood not far from the gate, on either side of which there were lighted torches. Chen and Bros looked at each other, the brunette nodded, and the goblin continued to whine that if they want to die, then please, but he should not be involved. At the top of the gate there was a sculpture of a monster's head. It was opened, and the guys went inside. They found themselves inside a gloomy corridor, at the top of which there were sharp spikes. As a result, they entered a large hall, where an empty throne stood on a raised platform in the form of a staircase. Ross looked around, and Chen, standing in front, thought, "What kind of surprises are there again? Why is no one here?" He turned to the goblin and asked if he was the one who said that the king was sitting right here, to which the goblin became worried and replied that he did not understand what was happening. "Usually there are a lot of guards here. It is not clear where everyone went." A rumble was heard from the gate, and the partition began to slowly lower. The brunette turned to the blonde with a frown. The door slammed. Everyone turned to her, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly, Faloga screamed, surrounded by a greenish aura. He began to rise into the air until everyone understood what was happening. The guys looked at him in shock. Chen followed the beam that engulfed his friend and turned in the direction from which it came. On the throne, with his head resting on his hand, sat the king of monsters, level 85 Finire, with a beam stretching from the finger with which he pointed forward towards the guy. Suddenly, Faloga coughed up blood. Chen looked at the king of monsters angrily. From how abruptly he took off, a piece of earth trailed behind his soul. The brunette quickly ran towards the enemy, cutting through the air. He jumped, raising the sword he held with both hands over his opponent. He struck, but the sword collided with the green, impenetrable barrier surrounding the throne. The guy pressed harder with his sword. The barrier cracked, but did not give in. At the monster's touch, symbols flowed across the barrier. Bouncing off the dome, Chen flew far back. At this time, the green aura holding Faloga disappeared, and the guy flew to the ground head down while Bros ran towards him. Falling to his knees and sliding them along the ground, the blonde managed to catch his friend. He held the guy in his arms, asking how he was, but his friend remained silent. Chen turned around, looking at the throne, and thought, when did the monster even appear there? The king of the monsters smiled, showing his fangs and looking at him without fear, and the guy thought about how he had just easily neutralized his attack. Faloga closed his palms. Bros looked down on him and told him not to overdo it like that. The guy with purple hair glowed with yellow energy and said everything was fine. He can continue. A large axe appeared from the ground under Bros. The guy with yellow hair began to slide over the weapon. King Finire was behind the barrier. Bros pushed away from the giant axe. The guy did a somersault in the air, then straightened up for a powerful blow. Faloga waved his hand away. The giant axe and Bros hit the boss's barrier. The monster sat with a serious face. Suddenly, Chen appeared behind the monster's throne. The protagonist's eyes glowed blue and he dealt a crushing blow. A powerful shockwave was generated from 3 powerful attacks, but all 3 attacks did not destroy the barrier. Chen looked at the barrier and did not understand what it was. King Finire smiled. His hands began to flow green. The main character looked with wide open eyes. Green light fell on the face of the surprised Bros. King Finire delivered a powerful green strike. A guy with yellow hair stood on the barrier. He was then thrown towards Faloga, who was coughing up blood. Chen defended himself from the attack using his sword. The monster in the red bandana raised his hand and shouted that the king was cool. The main character stood with a serious look and thought that the boss had terrifying power. 2 partners stood holding their left hands. Kem turned to them and asked if they were okay. The team responded that everything was fine. The main character looked down and thought, what kind of power is this? How to defeat him? The entire protagonist team turned towards the boss, who began to laugh. King Finire covered his face as he couldn't stop laughing. But after a second, the boss looked at them with a terrifying look and said that they were bugs, just weaklings. Let's play with them a little more and we can finish here. King Finire stood in the smoke and his eyes began to glow green. The entire Chen team began to look towards the throne, from where the boss suddenly disappeared. The main character began to look around and think, where did he disappear to? Is this his ability? Suddenly, what attracted the attention of the protagonist? King Finire flew at lightning speed towards Bros. A terrifying boss appeared in front of the yellow-haired guy, glowing with energy. Bros looked at him, gritting his teeth. King Finire hit the guy in the stomach. The boss stood and watched as the guy with yellow hair held his stomach and coughed up blood. Bros looked at him with clenched teeth, and he swung his fiery fist. King Finire calmly grabbed the guy's hand and began to squeeze it. Sweat dripped from Bros's face and blood began to flow. The guy decided to try to kick the boss. King Finire stood and looked at him with a blank look. The monster hit his head on the guy's leg, causing it to break. Bros opened his mouth in terrible pain. King Finire stood in front of his friend Chen, who was lying on the floor. On the boss's crown was a green gem. King Finire delivered the finishing blow to Bros. Faloga opened his mouth and started shouting to his partner. The monster left a deep mark after the blow, but the guy was not there. King Finire looked away with his eye. Chen managed to save Bros at the last second and put him on the ground. The main character turned to Faloga and told him to take care of him. Bros began to rise and said to the main character in the back that he would rise now. The protagonist took the sword and told him to leave this monster to him. Chen held the rewound sword in his hands and looked forward with burning eyes. He said she would finish the monster. King Finire, with his back to the team, said that they were just a snack. The main character stood with a serious look and thought, is the monster going to use the same trick again? King Finire attacked Chen. A powerful wind blew by. King Finire and the protagonist blocked each other's attacks, which released powerful energy. Chen, using my element, grabbed the boss's fist. The light from the flame fell on the face of the main character, who said that he may not be able to resist his skills, but in strength and dexterity he will definitely not yield. Bros and Faloga sat opposite the fighting protagonist. The guy looked at Chen's back and thought that it looked like he could withstand the attacks of this monster. Bros looked to the side with a serious look and thought that if he had trained for another 10 years, he still would hardly have defeated this monster. He's just too strong. King Finire stood with green eyes and said what a surprise. For the first time, the worm managed to resist his attack. The boss said that it becomes more and more interesting. King Finire raised his finger up, where a purple sphere began to form and said that, however, the worm will remain a worm. There is no use in resisting. The monster attacked with a purple beam. Chen began to block this powerful beam. The main character blocked the attack with glowing eyes and told the boss to save his surprise for the moment when he left him without a head. He told the monster not to think that he would just leave him after what he did to his friends. The skill is a divine blessing, only a trace of Chen remains on the earth. King Finire opened his left green eye in surprise. The main character attacked the boss using his sword. The monster flew to the side, but the protagonist continued to pursue it. Chen landed a couple more blows on the boss. The main character's eye glowed with a bright yellow light. The main character hit King Finire and said that it was Faloga. The protagonist took up the sword and said what kind of boss it was. Chen used Holy Strike and many orange lightning bolts attacked King Finire. The crown flew off the monster's head. The main character felt the monster's hands reaching out to him. Chen looked down with a calm gaze. The main character used a lightning strike and ended up behind the boss. King Finire flew into a rock. Kem landed after a powerful attack. Under the feet of the main character there was smoke from the blow, and he said that this is for all those innocent people who suffered from King Finire's hands. Chen's friends watched with wide eyes. The toothy monster opened his mouth in surprise and thought, this is power. Suddenly a green explosion appeared. King Finire stood on his feet, and behind him was a crack in the rock. The monster raised his shaking hand and said that this is the strength of the king, they are doomed. Chen looked with a serious look and thought, what does this mean? This is the vaunted strength. King Finire spat out blood saliva to the side and stood in green energy. The monster looked with its bright eye. The boss directed his hand, which began to flow around with energy. King Finire hit a huge cash register with a skull on it. Green wolves began to appear from the end of the spit. Chen opened his eyes and looked in horror. The protagonist began to defend himself from a pack of wolves using his sword. The monster raised his huge sledgehammer. King Finire stood with a smile on his face. The boss, surrounded by a monstrous aura, decided to attack the main character from above. Chen looked up sharply. King Finire delivered a crushing blow, causing a shockwave to rise. The main character's sword flew to the side and stuck into the ground. Chen's friends shielded themselves from the explosion. Blood began to drip onto the ground. The protagonist exhaled heavily. The main character stood in torn clothes and held his hand. It was clear from the monster's face that he was pleased with his result. King Finire raised his hand to the side from which green energy began to flow. The boss began to suck the power of her weapon through her hand. Chen watched as powerful energy emanated from King Finire. Blood began to flow from the bandaged hand of the protagonist. The protagonist's face was covered in blood and he thought that his strength was running out. He could not move. Is this really the end? King Finire has transformed into a white monster with a red mask and horns on his head. The boss has taken a low start and is about to attack the main character. King Finire, wearing a red mask, was flying at high speed. The monster threw the main character aside. King Finire immediately jumped to catch up with him. The white monster delivered a crushing knee blow to the protagonist's stomach. Chen's face showed pain. The monster landed on the ground while the protagonist was still in the air. King Finire made a sharp jerk, leaving green silhouettes behind him. The masked monster hit Chen again. The protagonist fell headfirst into the ground. The boss walked towards the main character, who clenched his teeth in pain. King Finire created two large red sledgehammers in his hands. The monster stood in a scary red mask and said that useless insects must be destroyed. Let Chen accept his fate. Drops of blood began to fly off the protagonist's face, and he thought that this time could it all be the end. Chen leaned on his knee, and because of his powerful aura, pieces of the ground began to rise into the air. The main character remembered all the words and inscriptions that annoyed him. But then, Chen remembered the face of his mother, who was smiling sweetly. The main character remembered how his mother stroked his head and told them to go home. The main character's face suddenly turned black. A powerful black explosion was visible next to the protagonist's sword. Ross and Faloga looked at the bright flash. Chen held in his hand a new sword, which became twice as large and flowed with black energy. King Finire stood aside and watched this. The main character's hair turned white and a black line began to appear around his body. Chen threw his healthy sword over his shoulder. The protagonist stood with a serious look. His eyes changed. An unknown voice persistently asked Chen to stand up. The guy suddenly opened his eyes. He saw an unknown dark space around him in which he was floating in weightlessness. He lowered his head, wondering where he was since he had just fought the king of the monsters. Frowning, Chen looked down intently. He saw how the non-bolted native planes of bizarre shapes spread out below. He looked at his open palm and asked if he was already dead. Chen turned around when a voice from the side said that he was still alive. A gray-haired man in a black kimono with his left eye bandaged hovered above him. The man lowered his head and called Chen's name. The guy looked at the unknown man with disbelief and asked who he was and how did he know his name. The man's right eye sparkled as he said that he really didn't know who he was. Continuing to hover next to Chen, he said that he had been here for 1,000 or 10,000 years, noting that he had lost count a long time ago. The guy asked, "What does this all mean?" The unknown man turned away, crossing his arms behind his back. He said that one day he heard a voice that told him that when the plant died, it would be taken away from here. He turned his head to the guy and, glancing at him, said that it seemed that the very moment had come. Chen, clearly irritated by the current situation, looked at the man with displeasure, frowning his eyebrows. He said he has no idea what he's talking about, so he just wants to know how he can get out of here. The unknown person extended his open palm to him. The guy pursed his lips into a thin line when the man asked him to agree. The man squatted down and bowed his head in front of Chen. He asked him to agree to become his master. While the guy looked down at the unknown person, he told him that that voice was repeating that only the one I recognize will be able to leave this place. Chen drilled him with his gaze, and the man again asked him to become his master. The unknown man froze, looking at the floor with his bright shining blue eye as he exclaimed that he agreed and wanted to get out of this place as quickly as possible. The corners of the man's lips turned up. Chen put his hand in his hand, and he squeezed it tightly. He clenched his teeth tightly as sparkling electrical discharges began to flow from the man's body through the handshake. The guy's left eye began to turn black. The guy appeared on the battlefield, standing opposite his opponent and holding a sword on his shoulder. His hair was dyed white, and on the left side of his face there was a black pattern running through his eye, causing the whites to turn black and his iris to glow bright blue. He thought that the man had not lied, and he really came back. Looking at the enemy, he lowered his head and frowned. Chen thought that he felt incredible energy spreading throughout his entire body. He wondered if this was because he accepted and became that person's master. A notification appeared stating that the tail element had been successfully activated. Chen wondered what kind of element of chaos is this. He raised his head and his silhouette began to glow with light blue energy. He realized that that man must be the embodiment of poetry. The king looked at him in bewilderment through his red mask and wondered why this guy was alive. He looked at Chen, behind whom a huge storm of energy was dying, noting that apparently he had also become stronger. The guy turned his gaze to the screen as the system told him that due to his elemental power being prohibited, the skills would be strengthened, and in addition, the skill destruction had been achieved. An explanation about this skill appeared on the screen, and the guy read that it is activated at the expense of 90% of his health, and to maintain the power of the element, 100 health points will be required for every minute. It also stated that attacks could pass through defenses, and that the duration and recovery, which were currently 5 and 30 minutes, would be improved over time. Then the text changed, and it was indicated that the power of the element releases the weapon, which at the moment is the sword, strength plus 250, HP plus 150, endurance plus 100. Chen raised his weapon hand and looked at his big black sword, thinking that now it was clear to him what his true form was. He reached out with his second hand to the hilt, from which energy flowed in a stream, and thought that previously the sword had not given him any special indicators, but as soon as he reached the power of the element, he released his power. The guy fixed his gaze on the enemy and cried out that the time had come for his attack. At that very second he took off. Korob waved his weapon in his hands, indignantly asking if the guy really thinks that he can match him just because his element has awakened. A moment later, when Chen struck, the monster was thrown back. A loud explosion was heard as it hit the ground. Stones from the ceiling of the cave began to fall down in large pieces, and a cloud of dust rose around. His bright green eyes lit up. The king jumped up and swung his weapon over Chen's head. While in flight, the monster's pupils shrank with anger while he thought about what he could not sell to such a worm. He thought that there was no point in holding back anymore but to crush this insect once and for all. Chen swung his weapon hand using an explosive slash, causing many lines to be drawn across the boss's body, causing him to let go of his weapon. This shocked the monster, and when his mask began to fall off in pieces, he thought that this could not be true. Chen's eyes on his gloomy face glowed with a bright blue light, and deep scratches began to appear on his back, from which blood began to ooze. He looked forward through half-lidded eyes, realizing that his HP had dropped by 90%. As the blood from his back oozed out in long streams in all directions, he swung his sword again, finishing off the king of the monsters. The monster's eyes rolled upward as its severed head flew to the side. The system congratulated the user on defeating the Sunal boss and notified him that he had received 400,000 experience points and had increased his level. An icon of a large black chest with gold accents appeared. The screen indicated that the mission with the king of the monsters was completed, 50,000 experience points reached, 1 black treasure chest obtained. Hiding from the scorching sun in the shade of a large tree, 2 men were doing housework. Albert turned to Bobin, who stood behind him and pulled sprouts out of the water. He said that if he volunteered to help, then he needed to work and not idle. The guy indignantly replied that he was not slacking, but simply had not worked at such a pace for a long time. Not far from them, Sayoli was sitting under a tree, eating an apple. She asked if Chen would be back soon, noting that 3 days had already passed. The old man lowered the visor of his hat over his eyes and said that if things went on like this, he himself would go in search of him. All 3 jumped up suddenly when they heard a loud sound. Albert looked towards the horizon. Suddenly a stream of cold wind hit, and Albert and Bobin began to cover themselves with their hands. The guy screamed, asking what was going on here. He turned to Albert, who had his head down and was clutching his hat in his hands. He asked him to explain what it all meant. An excited Sayoli ran up to them and asked the girl what happened. The guy and the girl frowned when Albert said with a gloomy face that these were energy waves that appear after destroying high-level monsters. He added that the source of the energy wave comes directly from the lair. The man lowered his eyebrows, looking forward with a sullen gaze. He thought that apparently Chen had channeled the power of the elements and defeated the king of the monsters. A green wave of energy hit the sky. It came from the body of the defeated monster. While Faloga sat next to Bros, the ogre looked at the bright light with shock in his eyes. He stammered and asked if his king had been defeated by that guy. Faloga turned his indifferent face towards Chen, thinking that if he had not seen this with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a powerful person even existed. Bros grimaced, narrowing his red eyes. He thought about how such a permissive power was released literally in an instant. He looked at Chen's powerful back as he stood near the bright green pillar, wondering if Chen could have simply been hiding his power all this time. The guy's image began to return to normal, and the silver in his hair began to change to its usual color. He said that he still couldn't believe that he had actually destroyed such a powerful enemy. He noted that, however, what seemed more frightening to him was the man from his dream who gave him this power and told him that he was now his master. The guy wondered if this meant that he was now inside him. Chen glanced back when his name was called. Bros and Faloga looked at him with approving faces, and the latter asked why he was lost in his thoughts when they had just won. Chen turned to his comrades and said that he was completely fine, unlike them. He noted that they were both seriously injured and therefore should remain here while he freed the other guys. Bros frowned upon hearing these words. Chen turned to Laxi, who ran out from behind a large stone and anointed him. The guy told him that he needed to hurry up and asked him to help find those whom they had kidnapped and kept here. The ogre replied that he understood the boss's order and would do it right away. The guy lowered his thoughtful gaze and thought that even though he won, there was no feeling of satisfaction, but there were only many questions, such as who was that man and why did he appear so suddenly. He wondered if he really ended up here by coincidence. His eyebrows furrowed and a negative look appeared in his eyes as he wondered if there was someone watching everything that was happening. His eyes began to run in different directions when he thought that if this was so, then why? Losing consciousness, the guy began to fall to the ground. From the side, someone was rushing towards him at great speed. Albert appeared and grabbed the guy by the shoulders, preventing him from falling. The man looked at the guy with some sadness when he turned to him. Looking at the floor with a blank look, Chen smiled faintly, noting that he had managed it. Someone called his name. Lying on the bed in his orange one, the guy opened his eyes when a female voice called his name from the side. His mother, who was wearing a red dress, walked up to the bed and leaned her hand on the nightstand, asking how long he was going to sleep, noting that it was already noon. When Chen looked up at the woman, his lip began to tremble. He wondered if he was back home again. His eyes brimming with tears reflected his mother as she said with a smile on her face that she had prepared his favorite dish for breakfast. Prompted from the bed, he hugged his mother and buried his head in her stomach. Hugging the woman, he closed his eyes and cried loudly and said how much he missed her. He opened his tear-stained eyes when a strange voice asked him what he was doing now. Bobin, who was holding the tray in his hands, threw an angry look at Chen, breaking free from his grip. The guy pulled back sharply, raising his knees to his chest and awkwardly asked Bobin what he was doing here. In response, he indignantly asked why the hell he came to hug him. He put the tray of food on the table that had recently stood from the bed and with a gloomy face told Chen not to be mistaken, because he was only here because he promised Albert to take care of him. Gritting his teeth, he told the guy to get well soon so that they could fight again. Clenching his hands into fists, he walked out of the house and Chen followed him with his eyes. Bobin told him to stay put until he brought grandfathers Albert and Seoli. The guy lowered his head and cast a thoughtful glance at his palm. He thought that after all it was not a dream, but he did not remember at all how he returned here. He noted that only grandfather Albert remembers, and then everything seemed to be in a fog. Closing one eye, he touched the top of his head with his palm, wondering what was going on with Bros and Sasha, and then noted that his head hurt a lot. The guy looked at the blue screen that appeared in front of him, and the system said that there was an unopened chest in the inventory as well as points that had not yet been distributed. The guy wondered if this would throw in mind about the treasure chest of the king of the monsters. Frowning, Chen reached his finger towards the consent button, remembering that he had received the bow and defeat key. He wondered if he could use it to find out what lay inside. At this point, the system said that when opening a treasure chest, he would use one key from his inventory, and then asked if he wanted to do this. The chest icon began to glow white and a message appeared on the screen indicating that the key had been successfully activated and it would take a little time to open the mystical treasure chest. Black tablets with the items he received began to appear on the screen. In addition to Centurion boots, Fallen Knight armor, Mithril armor, Gladiator's gauntlet, Barbarian armlet, Mageweave glove, Explorer's ring, and Golden Luck ring, he also gained 135,000 experience points. An image of a green ring with the same shining stone in the center appeared, and the system congratulated you on receiving Sunil's legendary protection ring, which adds plus 10 units to all characteristics, and also, when used, gives the King of Monsters defense skill. The black shining chest began to slowly open, and an inscription appeared on the icon indicating that the user was receiving a legendary hidden item. Looking at the screen, Chen froze, wondering what it could be. Sitting on the bed in the lotus position, he crossed his arms under his chest, looking at the large blue flecked egg in front of him. He wondered if the legendary item was an egg and asked what could be done with it. Chen tilted his head thoughtfully as the shell began to crack, making a distinctive sound. The guy suggested that some kind of animal would hatch from there. Suddenly, the shells scattered in different directions, and a small child with silver hair and small horns on his head jumped out. Chen looked at the child who was desperately trying to get out of the remaining shell and wondered if the child could be a legendary item. Pushing his feet through the bottom of the shell and wearing it like pants, the child joyfully called out to his dad and jumped onto Chen's head. Cupping the stunned guy's face with his legs, the child grabbed his hair with his hands and joyfully pressed himself against him. Chen's pupils shrank in shock and he asked, "What does dad mean?" From a small house near the mountain, a loud child's voice was heard calling for his dad. Chen indignantly asked if it was possible to open the menu and somehow see what this child is for and what good is it anyway. Rising from the bed, the guy put on his shirt and cast a perplexed glance at the bed on which the child was tumbling and thought about who, when opening a chest, expects to find a child there. Touching his chin with his hands, he looked at the blue screen when the system said that he did not have enough authority to recognize a living being by the system. She also added that now the living being is connected to him. The guy wondered what all this meant, asking if now he really had to take custody and carry this baby with him everywhere. Chen looked up in irritation as the child climbed onto his head again, calling him daddy. He said in a rude voice that he was not his dad, and then asked him to quickly get down. However, the child did not listen and continued to quickly climb all over his body. Chen's face darkened as he lowered his stern gaze, thinking that it was time to stop this. Grabbing the child by the leg, he turned him upside down and looked at him with a displeased look. He said that he was repeating for the last time that he was not her father, and that besides, she could not stay around all the time, as it could be dangerous. Bringing the baby closer, he leaned towards its face and stuck out his index finger, saying that it would be better to ask Albert and Seoli's grandfather to take care of her. The child closed his eyes and his lips began to tremble. The guy grimaced, realizing what was about to happen. A moment later, a loud child's cry erupted, sending a shockwave through the room. Chen began to sit the crying baby on the bed, asking for forgiveness and asking him to stop crying. Blue energy began to appear around the screaming baby. An inscription appeared on the system screen about the activation of punishment due to abandonment of a living creature. Duration of punishment, 30 minutes. The countdown began from 10. When the countdown reached number 5, Chen asked with surprise on his face what kind of punishment. The guy covered his face with his hand from the bright light that began to emanate from the baby. He closed his eyes and indignantly asked what was going on here. Chen opened one eye slightly when the bright light disappeared. He saw snow-covered land and high ice in front of him and asked where he was. The guy leaned over to the child, who continued to cry, wiping his tears with his hands. He asked the baby not to cry, saying that he would not leave him. However, since he was just a schoolboy, he did not know how to properly care for children. He glanced behind him as he heard a loud roar. The two of them were covered by the shadow of two huge white dragons, which were level 40 predators of the snowy fields. After reading the icon, the guy with a gloomy face thought about what matched means. An inscription appeared on the screen saying that the guy needed to destroy all the monsters within 30 minutes, and if at least one monster remained alive, he would be attacked again with double the number of monsters. The instructions also stated that he needed to protect the living creature attached to him, and if he died, he would die next. Chen froze in place, looking at the monsters with fear in his eyes, wondering if he would really die if the child died. Turning to the baby, one of the dragons began to accumulate energy in its mouth, and the guy thought that it seemed that everything was really like that. He rushed to the ground and grabbed the child in his arms. Rising, the guy pushed off the ground with his foot. Squeezing the baby in his arms, he looked askance at the monsters with a frown. Moving his hands away, he looked into the baby's eyes and said that she would not die today, and that she needed to stay close to him. The guy began to take out his large, faithful sword from space, activating the power of the elements. The child sat on the guy's neck with a joyful face, and Chen, whose hair had turned silver again, looked at the monsters with a stern look and said that it was time to start. At that moment, two men were sitting in the backyard of the house. Albert said that Sailey had gone into town to buy groceries and apparently had not returned yet, and then asked how Chen was doing. Bobin replied that he was completely fine, and when he checked on him, the guy was full of strength and energy. Putting the receiver to his lips, the old man walked to the side, and Bobin, standing behind him, asked how the search for fellow travelers who would go in search of the temple was going. Albert responded that the situation was worse than he expected, noting that no one wanted to help them. When the guy caught up with him, he pulled the phone away and said that everyone in town was scared thanks to the stories that Hicks told them and believed that what they were doing would incur the wrath of the so-called gods. He added that their peaceful life would also be disrupted. Throwing his hands in different directions, Bobin turned to the man and indignantly asked what would happen if they didn't find anyone. He noted that you need to go with what you have and not bother with these problems. With his hands folded behind his back, Albert walked past the guy and said that the monsters they might encounter were much more dangerous than he could imagine. He also said that he was not going to risk their lives for nothing. Having gone some distance, without turning to Bobin, he suggested that it would be better to look at Chen so that he could tell him how dangerous it was outside. The man turned around and heard the voice of Sailey, who was running and waving her hand. The girl asked Albert what are they talking about here. Pouting his lips, Bobin turned away offended and looked at Sailey with a smile on his face. He replied that Bobin told him that Chen had woken up. The girl noted that the guy apparently took good care of him all this time. Looking at her grandfather with a satisfied look, she smiled and asked to quickly go to Chen in order to find out what power of the element he had awakened in himself. Grabbing her grandfather's hand, she quickly ran, shouting that they should hurry up. Bobin looked at them with a dissatisfied look. At this moment, purple blood flowed onto the blue ice. Many defeated dragons lay on the ground in pools of blood. With a wave of his hand, Chen struck the open mouth of one of them with his sword. With another blow, he cut the beast's body in half. Using his explosive cut skill, Chen raised his weapon one last time and cut the monster into many pieces, after which a notification appeared that the mission had been successfully completed. Leaning over, the guy enthusiastically swallowed air with his lips. The baby, who had been sitting on his neck all this time, joyfully threw up his hands and called his dad with a wide smile on his face. Chen, whose appearance began to change to normal, closed his eyes and grimaced. He wondered whether now he really should be a father. A moment later, the guy and the child were transported back, and Chen was standing on one knee on his bed. Closing his eyes, the guy exhaled, noting that it was all finally over. Sailey, who entered the house, froze when she saw Chen with a weapon and a child around his neck. She asked in surprise what happened. Her eyes lit up when she looked at the baby. The little girl also looked at her with great enthusiasm. The girl asked the guy where this child came from. Chen watched as Sailey held the baby above her head, carried her around the room, and happily commented on how cute she was. The girl with a smile on her face closed one eye and looked at Chen. Kendra the child displeasedly rested his hands on her cheek. She asked Chen maybe he would still tell her where such a lovely little girl came from here. The guy looked without emotion as Sailey fussed with the child, while the baby was clearly unhappy with such attention. He stammered and replied that the child had hatched from an egg. The girl asked him not to joke, noting that she had never heard before that such a thing was even possible. Pursing his eyebrows on his dissatisfied face, Chen squinted, thinking that such a thing was really quite difficult to believe. He thought that besides, he couldn't just give this child to someone, nor could he refuse it completely, otherwise again will be punished for this. The girl Albert and Bobin entered the room through the open door, and the man asked Sayoli why she was making so much noise, noting that her voice could be heard even from another village. With a satisfied smile on her face, the girl showed them the baby in her arms and said that Chen brought the baby and then asked if she was really cute. Bobin and Albert leaned towards the little girl and looked at her with puzzled faces, asking in one voice whether he really brought the child. While the little girl was reaching out with her hands to the blue Bobin scarf, the guy raised one eyebrow and looked towards Chen. He said he had never seen this child before and asked who she was and where she was from. The guy stood with his back to them and smiled nervously, closing his eyes, while the other three stood by the child. Through a quiet, intermittent laugh, he said that she seemed to have been crawling under the bed all this time. At the same time, he wondered how he should explain this whole situation to them, since no one would be able to believe that the child really hatched from the egg. After coming up with a plan, he thought of how he could say that he saved her from the monster's lair. While Bobin interestedly touched the child's horns with his finger, Albert looked around at everyone present. He said that first Chen needed to have a good meal, and after that they would sit down and calmly discuss everything. Having placed the baby on the floor, Sayoli, tucking a strand of red hair behind her ear, leaned over to her and asked her to behave well while her older sister made something tasty for her. By way of agreement, the little girl muttered something in childish language. Chen and Albert watched as Sayoli and Bobin left the house at the same time, and the guy, throwing his hands behind his head, asked Sayoli if she was ready to become his girlfriend yet. Grimacing, the girl replied that she would never agree to this. Chen glanced down in surprise. The little girl with pitiful eyes grabbed the guy by the leg and pointed a finger at her mouth, calling out to her dad, clearly meaning that she was hungry. Albert watched as the guy squatted down and stroked the child's head. Chen asked her to wait a little longer and said that the elder sister will now make something to eat. When the little girl ran away, the guy turned around when he heard his name and apology. He smiled faintly and asked Grandpa Albert what was he apologizing for. The man stood against the wall, his hands clasped behind his back and his head bowed. He said that he was careless and could not imagine that there would be a high-level monster inside that cave. When the man came closer, Chen closed his eyes and smiled. He told Albert that it was not his fault as he went there of his own free will. Pursing his lips into a thin stripe, he looked up confidently and said that if it weren't for that task, then he would never have understood everything that his grandfather told him. He added that also, some events lead him to believe that it was not by chance that he ended up here. Looking at the wooden floor, Chen said that in the battle with that monster, when he almost lost and was ready to give up, in an instant he found himself in some kind of parallel universe, where he met a man. He added that the man told him that he had been waiting for a long time for someone who would agree to become his master, because that was the only way he could leave this place. He also added that at that moment he had no choice but to agree. Albert's face darkened slightly and frowned when Chen said that when he returned to reality again, he already had elemental power and he felt like it was all planned in advance. Pursing his lips into a thin stripe, he turned to the old man and asked if he thought he was exaggerating. The guy asked if everyone who has elemental power had to go through this parallel universe. Looking at the guy, Albert replied that he had never heard anything like that, since the power of the element does not transfer to another dimension. A memory of an ancient manuscript appeared in his head, and he said that this power is an element of chaos. Albert noted that he once read about it in ancient books, and it spoke of events 1,000 years ago as a force unprecedented before. An excited Chen leaned forward, loudly asking what else was said in those books. He noted that there must surely be answers to his questions. Opening his mouth, the old man began to tell that the legend says that thousands of years ago the gaze of the devilish deity Mirius fell on humanity. Soldiers with weapons ran towards a huge demon, at whose feet stood many monsters. Then, the world was mired in chaos and wars, destroying everything in its path, leaving humanity no chance to win. The warriors' bodies instantly dried out, and they fell fat-free to the ground. Mirius's power was so great that there was no choice but to surrender. A man appeared above the crowd of monsters with a shining sword in his hand. And when people plunged into the depths of despair, Hesiod appeared, and with the help of his power of the element of chaos, never seen before, he was the first who was able to resist evil. Many people with weapons ran at the monsters, repulsing them. Hesiod gathered an army and defeated the devilish deity. The hero dealt a fatal blow to the demon with his sword. Albert ended the story by saying that Hesiod sealed the soul of Mirius for many years inside the infernal tower of Altalos. Looking at Chen, he said that the whole thing was that the hero himself was sealed forever. The girl turned away when Chen asked him if it turns out that the man from the parallel universe he met was Hesiod. Staring ahead with a stern gaze, Albert frowned, thinking that if Chen had truly gained the power of the element of chaos. The guy froze, his lips pressed into a thin stripe, and his eyes widened as he evaporated and confidently said that the person he met was Hesiod. The two of them turned around when Sayoli approached them, placing her hand on the doorway and asking what they were talking about, loudly saying that it was time to go to the table. So that he stood with a straight face, and Albert smiled joyfully, closing his eyes, and said that they were already coming. The old man cast a sideways glance at Chen and asked him not to tell anyone about their current situation and this conversation until they figure it out themselves. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy nodded in agreement. Entering the kitchen, they saw a large number of different dishes at the table, ranging from meat to salads and appetizers. Chen happily noted that there are a lot of goodies here. The happy little girl sat on the guy's head, and he looked at Sayoli and said that this was all simply incredible. The girl, with a smile on her face, pointed to a tall figure on the other side of the kitchen and said that he did all this, and she only helped. Laxi, who was wearing an apron and a cap on his head, was holding plates in his hands. He smiled and thanked for the kind words. The baby looked at the ogre with interest, and Chen clenched his teeth and frowned. In a stern voice, he asked what he was doing here and asking if he had followed them. Laxi smiled nervously, scratching his chin with a finger, remembering how he lay in a bow in front of Albert and begged him. He replied that his grandfather allowed him to go with them. While everyone was slowly starting to take their seats, Laxi walked up to the table and placed 2 plates. Calling Chen brother, he invited him to try some food. Boban took notes in his notebook, seeing how Sayoli looked hungrily at the chicken with a shining gaze, and Albert, closing his eyes, calmly said that he allowed Laxi to join them because he is well versed in the desert, and this could be very useful for them. Climbing onto the ogre's head, the baby began to pull on his ears and eyelids while he sat with a puzzled face. Laughing, he nervously said that there was nothing wrong with it and they didn't have to worry. Chen looked up with concern and asked what was wrong with the 2 people who were with him in the cave, noting that their names were Bras and Sasha. Holding her wands in her hand, Sayoli looked at the guy and said that their grandfather sent them to a healing station in the city and they could visit them a little later. Smiling softly, Chen nodded back to her. In the large window of the wooden house, one could see people and a monster at the table. Balin asked, "Are all monsters really that good at cooking?" Laxi replied that not all, noting that cooking is his hobby. Albert asked him for milk, since the baby was not yet able to eat their food, and he replied that he would bring it now. A black boot stepped onto the top of a small mountain near the houses. Throwing his feet up on a stone, a man with green hair looked at the house, crossing his arms over his chest. Subordinates approached Hicks and said that that stranger, along with Albert, had assembled a whole team. The man with green hair turned around, clasping his hands behind his back and glancing back. He told the others that it was time to end at this point, since they needed to report to the Lord about everything they had seen here. In the gloomy sky, a dragon flew with its huge wings wide open. His eyes glowed red and he rushed down at high speed. He flew towards a black and white building located in the darkness of the netherworld. The petals of a lush purple rose moved at the human touch. A guy with long gray hair and red eyes, resting his head on his hand, looked boredly at the flowers, fingering the petals. Suddenly, a winged creature landed behind him. A slight smile appeared on the guy's face and he said that Agroles is finally here. A man with a short haircut and scars on his face, flapping his wings and hiding them, turned to Lord Hades and asked why there was such urgency. Lord Hades, continuing to look at the roses and tear off the purple petals, calmly said that he did not feel Sunal's energy in Latanya, as if he had disappeared or died. Agroles' face suddenly ceased to be indifferent. Clenching his teeth, he said in shock that this was impossible because no one could defeat him. Continuing to stand with his back to Agroles, Lord Hades said that he understands his indignation, so he wants him to go to the Latanya desert and find out what really happened, because Sunal is the keeper of a very important seal. Full of determination, looking at the Lord's back, Agroles replied that he understood everything and was leaving for the desert immediately. The clear sun illuminated the houses and the street, where an admiring voice was heard, surprised at how much had happened to Chen on the way to the lair. Frowning, Boban turned his gaze to his interlocutors and answered dissatisfiedly that there was nothing incredible here and he could easily defeat everyone there. Chen walked importantly in the middle, with his arms folded on his chest, with a child sitting on his head, and on the sides walked Sayoli in a black tight suit and Boban. Chen replied that if Boban had gone to the lair, he would now have to be on the way for the remains of the guy. Hearing this, Boban became furious and, showing a clenched fist, asked him what he said and offered him a fight, and Sally walked next to him and laughed quietly at the guys, covering her mouth with her hand. Suddenly the red-haired girl calmed down, remembering what she wanted to know, and, turning her gaze to Chen, asked with interest what elemental power he had. The guy looked at her warily and, hesitating, said that he was not sure, and asked what element usually awakens in healers. Sayoli's face took on a serious expression, and, raising her index finger up, she replied that healers, as a rule, awaken light elements, although she met people with completely different elements, such as fire, water. The guy and the girl calmly carried on a dialogue, and Boban walked next to him, showing his disinterest in every way. Chen replied that this meant that he must have one of the light elements. Saylee nodded, saying that she already thought that he had some other element, and Bobin arrogantly said that he no longer hoped that Chen would awaken at all element. The brunette, looking sternly ahead, thought about what Yub had told him not to tell anyone about his real element yet. The red-haired girl stepped forward of the trio and, looking straight, said that this was the best treatment center in the city. In front of the guys stood a large building with green towers. Saylee and Bobin went inside, and the girl turned around to call the guy who had lagged behind them. Chen walked in with a serious expression on his face and a curious child sitting on his head and thought about Bros and Faloga, hoping they were okay. A green glow appeared under the guy's rising leg. Chen looked down at the floor, where there was a green circle with inscriptions and a hexagonal star inside. The guy tensed, not understanding what it was, and the girl on her head shrank in fear. Suddenly the doors slammed shut with a loud sound. Bobin and Saylee, walking down the corridor, looked back, wondering why Chen was stuck there. Behind them there was only a closed door and no one else. A large dining table stood near the stained glass windows. Chen looked around, not understanding why he suddenly moved here. Hicks, who was standing behind the guy, told him not to worry since he had only used a simple movement spell. Hicks, folding his arms across his chest, introduced himself and arrogantly said that he was one of the 4 guardians of the city of Delk, and such a status was available only to the most gifted. The brunette turned around and unfriendlily replied that he was here not of his own free will and was not going to stay, and he was not interested in statuses, and told Hicks to quickly say what he wanted and return him back. Closing his eyes, the green-haired mage chuckled and said that he heard that the guy defeated the king of the monsters, so they are interested in Chen joining them. Even if he does not want wealth, there must be something that he would like. The brunette turned around and walked past, answering that he was not interested, and all he wanted was to get out of this place. Hicks got angry when he heard this answer and, gritting his teeth, thought that this guy was as mischievous as the old Yub and it was a waste of time. Abruptly, Chen's legs froze and he stopped when he heard that a group of Hicks men had already set off to kill his comrades. The magician raised his hand and pointed his index finger at the guy, shouting that this was the last chance, otherwise he would be destroyed immediately. Black stripes began to appear on Chen's face and, looking ahead angrily, he said that he was also warning him that they would all regret it if Saylee and the others disappeared. Hicks took a fighting stance and drew his blades while Chen still had his back to him. Children ran happily in front of the hospital building, playing battle. Standing in the corridor, Saylee seriously looked at where Chen was, trying to figure out where he had gone. Bobin closed his eyes and raised his face, smelling the smell. Suddenly he opened his eyes and, turning to Saylee, warned her with a cry. A strong stream of wind blew on the surprised girl, lifting her hair. The monster's glowing black paw grabbed the girl by the waist. Bobin abruptly pulled Saylee towards him, pressing her head to his chest and protecting her from the attack. A hole appeared in the body of the black monster from the blade thrown by Bobin. The guy looked at the girl carefully and asked if she was okay. Veins appeared on the guy's forehead, and with a menacing look he asked the monster how he dared to offend Saylee. A man in a black cloak appeared in front of them in the corridor. He was surrounded by magical energy, and blades hung in the air next to him. Flashes from the battle echoed through the dining room. Chen, holding a child in his arms, dodged, avoiding attacks. Suddenly the girl fell out, flying straight towards the magic beam. Chen pushed himself off the floor with his hand. Jumping, he flew up to the child, putting his hands up. The guy landed, clutching the girl to his chest. Having risen to his feet, he held the baby in his hand, thinking that it would be difficult to attack in this position. The girl joyfully raised her hands and said something unintelligible. Grinning with emotion, he looked at her, thinking that she probably had no idea what situation they were in, and wondered where she got so much happiness from. The green-haired man, holding a magic sword in his hand, gloatingly advised the guy to worry better about himself at the moment and said that he was not bad and turned out to be stronger than he expected. Chen looked angrily at the magician and said that he did not understand why he was attacking him, instead of joining forces and defeating the monsters outside. Hicks pursed his lips. Laughing sharply at the top of his lungs, he asked if the guy was now interested in cooperation. Hicks' expression suddenly changed again, and with a murderous look, he said that it looked like the Yub hadn't told the guy the whole truth. Relaxing his face, Hicks revealed that they have an agreement with these monsters, which is that the monsters stay away from the village, and they send them people as payment from time to time, so they don't have to worry about the monsters nearby. The brunette froze in horror when he heard that the Yub was present during the conclusion of the agreement without opposing it, and sacrificing a few weaklings in exchange for the well-being of the entire village was clearly worth it. Darkening, the guy lowered his gaze and said that from the very beginning, Hicks had no intention of leaving this place, but simply used his status to decide for himself who should live and who would die. The magician smiled smugly, raised his hand, feeling his power, and asked if this was not a great plan, and again asked why Chen should not join them. Standing on the chess floor opposite the guy, Hicks said that the monsters outside were sent down to people by the gods, and they could never be defeated, and the old man Yub was just a hypocritical weakling who doesn't know everything, but is eager to challenge the gods. With hatred in his eyes, Chen firmly said that his answer will not change and he will not cowardly hide behind the backs of those whom they send to death. And Yub's grandfather would never voluntarily agree with Hicks' words, and the magician's grandiose plans do not interest him. He just wants to get out of here as soon as possible. Chen's gaze was filled with contempt. He said that no matter who stands in his way, gods, monsters, or people, they will all be destroyed. Smiling maliciously, Hicks asked if he was really so naive to be so sure of this. Gently placing the girl on the floor, Chen gently stroked her head and told her not to go anywhere. The guy stood up, and the softness disappeared from his face. Smiling madly in anticipation, Hicks told him not to worry because he would kill them both and bury them together. Suddenly, a powerful blow from a fist flew into the magician's stomach. He turned his eyes, red with anger and pain, downwards. Chen's gaze with shining yellow irises was full of anger. Instead of one fist, 3 appeared. Quick and powerful blows attacked Hicks, who had no time to respond. With another blow, Chen pushed the magician away, and he flew to the end of the room, demolishing tables and chairs. Energy emanated from the fist. The green-haired man planted his fist on the floor and began coughing up blood from the damage he had taken. Trembling due to exhausted strength, he raised his head and directed a furious and uncomprehending look at the guy. Lying on the floor as Chen approached him, Hicks helplessly questioned who he was. In the village, all the people were running away. A woman was hugging a child. Looking back in fear, screams were heard everywhere that a fight was breaking out and they needed to run away from here quickly. A huge explosion was heard behind the fleeing people. Sayali was in the air and with one hand she was releasing flames. The ground in front of the man in the black cloak was collapsing from the fiery blows. Bobin and his clones rushed towards the enemy, armed with blades. Purple lightning appeared in the air from Bobin's shadow attack. The clones reached the enemy, their glowing blades intertwined, and a crash was heard. At that moment, Bobin opened his mouth and shouted to Sayali to act now. The girl suddenly landed behind the enemy. Flames appeared around her as she activated her Hellfire attack. Moving her hands forward, Sayali released a powerful stream of fire. There was a huge explosion. In its place, smoke emanated from the damaged ground, everything was covered in ash, and the girl stood, trying to catch her breath after using a powerful attack. Fear appeared on her face, and she said that this was impossible because they definitely hit him. Bobin clenched his teeth angrily and asked why him. Suddenly, a man in a black cape appeared behind the red-haired girl. Reacting quickly, Bobin looked back and shouted to Sally about the danger. The confused girl turned around in confusion. Unexpectedly for everyone, something slipped near the magician. Chen appeared and jumped and kicked his opponent. The brunette landed opposite the man in the cloak who flew away. Standing in front of Sayali and Bobin, Chen pointed his hand at his enemies and told them that he didn't care who they were, but if they dared to attack his friends, they shouldn't expect any mercy. The face, completely hidden by the shadow of the hood, was directed at the guy who suddenly appeared. Chen looked back at him, full of determination. Suddenly, a blue flame appeared in the enemy's place, and he disappeared. Looking at the guy, Sally, frowning, asked what was the matter and where he had suddenly disappeared. Looking forward intently, Chen said that he would explain everything later, but now he needed to hurry back. He walked forward, without looking back at his friends, and said that the Yub might be in danger. It was gradually getting dark outside, and thick smoke was coming from the chimney of the house. Yub sat at the table reading a book and smoking a pipe, pondering the element Chen. Exhaling smoke and looking intently at the text, he thought that if Chen had mastered the element of chaos, then, according to the prophecy from the ancient books, soon gods and demons would come to the human world, and everything would be plunged into darkness. Frowning, Yub looked forward, realizing that only a person with the element of chaos would be able to save this world. Legs appeared in the doorway. Chen and the child, Bobin and Sayali entered the house. Yub turned around in his chair and, closing the book, with a pipe in his mouth, asked in surprise why they were here. Had they really already seen their friends? There was a kettle on the fire. The eyebrows on Sayali's face rose, and after the story, she hopefully asked her grandfather if he knew who the people were that attacked them. Yub looked down thoughtfully and, holding a smoking pipe in his hand, said that the one Chen met must be the air magician Hicks, and Sayali and Bobin were probably fighting with the magician Lucius. Chen tensed and directed his yellow eyes at him. The guy with the scar also turned his gaze, wanting to listen to his grandfather. Sayali frowned, pressing her hand to her weight. Yub said that they are the guardians of this city. Standing apart from everyone, Bobin asked what kind of guardians these were and why they attacked them. The people dressed in black cloaks are Hicks, Lucius, Sarkia, and the magician who claims to be the strongest in the desert, Dorop, the first people who came here several hundred years ago and founded this city from scratch. In those days, huge dragons burned everyone around, and people mercilessly killed each other. Then the Latanya Desert was worse than hell. The people who wandered here could not hide from the monsters that were everywhere, and from other people who killed for the sake of survival, and some even sacrificed their own children. In a time of despair, Dorop stood over all those who remained, gathered them together and brought them to this city, giving them seeds, teaching them about agriculture and creating a full-fledged society with its own rules and laws. With a gloomy look, smoking tobacco and exhaling smoke, the Yub said that any thought of leaving the city and the desert was considered unacceptable, because in this way they would anger the gods, as they believed, and then the entire city would be in danger. Yub turned his brown eyes to the guy who asked why Grandpa didn't tell him earlier that the peace of this city was achieved thanks to the sacrifices of innocent people. Bobin was surprised and asked what he was saying. Chen, looking firmly and searchingly at the Yub, said that an agreement had been made with the monsters, saying that innocent people would be sacrificed for the sake of peace and tranquility of the entire city, and asked his grandfather if he was right. He already knew about it. Bobin looks at the girl with long red hair, Albert and Chen, who are sitting at the table and talking. Sayoli meets the sage with gray hair, who is her grandfather. Why didn't he tell them about this situation earlier? A guy with short, smooth hair becomes more gloomy and gloomy. He asks whether the old man thinks it is right that people's lives can be bargained for. The man, who has a beard and mustache, tilts his head down, frowns and closes his eyes as the girl next to him leans forward and opens her mouth. She calls her friend by name and asks him not to speak so rudely, as her grandfather would never be able to take part in such situations due to the fact that he is one of the 12 heroes. The older man becomes more gloomy and sad. He calls out to his granddaughter, asks her to stop talking, and then explains that Chen's guess is correct due to the fact that Albert knew about everything from the beginning of the story. The girl with long red hair and the shadow swordsman looks at the sad sage in surprise. They shout and ask him what he means. The elderly man raises his head and looks ahead gloomily. He asks his interlocutor how he would act in such a situation, what the guy would do if he had to choose between loved ones and strangers, and then claims that he is sure that any other person, if he were in his position, he would also choose to protect loved ones, since only close people matter to him and it is rare to find those characters who were ready to sacrifice their loved ones to save some other individuals. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes looks at the elderly sage with anger. The man with gray hair says that he does not know whether this choice is correct or not. Bobin becomes more gloomy, raises his head and looks at Albert with contempt. The elderly man claims that at that time he could only reason that the lives of the tall man and Sayoli were in danger of being eliminated, and if he tried to break the rules that were set by a certain creature, something bad could happen. A girl with long red hair looks with uncertainty at the sage, who is her grandfather. The man, who has a beard and mustache, claims that he would give his own life to do justice, but could not do the same to Bobin and Sayoli. The scarlet-haired girl quickly approaches the elderly man, who is trembling as he tries to get to his feet. He convinces his comrades that they are the people he cares about the most, so he will do whatever it takes to keep them safe. A girl in a black suit calls out to her grandfather. A man with gray hair looks forward in fear. He claims that if he had to give only his life, then he would definitely start opposing these terrible rules, since his own personality is the least of what worries him at the moment. The elderly man raises his head at the sound of Chen's voice and looks at his interlocutor in surprise. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes asks a man what would happen if there was a power that could protect both the lives of loved ones and the peace of unknown persons. Chen has his hands together at chest level and his legs spread wide as little Luca sleeps on his head. He calls his girlfriend's grandfather by name and asks him if his proposal is true that the elderly man agreed to these rules due to the fact that he could not resist the guardians and protect Sayoli and Bobin. A tall man and a girl with long scarlet hair look at their friend as the shadow swordsman clenches his hands into fists, and the small creature lowers himself onto his master's shoulders. He calls Chen by name and asks him how he could allow himself to speak to Albert with contempt, and then threatens that the guy will face physical harm for this act. The girl claims that the man next to him says everything correctly, and then turns to her friend and claims that it is impossible to be the strongest person in the world, which is why her grandfather came to a compromise that does not create a weak person out of him. Chen, Bobin, Sayoli, and Luca look at the elderly man who is sitting on a chair. A guy with a sleek short haircut asks a man who has a beard and mustache what he would take if he were left with a choice between the life of a shadow swordsman and his favorite granddaughter. The gloomy sage looks down and is silent. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes frowns and looks forward determinedly as a little girl named Luca plays with his hair. He claims that if his words at the moment may hurt the feelings of the man in front of him, then he asks for forgiveness for this situation, but explains that he cannot forget about this terrible fact. A man with gray hair looks down sadly. He assures his interlocutor that he spoke more correct assumptions, since the sage for a long time preferred to think that everything was fine, got used to the idea that there was no way out of this situation, and also stopped paying attention to what was happening around him before Chen appears, and then claims that this couldn't have gone on all along. Saley and Bobin become more gloomy and sad. The sage addresses them by their names and tells them that they are old enough to make their own decisions about this issue, and he still has some agreements to ensure safety for them if they wish to do so. The brunette looks at the girl with long red hair, who holds her hand on the shoulder of her beloved grandfather. Saley turns to the elderly man and states that it does not matter to them where he goes, for the reason that they will definitely follow him. The tall man asks his older comrade if he thinks the shadow swordsman will leave the girl in the black suit, and then confidently adds that this will never happen. Chen, Bobin, and little Luca look at Saley and Albert, who are holding each other's hands. A guy with short, smooth hair looks seriously forward. He calls on his companions to fight together and avenge all the people the Guardians have sacrificed. The man, who has a beard and mustache, is silent and smiles. Albert, Chen, Bobin, and Saley look at each other and stand next to each other. The elderly man frowns and opens his mouth. He states that if they want to leave the city, they must first defeat the 4 Guardians, and adds that it will not be difficult for them to defeat the air mage, namely Hicks, but the rest of the opponents will have more problems. The man with gray hair becomes gloomy and looks ahead as he remembers 3 human figures in dark cloaks. He reasons that it will be difficult to defeat Lucius, Sarkia, and Dorop in battle, who is a master of combat, and they will soon come to take their lives. The sage reminds himself that their time is quite short, and if they do not will be able to cope with the first opponents, then going further will be called a pointless affair. The girl's grandfather with long red hair moves his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. He addresses his allies by name and explains to them that they must improve their capabilities and become much stronger in this battle. Bobin and Chen look determinedly at their mentor. The girl with scarlet eyes purses her lips and frowns. Albert states that from now on, their lives depend only on their abilities and actions. The shadow swordsman, the guy with the short, sleek hair, and Saley look forward and open their mouths when on top of Chen's head, little Luca raises her hands and smiles. They shout that they have understood the words of the sage well enough. There are white clouds in the blue sky. A little girl with horns on her head calmly watches a butterfly that sits on one of the flowers while Chen lies on the grass from behind. The guy looks up thoughtfully as the child jumps to catch the insect in the palm of his hand. He reasons that he has been in this dimension for too long and his mom is most likely worried, but adds that he promised her to return. Little Luca jumps when she reaches for the butterfly and practically falls to the bottom of the hole. Chen grabs the child with his hand. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes sits by the cliff and looks with sympathy at the little girl whom he saved from falling down. He asks Luca to be careful, because if she dies, Chen will die too, so he advises her to stay closer to him and not find problems for herself. A little girl with white hair cries and calls her savior daddy. A guy with short cocoa-colored hair holds a child in his arms, plays with him and looks seriously at the system message. He reasons that thanks to the destruction of the King of Monsters, he was able to climb 10 levels up and get a lot of useful things, as well as 50 units of skills that he did not use, and also thinks that the disappearance of a certain uncle after the battle is a strange event. Chen reminds himself that no matter how important this situation is, he better think about how to spend the skill points he receives more wisely. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes becomes more gloomy when he remembers a certain symbol that shows a human palm. He thinks that from the moment he acquired the element of chaos, destruction skills require approximately 90% of his health. For this reason, his level of normal existence units can become critically low, which will make him weaker in a duel. A transparent bottle with black liquid inside. A guy with short, smooth hair is glad that he has a morning potion Berserk, which will allow you to instantly restore your health level. But the cost of one bottle is 8 levels, which is quite expensive. Chen presses the button next to the line that is responsible for dexterity. He thinks that in such a situation his support skills will be much more useful and he should concentrate now on improving them, and also adds that he plans to get a skill to restore his body to a higher level and then increase his defense against enemy attacks. Red and orange light appears around Chen. He reasons that he made the right decision and he is confident that there will be few opponents present who will be able to escape after he releases all his power to attack. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes looks at the game system notification that appeared recently and notifies that a new message has been received. He is surprised by this fact. In the information for the mail they write the sender's nickname, which is Sweetheart. The guy with the smooth haircut reads this data with interest. He recognizes the person who sent him the message. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes calls May by name. Chen looks at the game system alert with surprise. He asks himself what this action means and why he suddenly received a message from May. A guy with short, smooth hair presses the button to unwrap the ladder. He wonders if he can maintain contact with his home world. The girl with the profile picture asks Chen if he is here, and then says that she is near the temple in the beginner camp and wants to see the guy as soon as possible. In the next message, she calls her interlocutor by name and asks him why he ignores her attempts to contact him, and claims that she has been waiting for him for a very long time. The girl with long pink hair asks the guy if he is still ignoring her and then threatens that he will not avoid a reprimand at school. In the new letter, she claims that her mission is completed, so she leaves the game, but the girl can still see that her friend is on the internet, so she asks him to respond to her words. The man with the purple bunny as his profile picture calls Chen by name, asks him why he didn't show up at school and if he has a gambling addiction, and also threatens that if he doesn't call her soon, the girl will call the police. In the next message, the hero's acquaintance points out that Ji and Feng also do not appear at school and the police went to the school, and then asks if Chen knows what is happening at the moment. In a new large message, a girl with long pink hair addresses a guy with yellow eyes by name, says that a bald man comes to class to warn that her friend and his mom have moved to another city. She asks her friend why he did not tell her about this situation, whether the reason for this action is that a friend forced Chen to help her with homework, whether her friend is angry. She also claims that if he hated her, the girl will be able to accept and understand it, but she strongly enough asks him to stop being silent and tell him how things are going with him. The guy with short, smooth hair becomes more gloomy and looks forward seriously. He wonders why his parent left for another city and who the bald gentleman May is talking about is. Chen frowns when he finds a new suggestion. He thinks his mind is locked in the game while his body is in a vegetative state. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes sits on the ground, leans towards the system window, which shows his correspondence with a girl he knows, and looks at him carefully as little Luca picks flowers next to him. The guy wonders if his guess is the reason why his mom sold their house and moved to another city. Could it be that these actions are needed in order to cure Chen? But then he remembers that the best hospital is in his hometown city. Then he comes to the conclusion that this sequence of events is strange, for the reason that trying to leave for another city is pointless since their family had enough finances. He holds his head with his hands when a child comes up to him and holds out a flower. Chen asks if what is happening now is nonsense and how to find out what is currently happening in his home world. Little Luca babbles and calls out to her dad. A guy with short cocoa hair pushes a child when the girl falls to the ground and drops a flower. He gets angry and tells Luca to lose in some place on her own. The girl with white hair becomes quite sad. She opens her mouth and starts crying loudly. Little Luca calls her dad a bad man. The guy with short hair presses his hand to his chest and starts to get nervous as he looks down. He mutters something about how dad didn't want this to happen. The girl looks at Chen, who gets scared and starts crying even more. A new system notification appears, which notifies the hero that some punishment has been activated due to the fact that the creature tied to the guy with support skills feels quite bad and lonely. A guy with yellow eyes looks down as a child lies on the grass and cries. He wonders what sins these events were intended for him to commit. Chen looks ahead without emotion when a light appears behind him. Someone gives an order to move. A white spot that sparkles appears on the top of an extinct volcano. Hot lava boils below. A large figure of an unknown humanoid creature appears above the guy and his child. A guy with short, smooth hair kneels down, bends over to little Luca, smiles and invites her to take a flower. He claims that he feels remorse for treating the girl so badly and asks her if she can forgive her dad. Chen rises to his feet with a joyful Luca in his arms as his hair turns white and a large sword appears in his hand. He promises that they won't stay in this place for too long. The little girl babbles and calls for a warrior. Dark night sky over the city. The large castle is located under the stars and the moon. Bros goes to the window and looks at the rose bushes in his garden. The beaten blonde tilts his head to the side and is in sadness. He cannot believe that Albert is in this place and wonders why this elderly man asked not to reveal the details of the upcoming battle, and also what he plans to do. The man with red eyes turns somewhere. He asks his interlocutor if he is one of the 12 heroes. He claims that the strongest warrior, who is a man with gray hair, defeated a terrifying troll during a battle with a certain person, and then says that he never even thought that he would meet such a person in such a place, and then asks the question of how such a situation could happen. The blonde man looks with interest at the old sage who sits next to him and smokes tobacco. Albert convinces his comrade that at the moment he is an ordinary old man, and also that he has been in this place for a long time, so everything that happened in the past no longer matters much. For this reason there is no need to talk about it. The wounded owner of the house is sitting on the bed and looking at a man who has a beard and mustache. The blonde replies that he really met a legendary person and this is an incredible event, and then asks why his ally was in this place. An elderly man asks for a promise on a certain topic. The wounded owner of the house looks carefully ahead. He asks if this is so important that it requires the personal presence of the sage. The older man becomes more gloomy and serious. He replies that his visit is to ensure Chen's safety, since no one should know that this guy with short cocoa-colored hair defeated the Demon King, and for this reason, the old warrior asks his comrade not to divulge information about this incident. The blonde tilts his head to the side and looks ahead, puzzled. He reassures Albert as he will fulfill his request even if he does not know the reasons for such actions. The owner of the house watches as the elderly man gets up from his chair and leaves the room. The man, who has a beard and mustache, thanks Bros for his help and assures that he will not bother him anymore, and also asks that his comrade recover as soon as possible. The blonde wishes his ally a good evening and warns that he is quite looking forward to their next meeting. Bros purses his lips, raises his head and watches thoughtfully as his good mentor leaves. He thinks that if even such a strong warrior finds himself in this city, which is a trap, then his chances of leaving this place quickly gradually disappear. A man with gray hair looks forward carefully. He tells his friend that if he wanted to leave this city, then there is only one way out through the temple, which is located in the Latinea desert. The owner of the house watches as the elderly man leaves the room. Albert reveals that he is assembling a team of talented fighters who might be interested in this maneuver, so if Bros has a similar desire, he can find the sage south of the city. The blonde quietly agrees with his mentor. Bros turns around at the familiar voice. Faloga asks his comrade if the old man has decided to fight. A guy with blue hair looks at the owner of the house, who is standing at the window. He suggests that his friend's wounds have already healed, and then asks him why he is awake so late. Faloga approaches the blonde and they look at the road together. Bros claims that thanks to the help of a healer who has a high level, his broken bones were almost completely restored, so that in a few days he would be completely healthy, and also adds that during this time he learned too much new information, and for this reason the man can't stop the flow of thoughts in his head. Bros looks ahead thoughtfully. He asks his partner if one of the 12 legendary heroes named Albert came to him. A wounded guy with blue hair looks at the owner of the house with interest. He asks him what he called their old friend and whether that old man is really such a great warrior. Friends are talking near the large window that leads to the backyard of the house. The blonde claims that he said exactly that, and says that he himself would not have been able to believe in such an outcome of events if he had not been raised in the Warriors Guild and saw in this sage an example to follow, which is why he collected many of his portraits. A guy with short blue hair looks at his friend, puzzled. He asks his partner why this happened, if Albert was able to defeat some troll on his own, but still found himself in this trap. Bros looks ahead and becomes more gloomy. He states that 12 heroes is a common name since they are the strongest warriors in this world. Two birds of light collide in a duel. The author explains that every 5 years a special folk battle is held between the strongest individuals. On this occasion, all guilds send the 5 best fighters to participate in this competition, and those people who make it to the final round are selected into a specialized team, which is the origin story 12 Heroes, and last year the Thunderbird unification shocked this world, thanks to the merits of Albert. Light rays from powerful blows and drops of blood. The narrator says that this association lost to the other guilds by a small margin in points, so 5 heroes were elected from those 2 companies that were able to win. But the Albert Guild was able to defeat many of the heroes of the previous 5 years, although it was founded at that time only recently. The younger hero holds a sword in his hands and points it at an unknown troll. The author claims that quite soon the Thunderbird Association disintegrated due to one battle, in which out of the 5 strongest fighters only Albert survived, and after that went to the Black Sea to fight a troll named Quink, and after that disappeared without any traces. 2 comrades stand next to each other and look forward. The blonde asks the guy next to him if this is an incredible event. The owner of the house smiles good-naturedly. He calls the guy with the beautiful yellow eyes by name and praises his powerful abilities. The younger Albert extends his arm forward. He yells at some people to beware of a surprise attack. The unknown enemy accumulates red energy in his hand to strike when he looks at the 2 people. Morris and Luna, who are Sayoli's parents, look back with concern. An enemy deals a devastating attack to 2 people. The guy with dark hair bleeds and dies. The body of a girl with long red hair falls to the ground. The younger Albert, who is stained with his blood, is in despair. He shouts out the names of his granddaughter's parents. Morris and Luna are pictured wearing a gold pendant. The elderly man calls the newlyweds by name and tells them that he has now decided to take their daughter and escape from this dangerous desert. Albert sadly looks at the photo in his palm. He argues that all these years he was tormented by a feeling of guilt. He thinks that he could not accept reality. He convinced himself that this was all his punishment, but now he understands that Sayoli is not to blame for any terrible act and doesn't deserve to be in this city. He looks ahead thoughtfully. He tells himself that he placed the god's charm in the body of the girl with long red hair to ensure her safety, since in this case it will be activated in case of danger that will threaten the identity of his granddaughter, and no one will be able to harm her. The old man clutches a medallion in his hand. He reminds himself that this time he must fulfill his promise. At the top of an extinct volcano, Chen breathes loudly. A new system notification alerts the guy with the short, long hair that his punishment is over. He lies on the grass with little Luca sitting on his stomach. The guy claims that in this case the punishment was more difficult than last time, and then asks what this factor depends on. A blue game alert appears, which states that with each new offense, the power of the monsters will increase by 10%. The surprised guy suddenly sat down on the ground and looked with interest at the new information when the little girl jumped onto the grass. An unnatural smile appears on Chen's face. He sadly thinks that in the future all tasks will become much more difficult. A guy with short, smooth hair reads the message with the child. Little Luca babbles quietly. Her father imitates the child and then says that if the girl understands anything, then most likely she understands how lucky Chen is, and then adds that he thought that he could get some animal or weapon, but instead of all this he now has a daughter to take care of. Little Luca looks at her dad with displeasure and puts her hands on her hips. The girl says something incomprehensible. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes asks her if she understands that he cannot understand the girl's speech. Chen frowns and opens his mouth. He unexpectedly understands a certain fact. A guy with cocoa-colored hair points his finger at the game system notification and addresses his child. He asks little Luca if she sees the blue boards. The girl nods and babbles something. He looks at the baby with interest. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes thinks that messages from the game system cannot be seen by other people, only he and this child. The young father looks carefully at the little girl, who shakes her head negatively. He asks the child if he knows something that Chen doesn't know. A guy with short cocoa-colored hair looks up emotionlessly and purses his lips. He thinks that it is useless to ask something like this from a little girl since he does not understand her speech. But the guy is sure that his daughter is the reason why he was able to receive messages from May. A guy with short hair turns around at the voice of an unknown person. Behind him are Bobin, Salili, Albert, Bros and Filoga. A girl with long red hair calls the hero by name. A group of people is in a clearing. Chen is surprised that all the fighters are in this place. A guy with short, smooth hair smiles good-naturedly and looks forward. He calls out to the blonde man and his blue-haired companion and assures him that he is glad to see them healthy. Bros lifts his head and looks forward when Filoga nods. A man with red eyes asks his friend if he is right in saying that his interlocutor did not visit them, but they still decided to come to this place. A blonde man and a guy with short, smooth hair are talking at a time when Comrade Bros stands between them and is silent. Chen apologizes for not being able to visit his allies and explains that he had a lot of business that needed to be resolved quickly. The man with red eyes agrees with his comrade and thanks Sally and Bobin for their help in restoring his health. The shadow swordsman looks suspiciously at the blonde, who is quite annoyed by this situation, and Chen, who is feeling quite awkward. He asks Bros if they know each other. The man with red eyes mutters that his interlocutor could play along with him. The blonde and the cocoa-haired guy are smiling and having a conversation as Filoga and little Luca watch them. The guy with short hair states that he is glad to have such allies and asks why they came to this place. The man with red eyes claims that they wish to join the expedition of the sage Albert since they do not want to remain in this desert forever. The blonde boy becomes more somber and has a fake smile on his face as he pats the white-haired girl's head. He asks what the baby's name is and then claims that he didn't think about Chen being a young father. He gets nervous and puts his hand on the back of his head when the baby bites the red-eyed man's finger. The little girl opens her mouth and places her hand on her head. The blonde says that it turns out the child's name is Luca. Bobin stands next to the elderly man and frowns. He asks his allies what they are doing at the moment and then encourages them to stop talking and start doing. Albert watches as Bros hugs a guy with short cocoa hair and waves to the shadow swordsman when his arm is bitten by little Luca and Filoga moves away from the gathering of men. The blonde jokes and asks his interlocutor why he and Chen can't talk a little if they haven't seen each other for such a long time. The tall man yells at his ally to stop doing what he is doing now and states that he should take Albert's training more seriously. The elderly man laughs loudly. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes, Filoga and his friend smile and look at their mentor. The hero asks him why he is giggling at the moment. Albert smiles good-naturedly as he looks at Filoga, Bros, who is hugging Chen, Bobin, who are standing opposite him, and next to the gray-haired man is a girl with long red hair. She smiles and looks at her grandfather, who is in a good mood. A girl in a black suit thinks that her grandfather laughs sincerely for the first time. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes responds to the voice of his mentor. An older man who has a beard and mustache becomes more gloomy and intimidating. He warns his students that they may be carefree now, but when training begins, they won't be able to ask for a break or anything like that. The blonde man standing behind Chen smiles good-naturedly as he looks ahead. He asks Uncle Albert if his training will be so terrible and difficult. A man with gray hair tilts his head down and looks intently at his charges. He assures that the words chosen by Bros cannot fully describe what the mentor means, since not all 12 heroes can withstand such classes. A girl with long red hair purses her lips and looks ahead anxiously. The shadow swordsman, the blonde and his assistant, as well as the guy with short, smooth hair look at their mentor with puzzlement. One of them asks what such training is. Albert extends his hand in front of him and squeezes in his palm an unusual object that glows blue. He explains that each fight allows you to better understand the strength, speed, and endurance of each of its participants, because the ability to analyze both your abilities and the capabilities of your opponent is a useful skill, because it can help a fighter quickly find weak points in his opponent and win victory over him. Rays of blue light that create lightning all around. The elderly swordsman states that in battle, even the most insignificant little detail or mistake can turn into the determining factor that determines the winner. An exact copy of her in blue appears next to a girl in a black suit, so she gets scared and presses her hand to her chest. The tall man is surprised that his clone has appeared next to him. Their fakes materialize near the blonde and his companion. A guy with short cocoa-colored hair seriously looks at his copy, which has formed next to him. Albert notes that in team combat, the ability to work together as well as mutual understanding is important. A man with gray hair brings his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and looks decisively forward. He argues that such training was created by the Great Master specifically to prepare for the guild competition. Its essence lies in the fact that an identical clone of each participant is created, in which there is only one change, namely increased combat effectiveness. Each student examines his copy with interest. Albert warns that during the battle his wards may feel pain, but the copies will not be able to inflict serious injuries on their originals. However, as soon as they receive a blow that looks like a fatal one, they will drop out of the fight, while the remaining participants will have to fight with the remaining clones same. The elderly swordsman becomes more gloomy and serious. He thinks that on the way to the temple it is impossible to avoid the deaths of several students, but even greater cruelty will await the survivors in the building itself. Chen, Brass, and Faloga, Saley, and Boban look forward with determination. The gray-haired man asks them to try hard enough during this training. There was a beautiful, pink sunset over the village. Albert sat in his chair and smoked a pipe. Laxi stood at the hot stove with a frying pan in his hands. Luca sat next to her and with a perky face tore out leaves of cabbage. Laxi noticed that he was only cooking for 3 people today and asked Albert if he could cook something special. Laxi closed his eyes, frowned slightly, and bared his teeth. Luca sat with her eyes closed and joyfully continued to tear the cabbage. Laxi told Luca to go play somewhere else because he didn't want to accidentally hurt her while cooking, otherwise Chen would definitely kill him. Albert sat with a relaxed face in his chair and closed his eyes, holding the pipe in his mouth. Albert told Laxi that he thought it would not be enough for 3 people and asked him to cook for 20. Laxi turned to Albert and looked at him with a surprised look. Luca was furiously tearing out the cabbage leaves. Laxi was surprised that he needed to prepare 20 servings and asked Albert if he was expecting guests. Albert told Laxi that he was not expecting guests at all. The door of the house began to open with a creak. The guys entered the house. After hard training, Albert turned his head and looked at the guys. The boys looked out of breath and exhausted after a brutal workout. Albert told the guys that he thought they would do it faster. Laxi stood with a dumbfounded look and held a plate in his hand. Luca stood on the table, raised her hands up and smiled joyfully. Albert sat on his chair and exhaled smoke from his pipe. Albert told Laxi that he had better hurry up with the cooking and reminded him that he needed to prepare 20 servings. Laxi told Albert that everything would be done and was surprised that the guys finished the training so quickly, noting that only half an hour had passed. There were many different and delicious dishes on the table. Chen held the empty plate aside with a serious face and told Laxi to give him some refills. The guys sat at the table and stubbornly devoured all the dishes, holding out empty plates towards Laxi, asking for more to be added to them. Albert sat with a relaxed face and closed eyes, raising his chopsticks to his mouth. Albert told the guys that they did a good job and noted that it was respectable to last a full 30 minutes in the fight against their clones, and asked them how they liked the training. The guys looked downcast. An ominous aura emanated from them. Albert opened his eyes wide in surprise. Albert had his arm over the chair and was chewing his food while holding chopsticks in his other hand. Albert asked the guys what was the matter. The guys jumped up from the table and looked at Albert with furious looks and burning eyes, saying that they didn't like the training at all. Albert sat in the center of the table. The guys vigorously expressed their opinions about the training. Saley said that they didn't stand a chance against them, noting that he defeated them in less than 30 minutes. Brass said that they usually faced monsters and other opponents one-on-one, but this time it was completely different. Boban noticed that these clones were very cunning. Saley added that the Chen clone's power was too great. Chen stood with a serious expression on his face, knitting his eyebrows, thinking. Chen thought that this time the battle was more like a battle between players in a game, and noticed that their opponents were not monsters at all, who attacked without any plan or strategy. On the contrary, they seemed to analyze the course of the battle like people. Chen recalled training on a field among the trees. Chen recalled how at the very beginning of the battle, the clones split up and hid in order to hide their location, and thought that at first they believed that they were trying to separate them, after which they would attack those who separated from the group, so they decided to stick together. Chen stood with a sword in his hands and blocked the blows. Looking around, behind Chen there was a small explosion from the attack. Chen thought that they did not expect that they would fall into a trap in this way, and soon he was surrounded by clones of Boban, Saley, Brass, and Faloga, while his clone eliminated the rest of the guys one by one, and he could only watch, noting that in the end, the only one who remained and fought all 5 clones was him. Chen furrowed his brows and narrowed his eyes, saying that they had undoubtedly lost before the fight even began. Albert raised his hand and pointed his finger at Chen, glaring at him. Albert told Chen that he was great and his analysis of what was happening made sense, and as he said, the outcome was already predetermined even before they guys entered the fight. Albert smiled with a malicious expression on his face and presented the chess pieces. Albert told the guys that in team battles, it is not their own fighting ability that is important, but the ability to work as a team, and noted that it is reminiscent of a game of chess when some pieces need to be attacked and some need to be defended, but there are also those who need to be sacrificed to give other pieces a chance to deal a killing blow to the enemy. The guys looked intently at Albert with a serious look and listened carefully to what he said. Albert told the guys that the shadow clones they were fighting had absolutely no thinking skills. They developed the most effective teamwork strategy based on an analysis of their own fighting skills. Albert closed his eyes and brought the food to his mouth, holding it with chopsticks. Boban angrily opened his mouth wide and frowned. Albert said this is the simplest and most effective strategy for dealing with newbies. Chen pursed his lips and frowned, looking ahead. Chen thought that it was like a math problem. If they studied the question thoroughly, it would not be difficult to solve. But if they continued to rely on a miracle without properly understanding the situation, then they would continue to fall into traps. Chen tilted his head slightly, and a shadow hung over his eyes. Chen thought that if they wanted to improve their team fighting skills, they must properly understand their own abilities as well as the abilities of their comrades. They must understand how to most effectively defeat opponents under given conditions. Albert took out his pipe and lit it, putting it in his mouth and closing his eyes. Albert told the boys that he suggested finishing the training this time and the next day they would learn to work as a team. Night had fallen in the village, and a bright full moon shone in the starry sky. Albert told the boys to have a good rest that night. Chen was lying on the bed with his hands behind his head. Luca was lying next to him, throwing her little legs over him and snoring. Chen knitted his eyebrows and burned the ceiling with his gaze. Chen thought that even though it was training, he felt extremely useless when he saw his teammates being killed. Chen looked thoughtfully at Luca sleeping next to him. Chen thought that if this fight was real, Luca or Mother would be killed first. Chen turned his gloomy and worried gaze back to the ceiling. Chen thought that this won't do. He is still very weak to protect everyone he cares about, and no matter what, he will become stronger. Chen sadly lowered his gaze, lost in his thoughts. The bright moon and white clouds were visible in the reflection of the window. Chen recalled his real city, which was hit by heavy rain. Chen recalled that when he was little, Mother had a great chance to get a job in a good company, but in order to take care of him, she gave up that company and chose a hard part-time job. Little Chen stood next to his mother in the office, who clasped her hands and looked hopefully at her employer. Mother asked him if she could bring Chen to work on Wednesday afternoon so he could wait while she finished work. The employer stood with his eyes closed and his hands behind his back. Mother leaned over slightly and put her hand on Chen's head. The employer told Mother that she should understand that Chen could interfere with the buyer, which is unacceptable, and Wednesday is a very busy day for them. Mother told him that Chen would not disturb the visitors and added that she would bring a chair for him to wait on, noting that they would not cause any inconvenience. The employer raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes, looking at Mother and smiled strangely, asking her that she was a single mother. Mother stood with her hands down and slightly bent over, her lips slightly pursed. She shone with her appearance. The employer noticed that it is not at all necessary to work with an appearance like Mother's. Mother leaned back and pressed her hands to her chest, looking at her employer with panic. The employer asked Mother if she was free in the evening. Mother told him that she just wanted to find a job. Little Chen approached the employer and hit him between the legs with all his might, causing him to double over in unimaginable pain, rolling his eyes. Chen became angry and glared at his employer, clenching his fists and frowning. Chen asked the employer how dare he treat his mother like that. The employer bent over slightly in pain and held his hands to the place where Chen hit him. Mother put her hand on Chen's head and leaned over, telling the employer that he didn't do it on purpose, and asked Chen to apologize to him. The employer's rounded eyes flashed red. He bared his teeth and furiously rushed at Chen. Mother grabbed her employer's hand as it flew in front of her. Mother knocked the employer onto his back, causing him to frown on his face, feeling wild pain. The employer lay on his back unconscious. Mother dusted off her hands and walked towards Chen. Little Chen looked at Mother with apprehension. Mother said that if he didn't get the job, then so be it. Mother crouched slightly in front of Chen, and with a beaming smile, she extended her hand to him, holding her hair with her other hand. Mother apologized to Chen, saying that she had failed again, and added that she would have to wait a while with fried chicken in the evenings. Chen smiled seriously, knitted his eyebrows, and took Mother's hand. Chen recalled that at that moment he realized that he had to protect his mother at all costs. Chen widened his eyes in surprise and frowned. Someone's voice told Chen that protecting someone with such abilities was more like a joke. Chen didn't understand what kind of voice this was. Chen presented the image of Hesiod, who was holding his sword in his hands, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Chen then realized that it was Hesiod. The moonlight barely illuminated the room Chen was in. Chen asked Hesiod if it was him and where he was. Chen stood up from the bed, raised one eyebrow, and looked around the room in bewilderment. Chen didn't understand what was happening and was sure that this voice belonged to Hesiod. Luca stood up and began to rub her eyes with her hand. Chen turned and looked at Luca. Chen asked Luca if she had heard anyone. Luca shook her head negatively. Chen looked to the side and lowered his eyebrows, looking to the side with a serious look. Chen thought it was strange that Luca did not hear him and did not understand what it was then, and thought that he was so tired that he began to hear voices. Luca climbed onto Chen and lay down on his stomach, closing his eyes and opening his mouth wide. Chen raised one eyebrow and looked at Luca. Chen closed his eyes and looked at Luca with confusion. His mouth parted. Chen told Luca not to hang on to him like that because he doesn't understand how he can go to sleep now. Luca snorted deeply, clinging to Chen's stomach. Chen tilted his head to the side and looked in surprise at Luca, who had fallen asleep so quickly. Chen put Luca on the bed and covered her with a blanket, lightly stroking her back, saying that this was even better. Chen lay down on his side, resting his head on his arm and watching Luca sleep. Chen wondered if it was hard for his mother to raise him alone. Chen raised his gaze and looked straight ahead, frowning. Chen mentally addressed Mother, saying that he would return soon, because now he knows much more than at the very beginning, and he just needs to become stronger, defeat the Guardians, and finally get out of there with the guys. Red petals flew past the face of Hesiod, who smiled maliciously. Chen thought that he had defeated the king of the monsters, who was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, and noted that during his recent training, he realized that strength alone was not enough. Chen widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly in surprise, red petals flying in front of his face. Hesiod told Chen that it was good that he understood it so quickly. Hesiod stood on the white sand, among trees with red flowers from which the petals were falling. Hesiod told Chen that compared to that brainless leader of the monsters, the fighting abilities of shadow clones are many times higher, but that's not all. Chen knitted his eyebrows and began to look around in surprise at the place in which he found himself. Chen told Hesiod that it was him, and he didn't hear it. Chen stood on the white sand and turned his head around, not understanding where he was. Chen asked Hesiod what this place was and why he was there. Hesiod opened his mouth and looked at Chen. Hesiod said that, simply put, it is his inner world, of which he is now a resident, after he has become its master. Chen raised his eyebrow in bewilderment and looked to the side, surprised that this was his inner world. Hesiod headed towards Chen, leaving black footprints on the white sand. Hesiod told Chen that when he was finally able to get out of that trap, he was very weak, which is why he still didn't show up. Chen lowered his eyebrows and smiled slightly as he looked at Hesiod. Chen told Hesiod that it was only thanks to him that he was able to defeat the king of monsters, but something haunts him, why his inner world is full of flowers. Hesiod stared at Chen with his hand on his weapon, gripping it tightly. Hesiod said that the inner world of every person is full of those things that are dear to each individual, and added that these flowers seem to directly connect Chen with the outside world. Chen stretched out his hand and caught the red flower, and looked at it thoughtfully. Chen told Hesiod that he didn't remember ever being interested in flowers. Hesiod raised his hand to stop Chen. Chen raised his head and looked at Hesiod. Hesiod told Chen that he would have time to think about it, because he came there to say something more important. Chen and Hesiod stood opposite each other and looked intently into each other's eyes. Hesiod told Chen that if he told him he could help him become much stronger. Chen furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Hesiod with a serious look. A powerful force began to emanate from Hesiod, glowing with a blue light. Hesiod, surrounded by his aura, looked at Chen with a serious look. Hesiod told Chen that he was only able to recover 1% of his fighting abilities, but that would be enough for him to realize how sinister and powerful the element of chaos is, and added that at present, the maximum power he is capable of releasing is, this is 0.001% of the total power of the element. Chen widened his eyes, knitted his eyebrows and opened his mouth in shock. Chen was dumbfounded that he could only use 0.001%. Hesiod held onto his weapon and looked at Chen, who was in disbelief. Hesiod told Chen that these estimates are approximate. Chen asked Hesiod that he might be exaggerating. Hesiod glared at Chen, saying that he wanted him to understand how to access the power hidden within, because if he died, then he would die with him. System notification. Element of Chaos Master's Trail. Requirements: survive for 3 minutes in a fight with an enemy. Reward: 400,000 experience. Chen noticed the notice, looked to the side, and thought about what was in the notice. Hesiod lowered his eyebrows, irradiated by his powerful aura, and asked Chen if he was ready to begin. Chen transformed into his fighting form, and powerful energy began to emanate from him. Chen told Hesiod that he was ready to start. Chen looked at Hesiod with a malicious smile and held a weapon in his hand. The weather was cloudy over the city. Gray clouds floated across the sky. Lucius asked Hicks if it was Chen who treated him like that. Hicks stood on one knee, resting his hand on his leg, bared his teeth and frowned. Behind him stood the healer who was treating Hicks. Hicks told Lucius that Chen was just lucky and had only let his guard down for a moment. Hicks knitted his eyebrows and looked displeasedly towards Lucius. Lucius stood in a black cloak, covering her face with a hood. Lucius told Hicks that if Chen had fought at his full strength, he would probably already be a corpse. Hicks widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide, covering one eye. Hicks was furious at what Lucius said. Lucius took her hood off her head and looked at Hicks with displeasure, her violet eyes sparkling. Lucius told Hicks that Lord Dorop only asked to assess the enemy's combat capability, and he received so many wounds, and added that she did not understand how someone like him could even become one of the 4 guardians. Lucius folded her arms under her chest and walked towards Hicks. Hicks raised his hand and pointed his finger at Lucius with a displeased look. Hicks asked Lucius where she got her arrogance from and reminded her that she was no match for him either. Lucius hit Hicks on the head, causing him to lower it and bare his teeth. Lucius put her foot on Hicks' head and leaned over him, smiling contentedly. Lucius told Hicks that she was ready to help the Lord get rid of him at any time. Hicks bared his teeth and clenched his teeth in anger, looking at Lucius in rage, covering one eye. Hicks asked Lucius how dare she do such a thing. Lucius knitted her eyebrows and looked at Hicks with disdain, keeping her foot on his head. Lucius told Hicks that Chen may be strong, but even a fool could see that he was completely unprepared, with a complete lack of strategy. Lucius removed her foot from Hicks' head, and he looked at her with his eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. Lucius told Hicks that whether it was Old Man Albert himself, in a battle against Lord Dorop, they would be destroyed before the battle even began. The doctor stood with his face covered next to Lucius. Lucius kept her arms crossed. The healer said that although Albert began to gather volunteers for his team, and since he is one of the 12 heroes, people believe in him, and added that however, if Lord Dorop intervenes, the entire city will be engulfed in chaos, people will begin to panic. Lucius raised her eyebrows and narrowed her eyes at the medicine man, asking him what he wanted to say. The doctor extended his hand to the side, where a huge monster appeared, whose eyes glowed with a bright red light. Hicks and Lucius looked in shock towards the monster, their mouths slightly open. The wolf stood with his mouth slightly open, baring his teeth and looking furiously in front of him. It was a desert wanderer. The healer pointed his hand in the direction from which the red energy was emanating. The doctor ordered the wolf to destroy Albert and his entire group. The wolf narrowed his eyes furiously, baring his teeth. The wolf sharply rushed towards the exit, opening its mouth wide, ready to tear everyone apart. Red flowers fell from the trees. Powerful blows swept through the inner world. Chen ran along the white sand, holding his sword in his hand, moving it to the side. Notification. Remaining time, 2 minutes. Chen, with frowning eyebrows and a serious look, ran to the side, clenching his fists. Chen thought that it would be better for him to avoid the fight for the time allotted to him, after which he would complete the task and get the points he was entitled to, and learn how to control the power only after that. Chen looked behind him as he ran away from Hesiod. Chen thought it was strange that Hesiod didn't attack him and added that he had a bad feeling about it. A bright, dazzling light appeared in the sky above Chen. Chen widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows in surprise. A powerful and dazzling shockwave hit Chen. Chen was thrown back by the impact and rolled on the ground. Chen stabbed his weapon into the ground to stop and stood up, cutting the ground with his sword. Chen opened his mouth wide in surprise and looked ahead. The earth was cut in half by a powerful blow. Chen stood near the newly formed cliff and looked at the consequences of the impact with a serious look. Chen thought about how this should help him in his training, and added that just a little more and Hesiod would raise him to the ground. Chen clenched his fist, which had a green ring on it, shining brightly. Chen thought that it was only thanks to the Monster King's shield that he had not been turned into mincemeat by the recent blow. On the other side, Hesiod stood at the cliff, stretching out his hand with a weapon to the side. Hesiod asked Chen if he was avoiding the fight on purpose. Hesiod put one hand behind his back, hiding it behind his cloak, and in the other he held his sword tightly. Hesiod told Chen that he however surprised him by dodging that attack and added that he apparently underestimated him. Hesiod opened his mouth and clenched his teeth, saying that a strategy like this was doomed to failure. Chen pointed his finger to the side, and Hesiod turned behind him, looking in surprise. Chen asked Hesiod who was behind him, deceiving him. Chen suddenly rushed in the other direction, running away from Hesiod. Hesiod turned towards Chen and saw him running away, after which he became angry. A system window appeared in front of Chen's face, showing the remaining time. Chen drew attention to the window and said that he just had to hold out a little longer and it was done. Chen and Hesiod stood opposite each other, separated by the rift from the impact. Chen asked Hesiod if they could compete later and added that he wanted to take some time off. Hesiod furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Chen with a serious look, saying that running away was not the solution. Hesiod instantly found himself behind Chen, causing Chen to widen his eyes in surprise. Hesiod, his eye flashing, swung his sword at Chen, emitting powerful energy. Hesiod told Chen that a real opponent would not give him time to catch his breath. Chen rushed past Hesiod, raising his sword up and holding it with both hands. Chen looked indifferently towards Hesiod and swung his sword, from which a powerful blow came. A blow flashed in front of Hesiod's face. Hesiod did not expect such actions. Hesiod dodged the blow, rising into the air, clouds of dust rising from the ground. Chen knitted his eyebrows and looked at Hesiod indifferently. Chen thought that he managed to evade the attack thanks to his explosive streak skill. Hesiod furrowed his brow and pursed his lips as he watched Chen. Hesiod wondered when Chen had even made it in time and noticed that it was not that he had not followed his movements, but that he had suddenly appeared behind him. Chen looked up at Hesiod and frowned, waiting to see what Hesiod would do. Chen thought that it would take about 5 minutes to recover, and if Hesiod attacked again, he would not see 400,000 experience, and noted that the remaining time was 30 seconds. Hesiod floated in the air and looked at Chen, who was putting his weapon away into space. Chen asked Hesiod if he could rest for a while and promised that he would not run away. Moreover, they would continue his training afterwards. Hesiod descended to the ground, crossing his arms over his chest. Hesiod agreed to give Chen a break and asked him to tell him what kind of technique he was able to evade. Chen knitted his eyebrows and stared at Hesiod, pursing his lips. Chen thought Hesiod was referring to the blast strip. Notification. Time is over. Mission completed. 400,000 experience gained. Level increased. Fallen petals from trees were flying in the sky. Chen told Hesiod that the fact is that he gained this skill by moving to the next level. Hesiod looked at Chen intently, brow furrowed. Chen told Hesiod that using skills is more like executing commands, and his body seems to move on its own while performing an action, whether to defend or attack. Chen relaxed his face and looked at Hesiod. Chen said that he was able to dodge his attack thanks to his burst streak skill and asked Hesiod if there was something wrong with that. Hesiod lowered his hands and clenched them into fist. Chen stood opposite him. Hesiod told Chen that he had no idea what he was talking about, but he felt like he had seen this technique before. Chen asked Hesiod that someone he knew had used this skill before. Hesiod lowered his cold gaze, looking at the floor. Hesiod thought that the reaction of his body during this fight reminded him of something, and did not remember who the person who first used this technique was. Chen furrowed his eyebrows and stared at Hesiod. Chen thought about what Albert told him about a hero named Hesiod, a man from a legend, and considering that Hesiod gave him the power of the element of chaos, it turns out that he is the same Hesiod, and thought that if he heard his name, he would remember everything. Chen smiled and knitted his eyebrows, opening his mouth slightly. Chen told Hesiod that he thinks he knows who he is. Hesiod was surprised and narrowed his eyes, raising his eyebrow. Chen raised his hand and pointed his finger at Hesiod, looking at him with a serious look. Chen told him that he was Hesiod, the man who saved the world by destroying the evil deity Murius. Chen looked at Hesiod with his mouth slightly open, asking if he remembered anything. Hesiod widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock. The full moon shone in the starry night sky. Laxi was sleeping on the bed, wearing a sleep mask and holding a small toy at his side. Bobin was lying on the bed next to Laxi, his red eyes wide. Bobin thought that maybe he and Albert had agreed that he would bring this monster to the village, but he did not understand why he was now obliged to live in the same room with him. Bobin jumped out of bed, resting his hands on the bed and looking displeasedly at the floor. Bobin said he couldn't stand it anymore. Purple energy appeared in the air. Bobin felt the energy and furrowed his brows, sniffing it. Bobin widened his eyes in panic, recognizing the smell he smelled. Bobin jumped up sharply and widened his eyes, baring his teeth. A monster flew into the room, but Bobin managed to jump out of the way. Wooden planks fell from the building and clouds of smoke and dust rose. Laxi stood up from the bed, grabbing the falling board with one hand, and asked if it was an earthquake. In the middle of the room stood a huge ferocious wolf, emitting an ominous aura. Bobin and Laxi looked at this creature. Laxi was lying on the floor and boards fell on him. Laxi rose from behind the rubble and scratched the back of his head, looking at the destruction. Laxi noticed that the house was destroyed and wondered where Bobin was and whether he could be under the rubble. Laxi turned his head towards where the clouds of dust were rising and asked if Bobin was okay. Laxi grabbed his head and widened his eyes in panic, thinking that Bobin had really been flattened. Suddenly, out of surprise, a huge stone flew straight into Laxi's face. Laxi furrowed his brows and smiled viciously, baring his teeth as blood gushed out from his nose. Laxi shouted who was throwing things around in the middle of the night. Suddenly Laxi's face froze in surprise, he raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes. Bobin dodged the powerful blows of the monster, which was destroying the house. Bobin jumped into the air behind the wolf and swung his sword. The monster turned sharply and struck Bobin with its claws, baring its fangs. Bobin landed on the ground with one hand on the floor. The wolf raised its head and opened its mouth, growling angrily as Bobin rose to his feet. Bobin looked furiously at the monster, baring his teeth and frowning, remembering his little self and his parents. Bobin noticed that this was the monster that killed his parents, and he would never forget this smell. Bobin took out his swords and stood in a fighting pose, his violet eyes flashing. Bobin said that he trained hard all these years to find and finish this monster, but he himself found it, noting that it was a great success. Bobin put his hands out to the sides, holding his weapon in them. Laxi looked at what was happening and asked Bobin if he was okay and why that monster was there. Bobin bared his teeth and looked at Laxi with an angry look, causing him to widen his eyes in fear. Bobin walked towards the wolf, emitting an ominous aura. Bobin told the monster that he would tear him off piece by piece, bone by bone, after which he would spill his blood on his parents' grave. Bobin brutally incinerated the enemy with his gaze, his mouth slightly open. Bobin rushed from his spot, attacking the huge beast. Lucius smiled sarcastically as she watched what was happening in the village, noting that it had become much more interesting. Hicks, Lucius, and the doctor were near the village. Hicks said that, however, they were now conspicuous by all the noise and asked if it looked too suspicious. Lucius smiled with her arms crossed as the medicine man turned his attention to Hicks. The healer told Hicks that this was why monsters were sent to the city, and when the time came, they would simply need to lure Albert into a trap, and added that Lord Dorop would deal with him personally. Hicks bared his teeth and looked to the side with a dissatisfied look. Lucius told Hicks that he could take care of the rest of the guys, and added that he should try not to blow it like last time. Lucius raised her eyebrows and narrowed her eyes, grinning maliciously. Lucius told Hicks to leave Chen to her and added that she hoped that he could hold out for a while because otherwise it was just not fun. Laxi ran barefoot on the ground in a panic, calling for Albert. Laxi ran up to the house and Albert opened the door, looking in surprise at the out-of-breath Laxi. Albert asked him what was the matter. Laxi pointed towards the house where he lives with Bobin and covered his face with his hand. Laxi told Albert that Bobin is fighting a monster. Albert furrowed his eyebrows and looked in the direction where Laxi was pointing. Fire and clouds of black smoke rose in the city. Laxi and Albert looked in that direction. Albert was filled with rage from what he saw. A frightening blue aura began to emanate from Albert. He looked towards the city with anger. Albert told Laxi to find Chen and told him to take care of Seoli. Albert took off sharply, leaving behind powerful energy. The black silhouettes of Hesiod and Chen stood opposite each other, next to a tree. Chen recalled that legends say that the savior Hesiod possesses the power of the element of chaos, and that he defeated the evil deity Murius, after which he sealed him in the Altalos Tower. However, he himself was trapped. Chen smiled, slightly showing his teeth. Chen told Hesiod that he must be Hesiod. The place from which he rescued him was Altalos Tower. Hesiod looked at Chen, pursing his lips. Chen asked Hesiod if he remembered anything. Hesiod stood in bewilderment, with his hands down, and said that he didn't remember anything like that. Chen seemed to be half struck with surprise. Chen lowered his gaze and furrowed his eyebrows, thinking that often in movies, people remember who they are when they hear their name. Hesiod lowered his gaze and opened his mouth. Hesiod told Chen that he had no memories of this world and that name was nothing more than a sound to him, and added that even if he was the Hesiod he was talking about, he still didn't remember anything from that life. Chen pursed his lips and looked at Hesiod with a serious expression. Hesiod told Chen that, however, his fighting skills reminded him of something, and for the first time he was able to grasp some kind of connection with the world. Red petals flew in front of Chen's face. Chen did not understand how he himself got into this world in the first place, and how he was able to save Hesiod, and why he received the power of the element of chaos. Chen's eyes glowed in different colors, his gaze staring straight ahead. Chen thought that so many inexplicable things happened, and if he really is Hesiod and at some point remembers everything, then will he give him the answer to the accumulated questions? Hesiod took out his sword and stood in a fighting pose. Chen opened a space from which he began to draw his weapon. Hesiod asked Chen to fight him again and added that he should use all the skills he has, maybe then he will remember something. Suddenly, Luca's voice was suddenly heard calling Chen. Chen frowned and looked up, realizing that Luca was calling him. Luca stood on the bed, next to the lying Chen. Lucius appeared in the room, wondering what kind of child this was. Lucius began to slowly approach the bed. Luca fell from her feet to her back, resting her hands on the bed. Lucius told Luca not to be afraid, because she was there to kill Chen, not her. Lucius walked up to the bed and glared at Luca, who grabbed Chen's leg and closed her eyes. Lucius raised her finger up and looked at Luca with a malicious smile. Her finger glowed blue. Lucius told Luca that since she wanted to stay so much, she would not dissuade her and let her keep Chen company. Lucius directed her blow towards Luca, who was lying with her back to her. Suddenly the wind suddenly rose. Lucius widened her eyes in surprise and opened her mouth. Lucius frowned and pursed her lips, looking behind her. Chen apologized for being late. Chen smiled as he held Luca in his arm. Chen told Luca not to cry and added that she could leave it to him. A powerful aura emanated from Lucius and Chen as they stood opposite each other and watched intently. The entire city was on fire and all the houses were on fire as civilians tried to escape. Enraged and ferocious wolf monsters continued to kill civilians and completely destroy the city. A little girl in a white t-shirt was sitting on the ground and trying to call out to her mother, who was most likely no longer alive. The monster's ferocious paw appeared on the horizon in front of the little girl. A ferocious wolf monster approached from behind the crying girl and was about to eat her. The wolf growled with his full open mouth and sharp fangs appeared. Blue bolts of lightning appeared from the monster's back, which were supposed to counter it. It was a triple thunder strike. A bright blue beam of energy threw the monster's body far into the stone wall. Albert picked up the little girl in his arms. He asked her if she was injured. Albert continued to hold the girl in his arms as other monsters began to surround him from all sides. The monster's eyes, glowing red, stared mercilessly forward. Albert had no intention of giving up and looked just as predatory back at them. Albert managed to hide the little girl when, with a powerful blow, the monster wolves flew off in different directions. Bros and Faloga came to Albert's aid. Bros glanced towards the sitting Albert and asked him what was the matter and who was to blame for all this, asking along the way the question of why the monsters suddenly began to attack the city. Bros and Faloga put their hands in their pockets and watched as Albert tried to calm the frightened girl. Albert said that the city was under protective spells that could withstand the attack of monsters, and in addition, the barrier was set up 24 hours a day in case of an attack, so it turned out that the monsters could not get into the city on their own. Albert looked away contemptuously. He understood that the city's enemies could not wait any longer, and if his theory was correct, then these monsters appeared in the city as cover. Bros and Faloga looked to the sides in surprise. They realized that the real reason for the appearance of monsters and the whole pogrom was getting rid of them. Albert placed his palm on the little girl's head and turned back towards Bros and Faloga, addressing them. Albert looked ahead with annoyance at the ruins that remained of the city. Albert told the guys to save the city kids and hide them in his house. Bros stood next to Faloga and looked questioningly towards Albert. He asked Albert where he was going to go. Albert surrounded himself with his lightning aura and intended to go to defend the city. Albert replied that he would go to the border of the barrier on the outskirts of the city to restore it. Bros continued to look at Albert and have an important discussion with him. Bros said that the borders were probably infested with monsters, so they should have gone with Albert. Albert was surrounded by his magical aura with lightning and looked forward hatefully. Albert said there was no need for that, so the boys needed to protect people. Albert took flight with a bright blue thunder flash. Lucius's leg was floating in the air. Chen held Luca in his hands and looked at Lucius, who was opposite him. Chen looked at Lucius with contempt. He realized that it was this girl who attacked Boban and Sayoli recently. He didn't expect that same Lucius. The one Albert told him about will turn out to be a girl. Chen, although he was standing not far from Lucius, still raised his hand to his mouth and shouted to Lucius with a question about why she attacked him, calling her aunt. Lucius really didn't like the way Chen called her, and she looked at Chen in surprise, surrounded by her aura with lightning. Chen bared his teeth and frowned at Lucius. He understood that if they managed to find the temple, then everyone in the city would be free. However, he still wondered why the Guardians were going to kill them. Chen and Lucius stood opposite each other in a small forest against the backdrop of a burning city. Lucius said that the city was entirely built under the leadership of Lord Dorop, who spent a lot of time and effort on its construction, so any actions that threaten the well-being of the city will be immediately stopped. Lucius also added that the temple they are looking for is just a fiction. Lucius looked at Chen with arrogance. She added to her words that if she were the guys, she would not contradict God's plan. Chen began to transform into his battle form with a blue magical aura and black stripes. Chen was sure that the temple existed, so it didn't matter to him who would get in his way in an attempt to stop him or injure the guys. Chen glared at Lucius, holding his sword and Lucius in his hands. Chen said that it doesn't matter to him who gets in his way, be it a god, a ghost, a devil, or anyone else. In any case, he will destroy everyone. With a malicious grin, Lucius extended her hand and her silhouette glowed with a bright blue light. She called Chen a pathetic braggart, saying that if he was able to defeat Hicks, it did not mean that he was strong, because Hicks was the weakest among the Guardians. Lucius extended her hand to the side where she was holding her black sword. Frowning her brows, Lucius looked sarcastically at Chen, telling him that her strength was not inferior to that of Lord Dorop himself. Lucius waved her hands and summoned a bunch of wolf monsters with blue energy. It was a level 45 shadow wolf, summoning shadow assassins that had incredible speed and increased flexibility. Lucius extended her hand with the sword in front of her and gave the command to the wolves to attack, and at the same second the monsters ran forward. Chen held Luca in his hands and straightened his sword, watching as the wolves held blue lightsabers in their teeth and were heading straight at him. Chen tightened his grip on his blade and used his Death Streak skill. With a powerful stream of light, he pointed his sword towards a squad of wolves. Lucius looked at what was happening in amazement, not understanding how this was possible. Lucius screamed about 3,000 shadow swords, and a huge stream of black swords was heading towards the attack. The ring on Chen's hand glowed as he held the hilt of the sword in his hand. A whole stream of black swords tried to break through the blue protective barrier that Chen had managed to form. Chen stood behind his protective sphere with Luca and lowered his sword down. He ironically noted that this was Lucius's strongest attack. Lucius looked forward in amazement and widened her eyes. She saw that Chen blocked her attack very easily, and she realized that she had underestimated Chen. The silhouette of Lucius, along with his leg, flew into the air. Lucius was floating in the sky and towered over Chen's silhouette when black rays spread out from the magic sphere below her in different directions. Lucius noted that she had just begun and all her power would be ahead. Lucius summoned her huge monster wolf, which had a huge and sharp sword in its mouth. Lucius crossed her arms and looked down at Chen with contempt and arrogance. She said that they would now see how long Chen could hold out against such an attack. Card: Mission Update, Defense of the City of Delk. Enemy leaders destroyed 0 out of 1. City integrity 67 out of 100. Monsters killed 1 out of. If the city's integrity reaches 0, the mission will fail. The reward is calculated based on the number of monsters killed and the integrity of the city. Chen responded with hatred and anticipation that Lucius would get what he deserved. Huge angry wolves continued to advance on the city. A bunch of wolf monsters stood behind a protective yellow barrier and made their way through small cracks inside to deal with the inhabitants of the city, who were not going to just give up. While the warriors were fighting the wolves, the magicians were trying to cast a spell at the altar with a blue glowing core. The warrior swordsmen, in anger and hatred at the uninvited monsters, fiercely fought back with their swords, which is why there were drops of blood on their bodies. Enraged monsters tried to squeeze into the small gap in the barrier. 2 fighters in white armor stood near the fallen bodies of monsters that continued to pass through holes in the barrier. The blonde warrior turned back and addressed Gria, asking her how long she would need to patch holes in the protective barrier. Gria stood at the altar with a desperate expression on her face and held her hand in the luminous core. She said that the monsters kept coming and their strength was no longer enough. She added that if things continue like this, they will not be able to contain them for long. With an annoyed expression on her face, Gria looked at her teacher, who looked frowning. The teacher told the children to hold on, because protecting this territory was their area of responsibility and they should not allow the monsters to break through at any cost. 2 warriors named Wagner and Ramon turned back to their teacher, who addressed them while standing at the altar. He told them to hold off the monsters and they would protect the city. Wagner and Ramon sharpened their swords and turned towards the shield in a furious appearance. The barrier continued to crack and pieces broke off. Teacher Damont looked up as his 2 assistant mages in black capes stood near him. They turned to him, saying that they could not hold on any longer. 3 magicians, together with Teacher Damont, looked at the protective barrier, the holes in which began to be sealed with the help of a blue stream of energy from the side. They watched from the ground as the holes in the yellow protective barrier began to close and the shield began to repair itself. Gria turned her gaze to the protective barrier in surprise as the Damont teacher frowned at what was happening. Grandfather Albert, who was surrounded by his furious appearance with blue sparkling lightning, flew to their aid. Damont, along with Gria, raised their heads to the floating silhouette of Albert, which emitted blue bolts of lightning from itself. A bunch of wolf monsters began to run away from the protective barrier when Albert flew towards them. Ramon and Wagner covered their heads with their hands from a discharge of blue lightning towards the wolves from Grandfather Albert. Albert frowned down at the guys and turned to Damont. He told him that Damon should leave the remaining monsters to him, and he did not tell them to help restore the barrier along with the others. Damont stood sideways to the guys and extended his hand to the side to give orders to his guys. He ordered his boys to run to the next holes in the shield and patch them up. Albert covered himself with his hand from the strong gust of wind that surrounded him. The wolves also turned their attention to the newly formed funnel of air near them. A strong current of wind began to scatter the wolves in different directions, from which their pieces scattered through the air. The silhouette of a magician in a black cape appeared in the sky, who summoned these air funnels. Wagner and Ramon enthusiastically raised their heads to the newly arrived Lord Dorop. A company of black silhouettes of magicians, together with 2 warriors, looked dumbfounded at the red light. A bright stream of fire burned 2 silhouettes of people who were screaming and suffering in pain. Albert cast his contemptuous and bewildered glance upward towards Lord Dorop. Albert did not understand what Lord Dorop had done. Lord Dorop grabbed his hood and began to slowly remove it, revealing his blonde hair and protruding nose. He said that he was the one who gave the commoners a chance to live, so he noted that he could take their lives back at any time. Lord Dorop's face looked terrifying when he only had 1 green eye. Lord Dorop told Albert that these were all consequences of betrayal. A flurry of black and sharp swords flew straight at the heated Chen, who deftly dodged them. Chen cut through the air with quick movements and headed to attack Lucius. Chen cast his contemptuous glance, turning back. Chen dodged the bright and powerful stream of red energy with lightning-fast reaction. A huge angry monster wolf with a sword in his teeth tried to attack Chen. Chen swung his powerful black sword with blue energy exactly when the monster with a sword in his teeth with red energy intended to carry out his attack. Chen grabbed the sword with both hands and ran to attack with an angry expression on his face. Like Chen intended to jump off the ground, Chen flew into the air, cutting his blue sword towards the wolf monster Lucius, who was holding his sharp sword in his teeth. With a deft maneuver, Chen carried out an attack with his sword, leaving a blue streak in the air, from which the huge and ferocious wolf flew to the side. Lucius tried to keep her balance while jumping and not fly off with the wolf. She was very angry that Chen's attack was very powerful. The ferocious wolf managed to put out his paws and land on the ground. Chen put one foot on the stone and threw his sword behind his head. Chen turned to Lucius, calling her aunt and telling her to simply admit defeat and go defend the city. Lucius broke into a malicious smile and grabbed her face with her hand. She replied that there was no point in defending the city. After all, Chen had no idea what was actually happening there now. She added that Lord Dorop himself opened the barrier protecting the city so that all traitors would be punished that night. Lucius looked towards Chen very gloatingly and bloodthirstily. She said that the reprisal would affect Albert himself, that same hero of the 12, so Lord Dorop would deal with him personally. Chen continued to hold his sword behind his head and look at Lucius with contempt. Chen asked Lucius that Lord Dorop's plan included a battle with Albert. Chen angrily lowered his head and thought that Grandpa Albert's weapon was with him, and he understood. If Albert intended to fight such a strong opponent as Lord Dorop, then he would certainly need this weapon. Chen straightened up. Holding a sword behind his head, he emitted red and blue bolts of lightning from himself. Chen knew he had to hurry and get rid of Lucius quickly in order to help Albert. Lucius stood on a protruding hill and watched. From below, Chen glowed with a bright blue aura. Chen looked fierce and angry from under his furrowed brows and surrounded himself with an intertwined red and blue aura. He was going to use the power of destruction. Lucius looked in amazement at Chen's furious appearance. She noticed that Chen's abilities had become much higher. Lucius stood on her ferocious monster wolf, which had a sharp and long sword in its teeth, and watched as Chen rushed to attack, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Lucius did not have time to react to such lightning speed when Chen, in an angry state, got closer to her from the air. Lucius bared her teeth and looked at Chen angrily, trying to swing her weapon. Before he could carry out his attack, Chen struck Lucius in the stomach with a cold and indifferent look, who spat out blood from her mouth. Chen held the hilt of the glowing sword directly in front of Lucius' body. Lucius looked sarcastically at the departing Chen along with blood on her face. She asked him if he would kill her. Chen looked ahead evenly. Lucius's legs gave way and she began to fall with her eyes closed as Chen, who stood nearby, watched it all. Notification. Defense of the city of Delk. Mission update. Mission update. Shadow Mage Lucius defeated. Experience gained added. Items received added. Mission progress 3 divided by. Monsters destroyed. City integrity 53 out of 100. Lord Dorop floated in the air in dark energy. Wind funnels and several tornadoes swirled around him, emitting purple bolts of lightning. Albert rushed to attack Lord Dorop right in the air among the craters of hurricanes and tornadoes. The silhouette of Albert was getting closer and closer to Lord Dorop, from which purple rays followed towards Albert. Albert put his protective yellow barrier towards the purple magical rays approaching him from Lord Dorop. Lord Dorop watched from the side and smiled maliciously, looking at Albert. Lord Dorop approached Albert, telling him that Albert was unlikely to be able to defeat him. Albert frowned at Lord Dorop and continued to hold his glowing shield with his hands. Lord Dorop supplemented his speech with the fact that the era of 12 heroes is long past, and Albert now remains a pitiful old man. Lord Dorop looked disdainfully and sarcastically towards Albert, baring his teeth, when half of Lord Dorop's face was without flesh and the skull was visible. Lord Dorop called himself a god. He considered himself one who despises such pitiful and insignificant insects as Albert. Albert continued to float in the air and resist Lord Dorop's force. Lord Dorop bared his teeth and began to furiously attack Albert, emitting bolts of lightning from himself. Lord Dorop was going to use wind summoning. The silhouette of Albert absorbed the white air flow from the call of Lord Dorop. Lord Dorop watched from the air what was happening among his summoned tornadoes. He watched with a malicious grin as his attack was successful. Therefore, he said goodbye to Albert with irony. Exhausted and wounded, Lucius sat on the ground with her head bowed. She was in great pain and could not move normally, groaning in pain. With a hateful look, Lucius wiped the remaining blood from her face, remembering that Chen could have easily killed her. Satisfied, Chen was holding an equally happy Luca in his hands. Lucius still wondered why Chen spared her. Lucius was not far from Chen as she sat on the cold and deserted ground. Lucius addressed Chen, telling him that he was so arrogant that he would not even stoop to that level to finish her off. Lucius ironically noted that this could be one of the types of humiliation of the enemy. Chen looked into the distance with a cold gaze. Lucius continued to hit on Chen, telling him that she was still not grateful that he left her alive and she would definitely find ways in the future to finish him off. Chen hugged little Luca to his body and looked towards Lucius sitting on the ground, clenching his fist. Chen replied that he was not surprised anyway, since he still did not expect gratitude, citing the fact that at the moment he had more important things to do. Chen added that next time she will definitely be finished off, but it won't be Chen's sword. Lucius bared her teeth and cast a hateful glance towards Chen. Chen looked down at Lucius with bewilderment along with Luca, which he held in his hands. Chen thought that maybe he really should have killed Lucius, especially since she wasn't even a playable character. However, despite this, everything seemed real to Chen, so much so that he felt that he could kill a living being, appealing to his conscience to stop. Chen cast his disdainful glance back as soon as he turned around. He believed that this was the difference between reality and the virtual world, because there was no need to adhere to the moral laws of the game, since it was all unreal. However, he felt the pleasure of killing would no doubt imprint on him in real life. Lucius found the strength to stand up, holding her stomach, when Chen noticed her, who was about to leave. Lucius said Albert was located near the city's eastern border. Lucius, with an exhausted look, glanced towards Chen, bending slightly in pain. She added that even if Chen was going to fight Lord Dorop along with Albert, they would still not be strong enough to defeat the Lord. Lucius held her stomach as she stood behind Chen, who had a blue screen appear next to him. Chen replied to Lucius, who was allegedly worried about him, that she need not worry. Chen turned to the blue screen, intending to move to the eastern border of the city as soon as possible, according to the maps. He also added that Albert had his legal weapon returned. Chen cast his warm gaze towards Luca, who was happily sitting in his arms. Chen said that it was time for them to go, as they had to hurry to Albert's grandfather. At high speed, Chen headed to Albert's aid, leaving behind a trail of dust. A bright blue light could be seen in the distance, which caught Lord Dorop's attention. Lord Dorop was perplexed at that very moment and widened his eyes. Lord Dorop lowered his head and a blue beam of light passed through him. Lord Dorop realized his hand when a trail of blue light streaked across his face. Lord Dorop was floating in the air and trying to dodge the blue beam of light. A bright flash of light left behind a blue stripe in the form of a trace, which destroyed the cobblestone and pieces of stone scattered in different directions. Blue and yellow lightning bolts intersected with each other. Blue fragments of energy scattered through the air with a tailwind. The naked Albert was swinging his fist, trying to make a secret attack from the air, since everything on the ground was destroyed and blazing in flames. He was also going to perform the Thunder Fist skill. Albert looked forward furiously and bloodthirsty, his brows furrowed. From such a blow, Lord Dorop flew into the wall and lay in its ruins, which was surrounded by a cloud of dust. The angry Albert descended to the ground in a powerful attack and launched a nuclear strike at the location of Lord Dorop, causing pieces of stones and dust to scatter at the site of impact. A huge cloud of dust along with discharges of blue lightning scattered throughout the entire space. Albert swung his fist with a furious expression on his face. A bright stream of multicolored energy was directed from Albert towards Lord Dorop. Albert destroyed the brick structure, thinking that Lord Dorop was there. However, Lord Dorop was already standing not far from Albert. Lord Dorop smirked ironically that it seemed too pathetic that old man Albert was trying his best to protect a group of weaklings. Lord Dorop straightened his long white hair with a caustic expression on his face. He said that he had not seen such funny opponents for a long time. At that same second, Lord Dorop furrowed his eyebrows and raised his hand near his face, on the fingers of which multicolored rings betrayed their magical aura. Lord Dorop was sure that Albert did not have a single chance of victory, to his own misfortune. Lord Dorop raised his ringed hand above his head and everything around was surrounded by a red magical aura, destroying the earth in the area. Lord Dorop said that it was only out of respect for Albert that he would allow him to experience the power of the four elements. 4 angry different monsters appeared in space, each of which signified its own natural element. Ross, in a desperate leap, kicked the ferocious wolf monster, which was burning with a bright flame. Faloga bent over the ground with his 2 daggers after attacking the wolf monster. Faloga deftly spun his daggers in the air. He noticed that there were no more monsters nearby. Ross stood next to Faloga and surveyed the ruins of the city with anger. Ross noticed that Albert repaired the barrier and therefore asked Faloga if he was okay. Faloga's blue hair was visible from under the hood. Faloga said that this was the first time he had encountered so many monsters. The whole city was on fire and was destroyed after such a furious battle with wolf monsters, whose blood remained on the stone paths. Faloga added that he had never seen before that there were so many of these monsters, which every now and then only appeared in a large stream. Ross added that it is unlikely that anyone could survive after everything. What happened in the city? A pile of corpses of people and monsters lay on the cold ground. The guys understood that the remaining people had survived terrible trials. Ross frowned forward and placed his hand on the shoulder of Faloga standing behind him. Bros said that they should move forward, although the monsters in the center were completely destroyed. But in the places where the barrier was destroyed there should still be many of them, so he understood that the two of them had to help those who continued to fight. Faloga agreed with him. Faloga and Bros raised their heads and turned back when a sound was heard in the sky. Faloga and Bros looked up in surprise. Two huge monsters of opposite elements, fire and water, were approaching to attack the city. Faloga looked at what was happening in amazement, turning his head. Faloga noticed that these summoned beings were of the elements of fire and water, so it was incredible to him that they reached such large sizes. With despair, Faloga noticed that an equally powerful magician must be nearby. Bros frowned and looked away. Bros understood that many magicians could control all kinds of elements, however, their capabilities were not as high as those of magicians with a single element. Bros noticed that these monsters were weak, but there was one magician who could use several elements at the same time. Bros frowned deeply and looked forward hatefully. Bros realized that after such a demonstrated power, there was only one magician left in his mind who was capable of it. Blue lightning in the form of a zigzag passed through the fiery tongues of flame. The guys noticed that it was Albert. Albert looked forward and headed towards the monster, from which streams of fire were emanating. Albert approached the large fiery core, behind which was an angry fire dragon in the air. Albert, with his blue aura, deftly maneuvered through the fiery explosions in the air. Albert was almost close to Lord Dorop and intended to use his triple thunder strike, from which bright electric bolts of lightning diverged in different directions. Albert glared angrily at Lord Dorop and thrust his hands towards him, sending bolts of lightning to attack. Lord Dorop watched with a malicious grin, realizing that Albert looked too naive, trying to resist him. A huge earthen fist advanced towards Albert, who managed to turn his head around as he released bolts of lightning from his hands. It was a very huge earthen monster with a helmet on its head and spikes on its back, which was trying to hit the glowing silhouette of Albert. The agile and maneuverable Albert flew closer to the monster's face and was about to direct its stream of energy at it, raising its arms above its head. Albert delivered a powerful blow to the head of the monster with glowing yellow eyes. With quick and precise movements, Albert continued to strike the monster with his blows, emitting bright blue rays from his blows. Albert spread his hands with clenched fists to the sides and watched as the earthen monster fell to the ground with its huge bulk. Suddenly, a blue water aura rushed from Albert's back. A water stream in the form of a spear cut through the entire airspace. It was a water spear skill. A powerful water flow cut through the stone block. Albert watched from the sidelines on another jutting rock hill, crouched slightly on one knee. Suddenly, Albert widened his eyes and looked ahead in amazement. The huge earthen monster slammed its fists onto one of the stone ledges. Albert managed to jump away from the place where the huge monster was about to hit him, who stood with his back to him among the clouds of dust. Wounded with drops of blood on his body, Albert bent over the ground and barely sighed. Lord Dorop came up behind the exhausted Albert, who was bleeding. Lord Dorop smirked at Albert, saying that he managed to dodge the attack and was supposedly impressed. Lord Dorop cast his contemptuous glance towards Albert. Lord Dorop added that Albert is just an ordinary person and he is just a shadow of the warrior who single-handedly defeated the Quincana troll. Lord Dorop broke into a malicious smile and looked forward bloodthirstily with his red eye. He said that he had both a youthful body and boundless magical abilities, adding that Albert should be enviable. Lord Dorop also said that all their insignificant lives were in his hands. Lord Dorop watched as the exhausted and wounded Albert stood nearby. Albert said that Lord Dorop sold his soul to the devil in exchange for limitless power and sucked up to the so-called god, served him like a dog. He did not feel taste, smell, and even lost the sense of touch. Albert asked Lord Dorop if he was satisfied with the life of the walking dead. Through his long white hair, Albert looked towards Lord Dorop with blood on his face. Albert asked that Lord Dorop could simply be jealous of ordinary people. Lord Dorop became angry at such an impudent statement and shouted at Albert to shut up. Lord Dorop sent purple beams of energy towards Albert's body and was about to bring it closer to him. Lord Dorop looked from under his brows with a malicious smile. Albert's bloody body floated in the air, bound by dark energy. Lord Dorop brought Albert's weakened body closer to him with an outstretched arm. Lord Dorop looked bloodthirsty at Albert's electrified body, which he held in the air with a spell. Lord Dorop said that he would crush Albert like a cockroach. Lord Dorop continued to look at Albert sarcastically and bloodthirstily, holding the light core in his hands. Lord Dorop said that according to his stories, Albert will destroy the barrier, so he will kill him and he will save everyone again. It was clear from Albert's facial expression that he had resigned himself to his fate, closing his eyes and frowning slightly. Lord Dorop wanted Albert dead. A black silhouette with glowing eyes was flying at great speed. With a powerful blow, he flew into the body of Lord Dorop, who flew to the side. From such a charged blow, Lord Dorop straightened his arms and slammed into the ground. Chen grabbed Albert's wounded body and came to his aid. Climbing out from under the rubble of stones, Lord Dorop frowned upward. Lord Dorop was very interested in who prevented him from realizing his plans. The dense green forest spread over a long distance under the cover of darkness. Chen gave a helping hand to Albert, who was bleeding. Chen asked Albert if he was okay. Albert replied that he escaped with light scratches, asking in response what Chen was doing there. Chen was confused and looked down arrogantly with his head down. Chen said that Lucius gave him information that Lord Dorop was going to kill everyone, so he rushed to help. Chen apologized for not immediately returning the weapon to him so that he would not have time to get hurt. Albert held Chen's hand and looked at him with anticipation, peeking out from under his long white bangs. Albert was taken aback by telling him that even if he had a sword, he would still be unlikely to be able to defeat Lord Dorop, who gave his soul in exchange for incredible strength. Albert desperately lowered his head down with a humble look. Albert added that Lord Dorop noticed for a reason that Albert was no longer young, because his body had really aged, he had almost no strength, and his movements became slower. Albert also sadly noted that he was just an ordinary person, so he asked to imagine that life is a mountain, because he once reached the top of this mountain. However, now, he was already descending to the foot of the mountain. Albert became angry at the whole situation and clenched his fists as he stood back to Chen. Albert turned to Chen, telling him that he had installed a portal near the garden beds, so he told Chen to take Sailey and the others and quickly leave the place since he alone was going to detain Lord Dorop. Chen looked down with a frown, showing his teeth slightly. Chen replied that he had no intention of leaving Albert. Chen was very angry at such events and Albert stood with his back to him, who also turned back dissatisfied. Chen said that Albert, Luca, Sailey, Boban, Bros, Faloga and even Laxi were already almost like family to him, so he had no intention of not leaving any of them. Chen looked at Albert with enthusiasm and extended a long sword towards him. Chen remembered Mother's words that she always said that there would be many difficulties in life, but in no case should one give up one's beliefs and blindly submit to fate. Chen looked at Albert with hope. He turned to Albert, telling him that they would certainly defeat Lord Dorop and altogether would then go in search of the temple and then return back. Albert grabbed the hilt of his own sword. Albert looked ahead hatefully. With his strong hand, Albert held onto the hilt of the sword and lifted it into the air. Card. The task is completed. The Etzel sword has been removed from inventory. Characteristics reduced. Received 150,000 experience points. Lord Dorop broke into a wide, malicious smile and showed his teeth. He found it funny that Albert and Chen said they would get out of the battlefield alive. Chen and Albert raised their heads and watched as a red magic core glowed in the sky, with purple lightning flashing from it. This magical core hit the ground and there was a huge explosion. Red fire with a purple aura burned on the ground. Chen and Albert managed to hide behind the magical blue sphere. Lord Dorop looked at the guys from the air with a grin. Lord Dorop called them non-entities, asking them if they really intended to challenge him. Lord Dorop opened his arms to the sides and directed fiery tongues of flame at the guys. He really wanted them to die. He used the ability, Burst of Fire Rain. The fiery rays and the entire fiery stream were directed towards Chen and Albert, who were holding on due to their protective barrier. Albert held his hands in the air and, baring his teeth, looked with one eye at Lord Dorop. Lord Dorop hovered in the air and spread his arms to the sides, directing several streams of fire at the guys. Chen looked up with a frown, holding the power of the shield with his hand. He understood that the attack was too powerful. Notice, the beast's shield will soon be destroyed. Lord Dorop raised his hand with a green ring on his finger, near which fragments of the shield scattered. Bright and powerful streams of fire spread throughout the space. Lord Dorop watched from the air as small holes from explosions appeared in the empty ground. Lord Dorop looked mockingly towards the deserted land. Lord Dorop understood that no living person would survive the explosion of the rain of fire, ironically asking himself that Albert should have already turned to ash. At that same second, Lord Dorop widened his eyes and looked at what was happening in horror, realizing that the duel was not yet over. A blue glowing sphere surrounded the explosion site. Chen and Albert looked up in surprise, not understanding how they survived. Luca soared into the air and formed a blue protective sphere over the guys, thanks to which they were able to survive. Luca spread her arms out to the sides and frowned out from under her helmet with blue spots and horns. Lord Dorop was perplexed and looked down in confusion. He understood that this was impossible, because a child could not create a magical shield of that level. Card. Luca's will to fight was awakened. Luca, level 5. Health, 3000. MP, 300. Ability, Magical Hunting. Card. Magic Hunt. When used, creates a super strong magical shield that can absorb 50% of damage and convert it into energy for a magical attack, consuming 100 health per second. Cooldown, none. A Chen card came out with black empty squares in his description. Chen, actual level 65. 28 levels available for use. Health 83,000, MP 460, Experience 153,657 out of 300,000. Strength 106, Armor 86, Agility 86, Intelligence 25, Stamina 35, Elemental ability, the power of primordial chaos. Ability, Divine Strike level 1. Divine Path first level. Complete Destruction level 1. Level 1 treatment. Passive skill, Lightning Strike. Weapons and equipment, Etzel Sword, removed. Strength plus 250, Stamina plus 150, plus 100 Intelligence plus 30. The legendary Fenrir Ring. Plus 10 to all attributes. Hellfire Glove. Strength plus 15. Armor plus 15. MP plus 10. 35 points of fire damage. Chen looked at Luca, who was floating in the air and holding up a barrier with her strength. Chen asked if Luca was okay and if she was injured. Luca cast her ironic glance towards Chen and smiled. Luca began to fall backwards and spread her arms. Chen put his hands up to catch Luca. Chen grabbed Luca and hugged her, looking at her with warmth. He said everything was fine and he was nearby. Chen cast his surprised and frowning glance back at the cloud of dust. He thought about the fact that Luca was able to block an attack that even the Monster King's shield couldn't withstand. Luca lay in Chen's arms, exhausted. Chen understood that if it weren't for Luca, then there would be nothing left of him and Albert, just a handful of ashes. Luca's power limit has been reached and she will be automatically put into storage to fully recover after 24 hours. Luca glowed white and held her hand on her stomach with her eyes closed. Chen silently thanked Luca, saying that she should rest now and he himself would deal with Lord Dorop. Notification that Luca has been placed in storage. Chen and Albert clenched their fists and tensely looked up at the floating silhouette of Lord Dorop. Albert said that Lord Dorop had been using magic for too long and his strength must be running low. Chen stood sideways to Albert, who was holding a sword, and towered over him. Chen said that he would distract Lord Dorop, and at this time Albert should try to get closer to Lord Dorop and attack. Albert, along with his sword, moved with a blue energy stream to attack Lord Dorop, who was in the air. Albert used the Storm Blade skill. Chen looked at what was happening appraisingly, raising one eyebrow slightly. He was very interested to know the level of Lord Dorop, because it should not be lower than that of Fenrir. A card came out with unknown meanings Lord Dorop about his characteristics. Chen wrinkled his eyebrows and looked up angrily. Chen understood that he could not even find out any valuable information. Lord Dorop bared his teeth and looked hatefully at the Albert flying towards him. Lord Dorop did not understand where this old man Albert got so much strength and he should have given up already. Albert flew closer to Lord Dorop and lowered his sword, floating in the air. Albert spread his huge sword, with red energy to the side. Albert said that it was time for them to deal with each other for good. Albert grabbed the sword with both hands and lowered it down in front of him, emitting red energy with lightning. Albert knitted his gray eyebrows and looked at Lord Dorop with contempt and disgust. Lord Dorop looked mockingly at Albert. Lord Dorop understood that Albert's words made him laugh about the decisive battle, since in his theory Albert could not withstand even one blow. The naked Albert raised a red sword with red energy above him. Albert also wanted to check which of them was stronger. In a furious guise, Albert flew to attack Lord Dorop using his flashing lightning skill. The enraged Albert with his huge sword headed towards Lord Dorop, who raised his hand and prepared to retaliate. Lord Dorop said Albert had overestimated his capabilities. A huge stone boulder rose from the ground. Lord Dorop used the earth power skill. A huge stone wall rose out of the ground to protect Lord Dorop. Albert was not going to give up and swung his huge sword with red energy towards the stone wall. Enraged, Albert broke the walls with his sword using the destruction skill. Albert continued to cut through the wall with deft movements and his sword left red marks in the air and clouds of dust. Huge pieces of the stone wall flew in different directions. Albert, with his heated gaze, was directed through the walls and flew through them, forming holes in them. Lord Dorop raised his hand in front of him and raised glowing round balls into the air. These were fire bombs that exploded in the air and tried to stop the Albert from approaching him. Two huge and fierce fire and water monsters from Lord Dorop prepared for battle. Albert tried to deal with these monsters in the air, leaving behind a red streak. Albert and Lord Dorop were practically opposite each other as Lord Dorop was surrounded by his fiery exploding balls. Lord Dorop looked disgustingly at Albert with a malicious expression on his face. He suggested that Albert save his strength, otherwise at this rate he would not be able to get even a step closer. A black silhouette appeared in the sky like a ray of lightning. Lord Dorop turned back questioningly to inspect the situation. Chen flew almost close from behind Lord Dorop. Chen, in an enraged state, swung his fist, about to strike Lord Dorop with a powerful blow. System notification. Activating total destruction will consume 90% of your health, leaving you with 10% remaining. Please keep an eye on your health. Chen was about to punch when he was surrounded by red energy as Lord Dorop looked on. Suddenly, Chen's fist was caught in the air trap. His leg was also caught in the vortex. Chen examined his body, watching as he was completely trapped in the air. Lord Dorop smiled sarcastically, amused that they wanted to defeat him with the help of a childish trick. Suddenly, Chen's fist reaches Lord Dorop's body. Lord Dorop looked down in confusion. Chen kept his fists ready and was surrounded by his mixed red and blue aura. He activated the divine path, 70 mana was spent, speed was increased by 20%, and the negative effect of Lord Dorop, the whirlwind, was removed. Chen quickly reacted and threw multiple punches at Lord Dorop. It was a divine strike skill. One enemy has been detected within a radius of 5 meters. The target will be hit 20 times. Chen, with his deft swing, hit Lord Dorop, whose body flew high into the air. He used the skill of Total Destruction. Total Destruction was superimposed on the divine strike, and the damage from the divine strike was converted into true damage. Chen raised his hand to strike, his hand was charged with energy, and shouted a death wish for Dorop. He hit the guy in the chest with terrifying force. Dorop flew away at high speed after being hit by Chen, and Albert, who noticed this, rushed towards him with a sword in his hand, saying that now is the time. He flew towards the guy from behind, swinging his blade over his head, and angrily said that even though he sold his soul to the devil and received incredible power, he should remember that the weak point of any magician is his defense. The old man delivered a large number of blows that cut through the air. He again raised the sword, which was enveloped in a red aura, to strike, and thought that even if it was not as strong as before. Albert struck a blow in which he put all his strength, adding that, however, this blow would be enough to take his life. The blow sent Dorop flying into the ground with terrifying speed, followed only by a path of the old man's energy. A beam of energy hit the ground, uprooting trees. Chen watched as a huge red beam scattered to the sides, hitting the ground. The guy covered his hand from the light emitted by him. Albert's hand swung back from the inertia. He watched the dust and stones rise into the air. Looking sternly at this cloud, he said that it was all over. Chen landed at high speed with his hand on the ground. He looked back at the old man and asked himself if this was the real strength of one of the 12 heroes, adding that Grandfather Albert was indeed strong. Without looking away, he thought that this blow was no weaker than Dorop's and perhaps even stronger. Albert approached the young man, holding a sword in one hand, and said that there were still many gaps to be filled in the barrier, and suggested that they split up. He pointed into the distance, where a golden ray could be seen, and told the guy to go to the west, and he himself would go to the east because it was clear that the battle there was not over yet. Chen agreed with him. Looking back, the guy thought he had a bad feeling, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Suddenly, he realized something and turned around. Albert looked at the guy, not understanding what was going on, and Chen stood sideways, looking back at the battle site, and thought that everything went too smoothly, and besides, there was no system notification after the end of the battle. The old man suddenly noticed something with a shocked face. Dorop was floating in the air, his clothes were torn, and lightning was emanating from him. He looked at them in rage, completely enveloped in the aura, and said that he did not think that this boy would be able to get rid of the magical shackles he had placed on him. Dorop smiled mischievously, adding that he allowed him to get close and attack him, and that Albert could not even imagine what abilities he possessed. The elf was enveloped in a green aura and all his wounds began to heal. Chen looked at him, thinking that his wounds were regenerating just like the wandering executor. The guy looked back at Albert. The old man lowered his head a little and said that he was mistaken. He looked ahead and added that Dorop received his strength not from the devil, but from Hades, the god of the underworld. Chen looked at him, asking himself what this meant. Without raising his head, the old man asked if he remembered the story about the man who killed Sayoli's parents, adding that he used the same abilities as Dorop. The image of this man appeared in his memories, and he, with furrowed brows, said that he had heard him pronounce the name Hades. An elf with glowing red eyes held Sayoli by the neck and muttered that this was not the same at all. He threw the girl aside. There were two more people behind him. One was lying on the ground without outer clothing, and the other was sitting unconscious by a stone. The man said that he was wasting his time again, asking himself how he would report this to Hades. The man lying on the ground turned out to be Albert. He was covered in blood and asked the elf where he was going, adding that he would kill him. The red-eyed man suddenly flew away on wings that grew from his back, and the warrior asked after him who he was and why he did it. After finishing remembering that moment, Albert and Chen looked at Dorop, and the old man said that the guy uses the same abilities as the man from the past, so there can be no mistake. He also added that the murder of Sayoli's parents and the fact that they cannot get out of Latinea clearly has something to do with Hades. Dorop smiled evilly and crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had no idea that he might know the source of this power, and that initially he did not want to use divine power to kill them, but who knew that they would be so strong resist. The warriors looked at the enemy soaring in the sky, and he also added that the elemental abilities given to them by the gods could not cause him any harm, and all their attempts to kill him were simply pointless. Looking at them from under his bone mask, he mentally asked if it would be better to die and why they continued to resist. Suddenly Dorop's appearance changed. He was enveloped in a purple mist, the guy himself became completely blue, and his legs became transparent. He said he would have to torture them a little. The warriors were surprised, thinking that he had disappeared. They began to hastily look around. A notification window appeared indicating that the target had disappeared. The men looked around again. He was not in the air or near the forest. With his back to the old man, Chen said that at first he thought that Dorop was just moving very quickly, but he actually disappeared. Suddenly the hero turned around, feeling something. Dorop appeared behind the shocked Albert and said that he was there. He struck the old man in the lower back, causing him to arch back. The guy, looking at Albert with a smile, moved again. He struck the old man again, this time from the front. Chen rushed towards them in a rage. Albert fell to the ground, and the hero was pushed away by an unknown aura. Chen slid along the ground for several meters after the impact. A reflection was visible in Dorop's eye, in which the guy rushed at him again. His blow was aimed directly at the head of the enemy, who was standing sideways to him. After the hit, Dorop dissolved into thin air, becoming a cloud of purple mist, while Chen looked at his hand in shock. He quickly turned around. Behind him stood the body of a man who had clouds of fog instead of a head. Suddenly, Dorop appeared in front of the hero, asking where he was looking, and dealt him a blow to the body, which bent the guy a little. With a wide smile, he threw another punch, this time to the face, and asked how a weakling like him dared to challenge him. A flurry of heavy blows hit Chen, raising wind and dust. One of them threw the guy up the mountain with terrifying force, with only a trail of energy trailing behind him. Chen lay among the piles of stones, watching the enemy approach and laugh. A notification sounded, saying that the guy had less than 10% HP left, and urging him to replenish it while he cleared his throat. Chen stood up, holding his shoulder, looked at the enemy and thought that his attack was simply incredibly powerful and that he could become invisible. Dorop silently approached. The guy watched as he got closer step by step and thought that most likely he had received a small part of divine energy, but he and his grandfather still could not harm him. Frowning his brows, he said in his head that such was the power of Hades. Chen looked down, asking himself if they were insects in the eyes of the gods. His thoughts were interrupted by the words of Dorop, who asked him what was the matter and whether he was desperate. Raising his head, the guy noticed that the elf was again floating in the air, and Dorop added that the most interesting thing is that people are cruel by nature, and even small children can torment defenseless insects and laugh at how desperately they fight for their lives. His face broke into a terrifying smile, and, putting his hand forward to attack, he added that now they were in the place of these insects, and that they were resisting so funny that he couldn't even tear himself away. Chen was enveloped in an aura and his feet left the ground. Dorop raised him a meter in front of him, telling him not to try to pretend to be a hero, because, in truth, he was just a non-entity. Looking into the guy's eyes with a smile, he added that if he could entertain him, he would consider sparing him. An old man with a sword flew into the back of Dorop, who was talking with a guy. Taking the blade with both hands, he exclaimed that Dorop should go to hell. Albert struck with lightning, creating a crimson wave. Elv just smiled. The next moment, the sword was knocked out of Albert's hands and was spinning in the air. With a loud ringing sound, the blade sank into the ground. Albert, like Chen, was bound by blue energy. Looking back at the old man with a sparkling eye, the elf said that he did not seem to understand that elemental abilities could not cause any harm to the owner of divine power. He turned back to Chen and said with a smile that no matter how powerful their abilities are, mere mortals cannot kill a god, such is the cruel reality. Frowning his eyebrows angrily, the hero looked him straight in the eye and thought about how the gods cannot be harmed using the power of the elements and whether this is part of the setting. The old man's sword was enveloped in an aura and he rose into the air. Dorop raised it in front of the guy and asked if he remembered that he could give him a chance to escape, adding that the time had come to make a choice. With a distraught face, he said that if he now kills the old man with his own hands, he will spare him and his friends. Looking sternly into the elf's eyes, Chen replied that he should not even dream about it. Dorop raised his hand to himself and said that since he didn't want to, he would have to watch Albert die in agony and then his friends. A large number of stones were attracted by the guy's aura. With great force they hit the old man's body, drawing blood from him, and he screamed in pain. The stones squeezed his body, and Dorop, crossing his arms, told him to look at how the old man was suffering, after which he asked if it would be better to stop his torment. Chen shouted that he should not touch his grandfather and that he would kill him, and the elf answered with a smile that either everyone would die or only the old man. Blood sprayed from Albert's mouth, and the guy asked what he would choose. Gritting his teeth, Chen looked at what was happening and thought that he could do nothing. And could he really only watch how the old man was tortured and how everyone around him died? Images of his friends, Kalili, Boban, Bros, Faloga, and Luca appeared in his imagination. After which the image of his mother standing with her back appeared, and Chen thought that he still had to return home and find out what happened there. He looked at the elf sternly, asking himself if there really was no way out. Suddenly the voice of Hesiod was heard, who said with a smile that this non-entity calls himself God. Hearing this, the hero raised his head in surprise. Scarlet flowers fall along with snowflakes. Chen found himself under the falling snow and falling flowers. He quickly looked back. Hesiod looked at him with a smile and said that if his master died at the hands of this non-entity, he would never wash away such shame. The man jumped down to Chen, and the guy said that Dorop still has divine power and therefore elemental attacks cannot harm him, to which Hesiod replied that he was right because the gods would not give people power that could harm them. After which, looking at the guy, he smiled sarcastically and added that this only applies to ordinary elemental abilities. Chen looked at him with confusion and asked if he had come up with anything. The man, looking ahead, answered him that if Chen died, then he himself would die, and, of course, he would not allow them to die at the hands of this guy. Smiling widely, he added that he was annoyed by this Dorop, and that the power of the god of the underworld was truly enormous. But today, unfortunately for him, he collided with Chen. The guy frowned and asked what this meant. Hesiod turned to the young man and with a serious expression on his face said that ordinary elemental abilities cannot harm the gods, but in the case of Chen everything is different, because the power of primordial chaos that he gave him is the only power in the world that allows him to kill gods. Hearing this, Chen was shocked. The man smiled widely, he was enveloped in energy, and he said that it was time for him to find out what the power of primordial chaos really was. A notification sounded for the guy. Now he has 3% of the power of primordial chaos available to him. The elf laughed and asked if he had given up yet, adding that then he would kill the old man. The guy was unconscious. Dorop smiled evilly. A sword appeared in his hand from a dark aura, and, looking back at the old man, he said that Albert was about to die. When suddenly he turned around in shock at the voice of a young man who said that he was the one who was going to die. The new notification stated that the divine path and divine strike abilities had been restored. A burst of energy broke Dorop's bonds, the hero's hair stood on end, and an aura raged around him. A mask appeared on the hero's face, covering almost his entire face, blue strands appeared in his hair, and a black mark descended from his neck to his shoulder. The guy said only 2 words, the divine path. Next, notice, all negative effects are removed. Speed is increased by 20%, hitting an enemy restores HP. With a crazed expression on his face, Dorop swung his sword and shouted that the guy was very funny, after which he laughed, thinking that he was a corpse. Chen grabbed the elf's blade with his bare hands and his other hand back. Most of his body was covered with the mark. Dorop looked at him in surprise, thinking that this was impossible. The next moment, Chen's fist hit the elf in the face with terrifying force. The guy used divine strike. Over and over again he attacked the enemy, inflicting a huge number of blows on him. His eyes glowed blue. The only thing Dorop saw was how the guy's blows were flying at him. The information window with the elf's health points was cracked. It showed a significant decrease in his HP. Chen flew into the elf's chest with his foot, and blue lightning appeared at the site of the impact. At high speed, Dorop flew into the ground, raising clouds of dust, followed by a trail of energy. The ghost of Hesiod stood on the guy's shoulder and said that if you imagine that divine power is fire, then the power of primordial chaos is water. Several notifications appeared in front of the guy. The first said that the level of the ability Total Destruction had been increased to 12. The power of primordial chaos allows you to deal damage to enemies with the power of the gods. On the second, it was written that when using the ability Complete Destruction, each hit on an enemy reduces the recovery time of the divine path and divine strike abilities by 1 second. The third said that after 10 hits on the same target, it would receive additional damage equal to 20% of the power of primordial chaos. And in the fourth, it was written that after killing an elite enemy or boss, all abilities are restored. The hero looked sternly down at the place where Dorop fell, and Hesiod said that he was a born killer of gods. The new notification stated that there were 20 seconds left until the ability to Complete Destruction ended. Albert looked at the floating Chen, blazing with aura. He asked himself if this was the true power of primordial chaos. Looking down a little, the guy asked Hesiod why he only now allowed him to use more power. Being in his space, the man silently listened to him. After which, with a serious face, he replied that he would not have done this if his enemy did not have divine power. Chen listened to him, looking ahead, and Hesiod continued to say that the very existence of his elemental ability goes against the will of the gods, and the gods with a particularly keen sense of smell should have already sensed the presence of this power in their world. The guy was hovering high above the forest. The man added that he thought that they had already gone in search of him to kill him, and in the future he would no longer have to face pitiful minions, but real gods. These words alerted Chen. The quest tooltip appeared and it said that in order to finally unlock the power of primordial chaos, he would need a high-level medicine, Dose of Tears. It was also written that a new quest was available, Trial of Primordial Chaos, and the conditions for completing it were to use Dose's Tears, use Divine Path or Divine Strike twice during battle, and destroy Dorop with the power that allows you to kill gods. Chen looked at these inscriptions and told Hesiod not to worry, because even if his enemies were the gods, he would still get out of there. An information window opened with an image of a white bottle with a golden tear ornament. The inscription said that the tears of Dosa are the crystal clear tears of a monster called Dosa. When used, they instantly restore all abilities, as well as 1000 HP and 700 MP. The recovery speed of all abilities increases by 100%, and for 6 seconds after use, each attack restores 50 MP, and within a minute after use, the Dosa Eye ability will be available, allowing you to see hidden enemies. Chen took the bottle and drank the contents, thinking that he had to kill this bastard first, after which he was enveloped in a golden aura. He wiped his lips with his hand, thinking that it was time to end this, and a window appeared in front of him. The properties of the medicine were written in it. Dorop rose to his knee against the destroyed stone blocks, resting his hand on it, and thought that this was impossible. He rose heavily to his feet, thinking that Hades had taken his soul and all his feelings, asking why then he was now trembling in pain. He gritted his teeth, looking up, and kept asking himself what Chen had done to him. Dorop frowned in fear, and the thought occurred to him that this was really what was being said about him in the energy. The elf quickly turned around, sensing something. Suddenly, a blow of great force flew at him, throwing him back and raising dust. Dorop managed to cross his arms and block the blow, but still received damage. The guy raised his hand back as he flew towards the opponent and used Divine Path and Divine Strike. At the last moment, the elf managed to use invisibility. Chen looked in surprise as Dorop disappeared and appeared a couple of meters to his left. He activated the Dosa Eye while looking at the opponent and locked onto the target. Dorop realized with horror on his face that Chen could see him. The hero delivered a crushing blow again, creating shockwaves in the air. The elf's head fell back, drops of blood flying nearby. The notification window stated that 10,800 HP was taken away, 30 hits were dealt, and the enemy received explosion damage 3 times. After the next blows, blood sprayed from Dorop's mouth, and a notification showed that another 6,000 HP had been taken away and the Divine Path ability had been restored. Blow after blow, Chen unleashed a barrage of attacks on the enemy. The new notification showed that the enemy had less than 10% HP left and that Dosa's tears would wear off after 2 seconds and be completely destroyed after 5 seconds. The hero raised his hand for another blow and wished Dorop death. Suddenly his aura flared up with renewed vigor, surprising him. With a wound on his face, Dorop looked at him and said how great the power of the God Slayer is. Chen put all his strength into the final blow, his hand glowing with a dazzling aura. He looked at Dorop with wide open eyes. The explosion from the guy's attack illuminated the area and created strong blast waves. The trees bent under the gusty wind and blast waves. Albert looked at the sky in shock, holding his hand. Boban stood holding a sword made of black energy, placing his foot on the head of the killed monster. Ross and Faloga looked into the distance in surprise as the light from the explosion illuminated the battlefield. Dorop's silhouette burned in the fire. He screamed in pain as the flames consumed him. Chen was hovering near the explosion, looking at it, when a new notification appeared that Dorop had been defeated and that 3 million experience points had been gained. A window with rewards opened. He received a red key, a wind stone, an ice cuirass, and an earthen ring, and his level rose by 5 steps. Chen looked ahead sternly. The mask on his face began to disappear, and new notifications appeared in front of him, saying that the conditions for using Dosa's tears, using the Divine Path twice, and destroying Dorop with the power that allows you to kill gods have been met. Also completed the test of Primordial Chaos, received 1,500,000 experience points, received a divine element and increased the level twice. Access to the smelting of materials is now open, access to the illustrated reference book is now open, and the tracking function on the map is unlocked. The dark sky was covered with clouds, from behind which sunlight peeked through. Chen landed on his knee, dark wisps like wings extending from his back, and Alba ran towards him. Running up to the guy, he called him by name, and the young man himself stood up, staggering from side to side. There was still a piece of the mask on his face. He looked at the old man with tired eyes, and with a smile he said heavily that he had won. After that, Chen began to fall and grandfather caught him in fear. He helped him down to his knee. There was nothing around them but an empty field. The underworld, a building with a domed roof floated in space, surrounded by a dark aura. A rack with many shelves was filled with jars with blue lights burning in them. Hades was sitting on a chair, crossing his legs, and drinking tea. The light in one of the jars began to fade. God looked back at her over his shoulder, holding a cup in his hand, and thought that Dorop's soul had disappeared, adding that he was the keeper of Latinea. He again raised the cup to his mouth, saying that, apparently, the killer of the gods had appeared in the Latinea desert and Argolis must already be there. An endless sea, a lonely boat sails among the dark abyss. Argolis stood at the bow of the boat, his arms crossed over his chest, and on his back was an oarsman in a dark cloak. The man closed his eyes and began to complain that the boat was very slow, but, unfortunately, this was the only way to cross the endless sea. He looked back and addressed the rower by name, asking how long they had to swim to Latinea. The skeleton, looking at him with burning eyes, said that the desert was already ahead. Argales looked forward with a smile. In front of the boat could be seen the gate leading to Latinea, surrounded by a dark aura. In the darkness, 2 glowing yellow spots were barely visible. Someone's voice was calling Chen to wake up. With difficulty, the guy opened his eyes. Then he opened them in shock, realizing whose voice he asked, "Mom." He jumped to his feet screaming, and the people sitting in the carriage recoiled, frightened by the sharp sound. The guy and girl sitting opposite him and the man looked at him gloomily. Chen looked around, trying to understand what was happening and how did he get here. The bald, muscular stranger grabbed the guy by the clothes and, poking his finger, asked him why he was yelling, frightening him greatly. An announcement was heard that the next stop was Institutsky Prospect. Respected passengers were asked to prepare to leave in advance. Chen listened to this gloomily, without looking at the man, and thought that if this was an institute prospectus, then perhaps he had returned to the real world. The brunette screamed with joy, scaring the passengers sitting around again with his scream. That he returned, and the man holding him asked him again that he was really crazy. The train was moving quickly through the tunnel. The alert said that the train was approaching the Institutsky Prospect station, and the platform was on the right. Chen looked awkwardly at the man who had not let go of his clothes and apologized, saying that he was just having a nightmare. Suddenly, a red system alert appeared indicating that danger was approaching. The hero looked at her and wondered incomprehensibly why the system was still here. Hadn't he returned to reality? The stranger holding him raised his biter to strike, asking if the guy was running into trouble, deciding to scare him, and in the distance a dissatisfied voice was heard asking someone what they were doing. 2 serious men in suits and black glasses made their way through the carriage. Pushing aside disgruntled passengers, someone's voice shouted for Chen to run and get out of here. The guy listened intently, not paying attention to the words of the bald man, who didn't like that he wasn't answering and told him not to play a fool, and the brunette thought what was happening and why did he hear his mother's voice. Suddenly, a bright blue light appeared in the guy's place. The bald man looked in surprise at the hand that had just held him and cursed. He looked ahead in fear, thinking that he had disappeared. 3 big guys in suits and black glasses approached him, and he turned around and asked if he had seen a high school student here. The man pointed his hands to the place in front of him, saying that guy had disappeared. Didn't they see? The bald man with glasses looked at him gloomily. Chen suddenly opened his eyes. With a jerk, he stood up and sat on the bed, throwing off the green blanket. He breathed heavily, coming to his senses, and looked around. He looked at the kettle that stood in the room and asked himself that he returned to Latinea, and was it just a dream? He turned away, gritting his teeth, and thought that everything was very realistic. But if everything really happened, then why did he hear his mother's voice? He turned towards the sound, hearing the question of whether he was awake. The door opened and Sayoli entered the room with a tray in her hands, on which there were plates of food. She brought the tray and the guy asked her if everything was okay, like grandfather and the others, to which the girl told him not to worry, because everything was fine with them. This morning Albert even said that he could no longer rest and went to restore the city along with everyone, although only 10 days have passed. Sayoli put the food on the table, and the guy looked at his hands and asked in surprise that he had slept for 10 whole days, to which the girl replied that his wounds had long since healed. But he still didn't wake up. They were terribly worried about him, and LAXI spent a lot of time making restorative medicines for him. The girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, saying that she would now go help her grandfather, and called him to come to them when he had eaten. As she left, she turned around and added that tonight the villagers would hold a great feast to thank him for saving them, reminding them not to forget to prepare a speech for the great hero. Chen looked at her in surprise, asking about the speech. The girl was almost out when she told the sitting guy not to forget to change into new clothes, which were lying outside the door. The guy looked at the plates of food that stood nearby. He frowned, thinking that for sure, after all, Luca was still in the storage room. He opened the system menu and raised his finger to the picture of the spotted helmet, thinking that so much time had passed, she should have regained her strength by now. A round red error notification said that the operation was rejected. Luca had not yet recovered. The guy gloomily asked, "What, 10 days have passed and she has not yet recovered?" A blue notification with a picture of an envelope said that the guy had one new message. He turned his gaze to him, asking about the message. The letter contained information that congratulations, he completed the first part of the prologue of the Cosmos game, Awakening of the God Slayer in Latinea, on hellish difficulty level. Soon all functions of the system will be unlocked, including forging weapons and armor, creating medicines, illustrated reference book, map tracking function, title system, teleportation, system for increasing the level of power of primordial chaos. The guy gloomily read the message, thinking about the hellish level of difficulty. Is this really why he can't leave the game? And why is he only now gaining access to all the functions of the system? What nonsense. He presses the button with the image of a hammer and anvil, thinking that it doesn't matter. He'll look in the forging weapons and armor section for now. The system reported that he had entered the required section. The information message contained information about the basic system for forging weapons and armor. Under the first point, it was said that in order to forge weapons and armor, you will need various materials and drawings. The level of forging skill affects the strength of the forged weapons and armor. If the level is too low, the forging process may fail. If it fails, the materials used are damaged, and the materials can be found in different areas of the world. Blueprints can be obtained after defeating bosses. Under the second point, it was stated that if you inlay weapons or armor with precious stones, you can increase the characteristics. The percentage of successful completion of inlay depends on the level of forging skill. The third point contained information that if you disassemble weapons and armor, you can obtain the materials used to create them. The level of forging skill affects the accuracy of the disassembly process. If the level of forging skill is too low, some materials may be damaged during disassembly. The guy opened information about the preparation of medicines and thought that he had already seen a similar forging system in other games, which means that most likely the creation of medicines will be about the same. The drug creation information window informed that in order to create drugs, various materials and recipes will be needed. The level of drug creation skill affects the quality of the created drugs. If the skill level is low, then the creation process may fail. If it fails, the materials used will be damaged. Under the second point, it was reported that if drugs were broken down into their components, the materials used to create them could be obtained. The drug creation skill level affects the accuracy of the digestion process. If the level is too low, some materials may be damaged during digestion. The guy thoughtfully rubbed his chin and pointed his finger at the menu, thinking that everything here is really like in ordinary games. But in the illustrated reference book, it turns out, you can see information about all the creatures encountered. The description of the directory stated that information about all creatures and objects encountered would appear in it. Related information would be added automatically. In order to gain access to information or objects of a higher level, it was necessary to increase the level of the directory. The guy looked at the open creature cards and thought that Luca and the Wandering Arbiter had question marks instead of numbers. Apparently, in order to get information about them, you first need to increase the level of the reference book. The next information window contained information about a tracking system that would allow him to detect high-level monsters nearby, making the process of leveling up more convenient. Titles can be obtained after certain events. They provide various bonuses. The notification with the teleport icon said that the teleportation system uses the power of the elements to create teleportation points. The guy thought that it looks like he can only create 3 points so far. The guy looked at the schematic image of the player in the menu and thought that he should start raising the level of the power of primordial chaos. The system reported that the player has one divine element, which, when used, will increase the power of primordial chaos by 1%. The guy read the information and thought that in order to strengthen his elemental ability, he needed to collect divine elements, while only 3% of his powers were available to him. The guy thought that later he would still need to go to the temple and kill the mythical beast Namus, so it was better for him to increase his strength as quickly as possible. With a determined glint in his eyes, the boy made the choice to use the divine element. The player sat on the bed with his legs folded and his figure lit up with blue fire. He raised his flaming hand, looked at it and thought that the ability level had increased by just 1%, and he could already feel how enormous power was filling his body. He folded his arms over his chest, remembering that he had received some more elements, which immediately appeared in front of him along with the description. The Earth Ring was a high-level ring imbued with the power of the Earth, adding 30 intelligence points and 25 armor points. Its bonus was that when used, the damage from Earth element attacks is reduced by 30%. The Ice Cuirass was a high-tier armor that added 35 points of stamina, 20 points of intelligence, and 5,000 HP. And its bonus was that if the player was attacked, an ice shield would be activated, reflecting the attacks of enemies and reducing their speed by 50%. The guy stood up and new armor appeared on his body, shining with an icy color. He twirled the ring that appeared on his finger and looked at the black key that appeared in the air, thinking that it was the only one left. At the base of the key there were twisted elements that glowed red. Chen thought that the last time he opened the chest with such a key, Luca appeared. I wonder what will happen this time. The broken houses of the settlement stood under a clear blue sky. At one house, Albert stood on a wooden staircase and was repairing a wall. Brass approached him and reported that all the wounded had been taken care of, and all the gaps in the magical barrier had been sealed. The blonde stopped nearby, put his hands in his pockets and said that now there is something else that needs to be completed and tomorrow life and hunger will return to its previous course. To which the man asked how the preparations for the feast are going, to which he received the answer that Laxi and Philorga they have been preparing since the morning. He thinks that they will soon be completely finished. The guy looked at Albert and noticed that Hicks and Lucius were under the supervision of Boban, but the last guardian of Sarkia fled the city and they lost track of him. At these words, Albert turned around with a hammer in his hands and said that if he ran away, then something was fishy here. The man walked down the stairs and the blonde said that he wouldn't last long alone outside the city. The old man looked forward thoughtfully and said that the guy was right, but it always seemed to him that he was hiding his real strength and perhaps he was even stronger than Dorop. From the house with a large platform, a loud question was heard, "What?" Chen held a black and red key in his hand and asked himself, is this key needed for some task? The system reported information about the Crimson Key. When the blood moon descends on this world, the brave hero will destroy the great evil and gain limitless power. After use, a side quest will open and the player will be sent to a special labyrinth for killing monsters during the task. He will be given 3 times the experience. The task will be completed if the player destroys the final boss within the allotted time. After completing the quest, the player will randomly receive a legendary weapon or armor. If you die while completing the quest, your body will be destroyed by the system. The guy sat on the edge of the bed, and the system asked whether he wanted to accept the task or not. Chen looked at the information thoughtfully, thinking that if he died during the task, the system would destroy him. When he took Luca's penalty test, the system said the same thing. The guy with a serious look thought that when he first got to Latinea and was killed by that wandering executor, he saw an inscription that the player had died, but there was no mention of any connection between the player and the real body. From heavy thoughts, the guy squeezed the fabric of his trousers with his fingers and thought that only his consciousness was locked in the game, but then how did his body end up in the subway? The guy clenched his teeth in anger, swearing, and asked what was going on here in the end. Was it really just a dream? There was a cough behind him. Hesiod stood on the bed and asked the guy if he was okay. Chen turned around and asked how he got there, to which the spirit replied not to worry, because it was just an illusion. Hesiod looked at him and said that in fact it was not a dream. He actually disappeared from Latinea for a while, but then for some reason he returned. The brunette turned sharply to him, asking that he really left Latinea. The guy looked at the spirit, who answered with agreement, saying that he saw everything that he saw. Chen stood up, saying that that bald man was clearly looking for him and somehow knew that he would end up in the place. But why did he hear his mother's voice? Why did she tell him to run? Hesiod looked at him in surprise, asking again, and said that he didn't remember anything like that. He had never heard of this method of movement before, because the guy teleported not with the help of the power of the elements or divine power, but with the help of some incredibly powerful energy. Chen frowned, thinking that he really left Latinea. He has 2 options. His own image appeared in his thoughts with galaxies and space in his head. The first option was that his consciousness remained in the game the entire time, and he simply teleported to a location very similar to the subway in the real world. The image was replaced by a body shining with a blue glow. The second option was that he really returned to reality, but the unconscious body could not ride around the subway all the time, so not only his consciousness, but also his physical body must be in the game. He lowered his head and thought that this in any case proves that this world is unreal. Is that bald man really the same one that May wrote about? He clenched his fist, thinking about his mother, who was grabbed by a bald man in a black suit, and thought that it meant that they took his mother. But why was he doing all this and why was he here in the first place? Chen screamed, cursing and clenching his fists. Hesiod said that he must remain calm. The guy was breathing heavily. An alert with a crimson key appeared in front of him, and the system asked if he wanted to use the crimson key. If he does not make a decision within 10 seconds, the window will automatically close. The blue circle glowed with a black and red key inside. Chen turned to the spirit with the words that everything was fine, so that he would not worry about him, and asked if he had ever killed gods. If he regained all his strength, he could defeat the most powerful god in this world. Hesiod remained silent, lost in thought. Then, looking at him, he apologized and replied that he didn't remember, but his head was still empty. I must have killed God, otherwise why was I locked in that strange place? The brunette stood nearby and listened that in any case, all gods are afraid of the power of primordial chaos, so one day he will have the opportunity to kill the most powerful god. The guy frowned, and his burning gaze was full of determination. He thought that his interlocutor was right. He should become stronger. Hesiod looked at him and added that since he had used the power to kill the gods, very soon the gods would come for his soul. He better prepare. The guy put on his coat as he spoke. So he doesn't worry, he can't die here. Pulling on his sleeve and heading towards the exit, he thought that he would not only get out of here alive, but also find out what was happening here. When leaving, he said that he would begin training immediately after the feast. In the square among the houses there was a fire burning. A red tent stood and several tables and chairs were placed. Laxi, in an apron and chef's hat, was preparing food and turned to Saoli, who was standing behind with Bobin, saying that this was the 10th time in the last hour that she had asked if everything was ready. He was just waiting for Chen to come. Bras, who was sitting next to Albert, looked at this picture and heard the girl scream. So what? She asks for the 10th time? Is he sorry? She's just watching the cooking process. And if he ruins something, then it's not enough. It seems that Bobin shouted that the goblin should not offend the girl, and Laxi conciliatorily said that he was wrong and would correct himself. Bros leaned back on the bricks and said that after arriving in Latinea he had never felt so good, he needed to fully enjoy this evening. To which the old man exhaled smoke from his pipe and replied that he liked the guy's mood. If Chen hadn't defeated Dorop, he doesn't even know what would have happened to them. Bros put his hand behind his head and said that he knew that the guy would never lose. After all, he saw with his own eyes how he killed the king of monsters. From what he heard further, the blonde fell from the place where he was sitting because the old man said that the king of monsters could not compare with Dorop because he received his strength from Hades. Bros stood up and asked, confused, from the god of the underworld. The interlocutors turned to a voice asking the blonde why he was falling. It was Chen in a coat who asked Albert what horror stories he was telling the guy. Everyone reacted to his arrival. The goblin looked with eyes full of tears. Boban tisked, and Sailly waved her hand, asking if he had woken up. Albert rose from his seat, saying that the great hero had arrived and it was time to start the feast, and the guy looked at him. A torch rose into the sky. Then many more torches were raised up. Albert stood not far from the fire, and the people shouted, praising the great hero. People smiled, held torches, pitchforks, shouting about the great hero. Chen looked at the people with torches in front of him. His gaze reflected the flames of the fire. He looked at the people and listened to their screams in his honor. People shouted for a hero. Sailly climbed onto the stage, raised her hands and asked for a minute of attention. She pointed her palm at the guy and said that now their savior and great hero Chen would say a few words. Albert turned to the guy and encouraged him, saying that everyone was waiting, to which the brunette hesitated. The man turned to him, asking if he was worried, but the brunette replied that he was not. He seriously replied that he simply did not consider himself a hero. He did not save the city alone. Albert, Bros, Philorga, Boban and all those people who fought for the city are also heroes. The old man turned to the guy and listened that without their help he definitely would not have defeated Dorop. The guy looked down thoughtfully, saying that he couldn't just take all the credit for himself. Albert put his hand on Chen's shoulder and told him not to worry, because everyone here understands that they are alive only because of him. The man looked at him encouragingly and continued that now people need a hero who will give them hope. Chen looked at his grandfather, who said that he deserves to be one. The guy turned around and looked at Bros, who extended his hand with his thumb up, at LAXI, who raised his hand and they said, forward Chen. Albert, without removing his hand from the guy's shoulder, told him to become a hero who would lead all these people, told him to tell them that they still had a chance to leave Latinea. Chen pursed his lips seriously. He walked up the stairs to the girl standing on the stage. As he stood up, he thought that Albert was right. After what these people had gone through, they needed someone to give them hope. The brunette walked across the stage and thought that if he was going to call himself a hero, he should really become one. He would protect them all. The guy looked at the people standing below and thought that this is what it's like to feel that he is needed. He likes it. The crowd cheered, raising their hands and shouting for the hero. Everyone fell silent when Chen greeted, introduced himself and said thank you for your trust. Standing proudly in front of the others, he promised that he would protect them all and they would definitely get out of Latinea. Feet in metal armor stomped across the sand. The cloaked figure was pulling the anchor into the boat, agreeing that Agralis would return soon. The blonde stood on the sand, thinking that several centuries had passed, and the weather in this unsuitable place was still just as disgusting. Black scales with red lightning spread across his face. The guy bared his teeth and decided to go see Sunal's possessions. A large black dragon with red shining lightning on its scales rose into the air from the sand and thought that it had really been killed. The night sky was illuminated by a bright moon, and a guy was sitting on the roof. Chen drank water from a cloth flask. Boban and Bros appeared on the roof, who said that his speech was not bad. The guys approached, and the blonde said that it turns out that his friend is not afraid of the stage, and he himself would not risk giving a speech in front of so many people. And Boban closed his eyes with displeasure and tisked that the guy has neither shame nor conscience. What should he be afraid of? Chen stood up and sighed, calling the guy the same rude man and asked where Albert and Sailly were, to which he indignantly pointed his finger and asked who he called that, while the embarrassed blonde held him back, saying that there was no need to quarrel at every meeting and said that the grandfather had too much alcohol, and the granddaughter took him home, and Philorga carried food for Lucius and the others. Bros drank from a flask, standing next to Chen, while Boban turned away, folding his arms in resentment. Having finished drinking, the blonde asked the guy if the old man told him when they went in search of the temple. Chen replied that not yet, but he would like to increase his strength first, otherwise he simply would not be able to defeat the mythical beast guarding the temple. The guy with the scar turned around and thought, what kind of mythical beast is this? Ross also asked the guy what he was talking about, to which the brunette replied that he was almost sure that compared to the temple guard, Dorop is just a baby. He looked confident as he continued to say that they all needed to become stronger. Having said this, the guy jumped down from the roof. As he walked down the paved path, he told the others that he was going to bed and told them to go to bed early too. The guys looked at him from above, and the blonde asked what was wrong with him. He was always so mysterious. The full moon shone brightly above the treetops. Chen stood not far from the cliff and looked at the game menu window that hung in the air in front of him. He read the information and thought that after defeating Dorop, his actual level increased to 78, but there are only 41 levels available for use, and he also has 65 skill points available for distribution. The system displayed an image of a hand. The guy read that the level of the ability Total Destruction has increased and now it further reduces the recovery time of other abilities, and thought that he would have to spend more mana, so now he should improve his intelligence, which is responsible for the amount of MP. The earthen ring as well adds 30 intelligence points to him. The guy noted the required number of points and pressed the confirm button, thinking that if he now added another 15 intelligence points, this would be quite enough at the current stage, and then chose another 25 strength points and 25 agility points. The guy looked at the currently locked weapon store icon and thought that he needed it, and after unlocking access to the weapon store, he would only have 11 levels available for use. He pressed the unlock button confidently, thinking that even the weakest weapon was better than nothing. The system reported that 30 levels had been spent and access to the weapon store had been unlocked. Cards appeared in front of the player depicting a variety of swords, axes, staves, and other weapons. The guy chose a card with a picture of a sword with a hilt decorated with wings, and thought that the Golden Glory sword was very good, although inferior to the past, but it costs 40 levels. The next sword was red with a curved blade. The system reported that it was an enchanted sword. Karthus, cost 10 levels, strength plus 30, agility plus 45, MP plus 150, level 70. The passive ability of the sword was that for each hit on an enemy restores 3% of MP. Mana explosion means that attacks against enemies can cause them additional explosion damage equal to 2% of the player's MP. The guy thought that the characteristics of the sword were quite average, but he would need the restoration of mana, so he decided to take it. The system notification stated that 10 levels had been spent and the enchanted sword Karthus had been received. Chen clutched the sword in his hand, looking at it and said that this is not bad, it's time to complete that task. A crimson key appeared in the guy's palm. The system asked whether to use the crimson key, to which the guy replied yes. The key began to glow, shimmering with shades of red. A red ball with a bright core appeared in front of the guy, spreading dark lightning around. The system asked to go to the teleport. The test will begin in 5 seconds. The guy walked towards the teleport, and the system reminded him to take armor, weapons, and medicine with him, and began the countdown. On the count of 4, the guy squeezed the hilt of his sword behind his back. The guy's legs stepped over the teleport ball by 3 feet. On the count of 2, he walked inside and the teleporter turned yellow, then 1 sounded. The full moon in the sky was tinged with scarlet. The guy's eyes shone with determination. He stood in a field, illuminated by the red moon that was reflected in the water, and a teleporter went out nearby. Chen walked, stepping straight into a puddle. The system warned that the player had entered the crimson dimension. The guy confidently walked forward along the red painted plain. He looked at the moon and heard information that the countless killings of the goddess Bayside had stained this world with blood, so that even the moon turned red. The guy thoughtfully repeated the name of the goddess and decided that it was familiar to him. A menu of rewards and information about the task appeared in front of him, which informed him that before the moon sets he must find the ruthless Bayside and defeat her in battle. As a reward he will receive a legendary weapon or armor that drops out randomly, the key of the amethyst moon, and 10 million experience points. The guy thought in surprise that the reward was not bad, so he could significantly increase his level and buy something useful in the game store. He looked around and thought that he needed to find the goddess before the moon set, but where to go? The guy looked around and thought that there weren't even any signs here. He had no idea where to look for her. He gloomily realized that if he went at random, he might simply not have time to find his opponent before the moon set. He looked sideways and repeated the wording of the task: find the goddess before the moon sets, before the moon sets. He smiled confidently, realizing that he knew where she was. He looked at the bright red moon and thought, as for the setting of the moon, this is a mystery that indicates not only the time, but also the location of Bayside. Suddenly, black smoke with a purple glow appeared ahead. The guy looked at it and thought, what is this? 2 purple paws with large claws appeared. A dark muzzle with a dark nose and protruding long fangs. It was a large black beast with glowing eyes, horns, a powerful body, and glowing paws and tail. Many such beasts rushed at the guy, and the system designated them as monstrous servants of the goddess Bayside level 60. The animals rushed towards the player with a growl. Chen, surrounded by monsters, held a sword in his outstretched hand. He looked around at them, thinking that there were quite a lot of monsters and they were all level 60. The animals were jumping, and he thought that last time he spent a lot of effort to defeat them all. With a quick movement, the guy cut off the head of the approaching beast. The foot slid on the ground in a turn. With a deft movement of his sword, the guy cut the attackers into pieces. He looked calmly and thought that now for him this was just an easy way to quickly gain some experience. There was a pointed rock. Agroles stood at the empty stone throne, folded his arms on his chest and thought that Sunil had really been killed. The Lord touched the back of the throne and thought that, of course, he did not possess divine power, but mere mortals certainly could not deal with him. He looked around, thinking that everything here reeked of pathetic people. Suddenly the blonde's eyes widened with the realization that the smell was very familiar. Was that person really here? This couldn't be true. Agroles frowned, thinking that he should have been killed long ago. The Lord looked down at the bodies of the vanquished below. He grinned with fangs, thinking that the guy was still alive and even had friends. In Delktown there was a light on in the window of the house. Albert was sitting at the table, reading a book and smoking a pipe. He turned the page and thought that the imprisonment of the evil god Murius was not the end of the story, but only its beginning. The appearance of Hesiod, who had incredible power, made the gods begin to fear people. He read a book in which it was written that the soothsayer goddess Jeffin read in the book of prophecies that one day a killer of the gods will appear among people, and then all the gods will stand trial and a new world order will be established. The man held a pipe to his mouth and read that the gods could not come to terms with the fact that the people they themselves had created could pose a threat to them, so they began to exterminate them, but people under the yoke of the gods would sooner or later rebel. He imagined the figure of a man surrounded by a blue light, and thought that then the slayer of the gods would lead them to defeat the evil deities. He imagined the warrior image of Chen and thought that there was no doubt that the hero was this god slayer. Albert exhaled pipe smoke and wondered if a war between men and gods was really coming. Hearing something, the old man jumped to his feet. He rushed to the window, looking out of it and thought that someone was attacking the barrier. A bright flash of explosion flashed in the sky above the houses. Albert looked at her in amazement, looking out the window. The shock wave from the flash spread throughout the city. Agroles held the old man in the air with the power of his magic, which entangled him with many lightning bolts. Albert turned his head towards him in shock, remembering who it was. A black and white image of Agroles and a bloody medallion with a photograph of a couple inside appeared in his memory. The man thought that this was the villain who killed Morse and Luna. The villain folded his arms across his chest and looked at the man, asking if he was the guardian of this place, and where the man who killed Sunil was, saying that if he answered, he would grant him an easy death. Chen stands in a fighting stance and points his sword towards the enemy. The left eye of a guy with short, sleek hair glows white as a blue aura appears around his weapon. Scary unknown monsters are heading forward. The guy shouts that this is the divine road. Rays of light appear after strong blows when the guy was able to defeat his opponents. The game system notifies that the enchanted sword Karthus created a burst of mana, due to which enemy creatures lost 300 units of health. As a result, 3 monstrous servants of the goddess beast died and were rewarded with 30,000 experience points. Chen stands on the battlefield, lowers his hand with the blade down and looks at his opponent's assistants, who are quite scared. A guy with short, sleek hair raises his weapon palm and looks closely at the sword as the creatures scream loudly. He says that the passive ability of this blade is the restoration of MP, which means that the hero will not have to use his mana if at one moment he uses the capabilities of his weapon and the special blow of the god. A guy with short, smooth hair takes off from the ground in a jump. He spins in flight when monsters, who are his opponent's comrades in arms, run under him in a certain direction. Chen raises his head up and looks down with contempt. He claims that he needs to try something. A guy with short, smooth hair moves quickly across the sky at the moment when a trail of blue light remains behind him. The game world notifies that the hero performed a special blow of the god, due to which 4,000 units are taken away from his opponents 4 times and 20 points are added to him 3 times. A guy with white hair cuts dark creatures with a blade. He reasons that, as the hero expected, all the mana he spent is restored quite quickly. Chen looks forward determinedly as he launches another attack. The guy with the short hair reasons that for now he won't have to worry anymore, so the monsters will be easier to kill. Blue rays of light appear after attacks that cut monsters. The world system notifies that the monstrous servants of the beasts are losing the battle. A guy with white hair is standing on the battlefield next to the bodies of his opponent's allies when a blue light appears around his wedge. The game notifies you that Chen has killed all the enemies. A yellow system window appears, which counts points, namely 25 servants of the goddess beasts were killed and 250,000 experience points were obtained. The guy with the short hair says that currently the hero needs to gain 500,000 skill points to level up, so it wouldn't be surprising that his skills haven't increased yet even though he has defeated many dark creatures. Chen looks carefully at the game's system window. He thinks that in this case, the 10 million experience units that can be given for this task will not be enough for him. It will not be enough for him to raise his level to 20. The guy with cocoa-colored hair seriously looks at the blade he holds in his hand. The game world notifies you that the transparency of the guy's weapon is 93%, and asks you to pay attention to the fact that when the level of this factor drops to 0%, this sword cannot be used in the future. Chen reasons that he has forgotten that his weapons can deteriorate, but now this happens quite quickly. A guy with short, smooth hair frowns and purses his lips. He thinks that if he continues to act in the same way, his blade will quickly become unusable for battle. A man with beautiful yellow eyes tilts his head and looks forward decisively. The guy argues that when choosing his abilities, another new attack became available to him, namely Divine Punishment. Its essence is that this technique causes small damage over a large area, which allows the wearer to use the sword less, and then wonders whether new skills will become available to him when he reaches a new level. Chen leans towards the system notification, which shows little Luca, and smiles happily. A girl with white hair calls her dad and says her name. A young father calls out to his daughter and asks her if she has woken up. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes presses a button that is in the game notification. He asks the baby to wait and promises that he will let him out now. Chen holds the baby in his arms as he hugs his parent quite tightly. A little girl joyfully calls her father. The guy asks his daughter not to squeeze his neck so hard, since in this case it is quite difficult for him to continue breathing. He looks at the little girl he holds in his arms with a caring smile as she looks up with concern. Little Luca is babbling something. Chen reassures her that that bad person has already died and will not hurt them anymore, so they are safe. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes looks lovingly at his daughter. He remembers that he did not have time to thank the girl for the fact that she saved the lives of him and Uncle Albert. A girl jumps high while her parent remains below. The child happily says his name. Chen smiles contentedly and watches the baby. Little Luca floats in the air when she is next to her dad, who looks at her with interest. A child asks something from his parent. A guy with short, smooth hair is trying to guess whether the baby is asking where they are now. He straightens his coat and turns his head towards the small child. Chen explains that he is now undergoing a test, the essence of which is that it is necessary to find and kill the boss within a certain time, and since they can leave this place only after the end of this stage, the guy suggests going forward. He tilts his head and smiles happily as he looks at his daughter challengingly. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes encourages her to follow him and asks her to be careful to avoid the possibility of falling. Parent and child run and fly quite quickly. Little Luca agrees with her father. It is raining in City S when several vehicles stop near the hospital department to provide medical assistance. Doctors run along the corridor of the clinic and carry the patient behind them on a mobile device. They shout to the other customers to let them through. A guy with blue hair lies with blood flowing from his mouth, his eyes roll upward, and his body is equipped with medical equipment. One of the doctors states that the patient's pulse is quite weak. His assistant offers to inject the victim with adrenaline and orders a defibrillator to be prepared. An inscription glows above the operating room, which notifies that an operation is currently underway. The guy's body goes through convulsions as he lies on a specialized table, around which the doctor and nurse are making a fuss. The specialist asks his assistant to give a few more shocks in order to bring the patient to his senses. The guy with blue hair is bouncing on the table due to some pretty severe cramps. The legs of a sick person lie calmly when a line is visible on the screen that shows the cardiogram of the heartbeat with almost no interference. The doctor claims their client's heart has stopped. Medical workers cover the body with a white blanket and take it to a certain place. An unidentified aide says the death is the 3,000th this month due to sudden cardiac arrest. An unknown person is standing next to Ms. Su, who is sitting on the table as she folds her arms across her chest and looks at the TV. The secretary says that most of the victims were men in their 20s with no health problems, and the cause of the heart failure is unknown at this time. A woman with black hair raises her head and looks seriously at the gadget screen. She asks her assistant if these patients had anything in common, and then speculates whether they might have eaten the same food or been in the same places. The secretary tells her that these people are not related to each other, but it was possible to find out that they were all interested in the game that is Cosmos. A man with glasses looks at his boss, who turns his head to the side. The woman asks her partner about the title of this piece and adds that there are many people who play the same game, so this definitely cannot be a coincidence, and then she adds that there is another incident that is connected with these actions. A police officer looks at a woman in a red dress who is crying. Ms. Su recalls that last month, a resident from the western region contacted their branch and stated that her son, namely Chen, went to his room to play and disappeared, and then adds that at that time she did not send enough of great significance to this incident. The assistant and the boss are looking at the TV screen. The secretary refutes the arguments of the woman with black hair and says that last week someone made an interesting and popular video about how a young man appeared and suddenly disappeared in the carrot, and assures that thanks to the facial recognition system, their department was able to find out what the person was wearing. The film is that missing guy with short, smooth hair. The brunette watches Ms. Su carefully read some papers as she puts her hand to her chin. He calls his boss by name and asks him what action they should take at this point. The black-haired woman suddenly rises to her feet as her assistant is next to her. She claims that they first need to remove this video from public access in order to prevent rumors from spreading to avoid general panic, and then adds that after this action they need to communicate with the main Cosmos company, and if anyone can find out anything useful, this information must be reported to the boss. The brunette with glasses agrees with Ms. Su. The woman looks at the papers, which contain detailed information about Chen. She says his name thoughtfully. Dark smoke appears on a red background. Agrolis and Albert float opposite each other. The older man frowns as his opponent folds his arms across his chest. He calls out to him and asks if he has turned mute. The white-haired man moves very quickly as a blue light appears around him while the blonde man watches him. The man, who has a beard and mustache, is enraged as his eyes glow blue and he throws many more punches. His opponent smiles, extends his arm to the side and easily deflects all attacks. The old swordsman, who is in a rage, attempts to stab the blonde in the head, who smiles slyly as a red aura appears around his palm. Agrolis easily deflects Albert's blow, causing him to be thrown far back. Dark matter appears behind the wounded warrior. She pulls Albert aside as a shadow swordsman appears in the air. Bobin turns his head and looks down. He asks his mentor if he is in good health. The man with gray hair looks up and frowns as blood appears at his mouth. He asks the tall man how he came to be in this place, and then orders him to leave this battlefield since he cannot be Agrali's rival. Bobin turns around and looks back seriously. He claims that he has not come alone now. Hicks and Lucius are in the air. Albert calls their names and is quite surprised. Chen swings his sword and kills the dark creatures as little Luca levitates next to him. He claims that the closer they are to the moon, the more monsters they encounter along the way. Servants of the goddess beasts reach level 70. The guy with the short, sleek hair adds that the level of the enemy's allies also becomes higher. He cuts the dark humanoid creature with his blade as its eyes glow white. The guy says that his weapons also wear out quite quickly, so he can't use a strong attack, namely Divine Strike. For this reason he can currently only instantly kill monsters when he hits their weak points with a blade strike. The hero looks forward decisively. He remembers that his time to complete this quest is quite limited. For this reason, if he continues to act in the same way, he will not have the opportunity to fight the boss in time. The guy with short hair runs quickly when the creatures try to stop him. He watches as the figures of the monsters are enveloped in a blue glow and they rise into the air. Little Luca moves her arms to the sides when a magical light appears around her and her eyes glow. For this reason, monster figures levitate around the girl. The kid puts his palms forward and directs 2 blue balls to inflict damage on dark humanoid creatures. A girl with white hair screams her name. The young father looks with a satisfied smile at his daughter, who raises her hands up and fools around. He calls little Luca by name and praises her magic strike. The girl is happy and agrees with her dad. They look at new dangerous monsters that are trying to attack them. The guy with white hair looks forward seriously. People point to the figures of warriors who staged a battle in the burgundy sky. They get scared, frown and press their hands to their chest. An unknown person asks what is happening at the moment and whether monsters have invaded the city again, and then adds that he is scared. Bobin and Albert look at Agrolis, who is opposite them. The blonde is surprised, asks if there are still weak opponents, and then adds that he does not have time for such actions. He becomes darker and angrier. The guy demands to be told where a certain person is and warns that his patience is quite limited. The shadow swordsman points his weapon at his opponent as Agrolis is looked on by his mentor and allies. Bobin states that it doesn't matter to him who his opponent is, and adds that at the moment this city is being protected by their team, so it is better for the blonde to leave as quickly as possible. A guy with beautiful red eyes purses his lips and looks forward without emotion. Bobin is surprised when Agrolis suddenly appears next to him as a red aura appears around him. Hicks and Lucius get quite scared. Their opponent lifts his head up and looks down as his eyes glow red. He laughs and then states that the shadow swordsman thinks quite a lot of positive things about himself. Someone strikes a bloody blow. Agrolis smiles maliciously and raises his hand when it becomes stained with red liquid. Bobin turns his head to the side in shock. He wonders what just happened. An elderly wounded warrior covers the shadow swordsman with his body, who is greatly surprised and frightened. He calls Uncle Albert by name. The man with gray hair looks at his student and smiles. He assures him that he is normal, and his comrades are obliged to leave this place as quickly as possible, due to the fact that they will not be able to cope with their opponent in skill, strength, and speed. As the man, who has a beard and mustache, frowns in pain, the shadow swordsman grits his teeth and glares at the blonde man, who is hovering far away from their team. The brunette curses and asks the grandfather of his beloved girl who their opponent is. The man with gray hair tilts his head down and becomes more gloomy. He corrects his student that in this case it would be more correct to call the blonde not a person, but a deity. Agrolis puts his blood-stained palm to his face and licks the red liquid from it as he looks at his opponents in this battle. Albert calls the blonde a dragon and a servant of the god of the underworld. The guy with beautiful red eyes says that the taste of this blood is very familiar to him, but he cannot remember where and when he tried this scarlet liquid before. Surprised and tired, Boban looks carefully at the elderly warrior who is watching their rival. Albert claims that this dragon killed the parents of his beloved granddaughter. The tall man cannot believe the fact that he just heard. The man with gray hair frowns and looks worriedly at his comrade, who stands next to him and watches as the blonde cleanses the scarlet liquid from his hand. The elderly warrior claims that elemental powers cannot harm the creature and suggests that Boban flee with their allies as soon as he can distract the dragon in human form. Agroles raises his head and his palm, which is stained with blood, and smiles ominously. He asks his opponents if they really think they can escape, and then claims that it is quite late for such actions now, since once he sees fresh blood, nothing can stop him from killing his prey. Lucius stands on a huge creature which holds a large sword in its mouth, and next to it Hicks pulled out a blade. They scream loudly and attract the attention of their enemy. A girl with short dark hair looks forward resolutely. She turns to the wounded swordsman and says that they will not leave this battlefield. The guy with green hair smiles slyly and looks ahead. He adds that respect does not allow guardians to run away from a fight. Boban becomes darker and angrier when a sad old man stands behind him. The tall man claims that he does not care who his opponent is, and he will definitely harm him, since this dragon in human form killed the parents of his beloved girl, and then he invites his mentor to defeat Agroles together. Boban and Albert look forward determinedly as red energy appears in the white-haired swordsman's palm. He claims that since the situation is this way, the man agrees with his ward, and then thinks that he must definitely destroy this creature. The warriors surround the servant of the god of the underworld as their blades begin to glow. The blonde tilts his head down and smiles ominously. He claims that such actions are quite stupid. A huge dragon appears behind Agroles. Chen stands next to parts of the dead bodies of dark humanoid creatures. He assures that he has completed this part of his task. The young father raises his head and looks at his daughter, who is floating in the air and sighs tiredly. The game system notifies the guy with short, smooth hair that his level has become much higher. He addresses his child by name and invites him to rest a little. Chen tilts his head down and looks at the bodies of his enemies with disdain as little Luca heads towards him. He reasons that they killed a fairly large number of monsters and spent a lot of their strength, but the guy's skills only increased by 1 level. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes clutches a weapon in his hand, on which blue lines appear. He remembers that the blade wears out quickly enough, which prevents him from continuing the battle. A system alert appears in front of the hero, which he looks at carefully. The guy thinks that his abilities and improvements help quite well in fights with one opponent, but when he is engaged in clearing monsters, many different problems arise. He tilts his head down and becomes more somber as his eyes glow a golden color. Chen recalls that the last time he could get 2 out of 3 abilities, he chose a relatively strong combination of Strike and God's Path, but he would really need another attack, namely Divine Smite, since it deals damage over a large area, which allows you to use the sword less and save strength. A guy with short, smooth hair frowns and purses his lips. He reasons that he needed to choose a different class from the beginning of the story because it would give him the opportunity to use better skills, and then wonders why he can only take 2 abilities and cannot take all 3 options. The game system notifies the guy that upon reaching level number 100 he can gain new abilities. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes looks with displeasure at the notice with a castle on it. He wonders if he needs level 100, and then argues that if he does so, the hero will be able to gain new skills if he defeats the goddess beasts. The young father turns his head to the side and looks seriously. He rejoices and thinks that after defeating the boss, he will take a legendary weapon or armor, and also unlock new abilities, which will allow him to defeat Nabis. A guy with short, smooth hair smiles and turns to his daughter, who flies towards him and joyfully raises her hands up. He calls little Luca by name and encourages her to go forward, as it is time for them to continue on their way. The girl with white hair agrees with her dad. An unknown terrible creature lets out a terrifying scream. Father and daughter turn toward the loud sound as the ground shakes beneath them. The guy asks if this sound is the roar of the goddess beasts. A large clump of dark matter appears not far from the parent and child as a fairly strong wind rises around it. They watch as a terrifying creature forms in the black spot. The goddess, namely Beast, descends to the ground with a roar. Purple smoke appears from the mouth of this monster. The system notifies the young father that the boss of this quest has appeared in front of him, whose level is 120. The guy with short hair lowers his head down and looks at his opponent with interest when his hair turns white and a dark mark appears on his face. A terrifying creature looks at a young father who looks at his angry daughter with a smile. A guy with beautiful yellow eyes calls the girl by name and asks her to be careful, and then reminds her that if she dies, then he will die too. The baby babbles something irritably. Chen admits that his child is very strong and also says that he is aware of this fact, but then mentions that he still needs to be careful. He tilts his head and looks forward seriously as his left eye glows white. A guy with short, sleek hair claims it's time to start their fight. In City B, a helicopter flies over a large building. There have been news reports that there have been numerous unexplained deaths around the world lately, and people have differing opinions about this, with rumors circulating that a game called Cosmos may be involved in these deaths. An unknown cameraman is filming a girl with long black hair, who is the host of a television channel. She claims that rallies are currently taking place all over the globe, the purpose of which is for citizens to find out the real state of affairs regarding mass deaths. Channel presenter on the monitor screen. She notifies viewers that this morning the government of country Z invited the heads of state of K, J, A, Y and several other republics in order to hold an emergency meeting on this issue, and then adds that this evening at a special conference citizens will be able to get answers to all the questions that interest them. The girl turns back, where people are making a fuss around a man who unexpectedly fell. Someone screams quite loudly. Another protester asks someone to call an ambulance as quickly as possible. A girl with long black hair looks forward and is nervous. She introduces herself as Lou, claims to be a correspondent for the television channel Neo TV, and promises to tell viewers about key events. Many people are in the meeting room of the government of one of the countries. The medical specialist claims that his team performed autopsies on many of the victims and examined their bodies for certain pathologies, but they did not find any signs of poisoning or infection with the virus. Human will raise his hand and point to the drawing on the board. He says his research team has found that the cause of all deaths is not paralysis of the heart muscle, but a more complex circumstance. The professor turns his head to the side and looks forward seriously. He claims that all victims of this phenomenon have puncture wounds or damage caused by blows with a blunt object in their internal organs or brain tissue. The blonde adjusts his glasses and becomes more gloomy. The medical specialist says that he has every reason to believe that these cases are brutal murders that were committed by influencing the human brain. He looks at the heads of state, who are talking excitedly to each other. A professor holds some papers in his hands as his glasses are exposed to glare from the sun's rays. He says that several years ago he took part in a research project, namely Dish Brain, the essence of which was to place a small part of human brain tissue in a petri dish, and then, using electrical stimulation, they taught the cells a computer game. In the end, during the experiment, its organizers discovered that these cells are capable of faster learning than any other artificial intelligence. The medical professional turns to the board and presses some button on a small remote control as a detailed drawing of a person's brain appears on the smooth surface. He says countries may think the incidents are unrelated, but one particular factor belies that. The professor opens his mouth and becomes more nervous. He claims that there is only a 1 in a billion chance that the world they live in is real. Goddess Beast runs towards Chen to deal some serious damage. A guy with short, smooth hair easily dodges a giant humanoid creature. It becomes darker and flies above the ground in a certain direction. The boss of this quest gets angry and shows his grin. He strikes a guy with beautiful yellow eyes with a swift blow, but the hero manages to protect himself with a spell. Little Luca controls protective magic around her dad as he retreats from a surprise enemy attack. The young father tilts his head down and smiles contentedly as his white hair flutters in the wind. He thinks that this attack was quite powerful. The guy takes a fighting stance, squeezes the blade in his hand and looks up. He reasons that the boss in this quest is equal in attack power and degree of defense to the king of the monsters or another monster, and may even be much more powerful. A guy with short, smooth hair tilts his head down and purses his lips. He thinks that if this beast were able to successfully attack him now, he would not be able to continue the battle anymore, so he needs to be more concentrated and not be distracted. The young father looks decisively at his opponent and stretches out his arms to prepare a new blow. He reasons that the guy has not yet understood what abilities his opponent has, so he should save his strength, and when the guy finds out the degree of power of the goddess beasts, he will deliver a decisive attack. The hero suddenly pushes off from the ground. He shouts out the name of the skill, namely the divine path. A guy with beautifully colored eyes is rapidly moving towards the giant dark figure of the enemy. The black humanoid creature growls loudly as its eyes glow purple. Chen tilts his head down and frowns. He can't understand why the beast isn't moving, and then wonders if it even wants to attack. The young father pushes off the ground quite hard at the moment when it cracks under his feet. He jumps high and ends up above his opponent. A guy with white hair moves his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and looks down with alarm. He asks himself whether this creature wants to let him closer to him or whether the hero is mistaken in this matter. Goddess Beast suddenly lifts his head up, opens his mouth wide and screams loudly as his eyes sparkle purple. The guy with short hair is surprised when the servants of the goddess appear around him. They quickly move towards the young man in order to inflict damage on him. He turns his head to the side and looks decisively in a certain direction. A guy with short, smooth hair thinks that now is the right moment for some decisive action. He delivers a devastating blow, namely a god attack, when a blue glow appears around his body and a flash of purple light appears behind him. The young father moves quite quickly towards his opponent's head and deals quite powerful damage. He extends his hand forward as he grips the sword in it. He reasons that this attack will help him avoid the magical blows of the goddess beasts, and in this case he will be able to study the boss's abilities and harm him. A blue light appears from strong blows with the blade when the beast lowers its head, and a system window appears above its head, in which the life units of this creature are indicated. Suddenly the boss of this quest shows his grin and looms over the guy, who is quite surprised. He turns back and looks at his opponent with fear. A purple glow appears from the monster's blows, causing the guy to be thrown in a certain direction. Little Luca flies quite quickly towards her dad, who begins to fall. He calls his daughter by name. Goddess Beast delivers another powerful blow that sends the members of a small family stranded in another part of the sky. A young man falls to the ground from a sufficient height and with great acceleration. He sits on the ground, clutching his child to his chest and breathing heavily as a dangerous dark creature watches him. Suddenly, many servants of the goddess beasts appear around the members of a small family. For this reason, the capable swordsman is quite frightened. Purple smoke emanates from the terrifying face of the dark creature. It growls the name of the attack, namely Phantom Mark. A guy with short, smooth hair turns sharply at his opponent and clenches his teeth. He curses out of fear. The young father throws the child as far away as possible to ensure his safety. A bright flash of purple appears. The hero is thrown far back when he lands painfully on the ground and earns new wounds. A little girl with white hair looks anxiously at the smoke that remains only from the attack. Luca cries and quickly flies off to find her dad. She sees her father as he struggles to get to his feet after developing new wounds. The girl calls her parent and says her name. The capable swordsman mutters and wonders why such a situation could happen. The kid watches his father stand and look forward seriously as blood flows from his mouth. He speculates about what this explosion could be, since he would not be able to dodge under any circumstances, and his special attack, namely Divine Strike, no longer works to prevent such attacks from opponents or cannot affect the boss of this quest. The young warrior carefully looks at the new system alert that appeared recently, which indicates that the goddess beast is able to place a ghostly mark on the chosen target and, in this case, the blow will hit exactly the right person. The guy is convinced of his guesses about this issue. Members of a small family stand in front of a giant dark creature that wants to attack them again. The young father says that this cat is quite fast, since she must have time to get close to her opponent and leave her mark on him so that she has the opportunity to kill him with her explosive attack. But the guy needs to be close to her to cause damage as close as possible, which means his quick death. The guy with short white hair becomes more gloomy and desperate. He wonders what he needs to do in such a situation. Many pink explosions appeared. Chen dodged them with great speed. The main character landed and began to slow himself down. The protagonist looked with a serious look and thought that her minions also became faster. Chen turned to Luca and asked her to be careful as their movement speed increased. Suddenly, something was bothering the main character. A giant hand with large claws tried to crush Chen. The golden masked monster hit the ground. The creature's eye glowed purple. The protagonist used a barrier to protect himself from the monster's attack. The main character held a blade in his hand, which flowed around blue energy. Chen jumped and used a divine blow to hit the giant creature right in the eye. The monster opened its mouth in pain. The main character began to inflict many blue blows and take away 3000 HP. The boss threw Chen aside with his golden claw. The protagonist landed on the ground and looked at the creature. The main character turned towards Luca and asked how she was. Chen turned and began to look back and think that all he could do now was use Luca's shield to get close and attack her. But this way Luca will rapidly lose strength. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look and thought that Bei was also moving too fast. If he uses complete destruction, but does not manage to hit this cat in the allotted time, then he will have to wait until the ability is restored again, and then he will have almost no chance of winning. The girl in the eggshell was breathing heavily. The main character thought that she looked tired. If he wants to end Bei, he will have to change tactics. The protagonist looked at the monster and thought, decides, while he is trying to deal with this cat, he still needs to somehow fight off her assistants. Her purple assistant stood near Bei. Chen clenched his teeth and did not understand what to do. The main character remembered Hesiod, who attacked with a blue powerful blow. The protagonist realized that he remembered when Hesiod trained him, he used some kind of ability that allowed him to deal damage from a long distance with his sword. If he can train him, he can easily defeat the boss. Purple's assistant started running towards Chen. The main character began to look around and ask, is Hesiod here? Does he know how to kill Bei? The main character cut the assistant and asked if Hesiod could hear him. The protagonist began to use a lightning strike and thought that during the test he really couldn't communicate with it. But when he returned to reality, he stayed with him. Remaining time 30 minutes. Chen held the red saber in front of him and dodged the purple attacks. The main character understood that he had little time. Would he really lose the opportunity to get 10 million experience points and legendary weapons and armor? Bei with golden claws jumped on the main character. Chen managed to dodge when the monster hit the ground with its paw. The protagonist looked to the side and saw that the creature's assistants were beginning to attack Luca's barrier. The main character understood that this would not work. If he fails to cope with this test, then he can't even hope to defeat Navis. Chen looked to the side and realized that he couldn't give up. There had to be some way to defeat Bei. The boss ended up behind the main character. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought that she had become even faster. The cat monster hit with all its strength, and Chen flew into the ground. The main character gritted his teeth in pain. As soon as the main character knelt down, Bei immediately attacked him. A bright pink explosion appeared in the center of the battle. The boss stood on his toes and was ready to take the jump. Chen leaned on his sword and breathed heavily. Notification: your HP is less than 10%. Restore your health as soon as possible. Blood was visible on the protagonist's face. He couldn't believe that Bei was moving faster. With his current HP, if she hits him again, he will die right here. The main character stood against the backdrop of the red aura and thought that all he could do now was use total destruction, drink the potion, activate the Luca shield, and deliver the decisive blow. Suddenly, Chen calmed down. System screens appeared in front of the protagonist, on one of which a hand was drawn. The main character thought that now he uses the power of primordial chaos and his abilities only in accordance with the prompts of the system, but he had never tried to figure it out himself. A blue glow appeared in front of Chen's face, and he thought that he was almost sure that when Hesiod made that sword strike, he concentrated all the elemental power into his weapon and then simply released it. The main character looked at the reflection in his sword and realized that if he put all his power of primordial chaos into this sword, would he be able to achieve the same result? Chen pulled his sword forward and black lightning began to travel throughout his body. The end of the sword mixed with blue energy and black lightning. The main character looked forward, holding his blade, and said that it works. Should we do it this way? The protagonist swung his red sword. The dark red line flew at great speed. Chen held his sword aside and watched as the ground was torn apart by his blow. A system screen appeared showing an eclipse. You have mastered a new ability, Crescent Strike. In the next window it was written about the attack itself. Crescent Strike. When used, 100 mana is consumed. All the power of primordial chaos is concentrated on the weapon to deliver a fatal blow. The damage effect is based on 20,000 base attack points. Damage equal to 5 times the number of your strength points. Your weapon damage and explosion damage when using an elemental ability. During the attack, additional abilities are also activated. The cooldown time of the ability is 0 seconds. Self-mastered abilities do not take the place of abilities issued by the system. Pieces of earth were next to Chen's face. He said, great, now he has one more ability, so he can definitely kill this boss. The monster opened its mouth and began to growl loudly. With great speed, Bei headed towards the main character. The protagonist's eyes turned blue. Complete destruction. Chen leaned forward. The monster opened its mouth. The main character stood with a calm look. Chen swung his sword. The main character hit the boss with his new attack. The blow passed through the creature and cut it in half. The protagonist looked at the blow with a serious look. The main character stood against the backdrop of the purple moon. Chen had blood dripping from his face and thought that after using this ability, he felt as if his body was stuck in quicksand. He couldn't move, but fortunately he won. The main character stood near the monster cut in half. Luca flew near the monster. The system screen said that you have defeated the ruthless goddess Bei. The Crimson Moon trial is complete. A pink beam began to come from the moon towards the main character. Chen looked with a blank look and thought, what is this? The beam turned yellow and began to absorb the protagonist. Receive 2 million experience points. Receive 10 million experience points. Level up. Chen covered himself with his hand from the beam, but at the same time did not understand what was happening. The main character began to look at his hands. The system said that your actual level has been increased to 100. The main character said that this is experience, beautiful. Thanks to the increase in level, the wounds began to heal and now he can gain a new ability. The system screen showed the first ability, Flying God Strike. When used, marks the enemy. The mark will disappear after 30 seconds. Once the mark is placed, the affected target will not be able to turn invisible or move at high speed. When used repeatedly, it deals 3 normal attacks on an enemy. If more than 3 enemies are marked, then 1 hit will be dealt to each of them in accordance with the order in which the marks were placed. The mark also deals 300% explosion damage to the enemy. The cooldown time of the ability is 4 minutes. Chen's eyes glowed orange and he thought that the new skill was somewhat similar to Bei's ability. However, combined with the Divine Strike, the Flying God Strike would allow him to deal good damage to the enemy. All that remains is to distribute the skill points, and he can already go to the temple to kill Navis. A chest, a key, and an element began to appear near the flying girl. The system said that it was received: Amethyst Moon Key, Legendary Chest, Divine Element. Chen looked at the chest and said that defeating the boss gives a divine element. A little unexpected. The main character began to look at the key and said that this amethyst key, most likely, like the crimson one, is also used to activate the test. Luca crossed his arms and looked at Chen, who said that he was a little scared to open the chest. The protagonist began to quickly turn his head, saying that he was just joking. But he still wonders what legendary weapons or equipment are there. The chest opened. The system window said, "Congratulations, you have received legendary equipment." A white jacket and earrings began to emerge from the chest. The system showed the Jacket of Luck, increases the drop rate of magic equipment by 20%. Autumn's Nether Spirit Song earrings. Neverworld's Lord Osiris decided to destroy the evil spirits that wandered around the human world, unable to return back. But there were too many spirits, and they were incredibly strong, so Osiris could not cope with them. Then Autumn, in order to prevent the onset of chaos, began to sing the Afterlife song. Thus he purified these souls and enclosed them in earrings. All the characteristics of the item were shown on the screen. Chen looked at the earring and thought that it was not called legendary equipment for nothing. The earrings give a large bonus to intelligence, and the probability of success when dodging has increased. Chen decided that he would put them on, and then he could safely spend all his skill points on strength and dexterity. The protagonist brought the earring to his ear and thought that he didn't have pierced ears. Did he just need to press the equip button? The main character pressed the accept button. The main character had an earring on his ear. Chen wore a necklace with a pendant around her neck. A blue portal appeared in front of the main character. The system said the test was completed and the portal was open. Chen and Luca began to walk towards the portal. The main character said that we need to go. As soon as we return, we will immediately go in search of the temple. Chen entered the portal. A second later, the portal disappeared. A new portal began to appear at the end of the cliff. Chen came out of the portal and shielded himself from the sun with his hand. The main character said that he has returned, but why is it still evening here? Does time really stop here when he passes the test? Something caught the protagonist's attention. There was a city in a large crater. City B Street glowed in different colors. Two guys stood against the wall. The guy with yellow hair asked the man if he had heard about the game Cosmos, because of which people die. They say that everyone who played it died. The man replied that of course he had heard, but he was sure that these were just rumors. Some boring game killing people. Nonsense. Two men stood and did their business. The man with black hair said that he thinks it's because the young people play too many games and don't care about their health at all. The man with a cigarette in his mouth looked at the guy and told him to look at him. He was not so young anymore, but he had more than enough strength. Those beauties tonight actually thought he was only 20-something years old. The guy looked at the man, who closed his eyes and said that, to be honest, he also played this game, and lately he couldn't concentrate on anything. He was always afraid that he would die too. The man told him to hurry up, because the girls were waiting for them. A pink beam appeared behind the couple. The man and the guy turned around to look. A purple door appeared in front of them. A guy with yellow hair was shielding his hand from the bright light, and the man said, "What a bright light. Is it some kind of illegal party?" The hand of some monster began to appear from the debris. The guys opened their mouths in surprise. A white giant insect came out. The guys fell to the ground out of fear. The man clenched his teeth and did not understand what kind of creature this was. The guy with yellow hair said that this is the boss from the game Cosmos. Suddenly a girl in a hood appeared. The girl found herself in front of the monster with lightning speed. The fighter stood in front of a giant insect naked and held a pink katana. The girl with pink hair looked to the side. Chen stood in the center of the destroyed city. The main character walked and looked around the surroundings. He wondered what happened in the city while he was away. The protagonist looked with his orange eye and thought that time in the testing dimensions really goes the same way as in Latinea. Suddenly, Hesiod appeared in front of Chen, who said that the protagonist had finally returned. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and asked where Hesiod had gone. The man, who turned blue, replied that he should ask Chen. It turned out that he could still kick him out of his spiritual world. Chen looked with a blank look. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind the main character. Black energy began to emerge from the portal. The protagonist took out his sword and took a fighting stance. Chen held his hand in front of him. Bulbin stood with his sword. The guy started shouting angrily and calling Chen. The main character stood in front of Bulbin and asked what he was doing here. Where are grandfather and the others? And what actually happened here? Bulbin opened his mouth and started shouting that the main character still has the nerve to ask him about his grandfather. It's all because of him. Chen looked with a blank look and thought, what is he talking about? Ruined city. Chen entered the building. His entire team was inside. Chen approached the table on which Albert lay without arms. Blood soaks the bandage that the grandfathers were wound. The main character stood in shock and could not understand how this happened. The protagonist sat down on a chair and said that he was only gone for one evening. What actually happened here? Sayoli and Bros did not answer. Chen looked at them and couldn't understand what happened. The main character looked at Laxi and asked if he could explain it to him. Sweat began to flow from Laxi's face, and he said that the protagonist had been gone for 3 days. They had already decided that he had left without saying goodbye. The protagonist looked with his orange eyes and could not understand what he was talking about. Bobin came into the building and said that stop pretending that Chen doesn't care. He kept saying that he would protect everyone, but at the decisive moment he simply ran away. Veins appeared on Bobin's face and he said that thousands of people died because of Chen. A guy with black hair stood behind the main character and asked who he was. Why is this god desperate to find him? Chen sat with a serious look. City B police station. A woman in a police uniform stuck out her finger and said that if the two of them continued to talk nonsense, she would have to be detained for disturbing the peace. 2 guys stood in front of her and said it was true. The male police officer asked his colleague what was the matter. The woman said that these 2 came here and were talking some kind of nonsense. They say they saw a monster. The guys started to get very nervous and say that there really was a monster there. The man with black hair said that there was also a flying girl, she was fast, and she killed the monster with a sword. While the policeman was escorting the guys out, the woman's phone rang in her back pocket. The policeman put the phone to his ear and said that he was listening. A man with black hair tried to convey to the male policeman that this monster looked like a beetle the size of a 3-story house. Sweat began to flow from the girl's face when the chief asked what these unknown creatures were. The woman stood in front of the guys and told the boss that she would immediately gather everyone and would wait for further instructions. The male policeman looked at his comrade and asked what happened. A bead of sweat began to fall from the officer's face and she said that the boss had just called. A state of emergency has been declared in the city, and right now the residents are being attacked by terrible monsters. Screams could be heard from their destroyed building. Bobin took Chen by the jacket and asked why he was silent. Does he think he'll just let him go? The main character looked at his friend's hand. Bros and Sayoli watched them disassemble. Bobin shouted and asked that Chen knew that guy would come for him, so he hid. He's just cowardly, thinks only about himself. Bros stood and said nothing. Sayoli also stood silently. Bobin began to swing his fist and shouted, asking the main character what even he is not trying to deny. Chen stopped the guy's blow. Sweat began to flow from the face of the evil Bobin. The protagonist, standing with a serious look, apologized to his partner and said that everything is not as he thinks. Chen didn't know that this god would come for him so early, and he had no intention of abandoning them. But in any case, it all happened through his fault, and he will take responsibility for it. Chen let go of Bobin's hand and said that he would find this god and kill him with his own hands. Bros stood next to Sayoli and said that this was impossible. They can't defeat him, he's too strong. Chen, together with Bobin, looked at the guy who asked the main character why God was even looking for him. There was a shadow of his hair on Chen's face, and he replied that he had gained the power to kill gods. The protagonist had a necklace on his body, and he said that when they fought Dora, he noticed that ordinary elemental abilities could not harm him. It turned out that he sold his soul to the god of the underworld in exchange for divine power. The entire Chen team stood in shock. The main character, against the background of a red eye, said that he does not know how it happened that his elemental ability is the power of primordial chaos, allowing him to kill gods. Most likely, Hades noticed him when he killed Dorop. The black dragon landed in the desert. Agrales, with red wings, was kneeling. Did the guy with the red eyes think he was supposed to be here? The temple that God spoke about, the imprisonment of the gods. Agrales placed his paw on the sand and began to use the technique. The guy stood in the center of the red pentagram. An ancient building began to rise from the sand. Agrales held his hand with red claws and said, "Yes, this is it." The guy stood in front of a huge temple. Khepri Temple. Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, thinking that this is really just a virtual world. The protagonist looked into the distance with his orange eye and thought that everything here was so realistic and at the same time so unreal. Chen stood at the end of the destroyed building. He believed that the human brain can be tricked: sight, hearing, touch, smell, taste. All this can make them think that they are in some other place. But it is impossible to deceive inner feelings, awareness of themselves, their emotions, sorrows, and joys. This is what distinguishes them from soulless machines. Chen straightened his arms and looked back. The protagonist said that before leaving the game, he will definitely take revenge for Grandpa Albert and all those innocent people. Chen opened his eyes wide. He remembered that there must be something in the medicine store that can help Grandpa Albert. I hope he can find a cure for limb restoration. The system window showed green medicine. Patronage of Asclepius, a magical medicine created by the god of medicine, instantly restores damaged areas of the body. Chen stood with a serious look and understood that this was great. I'll give it to Albert right away. Chen looked at the strange beam in the desert. The main character stood with a serious look and looked into the distance. Looking thoughtfully to the side, Chen frowned. He wondered what it was, noting that even in the city the ground shook. Rubbing his hand over his chin, he glanced sideways at the holographic screen to his left. The guy thought that the release of energy was very powerful, and he wondered what happened. Suddenly the guy started up and his eyes opened wide. He didn't understand what it was. The screen color changed to red and in the middle there was a notification that Kebli Temple was activated. Seeing this, Chen said that everything was clear to him now. Standing on the top of the rock, the guy looked to the side, saying that he was almost sure. His lips became thin stripes, and his eyes under frowned eyebrows acquired an unfriendly tint. He thought he was sure that the man had activated the temple. There were torches attached to the stone walls, which glowed with a bright green light. With his hands in his pockets, the Leaf walked along the deserted corridor, squinting his red eyes with dissatisfaction. He lowered the corners of his mouth and said that if it were not for Hades' order, he would not have come here, even if Zeus himself had asked him. He moved the finger of his left hand along the stone wall, and purple sparks came out from under his touch. He noted that Hades sent him out to check the strength of the seal, but did not say who was imprisoned here. He began to think that in such a huge temple in the middle of Latinea, he was probably sealed. Earthly and violet sparks came out under his nail. Unknown symbols could be recognized in these suits, and the guy with noted that this is the one who will be attacked by Hades. He stopped when he saw at the end of the corridor a door glowing green with the notorious pattern in the center and said that it looks like. The guy raised his clawed hand, and purple energy began to sparkle around it. Oak said that this is what Hades told him. Swinging both hands forward, Agrales directed his power towards the door. The guy smiled widely with his sharp teeth, calling the creature behind the secret door the guardian of the Nabis temple. The door shone, directing a stream of wind at Agrales with clenched fists. A humanoid creature with bright purple burning eyes on a gloomy face appeared in a cloud of fog. Arching one eyebrow, Chen wondered why he needed the Kebli temple. Pursing his lips into a thin stripe, Chen sharply raised his head and frowned. He realized that the gods could feel his power of primordial chaos, and if he went looking for him again, the remaining inhabitants of the city could also suffer. Lowering his head, the guy put his hand in his pockets and turned to Hesiod, and after that a blue light stood up behind him. He asked how the gods understood where he was and whether he knew what could be done to prevent them from tracking him down. Curling his lips, he glanced at the man who appeared behind him, standing in the blue flames. Hesiod responds that Chen uses the power of primordial chaos, and his body begins to emit a scent that only gods can smell. Standing behind Chen and clasping his hands behind his back, the man said that the only way to get rid of this smell was to die. Opening one eye slightly, he looked at the guy and said that the price of his strength was very high. Frowning his eyebrows, Chen lowered his head when Hesiod turned his back to him and said that he could only kill those who were trying to kill him, and there was not much choice. Raising his head and looking forward, the guy thought that if there are still gods who are looking for him and want to kill him, then he should go to the temple as quickly as possible, remove the seal of the desert, and lead everyone out of this place. Hesiod agreed with his thoughts and said that he could do this for his friends. After a while, Chen stood in front of the entrance to a small wooden hut, which was covered with a curtain. Lowering his sad gaze, he thought that Boban was right that this only happened because he came to this city, and it was he who brought trouble to them. Leaning his elbows on his knees, Chen clasped his hands while sitting on a chair next to the shackled Auber. Pursing his lips into stripes, he looked at the man, thinking that it was his fault that his grandfather suffered, and he also doesn't know how many people died in the city because of him. Looking at the sleeping, peaceful face of the old man, Chen asked him for forgiveness. Holding a basket in his hands, Laxi opened the curtain and looked at the guy with surprised eyes. He asked him when he came here. He turned to the monster walking further into the room and said that he had arrived just a couple of minutes ago, and then in response asked where he had been. Laxi replied that Salili had just returned from the doctor and asked him to bring medicine for Auber. He noted that he hopes they will help him. Approaching the table, the monster put a basket on it and began to take out medicines from his hands while Chen watched him. Laxi, with regret in his voice, asked him not to be offended by Boban and Salili since a great misfortune happened and they are now having a rather difficult time. Chen looked away, pursing his lips into stripes. The monster looked with surprised eyes at the green bottle, around the perimeter of which there was a snake entwined, which the guy put on the table. He said that this medicine would help Grandfather Auber heal his wounds and asked that he be sure to let him drink it. When the guy overtook the blue curtain and left the hut, the monster asked him where he was going. Chen replied that he was going for a little walk and asked him to take care of his grandfather for now. Putting his hands in his pockets, Chen headed towards the ruins of the city. He thought that he could not return everything as it was, but he at least had to protect the remaining inhabitants of the city. Turning back to the hut, he mentally apologized to everyone for leaving without saying goodbye. Clenching his hands into fists, he ran forward as fast as he could, thinking that if he hurried now, he might still be able to catch that person. At that moment in the real world, people were running headlong from the monsters that had invaded the whole city. A man stood towards the frightened people. A red-haired girl in a dark cape with a hood was illuminated in red as local residents ran past her. She raised her head, glancing at the monster. In front of her, on the rubble of collapsed houses, stood a monster with 3 horns and huge black and red wings covered with feathers. A blue system window appeared to the girl's left, and the voice from the voice message said that it was apparently an S-rank monster and noted that they had never faced such strong opponents. The girl briefly replied that she understood, and the voice told Chief Kin that 3 level 120 fighters were heading towards her, and then asked her to wait a little, because it was too dangerous to fight such a strong monster alone. Opening her mouth slightly, she answered, asking to redirect those fighters to the city of S, saying that she could figure it out here alone. The voice asked her that maybe it would be better to wait a little. Pressing her feet firmly into the ground, Kin took out the 2 katanas that rested behind her back. She said that at least 3 more monsters of the same level had appeared in the eastern sea near S city, and they could not be allowed to reach the city. The voice asked in surprise, is it really at least 3? The girl pushed her feet off the ground. Pointing her weapon forward, she rushed towards the monster with its mouth wide open. The eyes on the confident, stern face sparkled with a bright green light, and Kin said that the rapprochement of the 2 worlds was happening faster than she expected. Various types of monsters have taken up arms against cities, and right now crowds of monsters are appearing from nowhere in all corners of the earth. A monster in the form of a stingray flew over the Eiffel Tower. The monsters destroyed everything in their path. By driving tanks, people tried to suppress the uprising, but even the most advanced weapons were useless to motivate them. A little girl with a toy in her hand stood on an empty street covered in flames, and in the distance there were loud explosions and monsters flying. Humanity was unprepared for the invasion of monsters, and no one knows if there is a way to defeat them. Chen and Hesiod walked along the yellow sands, and Luca flew above their heads. The system notified that they had been traveling for 3 hours 28 minutes, and the remaining time until arrival was 8 hours 37 minutes. Clenching his hands into fists, the guy turned to the man flying next to him and was indignant at the fact that even though he now has access to a teleport, he cannot move to that place, which I haven't been to before. The man replied that if you fly on a dragon, you can save a lot of time. Gritting his teeth, Chen grimaced, throwing an irritated look at Hesiod and asked where he owes the Dragon Nation now, and Luca supported him in her language. He sharply turned his sly gaze to the baby and noted that he had forgotten that she could fly. The child jumped back in displeasure when Chen asked her if she wanted to carry him on her back. Closing his eyes, the guy smiled smugly, noting that he was just joking. He stopped when he saw a monster sitting in front of him on the sand, which made something with a characteristic sound. Pursing his lips into stripes, the guy frowned, realizing what it was. The monster held a piece of flesh in his hands, and scarlet drops of blood flowed down his chin. He perked up when he noticed movement behind him. The monster turned its black head back. The guy watched as the monster rose. Knitting his eyebrows and looking at him intently, he recognized him as the executor. The monster with the fat smile clicked his teeth and began wiping the blood from his chin with his thumb. Chen realized that this was the same creature that killed him when he first came to Latinea. He thought that the system, for some reason, did not inform him that the enemy was nearby. The executioner looked towards the guy, noting that his smell was familiar to him. Standing in front of the red holographic screen, Chen covered Luca with his hand, which tightly gripped the fabric of his sleeve. He guessed that the system probably couldn't detect a monster of such a high level. He thought that he was originally going to avoid encounters with such dangerous monsters by relying on the system to tell him, but now it is obvious that this is impossible, and now the only thing left is fight. At this moment, the system notified that in front of him was an elite enemy wandering executor of an unknown level. Chen smiled widely, calling the monster an insect, and noted that they had not seen him for a long time. The executor realized that standing in front of him was a man whom he had previously killed and asked why he was alive. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy glanced at him from under his brows and grinned. He said that thanks to him he not only survived, but also lives very well. Clenching its mouth, the monster hesitated. With a smile on his face, he made a sharp thrust forward, putting out his hand, on the palm of which a blue light glowed. He said that then he would kill him again. The sharp claws almost came close to Chen's face. Without removing his hands from his pockets, the guy began to maneuver along the sand, dodging each of the executor's attacks in turn. The monster, with its arm outstretched, perked up as the guy in front of it disappeared again. A moment later, Chen's fist was near the executor's head. From the blow, the monster flew to the side, rolling like a cube along the yellow sand. Taking a stance, Chen clenched his hand into a fist, and the other began to release his red sword. He asked if the monster really thought that since that moment he had not changed at all and could only swing his sword in different directions. At this moment, the executor was sitting in a shallow hole, leaning on his hands. When the guy grabbed the hilt of the sword, an electric charge ran through his body. He said that now he is the one who can defeat even God. His hair color changed to silver, and a black mark appeared on the left side of his face. Glancing at the monster, he said that he was now a slayer of gods. Raising his head, he watched as the executor soared into the sky. The monster stretched his hand forward, and yellow lightning sparkled on his palm, and he called Chen a pathetic person. 4 tentacle-like appendages appeared from his back, and he held a huge golden scythe in his hand. His skin color will completely change to white, and his eyes will glow with a bright scarlet light. In a vile voice, he said that if that were the case, they would simply tear the guy apart. At this moment, the system notified that the wandering executor had activated the Arbiter's Scythe ability, and the power of his attack was increased by 30%. Standing next to Hesiod, Chen looked at the monster with an indifferent face. He said that apparently this is his elemental ability. The man replied that this entity was powerful and asked him to be careful. The guy's blue eyes reflected the silhouette of a monster lying on him with burning eyes and a scythe in his hands. He thought that last time all his characteristics increased by 100, but the executor still easily killed him, and only this was enough to understand how dangerous he was. The guy tightly grasped the hilt of his red sparkling sword and thought that, however, after defeating Bastet, this level rose to 100, and besides, he finally received a high-level weapon. Gritting his teeth tightly, Chen raised his angry gaze at the monster, moving his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. He thought that if he couldn't defeat him now, then he could forget about the temple. The executor and Chen approached each other at the same time, exposing their weapons. The guy thought that this battle would show him whether he could get out of here. There was a loud flash and sand flew into the hands of the party. Putting his hands forward, Chen with burning eyes blocked the monster's blow with his sword, and small cracks appeared along the golden braid. Seeing this, the executor perked up. They jumped back in different directions at the same time as Chen. Having cut himself a little on the sand, the guy pushed off with his foot. While standing, the monster froze in surprise when, a moment later, Chen was already next to him and swinging his sword. The guy slashed at the executor with all his might, causing the sand to fly apart. He, having performed a maneuver, avoided the blow and ended up behind the guy's back. The executor smiled wryly, flashing his red eyes and raised his scythe. He told Chen that he was still just as slow. The boy's silver hair began to develop as if in zero gravity, and his eyes lit up with a bright blue light as he activated his divine strike. Pushing his sword back with his hand, he thrust it into the executor, and burgundy red energy swirled around him, taking away a lot of HP. The executor jumped back and braked, touching the sand with his hand. Scarlet blood flowed down his body, and he looked at the guy with a perplexed look and asked, "How is this even possible?" Chen, with a grim face, turned his gaze to the red system screen, which notified him that the durability of his weapon was less than 70%. He thought indignantly that his strength was being used up too quickly, so he needed to finish the battle as soon as possible. The guy waved his hand, taking on the true form of his power, and his skin color began to change to black. He raised his face, the lower part of which was covered with black skin with blue slits, and, with his eyes flashing, he went into complete destruction mode. Seeing his face, the executor froze with shock in his eyes and loudly asked, "Is it really him?" A second later, Chen, from whom clots of energy were stretching in different directions, approached the monster, pointing a sword at its stomach. With a sharp swing, the guy plunged the sword into the executor's body. Scarlet blood began to flow down his stomach. Chen looked at the monster with suspicious blue eyes and wondered why he didn't dodge. The executioner lowered his head, looking at the blade piercing his stomach, and said that this simply cannot be. Trembling his whole body, he raised a puzzled glance at Chen and asked, "Really?" The guy looked at the monster with interest and asked if he was its owner. A black plane rose high in the sky. There were a large number of people sitting in a dark room with laptops and headphones. A man with a face in his hand said that a large number of unidentified creatures had appeared in the eastern part of the Pacific Ocean. Countries J and H sent a joint detachment there. A detachment from Country A also went there from the Hawaiian Islands. A black-haired girl with a bob and a business suit with a sullen face put her hand on the table and leaned over, showing information on the tablet. She turned to Mr. Zhang, asking if he could explain to her why the monsters from the Cosmo game appear in the real world. His glasses flashing, the man leaned back in his chair, sipping a drink from his mug. He told Ms. Yamu that they were just a game development company and the monsters in his games were just computer code. The white-haired man, who is Zhang Wusen, the CEO of Cosmo, smiled as he crossed his legs. He said that he has no idea why they appear in the real world, and this question is no longer relevant to him. While the man continued to drink the drink, the woman showed him the screen of the tablet, saying that on behalf of the Special Law Enforcement Department of Country C, she was asking him to immediately shut down the Cosmo game servers to conduct an investigation. Zhang put the coffee mug on the table and turned to Mrs. Su. Rising from his chair, he put his hands in the pockets of his light suit and said that all the game servers are in Europe and Country A, and therefore Country C does not have sufficient powers to stop the investigation. He walked up to the stairs leading to another room and said that he had more work to do, and then said goodbye. Turning to the woman, Jang smiled slyly and said that he wanted to remind her that all the game monsters were not invented by them from scratch, and all their images were based on ancient legends from different countries. He added that in this way she should study these legends well and not interfere in the affairs of his company. Looking at her tablet lying on the table, the woman wondered about ancient legends. Pursing her lips into a thin stripe, she furrowed her brows and thought about whether this man really wanted to say that the monsters from legends were real. 3 monsters emerged from the red portal, one of which was flying, and the second was humanoid with a large sledgehammer on its shoulder. Your soldiers stood opposite them, and one of them noted that it was the first time he had seen 3S rank monsters appear in one place at once. The guy in the blue tracksuit looked at his 2 comrades, an archer with blonde hair and a knight in a modest suit and a white cloak who crossed his arms over his chest. He said that last time 4 level 80 fighters and 2 level 120 fighters were sent to battle one such monster, and now there are 3. The archer replied that the 3 of them would definitely not be able to handle them, but Commander Kin said that they would just need to hold them off for a while since she had already sent help to them. The archer with the markings under his eyes was named Bruce, the knight with long brown hair and a patch over his left eye was Baling Daru, and the dark-haired guy in a tracksuit and headphones was called Wise Ian Jikayan. Baling frowned, looking at the monsters from under his brows. He turned to his comrades and told them to prepare for battle. All 3 of them suddenly opened their mouths in shock, wondering what this is. A purple giant began to emerge from the red portal. The guys exclaimed that this was another monster. Baling froze with horror in his eyes and his pupils constricted. He thought questioningly about what kind of place they are all coming from. Behind the 3S rank monsters stood a huge dragon with large wings and long horns on its head. One of the guys asked if this was an SS rank monster. Chen stood next to the executor, who was sitting on his knees with his hands in the sand. Glancing at him, the guy asked what he meant by saying that he was his master. The guy's eye lit up with a blue light when the monster said that he felt the power of his master in him. Chen frowned and froze. He immediately jumped back from the monster, sliding along the hot sand. Lowering his head, the executor rose to his feet, speaking of his master. The guy put his sword forward, looking at him with a dissatisfied look and asked what kind of power his master had. The monster raised its head and looked at the guy with the sword. Squinting his burning red eyes, he asked, indignantly, why the power of his master ended up with some pathetic person. Chen glanced at Hesiod's silhouette behind him and asked if he was the owner of this monster by chance. The man, closely watching the executor, said that he didn't remember anything at all, and even if this was true, he definitely couldn't remember it. While the monster began to slowly walk towards the guy, he wondered if Hesiod could be his master. Looking at the monster with his eyebrows furrowed, Chen called out to him and asked if the man with white hair was his master. Looking back at him, the executor answered in the negative and said that his master was not a man, but the supreme god named Ra. Hearing this, the guy perked up, thinking that this was the strongest of the 9 gods of Egypt. Approaching Chen, the monster dropped to one knee and bowed its head in front of him. He said that it doesn't matter who he is, since he has the power of the master, then now he is his master. The guy looked at the system screen, which lit up golden, and the image of a beetle appeared. The robotic voice said that a new entry in the illustrated reference book had been discovered, servant of the god Ra, scarab god Kepri. The guy looked at the palm extended by the monster, who asked his master to accept him. The system asked if he wanted to let Kepri become his servant. Looking at Kepri bowing before him, the guy realized that he was the same god from the Kepri's revenge task. Remembering his full image while using the ability, Chen thought that he didn't like Kepri at all, but defeating Nablus with him would be much easier, and if so, then. An acceptance icon appeared on the golden screen. Kepri, who remained on one knee with his arm outstretched, began to shine with a bright yellow light, and the system said that the god was now his servant. Chen began to listen to instructions that during battle he could use the ghost servant ability to summon Kepri, who would fight alongside him. Mana would not be consumed while using the ability, and the god could be on the battlefield for an unlimited time. The guy raised his right hand, towards which the golden light from Kepri was reaching. Pursing his lips, he thought that if he had more servants like him, he wouldn't have to fight himself. Chen's eyes widened when the system added that each of his servants would receive 30% of his experience, and if a servant died on the battlefield, it would be impossible to resurrect him. Glancing upward, the guy frowned, thinking that everything was not as simple as expected, and if he had many servants, then he would have very little experience left. He also noted that if one of them dies on the battlefield, all the experience on him will be wasted. Crossing his arms over his chest, he turned his gaze to the desert, thinking that if Kepri had appeared earlier, it would have been much easier to defeat Bastet. He activated his servant summons and Kepri began to appear before him, shrouded in golden light. Looking at his shining silhouette, Chen addressed him by name. The guy lowered his head, looking at him from under his brows, and ordered him to tell him everything he knew. Earth. The man turned to Chief Su, who was sitting at the table and studying the documentation. He said that they received a call from headquarters, and they were informed that unknown monsters were appearing in many cities around the world. He also noted that they demanded that she urgently go to City B to participate in the discussion of countermeasures. Without looking up from the white piece of paper, the woman replied that she understood, and then told them to let them know that she was ready to fly out in 15 minutes. She furrowed her brows and pursed her lips into a thin stripe, and the subordinate replied that the poncho was in order. A concerned Zhao Zhenji, who is the head of the Special Affairs Department, approached her and handed her a tablet. He said that they had just been sent a photo from City H, which showed a mysterious girl who killed one of the monsters. With a menacing face, Sue picked up the tablet. She looked at the screen while Zhao said that they also received photos from the Sea Patrol of S City. He noted that 3 monsters had appeared in the Eastern Sea, but the most surprising thing was that now 3 young people were fighting them. The woman continued to sit silently while Zhao said that he sent these photos to experts, and they reported that all these monsters were exact copies of monsters from the game Cosmo. He also added that this monster is also described in the mythology of the country. Sue raised her head, remembering Zhang's words that she needed to study mythology better and not interfere in the affairs of his company. Open Sea. Grabbing the dragon by the neck with a golden chain, Li pulled him towards himself, holding his teeth tightly and closing his eyes. Scarlet blood ran down his hands holding the chain, and the guy turned to his comrades, loudly shouting that he would hold off this SS rank monster while they dealt with the others. At this moment, Bruce shot his arrows at the humanoid monster with a sledgehammer, and Baling hit the feathered one with his sword. Gritting his teeth, Bruce pulled the bowstring and released 3 arrows at the same time. Flashing his eye, the dragon jerked to the side. Bruce and Baling froze with their mouths slightly open when they heard a loud scream. The monster pushes the telepath with its head in different directions, dragging it along with it. Holding tightly to the chain, the guy screamed loudly. At that moment, the monster with the sledgehammer raised its weapon and jumped on Bruce and Baling. The guys were thrown into the water on opposite sides. The monsters lined up looked at the people. Holding the wounded Lai, Baling flew into the air, and behind him hovered Bruce, who had already grabbed a new arrow. Raising his head, the blonde clenched his teeth, and blood flowed from the corner of his lips. He cleared his throat and said, "They can't cope with SS rank monsters," and asked where is the help from Commander Kin. The battered Baling raised his head and furrowed his brows and shouted loudly that they would not let them reach S City. At that moment, a feathered monster, similar to a griffin, put its clawed hind legs forward, rushing towards the guys. There was the sound of a blade being drawn from its sheath. A second later, the monster's head flew off. A guy with snow-white hair and light blue eyes lowered his head and asked to give it to him. The guys cheered loudly for the appearance of Fuhai Jiusi. Opening its mouth, the dragon roared loudly and leaned forward. There was a loud splash of water. Fuhai quickly maneuvered among the monsters, outlining their silhouettes. The monsters began to look around, examining the white lines. Fuhai quickly slid his sword back into its sheath. At this moment, all the monsters were covered with even blocks of ice. Using the blow of the snow moon, the man lowered his head down, frowning his eyebrows, and a few drops of water flowed down his snow-white strands. With his hands in his pockets, Chen looked towards the desert. Turning to him, Kepri began to tell that it all began with the settlement of the god Morpheus several tens of thousands of years ago. 3 human figures raised their weapons, and a huge red creature appeared in the sky with a bone mask on its head with many horns. The monster said that after the War of the Titans, the brothers Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon became angry because people worshipped other gods and called Morpheus from Tartarus to punish the people. With burning eyes, Kepri continued to say that, of course, this caused discontent among those who believed in Ra, Buddha, Heavenly Father, Izanami, but the gods did not want to start a war because of people, so they chained their eyes to it. But this was not enough for the 3 brothers, and Hades was deceived by Buddha, as a result of which Ra found himself imprisoned in Latinea, Heavenly Father in the Abyss, and Izanami in Tartarus. Approaching Chen from behind, Kepri told that he had to find Ra, and spent 10,000 years crossing the endless sea and finally reached Latinea. When the monster caught up with him, the guy asked why Hades went to Latinea. Kepri replied that in the eyes of the gods they were just pieces of meat. Chen lowered his head and frowned when his servant added that people are no different from insects and are just food for the monsters guarding Latinea. The guy raised his head, realizing that the secrets of Latinea had finally been revealed to him, but even more questions remained. Glancing at Hesiod who appeared behind him, he wondered why Kepri said that he possessed the power of the god Ra, and did Hesiod and the power of chaos have anything to do with him? He thought, what if it was actually him who was connected to him? Pursing his lips into a stripe, Chen frowned, thinking that in order to find out the answer, if you need to find Ra and ask him personally. Glancing at the endless sands, he said that they still had a long way to go to the temple, so they should quickly continue their journey. A sleepy Luca flew out of the system window, and the guy turned to Kepri when he turned to him and said that it would be faster this way. Hunched over, the monster began to glow with a bright yellow light. Turning his head slightly, Chen squinted into the light. Spreading her arms in different directions, Luca cried out joyfully, looking with burning eyes. The monster turned into a large golden beetle and stood next to Chen. The system said that Kepri can take the form of a flying scarab beetle, and during the flight, every 10 kilometers, 10 mana points are taken away from the owner. The guy looked thoughtfully at the beetle while Luca joyfully rushed towards him. He said that he was surprised that Kepri could do this and noted that the consumption of mana was small. The scarab flapped its wings and began to fly above the ground, blowing up the sand. Addressing his master, he asked him to sit down. After some time, a large beetle flew into the sky. The guy, who had taken the form of chaos, furrowed his brows and told Kepri to fly forward, confidently adding that they would save Ra. Luca sat on the guy's back, and Chen and Hesiod stood on the black back of the scarab. Large waves crashed against the lighthouse in the light of the white moon. Standing on the roof itself, Fuhai turned to Commander Qin, who was standing nearby, and noted that the situation was completely out of control. The girl looked at the waves while the blonde man said that if they don't come up with something, then humanity will be wiped off the face of the earth. Looking ahead, Qin answered with a serious face that not only the inhabitants of the earth would be destroyed, but also the people from the Cosmo world. Frowning his eyebrows, the man remained silent in response. Qin touched the bracelet on her forearm, and a holographic screen appeared in that place. A large blue lightning flashed high in the sky. He jumped and flew into the opening portal, thinking that the Hades army had already reached the continent of Bergama. As she approached, she frowned and thought that soon the Sporades would be drawn into this war. The scarab was approaching the large entrance to the temple, on either side of which stood 2 statues. With his hands in his pockets, Chen looked at the road with Luca on his back, and Hesiod stood nearby. Turning to him, he asked if the man remembered anything. Without looking at him, he answered in a quiet voice that there was emptiness in his head. Looking at him, the guy wondered how he could get his memory back, because the man doesn't even remember who he is. Hesiod turned around when Chen touched his back. Looking ahead at the road, the guy smiled and asked him not to worry, noting that they would definitely come up with something. He glanced at the system screen as it showed a red dot on the map, and a robotic voice said that they had reached the temple. Among the thick clouds, a small temple building was visible under the beetle. Pursing his lips into a thin stripe, Chen moved his head and stared at him. He knelt down on one knee at Kepri's head and said that he had to go down. The beetle began to slowly descend through the clouds. The iron boot made a distinctive sound when you walked on the stone floor. Agroles froze, casting his red eyes to the side. He sniffed, thinking he would recognize the smell. Landing on the ground, Kepri changed the appearance of the scarab to its usual one. Waving to the monster sitting on the sand, Chen thanked him, and he replied that he was honored. He stood in front of a tall ancient building, noting that he had finally arrived. Looking at him intently, he thought that he only needed to defeat the suffering of this moment, and he would finally be able to return to the real world. The guy looked at the majestic statue that stood at the entrance and wondered if the temple was activated by the same person who attacked the village. Clenching his hands into fists, he walked towards the stairs, thinking that he might still be in the temple. Hearing the voice, he raised his head and saw a man on the roof. He confirmed his previously spoken words, noting that it was the same smell. Agroles stood on the roof of the temple, leaning on the ledge with one foot. Putting his elbow on his knee, he smiled and noted that they had finally met. Luca grimaced with displeasure, and Chen frowned, casting an evil glance at the man from under his brows. Agroles waved his hands, and his fingers continued with red and black clawed processes, and he smiled madly and asked Chen to relax, saying that he would just cut off his neck, and the guy would die easily and painlessly. A split second later, the bucket was already empty. Shifting his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, the guy pulled back. Agroles was next to him, raising his hand to strike, in the red aura of which was a creature with large claws. The man grinned widely, revealing sharp fangs. He pulled his hand towards the guy's head. At that moment, something flashed in Chen's eyes. There was a dull thud and a small flash that shook the sand with a shock wave. Agroles stood with an indifferent face and outstretched arm, surrounded by dust from the sand. Kepri stood in front of Chen, holding off the man's attack with his scythe. Watching what was happening, Chen furrowed his brows, thinking that this blow should have gone to him, but Kepri was too fast. Looking at the monster that steadfastly continued to withstand the block, the guy noted that he was much stronger than he had previously thought. Agroles, still standing with his arm outstretched, looked at Chen with narrowed eyes and thought that since he had a ghostly servant that only gods could possess, Hades' fears were true. The man's eyes widened in surprise when he was suddenly grabbed by the wrist. Lucius, using her skill, pulled the man's hand towards herself with a whip. At this moment, several energy attacks were directed towards him from behind. Suddenly, a huge brown snake with glowing eyes appeared from under the sand behind Agrales. Simultaneously with the electrical attacks, a huge snake struck the man. Agrales, who was still periodically electrocuted, found himself immured in stone. Chen cast a quick glance to the side. He saw a group of people rapidly approaching him. Throwing his shining sword over his shoulder, Bobin smiled widely, and behind him walked Albert, Salili, Bras, Filoga, and Lucius. The dark-haired guy grinned and, turning to Chen, said that he would have to teach the guy a good lesson for abandoning his squad. Sand developed at the entrance to the temple. While Kepri stood aside with a scythe, Chen walked up to his comrades and, waving his hand, asked how they found this place. Salili pointed her hand towards the brunette who was standing with her arms crossed and said that it was all thanks to Lucius. The brunette looked at Chen with a stern face and said that her wolf remembered his scent, so they initially followed his trail, but at one point the scent simply disappeared. Ross entered the conversation and, looking at Chen, said that then they decided to just go forward and not turn anywhere, but they still couldn't find him. The blonde turned to Albert and said that, fortunately, grandfather felt a powerful surge of energy nearby. Chen turned his gaze to the gray-haired man. He smiled softly, noting that his arms had already recovered. Albert extended his hand forward and touched the guy's shoulder, saying that he was alright now. Smiling at him, he thanked Chen. The young man smiled discreetly in response. Albert turned his gaze to the monster that was standing nearby and, looking at his scythe, asked who was with him. The guy also looked at the monster and replied that it was Kepri, and he was his summoned servant. Hearing this, the entire team abruptly turned their alarmed gazes to him. Crossing his arms over his chest, Bras asked, "Is this the same golden scarab god Kepri, who is the bodyguard of the legendary god Ra?" Pursing his lips into a thin stripe, Chen answered in the affirmative. He looked at Kepri, who stood proudly straight and held a scythe in his hand while the wind blew the sand around him. The hand of the walled-up Agrales moved. The team turned around as a huge so-red energy shot upward. Among the thick clouds of dust, a man, from whose body bright long lightning bolts burst out, walked forward with his head down. The squad members froze, watching his further actions. Kepri remained standing in place and lowered his head. Agrales smiled a wild smile, looking from under his brows, in which anger burned with a red flame. He called everyone present cursed insects. Small red bolts of lightning began to emerge from the man's hands. He tensed his fingers on his palm, in the center of which all the energy was concentrated. Agrales, with a gloomy face, put his hand forward, releasing a huge cloud of energy while shouting wishes for death. The team was dumbfounded, looking at the bright approaching red ball. There was a loud explosion and a column of red light shot upward, scattering all the sand around. Frowning, Agrales stood with his arm outstretched in the clouds of dust. When she sank down, he saw Kepri, who parried the blow and stood in a stance, holding the scythe tightly with his hands. The rest of the squad watched what was happening with calm faces. The monster, without being distracted from the enemy, listened when Chen addressed him by name. Turning around for just a second, the monster told his owner that he would deal with this non-entity himself, and he and his comrades should go in search of the seal. Hearing this, the squad immediately took off and ran towards the temple, and Chen finally asked Kepri to be careful. Agrales, who had risen up, looked at the group of people running away into the temple. He opened his palm, in which red lightning immediately sparkled. Narrowing his eyes, he asked if they really thought they could enter the temple. At this point, an unexpected blow interrupted the man's attack. Shaking his hand, Agrales pursed his lips into a thin stripe and turned his gaze to the side. He looked at Kepri hovering in the air next to him, around whom golden lightning sparkled violently. He said emotionlessly that he was starting to annoy him. At this time, the party approached the shining entrance and the system asked if they wanted to enter the temple. Hearing the agreement, the massive stone door began to slowly rise. The team watched its opening for a dissatisfied time. Chen, looking at his comrades, waved his head towards the corridor and said that they needed to hurry. Taking off from their seats, everyone ran into the temple. While Agrales hovered with his arms crossed, Kepri looked at the entrance to the temple. Turning to the man, he handed over the scythe with both hands and, flashing his red eyes, said that now only the two of them were left. A crowd of people with clenched fists ran along dark corridors, illuminated only by the light of green torches. Being ahead of the others, Chen glanced to the side, thinking that they had been running for so long, and the corridor still did not end. The guy suddenly braked. Sticking his hand out to the side, he furrowed his brows and loudly told the others to stop. The team eagerly began to look around, and Bobin managed to draw his blades. He asked if there were enemies to finish eating. Without turning around, Chen lowered his head and answered in the negative. Bobin and Bras immediately attacked the guy, outraged that he scared them so much. While the others watched awkwardly as Bobin put a blade to Chen's neck and Bras grabbed his legs, Luca tried to pull them away, loudly indignant. The two guys around Chen froze when he put his hands in his pockets, threw them aside and asked if this corridor seemed endless to them. He said that he felt that something was clearly wrong. The two guys looked at Chen, who walked up to the wall on which the drawings were depicted and said that he remembers well what the temple looks like from the outside. Looking at the wall, the guy frowned and said that the distance they had already covered clearly exceeded his length. He turned to the crew, who were looking at him with thoughtful faces, and said that he believed that the space and time in this place were very different from the world outside. He looked to the side as two stripes glowing blue appeared on the wall. Turning, Chen saw Albert holding his sparkling sword in his hands. Grandfather said that by this mark they would know whether they would move ahead or stay put. Looking at the guy with a serious look, he suggested moving on. Staring back at the old man, Chen agreed. Loud stomping sounds echoed along the wall again. Chen, clenching his hands into fists, ran ahead of the squad and said that in this place he could not open his map, and there were no hints for the task. Continuing to run, the guy narrowed his eyes and moved his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, thinking that he seemed to have missed something. He slowed down when Sally, running next to him, stopped and pointed to the side with surprised eyes. She asked everyone to look there. Pursing his lips into a thin stripe, Chen turned his head. Standing opposite the wall, the entire squad saw two blue glowing stripes carved into the stone. Several pairs of feet walked along the gloomy corridor. Boban looked ahead gloomily and said dissatisfiedly that they had already been walking for so long, and the corridor did not end. Ross agreed and replied that, according to calculations, there was not long left to go. Frowning, Sally turned her gaze to the guys and said that now they were moving much faster than before, and in fact, they should have reached the exit a long time ago. Walking ahead, Chen, without turning around, said that it seemed to him that there was no way out. Everyone continued to walk in an oppressive atmosphere, led by Chen, and he said that there was a mark ahead that they had left. Looking ahead angrily, the guy said that they always walk in circles. He stopped at a stone wall where the mark they had left glowed. Scratching his chin, Chen opened the system screen, trying to figure out when it started and find any clues. Having discovered the characteristics of Kepri and Agrales, Chen realized that their battle was still ongoing, which meant that they could not continue to waste time here. The white-haired guy and Luca turned to the guys running from the other end of the corridor and calling him. The group ran up to the Chen and surrounded the guy. Ross said with a tense face that they examined all the walls and floors and did not find any secret doors or mechanisms. Looking excitedly at Chen, Albert said that there are no magic circles or barriers here either. Chen looked at his grandfather and asked if they had checked the ceilings. Albert replied that they had checked absolutely everything and found no clues, and they would have to look for another way to get out of here. Boban turned to Sally with a serious expression and suggested trying to break through the wall with a fire sphere. The red-haired girl looked away and, hesitating, asked if this was really possible, to which Bros replied that now they had no choice and should try. Looking intently at Sally, Albert nodded to her. The girl, looking back, also nodded, understanding him. The guys turned their gaze to her. Flames flew around Sally, and a glowing circle with inscriptions appeared under her feet, and she cast a fire dance spell. Her eye burst into flames. The wall of the corridor was illuminated by fire. Flames gushed from the girl's forward arms as she used the explosion of the fire sphere. A fiery crack appeared in the wall. The impact sent sparks flying towards everyone else, who were closely watching what was happening. Breathing heavily, the girl from whom steam was emanating looked forward and happily thought that she had succeeded. A huge hole appeared in the wall, steam emanating from the edges. Running up to the hole, Bros beckoned everyone to follow him and cheerfully said that Sally had an excellent ability. Suddenly Bros and Boban froze in surprise, looking down the aisle. Behind the wall there was an equally gloomy corridor with a mark. On the opposite wall a blue cross shone. Approaching her, Bros said in shock that this mark looked exactly the same as the one put by Albert. Sally asked in fear how this was possible. Looking around and taking out his sword, Boban angrily asked what kind of joker was doing this. Chen looked down thoughtfully, remembering that in school he had read that someone called the earth a prison for all mankind. This entire corridor is a continuous circular labyrinth, but they cannot feel it since something here interferes with their perception of space. Frowning, Chen looked up, wondering how to get out of here. In Country J, the Tokyo building towered against the sunset sky. Chief Su turned to Professor Miyatake, who was carefully studying the photographs in her hands, and said that these photographs showed monsters appearing all over the world, and they looked exactly like the monsters from the game Cosmos and corresponded to the appearance of monsters from the myths of different countries, so they need her help. The professor thoughtfully, looking at the pictures, answered that these creatures really are found in mythology. Sue asked if she was sure of this, because then it turns out that all these legends are actually true. Without taking her eyes off the photographs, Miyatake replied that it turns out that all this is not fiction, but real historical facts. The boss, listening to the girl, looked at her with a searching gaze. Some of the squad were sitting on the floor, Lucius was walking along the corridor, Albert was looking at the walls, but everyone was in thought. Sitting in the lotus position, Boban got angry and, clenching his fists, shouted in displeasure, Will they really sit here until old age? Lucius turned her head and, frowning, told him to calm down since he was tired of screaming. Bobin flared up after hearing this and was about to attack the girl, but Bros held the guy back. Sitting on the floor next to Chen, Sailly looked at the focus guy and asked if he had any ideas, but received a negative answer. Chen thought with a tense face that since this was just a mission, there must definitely be some way to get out of here, but he was probably missing something. The guy shuddered when he heard the voice of Hesiod, who said the name Ouroboros. An illusion that appeared behind the guy's back said that it seemed like it was really Ouroboros. Chen looked up in surprise, remembering something. He frowned sharply, remembering seeing that name in a mythology book. Ouroboros is a dark serpent with red eyes biting its tail, a symbol of an endless cycle, and according to ancient records, the sea serpent Jormungandr from Norse legends and Shesha from Hindu mythology looked exactly like Ouroboros. Turning his head, Chen asked Hesiod what was happening. They were now inside Ouroboros, and to get out of here, they needed to rip open his stomach from the inside. Hesiod grimly replied that Ouroboros is not at all what Chen imagines it to be. In fact, it is a divine trap set by the god of dreams Waneros, and as soon as they entered the temple, they immediately fell into the trap. Squinting slightly, the white-haired guy asked him if he knew how to break it. Looking up with a cruel look, Hesiod said that you just need to find whoever activated this trap and kill him. In front of the guy was his squad, where Bobin was still threatening Lucius, Bros was holding him back, and the rest were looking at them. Chen's pupils narrowed, and he warily asked if Hesiod was trying to say that one of the guys was not a real person, but a fake created by Waneros. Hesiod stood up, his illusion began to dissipate, and he said that it was so, but advised to be careful since inside Ouroboros this imposter is like a god. Chen looked up seriously and thought that he couldn't be scared off, he needed to be figured out and killed while he didn't suspect anything. The guy stood up, intensely remembering all the moments that happened in the temple and the behavior of his friends. A girl with short green hair stood turning away from everyone. Chen looked at her suspiciously, thinking maybe it was her. Turning his gaze to the guys discussing something, he asked himself, maybe they. Chen turned to the girl holding out a bun to her grandfather. Albert took a bite of it with pleasure, and Sailly looked at him contentedly. Chen tensed, thinking that he had disguised himself well, and wondered who he was. On the outskirts of Underworld, waterfalls flow down rocky, floating islands. A girl, standing by a rose tree, looks at a stormy stream of water. She raised her hand, palm open, under the flowers falling from the tree. A girl with long white hair braided clutched a flower in her hand. She opened her red eyes in shock, not understanding how it happened that someone had activated a divine trap in the Latinea temple. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lord Hades appearing behind her. Waneros turned around and hid her hands with the flower behind her back. Confused, the girl asked why he was there. Lord Hades quietly moved behind her and asked with a grin if she wasn't glad to see him, since she had such an expression on her face. Waneros turned her head at him and awkwardly replied that this was not so, it was just his first time coming to the outskirts of Underworld, which surprised her. Lord Hades, looking at the waterfall, coldly said that his dear father, Cronus, had escaped from the prison of Tartarus. The white-haired girl was surprised and, frowning, said that this was impossible, the divine trap in Tartarus was not activated, and he could not just disappear unnoticed. Looking at the girl with a murderous look, Lord Hades ordered her to help him find Cronus before Zeus and Poseidon found out about it, otherwise she would take Cronus' place in hell. Waneros sadly lowered her gaze and obediently replied that she would help. Lord Hades headed into the portal he created. The girl, looking after him, frowned angrily and wondered what Cronus did to get out of prison while avoiding a meeting with Cerberus. Raising her hand with a pink flower, she wondered what really happened at Latinea. A questioning cry was heard in the gloomy stone corridor. Albert, with a serious expression on his face, asked if it was true that the guy wanted them to do Hollinchem training here right now. Standing opposite, Chen smiled and said lightheartedly that they were stuck here anyway, so they could practice a little. Bobin, with a face distorted from misunderstanding, spread his hands and asked what he was up to. Bobin freaked out again when he heard Chen ask him if he was scared. Sailly laughed awkwardly and told Albert not to listen to them. Chen became serious and thought that the imposter would understand everything if he checked one by one, so it was better to arrange a battle for everyone at once, and the more disorderly this battle was, the faster he would give himself away. The guy turned his gaze to his grandfather. Albert calmly said that then we will begin the test. Sailly opened her eyes in surprise. Bros frowned, and Bobin looked at his grandfather in shock. Chen, looking seriously at Albert, thought that if this is a real grandfather, then he will definitely agree to fulfill his request since he understands perfectly well that the guy asked for this for a reason. Albert calmly looked at him in response. The scarred grandfather standing here was once one of the 12 heroes. He is an incredibly insightful person and definitely understood everything. An illusion of Hesiod appeared behind the white-haired guy, and he said that he did not expect Chen to choose this method, but the imposter could not be determined by his combat skills. Without turning around, Chen confidently said that he knew that skills can be copied, but habits are something that no double can repeat. A magical sword formed in the guy's hand. The entire squad was surrounded by magical energy. Chen said that during a battle, each person adheres to his own tactics, and the train of thought lies in the very essence of a person, in his character, which cannot be faked. Clones of everyone present appeared in the room. The guy turned his gaze to the team behind him, saying that you just need to carefully watch each of them and find the imposter. Lowering his head, Hesiod said that he only had one try. Otherwise, if he revealed them, they would be stuck in a time loop forever. Summoning his red sword, the guy replied that he could handle it. Halber addressed those present, informing them that training was beginning and telling them to be careful. Having prepared himself, Bros nodded to Faloga. Salili and Boban looked at each other. Everyone took out their weapons and stood in combat readiness. Opposite them, clones also stood at the ready. Raising his sword, Chen shouted to begin training. He moved with lightning speed. The guy, swinging his sword, found himself above the Salili clone. Together with Lucius, they cut down the clone. Lucius looked around arrogantly and said that she was not interested in their childish amusements and needed to quickly end this and figure out how to get out of here. Staring intently at Lucius, Chen thought that she had decided to do the same as him, killing the weakest opponent in the first seconds of the battle, and based on his experience of fighting her, he decided that the girl was real. A clone appeared in front of Salili, about to strike. He pointed his hand with the sword in her direction. Suddenly, the point stopped right in front of the girl's eyes. Chen, blocking the attack with his sword, looked at Salili and said that he would delay his diary and let her and Lucius help the others. Confused, Salili agreed. While Chen held off the attack, the girls ran to the others. Chen turned his serious gaze to the bottom and thought that they need to force them to constantly make a choice, because this is the only way to recognize the imposter. The blows of clashing swords sparkled in the air. Boban clenched his teeth, concentrating. Bros raised his hand with a magical shield, barely blocking his clone's attack. Faloga and his clone fought using summoned snakes. The Bros clone attacked. The blonde defended himself with all his efforts. Faloga recited the spell with his hands clasped in a seal. His clone did the same. Suddenly, the Bros clone was pierced by magical blades. The clone's snake burst into flames. Lucius walked past the blonde, saying that he was a weakling for not being able to defeat a double of even such a low level. Looking interestedly at the girl with an arrogant look, Bros asked if he could get to know her better, but received a rude refusal. Clone Chen continued to attack. While repelling his attack, Chen speculated that Boban had decided to fight the clone of Lucius, since she controls the shadows like him, and Bros and Faloga, as before, chose their counterparts. The guy's face tensed. He was thinking about the fact that he and Lucius attacked the weakest opponent, a clone of Salili, and Salili, as usual, hesitates and does not know who is better to attack, but it seems that he is missing something. Suddenly his eyes flashed and he realized who the imposter was. Lucius used a blade to cut the belly of the Bros double. Salili, standing next to Faloga, set the clone on fire. Having cut the enemy in a jump, Boban landed. There was a flash in the room. Chen, unexpectedly for everyone, moved to the blonde. Bros, with a friendly expression on his face, was about to ask what he was doing. The white-haired guy cut Bros sharply. Faloga froze in horror at what he saw. Blood sprayed from the cut neck. Bros opened his red eyes and blood poured from his mouth. Chen looked at the guy angrily. Faloga rushed towards them and shouted, asking what Chen was doing. Everyone stood in shock, looking at what was happening. Bros's body began to disperse into purple magical butterflies. The squad surrounded the body that had turned to dust. Boban folded his arms across his chest in bewilderment. Looking down, Chen said that he was right and this is not a real Bros. Cracks crawled along the walls. The light coming from them illuminated the squad. Stone debris rained down from the corridor. The guys covered themselves with their hands from the suddenly appeared light. Suddenly a purple flash appeared. Chen closed his eyes, unable to look. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Everyone was sitting in a gloomy, collapsed corridor. Turning his gaze, the white-haired guy asked himself if it worked. Faloga walked up to Bros, who was rubbing his head, and asked if he was okay. Boban suddenly grabbed Chen by the shirt and angrily asked what he was doing. As he approached, the brunette asked where the guy was looking. Chen, looking to the side with a smile, said that they got out of the time loop. Boban turned his head and saw tall doors, near which stood statues of girls with wings and horns. Kepri, dragging his weapon along the sand, said to the guy standing opposite that, it turns out, the underworld dragon, who sold the soul of Lord Hades, is in fact just a weak non-entity. Agroles held his chest with his hand. Looking at him, Kepri said that he thought the battle with him would be more interesting. The white-haired man, without saying anything in response, looked up exhausted, trying to catch his breath. Suddenly, his hand with red claws flew towards the enemy. Kepri, holding the enemy by the neck, lifted him off the ground. Gasping, Agrales asked who he was. With a gloomy look, Khepri told him to go to hell and ask his vile master. The fingers around his neck tightened sharply. Agrales' pupils rolled back as he lost consciousness. The man's body burst into blue flame. Suddenly something sparkled. Khepri was enveloped in blue flames. He looked at his hand as it disappeared into thin air. Red cracks appeared on his face, and he wondered if the fires of hell were hidden within this dragon. Agrales fell to the ground. Trembling all over, he rose to his feet. The guy, breathing heavily, looked up at the blue flame. A spell in the form of a flower appeared in the sky. Suddenly a light flashed in its place. Agrales turned his tired gaze upward. Lord Hades stood on the balcony. Closing his eyes, he raised his hand, palm up, causing a bright flash. The guy opened his eyelids and, tensed, was surprised that the divine trap in the body of Agrales was activated, which means that the killer of gods is indeed in Latinea. In the palm lay a flower that had lost its petals. A white-haired girl was sitting on the grass by the lake. The torch in the temple burned with a green flame. Albert, with his hands behind his back, looked at Chen and asked what he meant, that it was a trap by the god of dreams. Grandfather frowned and asked how he knew about divine traps. Chen hesitated, raising his hand to his mouth and not knowing what to answer. Albert narrowed his eyes at the awkwardly smiling Chen. Saoli looked curiously at his grandfather, and Bobin clenched his fist in anger, and Bros asked what else Chen was hiding from them. Lucius, standing apart from everyone, closed her eyes and answered Saoli's question, saying that each god has a unique spell that allows him to create a special divine trap. The object of this spell can be a person or an object. If the god does not voluntarily remove the spell, then in the event of a collision with that person or object, the trap will inevitably be activated. Opening her eyes, she seriously said that the divine trap is effective even against the gods themselves. It is their most powerful weapon, and the fact that they managed to get out of the trap of the god of dreams alive is already a miracle. Frowning, the girl turned her gaze to Chen and asked how he knew that killing Bros would help break the divine trap. The blonde, pointing his hand at himself, asked in shock what Chen had done. The white-haired guy, looking at the frightened Bros, calmly replied that they were locked in a divine trap, and they could only get out by killing the imposter. Suddenly, a red digital display appeared, informing that the ghostly servant had been damaged in battle and was sealed, and his summoning would only be available in 30 hours. Chen immediately turned his angry gaze to the system screen. Turning to the squad with a serious face, the guy said that they needed to hurry up, since Agrales had sealed his ghostly servant and would probably catch up with them soon. Everyone looked at the guy in agreement. The team walked along a gloomy corridor to a high door, passing huge statues. The heavy doors began to swing open. The squad looked forward in tension. Feet walked on cracked tiles. A long corridor with columns opened in front of them. They walked forward warily. Looking around, Albert shouted to everyone to be careful, and Saoli was surprised that there were no guards here. The heavy doors began to close smoothly, making an imperceptible noise. Suddenly the door slammed loudly, causing everyone to flinch. In the silence, Chen looked around. The red-haired girl raised her hand, pointing forward. There, in the darkness, several pairs of green eyes glowed. Bandaged legs with gray skin slowly approached the guys. Ghostly monsters appeared in front of them in the form of skeletons in armor. A large number of armed monsters stood opposite. Bros's face tensed, and he said that he knew that monsters would be waiting for them outside the door, but did not think that there would be so many of them. Bobin swore, and Philoga said that it was not only a matter of quantity, but also that they were significantly superior in strength regular Latinea monsters. Albert looked at his new opponents seriously. Wrapped in bandages, the eerie skeletons, netherworld ghouls, some wearing old, cracked armor, slowly approached. Chen reflected on the fact that their level is only 20 higher than the monstrous servants in the Crimson Moon mission, but there are too many of them, and they all attack at the same time. Looking at the corridor, the guy thought that there was too little space here. Chen frowned, realizing that the oppressive situation and the enemy's numerical advantage made the guys involuntarily feel a chilling fear. A blue system window appeared on the side, informing that a new task, Nabulus's Eye of the Netherworld, had been activated. The blue eye screen said that the Devil's Eye created by Nabulus would continuously summon monsters. The conditions for completion were to kill all enemies and destroy the eye, and successful completion of the task would summon the Temple Guardian, Nabulus. There was a huge blue eye in the room, from which monsters crawled out one after another. With swords in their hands, they slowly walked towards the enemies. Summoning his sword, the guy realized, looking at the eye, that monsters were coming out of it, and in order to stop the flow of monsters, it was necessary to destroy the eye. Looking around the team with alarm, the guy thought about what needed to be done now. Albert looked firmly ahead, and the frightened Saoli, turning to him, asked what they should do because there were more and more monsters. Suddenly Chen rushed past his friends at lightning speed. Without having time to think everything over, the guys stared at the flashes of battle. Chen cut down several skeletons in a jump. Continuing to move quickly, he thought that the most important thing now was to restore the guys' confidence in their abilities. The squad looked at Chen, and their faces became calmer and more focused. The guy landed surrounded by countless corpses. He turned sharply to the others and shouted to them to gather their strength, telling them that monsters were crawling out of that eye, and they just needed to cover it so that he could destroy the eye. Sailey looked at the guy with admiration. Bobin smiled kindly and gently called him a show-off. Albert looked at Chen seriously. Bros and Faloga looked at each other. Summoning a sparkling red sword, the grandfather firmly said that everyone should cover Chen and help him get to the eye. With blazing eyes, Albert called everyone into battle. Everyone summoned their weapons and readied themselves. Easily cutting through the monsters, the white-haired guy decided that he needed to let them know that they were not alone in this battle, and he was the one they could rely on. Albert rushed towards the monster, swinging his sword, and Sailey incinerated the enemies with flames. Having summoned a clone, Bobin thought that Chen should not be allowed to take all the glory for himself. The netherworld ghouls flew away from Bobin's shadow attack with a bright flash. Bros turned around in a jump and tore off the skeleton's head with a kick. Lucius pierced the monsters with shadow swords. A flash flashed in the devil's eye. The monsters let out a terrible roar. Chen looked blankly. He was surrounded by monsters that emanated energy. The guy jumped off the ground. His pupils shrank after he struck with his sword without killing the monster. The guy turned around in shock. A window appears, informing you that netherworld ghouls have taken the form of spirits, and spirits are not susceptible to physical damage. The monster with glowing eyes swung his sword. Chen managed to put his sword forward and block the attack. The blade sparkled from the collision. Looking around in confusion, Bros said that it seemed their attacks were useless. Suddenly, blades flew out, surrounded by energy. Screaming from the multiple wounds she received simultaneously, Sailey turned around, trying to escape. Chen jumped up and deflected the blade's attack. The guy looked around suspiciously, since among them only Sailey was a magician. The guys stood surrounded by a crowd of monsters when a clang was heard from somewhere. The monsters ran to attack the guys with incredible fury. A huge fireball was heading towards the monsters. Sailey furrowed her eyebrows and bared her teeth, stretching her arms forward. Luca clenched her teeth and looked at the monsters, extending her arms to the sides. Sailey opened her mouth wide, knitted her eyebrows, raised her hands up, using the fire dungeon skill. Luca extended her arms forward, her eyes wide and her mouth open wide, using a shield. Bobin's wounds healed, he closed his eyes and smiled. Notification. Treatment ability. Used on Bobin. Remaining time until full recovery, 30 seconds. Bobin told Chen that he is a priest, but for some reason he heals so slowly. Chen lightly slapped Bobin on the back where the wounds were. Bobin's face twisted in pain. Chen furrowed his eyebrows, stretched out his hand, and continued treating Bobin. Chen thought that it turns out that if you use healing on other people, you need to continuously cast the spell for a full minute, and added that it seemed like he still had to figure out a lot of the rules of this game. Sailey and Luca tried their best to stop the monsters with their abilities. Chen turned his head towards them and looked at them with a frown. Chen thought that, for example, he needed to figure out how to destroy these monsters that are immune to physical damage. Luca closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, holding her hands in front of her. Sailey furrowed her eyebrows and opened her mouth slightly, holding out her hands. The monsters stood with weapons near the fiery wall and barrier, shining with their red eyes. Chen thought that if you rely only on Sailey and Luca, they won't last long. Monsters continuously came out of the eye, and a purple, frightening aura emanated from it. Chen noticed that monsters constantly crawl out of this eye as soon as they dealt with others. Others immediately appeared, and added that this makes one give up. Chen watched what was happening with concern, frowning. Chen thought that if this continued, they would be doomed. Notification. The treatment is completed. Bobin began to cheerfully move his hand, looking at Chen, and smiled. Chen looked straight ahead with wariness. Bobin told Chen that his healing ability wasn't that bad. Chen told Bobin that they needed to find a way to defeat these monsters, noting that Sailey and Luca would not last long. Chen averted his gaze to the side, knitting his eyebrows and pursing his lips. Chen noticed that Hesiod had also disappeared somewhere as soon as their battle began, and thought that perhaps he knew how to kill them. Chen was perplexed, looking around warily. Chen mentally began to call Hesiod. Chen stood with his back to the barriers, holding his weapon tightly in his hand. Bobin hurried towards Sailey and Luca. Chen thought that Hesiod had zero reaction and did not understand what to do. Bros sat on one knee behind Faloga. Albert looked towards the monsters, holding his sword tightly in his hand. Chen didn't understand what Albert was doing. Chen walked up to Albert, looking to the side. Albert turned his head towards Chen and looked at him. Chen reached out to Albert. Albert asked Chen if his wounds were healed. Albert looked towards the monsters with a furious gaze and furrowed his eyebrows. Chen told Albert that Boban is fine and now they need to figure out what to do with these monsters and asked if he had ever encountered anything like this. Albert watched with concern and told Chen that this was actually the second time in his life that he had seen something like this. Chen asked Albert when he had his first time and noted that then he should know how to kill them. Albert opened his eyes wide and knitted his eyebrows. Albert told Chen that during the Oblivion War, he went to the Dark Sea alone, and when he fought the troll Quink, he also used the same ability and there was no way he could damage him, so he could only defend himself. Albert recalled the Battle of the Black Sea. Albert fought with a huge troll on the seashore under rain and lightning. Albert closed one eye and bared his teeth, clenching them while holding the troll blade with his bare hand. Albert said that at that moment, he thought he was done for. The troll smiled maliciously, baring his teeth, and held his weapon over Albert, who rested his knees on the ground. Clutching the blade of the sword in his hands, a sword covered in lightning appeared in front of Albert. Albert said that suddenly a blue sword intertwined with lightning appeared in front of him. Albert stared at the sword with knitted brows. Albert said that he realized then that it was the gods who had given him the sword to kill the troll. Albert grabbed the sword from which lightning came and cut off the troll's head. Albert said that the sword was not only able to pierce the Quink, but also allowed it to deal enormous damage to him, and it killed him. Albert held one hand behind his back, clenched into a fist, and in the other he held a sword and looked at Chen. Albert told Chen that he later found out that it was the legendary magic sword of Caliban, and it contained the inexhaustible power of the thunder element, and added that the sword did not hurt the troll. It would be more correct to say that he was killed by the thunder magic that was contained at the edge of the sword. Chen suddenly had an epiphany that made him widen his eyes and thought that he understood everything. Chen presented a badge with a picture of blades and black silhouettes of guys with badges with drawings above them. Chen thought that in this game, magic and physical damage are strictly separated, and added that Albert, Boban, Bros, Faloga, and Lucius are all warrior or assassin classes, although they all have different elemental abilities. But all of them attacks turned out to be useless against these monsters, because the system identified them as physical attacks, and noticed that only Sayoli's attacks are considered magical, because she belongs to the class of magicians, and from this we can conclude that the character's class affects the type of his attacks. Chen looked out the system window in front of him, his eyebrows knitted together. Chen thought that total obliteration taps into the power of primordial chaos and thus adds elemental power to all attacks, making them magical attacks, and added that crescent strike also taps into the power of primordial chaos and allows the weapon to deal magical damage. Albert closed his eyes and pursed his lips, saying that he had never met a magician who could enchant weapons. Chen stood with his back to Albert. They were looking towards the barriers through which the monsters were trying to break through. Chen thought that if he understood everything correctly, then killing these monsters would be a piece of cake. The monster opened its mouth wide and a cloud of green energy began to gather in its mouth. From the monster's mouth, a column of powerful energy hit the barrier, causing cracks to appear. The monsters, one after another, began to shoot from their mouths, releasing a table of green magical energy. Sayoli and Luca tried their best to hold the barrier, but from such blows, the barrier began to crack. Sayoli and Luca looked exhausted, holding on with all their strength. Sayoli shouted to Albert that she could no longer hold off the monsters. A lightning-fast blue light flashed past Luca and Sayoli, emitting black lightning. Chen transformed into his fighting form, running past Sayoli Luca, his earring flashing. Notification: the Afterlife Song of the God Ra equipment increases damage against undead by 100%. Chen rushed through the monsters, destroying them with his magical energy. Notification: damage increased by 100%. Draugr killed 5. 50,000 experience points received. The monsters fell to pieces from Chen's powerful blow. The guys saw how Chen dealt with the monsters and widened their eyes in surprise, not expecting such actions. Chen landed on his feet, crouched slightly and extended his arm with the blade forward, saying that it was a complete destruction. Chen, his blue eyes sparkling, looked at the guys and told them to follow him. The guys breathed a sigh of relief and smiled broadly, looking at Chen. The remaining monsters raised their weapons and ran towards the standing Chen. Chen gripped his blade tightly, emitting a red, frightening aura from it. The monsters opened their mouths wide, advancing towards Chen with their weapons. Chen thought that the monsters were still coming, so he needed to get to the eye before the ability expired. Chen slashed furiously at the monsters, smashing them with his blade, which emitted a black aura. Chen used the Crescent Moon Strike skill. Notification: a magical attack has been launched. The Afterlife Song of the God Ra increased the chance of a critical hit by 5%. Draugr killed 20. Experience points received 200,000. Chen turned around and looked furiously towards the eye, pressing his foot into the floor, emitting powerful blue energy. Chen thought that all he had to do was destroy the eye and he would finally meet Nabis. Chen pushed off the ground and rushed towards the eyes, his eyes sparkling. Notification: the Flying God Strike ability was used. After hitting enemies, they will be marked. Chen thought that he would not die there. Chen jumped into the air, swinging his blade at the monsters, emitting lightning. Chen furrowed his eyebrows and glared at the monsters, holding the weapon tightly in his hand. Chen rushed past the monsters, hitting each one with black lightning, his eyes furious and frowning. Chen used the Divine Strike skill. Notification: the marks have been set. Chen hoped that the eye was in the direction where he rushed, breaking through the monsters. Notification: Flying God Strike. An explosion of lightning erupted behind Chen. He put his legs out to the sides, raising his arm with the blade up. Notification: Draugr killed, 18. Experience points gained, 180,000. Chen thought that he would win, no matter the cost. Lightning came from the ground after Chen ran across it. Chen smashed the monsters one after another, moving at incredible speed. Notification: Draugr killed, 30. Experience points gained, 300,000. Notification: the passive ability of the enchanted Cardus sword is activated, 100 mana is restored. Chen planted one foot on the ground, swinging his blade as lightning swirled around it. Notification: since Draugr are considered elite enemies by the system, after killing them, all your abilities are instantly restored. Notification: killing elite enemies activated the ability bonus of complete destruction. Notification: the abilities Divine Strike, Divine Path, Flying God Strike, and Total Destruction have been restored. The monsters continued to advance, swinging their swords. Chen furrowed his eyebrows and looked at them angrily. Chen swung his weapon and cut the monster's skull. Notification: attention, the durability of the enchanted Cardus sword is 59%. Chen quickly cut through the monsters, leaving traces of his blue energy. Notification: your weapon's durability is less than 60%. The sword began to wear out faster. Chen stood slightly bent over, raising his sword hand back, leaving his defeated opponents behind him. Chen thought it was a shame that the sword wore out so quickly. Chen held the weapon tightly in his hand, and cracks began to appear on it. Chen thought that he was moving forward too slowly, and if he continued like this, he would have to fight Navis with his bare hands. Notification: your actual level, 100. Multiple monsters stood before your eyes, emitting smoke from their mouths. Chen thought that he could still spend a few levels to buy new weapons, but then during the boss fight he might not have enough levels to buy medicine. Chen stood in a fighting pose, raising his sword hand and putting his other hand in front of him, emitting black lightning. Chen thought that this technique would significantly reduce the strength of the sword, but he had no other choice. The black silhouette of Chen swung his sword towards the monsters, striking them with a stunning blow that emitted black lightning. Chen used the power of Primordial Chaos, Crescent Moon Strike. The powerful blow tore enemies apart, emitting powerful energy. There was a powerful explosion in front of Chen, with lightning coming from it. Chen lowered his hands and looked at the result of his blow, slightly knitting his eyebrows. Notification: Draugr killed, 15. Experience points gained, 150,000. Notification: killing elite enemies activated the ability bonus of complete destruction. Notification: the abilities Divine Strike, Divine Path, Flying God Strike, and Total Destruction have been restored. The guys closely watched Chen's fight. Ross widened his eyes and pursed his lips, thinking that Chen had become even stronger. Faloga stood in disbelief, wondering if Chen's strength even had a limit. Bobin smiled sarcastically, frowning, and thought that he would definitely surpass Chen one day. Halber watched Chen intently, slightly knitting his eyebrows, and thought that he didn't want to admit it, but Chen was significantly superior to him in strength. Chen continued to swing his weapon, his brows furrowed. Halber thought that Chen was so strong that he unwittingly made them feel safe. The guys stood in combat readiness, with a serious expression on their faces. Halber thought that although everyone was shocked, Chen managed to give them hope. Chen ran barefoot across the floor, with a fierce look, approaching the huge eye. Chen rushed towards the eye with complete determination. The eye noticed Chen and looked at him. Chen thought that he should just destroy this eye. Chen squatted slightly, gathering all his strength, and threw his hands back. Chen pushed off the floor and jumped up, leaving behind a blue aura. Chen, with fury in his eyes, swung his sword. Chen thought that then he could meet Navis. Chen landed on the ground, cutting his eye and causing blood to flow out. The eye began to split into two parts. Chen rested one knee on the floor, holding the sword in his hand. Chen looked up and looked at the work done. The weather was clear above the multi-story building. Country at Cosmos head office. Lee stood in his office playing mini golf. Baldy told Lee that the guy's son recently appeared and immediately disappeared in the subway of a city in Country C, and they sent people to look for him, and added that he should not worry because his wife was still with them, so he would not be able to do anything new. The bald man was wearing black glasses. He opened his mouth slightly and frowned. Lee hit Baldy in the face with a golf club, causing the black glasses on Baldy's face to fly off and one of his teeth to fall out. The bald man lay on the floor, holding his face with his hand. Lee threw the bloody club over his shoulder. Lee told Baldy that he wasted so much of his time only to say that he never found the person he needed. Lee put the club to the chin of Baldy, who was trembling with pain and fear, covering one eye. Lee, with his arm outstretched, looked at Baldy, his glasses flashing, and said that he didn't care how Baldy did it, but if he didn't get what he needed within 7 days, he could consider himself dead. Lee looked at Bald with contempt and anger, his eyebrows slightly knitted together. The bald man sat down on his knees and bowed his head. Lee turned his back to him and threw out the club, baring his teeth. Baldy told Lee that he understood everything. The sun was shining brightly above the huge multi-story building. Country C, City B. The red-haired assistant furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth slightly, clutching the papers in his hand. The assistant told Sue that they had just been informed that a giant monster that was heading towards them from the southern sea had suddenly disappeared, and it was the same in other cities. Sue sat on the table and turned her head to the assistant, knitting her eyebrows. Sue asked him if he had a video recording. The assistant told Sue that they had nothing but old photos, and added that it seemed like all the CCTV systems around the world had gone down at the same time. Sue wrinkled her face with displeasure and bared her teeth. The assistant looked at the papers, sorting through them. Sue asked the assistant if there was any more information from eyewitnesses. The assistant told Sue that there is. Sue turned to the assistant, crossing her arms, and asked what the eyewitnesses were saying. The assistant looked at Sue in bewilderment, knitting his eyebrows, and said that they saw how the gods descended to earth and killed all the monsters. Sue looked at the assistant with alarm, not understanding what was happening. The eye began to disappear after being hit by Chen. Notification: the Nabis Devil's Eye has been destroyed. Received 4 million experience points. Notification: level up. Obtained Amethyst Moon Key 1. Obtained a new title, Holy Demon Slayer. Chen rested his knee on the floor, lowered his head, emitting blue energy from himself. Notification: Holy Demon Slayer. This title can be obtained by destroying the Nabis Devil Eye or killing 1000 demon monsters. Your title will be visible to players around the world. Notification: thanks to this title, you will receive a 10% bonus to damage when hitting demon-type monsters. If you are attacked by monsters of this type, your defense will increase by 10%. A system window opened in front of Chen, on which there was an image of a sword. He looked at it with his eyebrows slightly knitted. Notification: attention, the durability of the enchanted Kardas sword is 39%. Don't forget to change your weapon in a timely manner. Chen thought he had managed to save the weapon, but the weapon was wearing out even faster than he thought. Chen sharply turned his gaze to the side. Boban suddenly walked up to Chen and kicked him. Chen managed to block the blow with his hands. Smoke emanated from the hand after hitting Boban. Chen looked at him in bewilderment. The nerd stood with a serious expression on his face. Ross and the other guys were surprised by Boban's antics. Boban lowered his leg. Chen innocently looked away, eyebrows lowered slightly. Boban asked Chen when he became so strong and how he did it. Chen told Boban that he exceeded the level while killing monsters. The guys opened their mouths wide and laughed. Boban looked at them all red, opening his mouth wide. Ross told Boban that he thought he was possessed by a demon, but it turns out he was just jealous. Boban, embarrassed, told the guys not to laugh. Boban turned to Chen and lowered his eyebrows, looking at him with a serious expression. Boban told Chen that no matter how strong he is, one day he will surpass him. Chen looked at Boban with one eyebrow raised and his mouth slightly open in confusion. Boban extended his hand to Chen and said that they are now on the same team and he believes him. Boban smiled widely, bared his teeth, and slightly knitted his eyebrows. Boban told Chen to go together and defeat the guardian of this temple. Chen stood with a serious expression and looked at the hand extended to him. Chen and Boban shook hands. Chen looked at Boban with a malicious grin, knitted his eyebrows, and said that then he would have to try hard to keep up with him. Boban looked at Chen with a slight smile and told him that it would still be necessary to see who would have to try. Sailili and Albert smiled contentedly, looking at Boban and Chen. Boban and Chen turned their heads and looked warily into space. The guys looked into the depths of the dark corridor, from where a rumble was heard. Sailili furrowed her eyebrows and opened her mouth slightly, wondering what that sound was. The fire and the torches began to burn and suddenly went out. The walls began to shake and stones fell from the ceiling. Chen clenched his hand into a fist and looked at what was happening with incomprehension. Huge slabs began to fall from the ceiling. Faloga raised 2 fingers upward, emitting golden energy. Faloga erected a stone shield with his ability, shielding the guys from the stone slabs. Chen looked at the guys with wariness and opened his mouth. Chen told the guys to be careful. A slight breeze passed through Chen's legs. The guys looked at the ceiling, waiting to see what would happen next. Chen widened his eyes in surprise as he looked up. In the darkness, huge eyes appeared above the guys, watching them intently. There were cracks in the city's buildings, planes were flying in the sky, and trash was everywhere. Behind the metro station, smoke was coming from the buildings. People were hiding in the metro station, some were injured. A man in dirty clothes and with a crazy look grabbed his hair and muttered that this is the end of the world, that they will all die and the gods are punishing them for their sins. The madman rushed at two schoolgirls. Two military men ran towards this man. The man insisted that the gates of hell would soon open and a terrible judgment awaited them. The soldiers pinned the man to the floor, who widened his eyes and lay there with a crazy smile, shouting that they were all going to die. Professor Miyate's daughter looked at the madman in fear. The daughter asked Miyate who the gods were, citing those monsters as an example. Miyate looked down with a cold gaze, her eyebrows knitted together. Miyate said that if you use a computer to create a world identical to the real one, then for the inhabitants of that virtual world. Shendai looked at Miyate with a serious look and caught him by saying that they would be gods, their creators. Shendai Makoto, Professor Miyate's teacher. Miyate looked at Shendai in surprise, frowning. Miyate told Shendai that if everything was true as he said, then their world could also be virtual, and asked if there was any evidence for this hypothesis. Shendai stared ahead and said that in fact it is not difficult to prove, and if their world is real, then 3 conditions must be met. Shendai lowered his frowning gaze and opened his mouth slightly. Shendai said that, firstly, humanity should not be interested in creating virtual worlds, and obviously this condition is not met. Secondly, the scientific and technical capabilities of people cannot be so developed as to be able to create a virtual world, and that the creation of a game cosmos also violates this condition. Thirdly, if the virtual world is somehow created, then before that humanity must be almost completely destroyed. Shendai looked ahead with a worried look. Shendai said that if these conditions are met, then no matter how strange the world may seem, it is more than real, so perhaps for the creatures living in the world of that game, they are also gods. There were many injured people in the metro. Miyate looked ahead with a frown, thinking that before it was just a hypothesis, but the appearance of monsters confirmed Shendai's guess, and added that their world is virtual, like the world they created, and perhaps the world in which they live the creators, too, and if this is so, then they are all just puppets who act according to a script written by someone. The black silhouette of Nabis towered in the sky, glowing with yellow eyes. Notification. The final stage of the quest Revenge of the Khepri has begun. Guardian of the Temple of Nabis. Level unknown. Huge black tentacles emanated from Nabis's body. Notification. Reward for completing the quest, 30 million experience points, Key of Freedom 1, Eye of Nabis 1, Spirit 3. After completing the quest, you can use the Key of Freedom to leave Latona. The guys stood below and looked at Nabis. Chen looked tense, his eyebrows furrowed. Chen thought that this was the final boss of Nabis and noticed that he had a very powerful aura. Chen stood in front of the huge black tentacles in a daze. Chen thought that his body was paralyzed with fear. Chen turned a worried look at the guys and said that if they let the rhinestone get the better of them, then they will definitely lose. The black silhouette of Nabis gave off a purple, frightening aura. The guys looked at the monster in horror. Albert turned his head to the guys, furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide, telling them to get ready. Albert looked at the monster and clenched his hands into a fist. Albert told the boys that he knew that this was the first time they had met an enemy who was so superior to them in strength, but they must remember well. In any battle, no matter how strong the enemy, no matter how difficult the situation, they should not allow fear take possession of them. The guys looked at the monster with a serious expression on their faces. Albert told the guys that since they all decided to come to this temple, there were only 2 options left, die in Latin, or kill this monster, and added that they simply had to give it their all. Albert looked furiously towards the monster and pointed at it, mouth wide open. Albert shouted at the guys to defeat him. The guys looked at the monster with complete determination in their eyes. The guys took out their weapons and stood in combat readiness. Chen looked at the guys with knitted eyebrows and thought that Albert was able to solve this problem in an instant. Chen raised his hand in front of his face, shielding himself from the wind. The wind rushed past the guys. Sayuli raised her hand to shield herself from it. Sayuli raised her hand to her head, straightening her hair, and asked why there was such a strong wind. Chen bared his teeth and widened his eyes, realizing that it was not the wind. Nabis suddenly began to attack the guys with his tentacle. Faloga and Bras raised their heads, looking at the tentacle flying towards them. Albert cut the tentacle with his sword, emitting lightning. Albert donned his armor, holding his sword tightly in his hand. Albert said that this wind was caused by the attack of the temple guard. Albert's eyes glowed bright blue as he glared at the monster. Albert told the guys to be careful and try to dodge. Tentacles suddenly approached the guys from above. The tentacles began to attack the guys who tried to evade them. Boban and Chen looked at Albert, who cut the tentacle with his sword. Albert told Boban and Chen that he would fight off his attacks and they should get closer to him. Boban and Chen looked at each other with serious looks and told Albert that they understood everything. Boban and Chen rushed towards the huge tentacles of the monster. Chen grinned slightly and looked to the side. Chen thought that his agility level was quite high, but he didn't even have time to react to the attack, and Albert turns out to be able to move so fast. The tentacles quickly rushed towards Bobin. Chen managed to notice and widened his eyes. Chen grabbed Bobin, throwing him back from the passing tentacle. Chen bared his teeth and widened his eyes. Bobin bent down slightly and was slightly grazed, and blood gushed out of his hand. Chen and Bobin stopped, moving back slightly. Multiple tentacles appeared in front of them. Chen grabbed Bobin by the hand and rushed with him away from them. A huge tentacle hit the ground. Clouds of smoke and dust rose. Bobin stood slightly bent over, holding his wounded hand. Chen stood with his fists clenched. Chen looked worriedly at Bobin, showing his teeth. Bobin closed his eye and smiled, looking at Chen. Chen asked Bobin if he was okay. Bobin said that he would live. Chen looked warily towards the monster and thought that its tentacles could attack from underground, and then its actions would be impossible to predict. The tentacles quickly rushed towards the guys. The tentacles pierced Bros and Feloga's limbs, lifting them upward. Salili and Lucius looked at what was happening in horror, their mouths wide open. Lightning-fast sword strikes rushed towards the tentacles. Albert cut the tentacles and grabbed Feloga and Bros by the arms. Chen turned and looked towards the guys. Chen opened the system window, looking towards the guys. Chen thought that the enemy was hidden in the darkness, and they were right in front of him, and this could not continue, and added that he had to come up with something, and he had to see if there was something useful on the trading floor. Chen looked at the system window, where there was an image of a flash grenade. The light of this grenade can illuminate even the most impenetrable darkness. Duration of action, 5 minutes. Chen noted that the cost of a flashbang is 3 levels. Chen raised one eyebrow and pursed his lips, looking towards the monster. Chen thought that with this he could illuminate its tentacles from all sides, and then only those tentacles that crawl out of the ground would need to be feared. Notification: 6 levels spent. Received 2 flash grenades. Chen grabbed the grenade and, swinging it with all his might, threw it into the air. The grenade flew towards the monster. A bright, blinding light appeared. The guys turned to look towards the light source. The guys widened their eyes, looking at the monster in panic. Chen thought about what Nabis actually looks like. The monster looked at the guys furiously. Heads, eyes, and mouths protruded from its tentacles. Behind Chen, a small piece of a tentacle peeked out from under the ground. The monster looked at Chen. The monster pierced Chen's chest with its tentacle. Having pulled out his tentacle, Chen began to fall to the ground. Chen put his knee on the ground and grabbed his chest where the wound was with his hands, opening his mouth wide. The monster licked the tentacle with a malicious smile, which had Chen's blood on it. The monster looked down with contempt and its tentacles quickly rushed towards the guys. The city was completely destroyed. Country A, City El Joel stood next to Emir, who was sitting on the edge of a destroyed building. Emir noticed, saying that this is the world in which the so-called creators live, and added that somehow it is not very different from theirs. Emir sat with her legs crossed and her eyes closed. Jinx stood with his arms crossed over his chest. Jinx said that he enjoyed watching all these people being smeared like cockroaches. Emir called Jinx a fool. Jinx turned his head and looked at Emir with a smile and told her that she probably liked it too. Emir told Jinx to tell Shelly that the one they were looking for was not in this city. Jinx raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly, glancing at Emir. Jinx asked Emir why Shelly needed this at all, and added that he could just kill everyone, and there would be no need to look for anyone. Emir smiled sweetly and flashed her scary gaze, looking at Jinx. Emir told Jinx that if he said one more word, she would kill him herself. Jinx smiled awkwardly and closed his eyes. Jinx turned around and began to walk away, raising his hand and waving, saying that he was going to Shelly. Emir pursed her lips and began to move her hand. Emir was holding in her hand a photo of a young girl holding the hand of a small child. Chen opened his mouth wide, spitting out blood. Chen sat on his knees, with his head raised, holding his wound as he bled. Notification: Health minus 1788. You have suffered life-threatening damage. Excessive bleeding can lead to permanent loss of health. Please remember to get treatment promptly. Chen furrowed his brows and bared his teeth, looking exhausted. Chen thought that his lungs had been pierced through and it was now difficult to breathe. Eyes peered out from the huge tentacles, closely watching Chen. The monster began to attack with Chen's tentacles, using the Swift Blade skill. Chen looked at the tentacles in panic, gritting his teeth. Chen thought that he would not be able to move. The tentacles quickly rushed towards Chen. The tentacles hit Chen, causing clouds of dust to rise. Salili and Lucius looked at what was happening in horror, their eyes wide. Nabis smiled maliciously, narrowing his eyes slightly. The monster attacked with its tentacles without ceasing, hitting Chen. Salili raised her hand to her mouth and widened her eyes in bewilderment. Lucius bared her teeth and clenched them, her eyes widening. Lucius thought that this was some kind of nightmare. The attack speed and destructive power of the temple guard were simply incredible, and added that she had never seen anything like this. Lucius watched as the tentacles continued to hit Chen. Lucius pursed her lips and furrowed her brows when she noticed Albert there. Albert picked up Chen, throwing him onto his back. A huge tentacle was about to hit Albert and Chen. Albert looked with a menacing gaze, furrowed his brows, and used the Storm Blade Final Strike skill. Albert cut the tentacle, sparking lightning, and ran away from them. Albert's eyes glowed blue and he turned his head and looked at the tentacles with a frown. Albert dodged the tentacle's attacks, leaving behind lightning bolts. Albert used the lightning cutting darkness skill. Sayuli held her hair with her hand and smiled as she looked at Albert and Chen. Lucius looked at Albert with a serious look, noting that even with Chen on his shoulders, he was able to dodge all the attacks, and added that he is one of the 12 heroes wielding blue lightning and nicknamed the Son of the Thunder God. Albert appeared in front of the guys, holding Chen tightly on his back. Lucius thought that Albert was incredibly strong. Chen opened his eyes and looked ahead with a swollen gaze. Albert set him down on the ground, slightly crouching on one knee. Luca appeared in front of Chen, her mouth wide open and shedding tears in panic. Chen told Luca that everything was fine. Chen looked at Albert, smiled slightly and thanked him. Albert turned towards the monster, holding his sword in his hand, and looked at Chen with a serious look. Albert told Chen that his wounds were not fatal and he would protect him while he healed himself. Chen pursed his lips and frowned. He was perplexed. Chen didn't understand how Albert was able to do this, because even when he was not yet injured, there was no way he could completely avoid Nabis attacks. Albert clenched his sword in two hands, guarding Chen as he began his treatment. Chen noticed that Albert, in addition to everything, also carried him on his shoulders. Chen, exhausted, looked at Albert and smiled slightly, noticing that he was much stronger than him. Albert stood in front of the tentacles, which were bloodthirstily watching the guys. Dark, slightly ruined corridor of the temple. Agrales walked with his hands in his pocket and looked around with an indifferent look. Agrales was surprised that the guys weren't there, noticing that they had already gotten out of the trap and went to Nabis. Agrales raised his hand, which shone with a blue light. He smiled maliciously, raising his eyebrows. Agrales said that he really underestimated the guys, although Nabis had probably already torn them all to shreds. Agrales raised his luminous hand to the wall and bared his teeth in displeasure. Agrales said that Hades ordered him to bring the Godslayer alive. Agrales ran his hand along the wall. A huge glowing passage appeared in front of Agrales. Agrales said that now Hades will blow his mind. Agrales knitted his eyebrows and bared his teeth in a smile, saying that he would at least bring Chen's corpse. Albert quickly dodged the tentacle attacks, sparking lightning. Chen continued to heal himself and watched Albert with his eyebrows knitted together slightly. Chen was puzzled by how fast Albert was and added that he could dodge those fast tentacles so easily. The monster glowed its green eye furiously and attacked Albert. Chen noticed that Nabis attacks are getting faster. Albert quickly dodged and cut the tentacles that attacked him. Chen thought that he was level 100, and even if he spent 2/3 of all his skill points on leveling up his agility, he would still be no match for Albert. Chen closely watched Albert's movements, not understanding how he managed to do it. The tentacles moved with incredible speed towards Albert. Albert ran along the ground, emitting lightning from his feet. Albert angrily cut down the tentacle flying towards him. Albert raised his gaze, frowning and pursing his lips. The gray-haired teacher looked straight ahead with a serious expression, listing names, naming Joel Albert, Andrew Wiggins, and Dominic Davis. 3 guys stood on the green grass, near a cliff, looking at the teacher who stood opposite them. The teacher told the children that he was solemnly announcing that they had passed the test and became first-class heroes. Albert stood with clenched fists and looked at the teacher with a serious look. 10-year-old Albert. The boys clenched their fists and looked intently at the teacher. The teacher told the boys that the 3 of them were now members of the first-class combat unit number 27, and he hoped that they could become loyal comrades and work hard to protect their homeland. Andrew and Dominic walked behind Albert. An orange sunset had already appeared in the sky. Dominic asked Andrew that this Albert was the boy everyone was talking about. Andrew said that he also heard about him, and added that no one could have thought that they would end up in the same squad with him, and added that Albert at the age of 10 became a first-class hero, because there were almost no such cases in the history of the academy. Andrew and Dominic opened their mouths slightly in surprise, raising their eyebrows. Andrew told Dominic that someone said that a warrior with the power of thunder passed the test to become a first-class hero in just 30 minutes, and repeated the previous academy record. Dominic was at a loss, saying that Albert passed at the same speed as Chen Budong of the 12 heroes. Albert stared ahead, his eyebrows knitted together. Dominic said that Albert is not a man, but a monster. Albert sat on a green meadow with his hands under his chin. Albert thought that geniuses and fools were to some extent similar, the former causing envy among others, forcing them to keep at a respectful distance, and the latter being despised, ridiculed, and avoided. 2 guys looked towards Albert and made fun of him, pointing their fingers at him. Albert thought that in a word, if a person is different from ordinary people, then everyone will consider him a stranger. Morse extended his hand to Albert, who widened his eyes in surprise. Morse and Luna approached Albert, smiling broadly and kindly. Morse told Albert that his name was Morse, and that he had heard that he passed the test, and added that next to him was his wife Luna, and she also became a first-class hero that year. Luna greeted Albert, and told him that they had heard a lot about him, but didn't think he was that young. Albert smiled awkwardly, raised one eyebrow and greeted the guys. Morris and Luna sat down next to Albert, smiling widely. Morris told Albert that he and Luna wanted to apply and form a small squad of the three of them. Luna told Albert that she hoped he would agree. Morris held Albert's hand, Luna raised her hand and opened her mouth. Albert smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. Albert thought that life knows how to surprise. There is always someone who accepts a person, no matter what, a fool or a genius, there is always a place for him in the world. Albert shook Morris's hand, agreeing to their proposal. Chen looked at the system window, where there were images from Albert's memories. Notification. Added information about the character Albert to the illustrated reference book. Chen raised his gaze and looked at Albert with a serious expression. Albert stood in front of Chen, protecting him, tightly clutching his weapon in his hand and looking menacingly at the enemy, emitting lightning from himself. In the flashback, Albert and Morse walked behind Luna, who was cuddling with her baby while walking along the beach. Morse turned to his wife, saying that she was just recovering from childbirth, trying to reassure her that their task was not so important. Morse tried to convince his wife, saying that he, Albert, and the rest of the heroes could complete the task. The young Albert in the blue cape cast a questioning glance towards Morse. Albert turned to Morse, saying that he also had to stay, since Sailey needed their care with Luna and Albert could handle his guys himself. Morse threw his arm over Albert, who crossed his arms and whispered in his ear. Morse told Albert that they agreed that they would go on a mission together and convince Luna to stay home. So Morse, with a surprised look and a raised hand to his face, asked why Albert changed his mind. Luna pressed the child to her chest and turned back to the guys, surrounded by dark energy from anger. Luna realized that Morse and Albert had conspired together. Morse tried to cover Albert's mouth with his hand to prevent him from spilling the beans. Morse widened his eyes and told Luna that this mission was quite dangerous, so he suggested that Luna stay home. Albert tried to remove Morse's hand from his face and also wanted to tell Morse to stay with his wife and take care of himself. Luna frowned at Morse and Albert, who were waving their arms and sorting things out among themselves. Morse did not want to acknowledge the words of Albert, who considered himself right and urged Morse to stay at home. An enraged Luna extended her hand as the silhouettes of Morse and Albert flew into the air with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Luna told the guys to stop arguing and use the fire strike skill. The bright sunny weather warmed the sandy ocean shore. Albert sat on the sand next to Morse and Luna, who was holding Sailey. Albert told the guys that this task was quite difficult, and noted that all members of the 2 second-class squads were killed. Albert added that the guys now had Sailey, so he didn't want them to take on such dangerous tasks. Luna looked down at her child with warmth and care. She said that even though they had Sailey, Albert was still important to them. Luna looked at Albert with one eye slightly open, while Morse, who was sitting next to her, tried to convey his thoughts to Albert. Morse said that was why he wanted to go with Albert, because if he went there alone, he and Luna would be worried. Luna agreed with her husband's words and said that she could not allow Albert to go alone on such a dangerous mission. Breaking into a smile, Morse looked warmly towards Albert. He understood that in their squad there was a genius that occurs once every 100 years, Albert. Luna closed her eyes and looked smilingly towards Albert. She understood that with Albert they were not afraid. Young Albert looked at the guys with hope. In reality, the old man Albert with blue hair was surrounded by his magical aura and looked hatefully at the monster. He mentally made a promise to himself, to Luna and Morse, that he would protect Sailey and lead her out of Latona. Albert flew into the air along with his sword. He was ready to protect Sailey even at the cost of his life. He used the lightning strike skill. Albert, in the form of a lightning bolt, was sent to attack the monster with dark energy. Albert shouted that he would do everything he could to protect Sailey. Albert swung his sharp sword and flew almost close to the silhouette of the monster that was waiting for him. Nabis opened his mouth and sent a magical airstream from his mouth towards Albert. Albert looked on with a surprised expression on his face as the air waves were directed at him. All the guys covered their ears and ducked down from the shock wave of Nabis sound. Chen covered his ears with his hands and looked up with one eye. Chen didn't understand what kind of attack Nabis carried out, which made his head start to spin. Card: the enemy has activated the ability Nabis's Shout, which inflicts the negative effect of dizziness on opponents. The duration of the ability is 30 seconds. Sailey, in her white suit, sat on the ground and tried to hide from the powerful scream of the monster. The dark tentacles of Nabis cut through the air and flew to attack. These tentacles grabbed the body of Bras and Faloga, who tried to free themselves from them. Boban stuck his swords into the ground so that the monster would not drag him by the legs with its tentacles. Tentacles with dark energy held the children upside down in the air to feed them to a huge mouth with sharp teeth. Chen looked furiously at what was happening with a malicious grin and his eyes glowed blue. In a zigzag pattern, Chen directed the black light towards the monster. The guys shackled with tentacles began to fall as these tentacles were cut all at once. Sailey squirmed fearfully in the air as her entire body was engulfed by the tentacles. Albert looked forward with furrowed brows as Sailey was captured. Huge tentacles emerged from the ground and rose up above Albert's silhouette. Sayoli's shackled body was engulfed by tentacles that were about to feed her body into a huge maw that had several huge red eyes. Enraged, Albert moved to defend Sayoli and deftly cut the tentacles with his sword, which left a blue trail in the air. Black lightning cut the monster's huge tentacles. This was a divine path skill. Notification: the negative effect of dizziness was removed. Chen freed Sayoli and Lucius from the monster's tentacles and held them both close to him. Chen cast his angry glance to the side, mentally supporting Albert in the fact that now there are two of them. Albert held his sword pointed and looked up with a hateful gaze as several pieces of tentacles lay on the ground. The silhouette of Albert cut through the air along with his sword. Chen understood that Albert's power made him like a god, but unfortunately such power made those around him doubt themselves, so they didn't even try to fight. Chen lowered his head and thought about what was happening. He knew this feeling of loneliness when everyone considered him some kind of monster. However, he noted that Sayoli's parents made Albert feel like an ordinary person. In Chen's memories, the young Albert looked enraged and bloodthirsty. Chen understood that Sayoli's parents were more like parents to Albert than friends. Chen recalled with sadness what young Albert had to endure when Luna and Morse were killed before his eyes. A red card describing Albert's entire state at that moment: despair, anger, helplessness, pain. Chen lowered his head and hands as blue flames emanated from him. Chen hated with all his soul the feeling of loneliness and his own powerlessness. Chen sharply raised his head and became angry, clenching his fists and emitting black lightning from himself. He understood that he had to protect his friends and loved ones and save his mother. Chen looked to the side when Albert landed next to him with his lightning, and not far from them Lucius tried to help Sayoli. Albert stood face to face with Chen. Albert thanked Chen for saving Sayoli. However, he added that the battle was not over yet. Albert looked ahead with a frown. Albert said he noticed that the monster's tentacles move very quickly, but the monster itself is very slow. Albert added that if you get close to the monster, it will activate a protective ability. Albert said that Chen can get rid of the effect of this monster's ability so that only Chen will have to attack. Chen looked in amazement towards Albert. He said that Albert had only managed to get rid of the negative effects of dizziness. Chen looked tense and looked at Albert, who was also unhappy with what was happening. Albert replied that his elemental ability could reduce dizziness and nothing more. Chen understood everything. Chen and Albert cast their stunned glances back when Bros and Faloga approached them from behind, limping and holding each other. They offered their help. Sayoli and Lucius also did not want to stand aside and offered their candidacies. Boban stood nearby and wiped his cheek with his hand in a malicious grin. Boban also did not want to lag behind the team and said that he would not let Chen take all the attention. The whole team gathered together and looked at each other. Chen carefully examined the situation around him. An enraged Albert looked to the side and shouted to the guys that they had all heard the order to help Chen get to the monster. The guys understood everything and gave the go-ahead. Chen frowned forward and extended his hand to the side to grab his sword. Chen really wanted to kill the monster with one blow. Chen looked ahead disdainfully. The sharp sword cut through the air and red rumbles of thunder came from it. Albert looked at the monster with bitterness and anger with his red eyes. Albert grabbed his sword and raised it in front of him as red lightning emitted from it. At that same second, Albert swung his sword and released a strike of 3,000 lightning towards the monster. The silhouette of Nabis in the form of a man sat within his dark aura. Red lightning cut the air throughout the space. The stretching tentacles in the air were cut by red lightning strikes. Chen pulled his sword to the side and was about to jump to attack the huge monster. Nabis with glowing green eyes looked arrogantly at the guys as huge tentacles extended from his back. Chen ran straight at the monster when the monster's dark tentacles began to crawl out of the ground. To stop him, huge stone hands held the tentacles while Bros and Chen tried to attack the monster from different sides. Albert at that moment ran along the side of the fiery blazing line when the tentacles were burning. Shadow wolves of Lucius came running to support against the monster and tried to bite the tentacles. The whole squad of guys ran at the huge tentacles of the monster from all sides and cut them into pieces. Albert ran along the ground at high speed, leaving behind a blue trail as he ran towards the huge monster. Albert used the power of the Divine Way card. The ability Divine Path is activated when the speed is increased by 20% and the duration is 40 seconds. Nabis watched with calm as a huge dark tentacle appeared behind him. Albert and Chen attacked the monster and its tentacles, leaving red marks from the sword in the air. Chen clenched a black brass knuckle with sharp spikes in his fist and looked up with a frown. Chen silently thanked all the guys who helped him and believed in him. A black flash of lightning struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Chen, in his enraged form, emitted a multicolored aura from himself as he swung his arms and used total destruction. In his angry form, Chen emitted powerful streams of lightning from himself directly at the monster. It was a divine blow. Card. Critical hit dealt, damage increased by 50%, Ra's death song increased damage against Nabis, who belongs to the undead class, by 100%. Chen dealt powerful blows, taking away 2442 health points from the monster with each of them. gaining 122 health points with each hit. Chen's silhouette absorbed the blue energy flow, feeling all the power and strength. Thus, Chen activated the bonus of the Afterlife Song of the God Ra's, 10% MP restored. Chen, in his powerful appearance, bared his teeth and looked bloodthirsty at the monster. Albert watched from the side as the silhouette of Nabis landed from the sky to the ground. Albert looked at this in surprise. He realized that the monster could teleport. Chen smiled sarcastically through his black mask. He used the second phase Flying God Kick. Suddenly, a black aura appeared near Nabis's chest, which made the monster very surprised and looked in bewilderment. This black aura spread its lightning to the sides, from which Nabis began to fly back as he was being hit too hard. Chen floated in the air and watched as the monster's dark matter lay in pieces on the ground. Chen was dressed in a black suit and aura and looked down with contempt. When he used the Divine Path, he immediately subconsciously activated the Flying God Strike. Chen jumped down to the ground, leaving behind black thunderbolts as Nabis spat purple blood from his mouth. Chen glowed with a bright aura and swung his sharp blade to finish off Nabis with the final Godslayer blow. Chen, with glowing blue eyes, turned his arrogant gaze to the side. He appreciated the primordial chaos. A huge red stream of light was directed into the sky towards Nabis. It was a half-moon strike. Nabis widened his eyes and looked in confusion at the red light that illuminated his face. Red sparks and lightning bolts flashed throughout the space. Chen watched the cloud of dust that would be left behind after such a powerful impact. Chen looked angrily in the direction of the impact, where black particles of matter flew out. Chen thought it was all over. A malicious grin appeared on the stranger's face. He said that the guys were really able to destroy the traps of the God of Dreams and climbed into the very depths of the temple, which sounded unrealistic. All the guys, Albert, along with Boban, Bros, Saley, Philoga, Lucius and Chen himself cast their surprised glances to the side. Agrales came to the rescue. Nabis stood right in front of him, smiling sarcastically and raising a finger up. Agrales looked at the guys mockingly and ironically noticed that he had underestimated a little by calling them insects. Chen closed one eye, confused. Chen did not understand how Nabis could survive after such a strong blow because he put all his strength into it. Chen, in a bent position, held his leg with one hand and the other hand hung with the sword. Chen realized that he had used a lot of skills, that his body had reached its limit, and besides, his abilities had not yet recovered. He also realized that he would only be able to summon the Khepri in 29 hours, so he wondered what to do next. Chen cast his frowning glance to the side. He understood that the guys directed all their fighting spirit into the battle with Nabis, and Agrales ruined everything. Albert, behind whom were tired and exhausted guys, looked at the enemy angrily. Chen understood that his guys were not only injured, but also lost all their fighting spirit. Saley and Lucius stood next to each other and held their wounded places on their bodies. Agrales looked sarcastically at the guys, crossing his arms, and behind him stood the beaten Nabis. Chen realized that now there were two of these villains, so things became even worse. Chen looked from afar at his ill-wishers led by Agrales, who hailed Chen as a slayer of gods. With a lightning-fast movement, Agrales, using its red aura, came close to the frightened Chen. Agrales looked down on Chen mockingly. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Chen extended his leg, barely slipping when Agrales came back. Chen looked forward at Agrales, slightly confused. He understood that it was dangerous. Agrales continued to mentally mock Chen and looked at him playfully. Agrales laughed and said that he would not kill Chen, so there was no need to be afraid of him. Agrales glanced to the side with a red glance, as if noticing something. Agrales continued to keep his arms crossed as Albert was about to attack him from the side with his sword and blue energy emitted by lightning. Albert hit the red shield of Agrales with his sword, which he managed to put up, and blue bolts of lightning scattered back from the blow. Agrales peeked out from under his long white bangs with a grin and a thumbs up. He called Albert a pathetic person who is very tired of him, because he just can't keep up. Agrales added that he felt sorry for him last time and didn't kill him, although he should have. The angry Albert, emitting blue thunder, was about to attack Agrales. Albert continued to try to pierce Agrales' red shield with his sword. Albert's sharp sword nevertheless caused a crack in the red shield, from which blue lightning flew off. Albert crushed the red shield with his sword when Agrales himself managed to jump away. Agrales was very angry that Albert continued to pursue him. An angry Albert turned back towards the guys, who looked tired. Albert turned to the guys and said that they had found a way to kill Nabis while he distracted Agrales. Chen looked at Master Albert in bewilderment. Baring his teeth, Albert looked angrily at Agrales, holding his blue sword in his hands. He understood that in any case, they only needed to kill the temple guard, and then they would be able to leave Latona. Agrales continued to stick to his line and smiled sarcastically at the guys, raising his hand with red magic in front of him. He turned to the guys, clearly underestimating them, and asked them if they really believed that they could escape. Agrales looked disdainfully towards Nabis, holding a red aura in his hands. He understood that the beast of Hades Nabis turned out to be too weak, because some pathetic people were almost able to deal with it. Agralis glanced back at the silhouette of Albert, who landed behind him with a blue aura. Agralis understood that if he had not wasted time fighting with his ghostly servant Nabis, he would have long ago grabbed Chen and reached the endless sea. Agralis lowered his hands and looked down, emitting red flames from his crystal on his chest. He was already running out of patience and everything made him angry. Agralis raised his hand slightly upward with a red aura that glowed even brighter. Agralis turned to Nabis, saying that he had received a gift from Hades. Agralis sent a stream of fire straight towards Nabis's body. Agralis looked forward with admiration, his mouth parted in a smile. Agralis burned with a bright flame and transformed into another, more menacing form. Agralis was amused by this situation and saw the flames of hell burning. All the guys, one after another, looked in surprise as Agralis tried to give power to the Hades monster. Nabis looked more ferocious with wings and horns, along with a fiery aura in his black appearance. Card: Nabis's fire form is activated. The Hellfire activated the power of the underworld. Nabis's power has increased. Agralis looked at Hades' creation with a grin, realizing that he had never let him down. Agralis stood not far from the enraged form of Nabis. Agralis ordered his monster to kill all the guys except the old man, whom he wanted to keep for dessert. Chen looked at his ill wishers from afar when Nabis rushed to run to carry out the order. Enraged Nabis, wearing a malicious smile and emitting an aura of flame from himself, rushed to attack. Chen frantically shouted at the guys to beware of the attack and just stay on the defensive. Blue luminous particles flew through the air with a thud. Chen was confused and widened his eyes, not understanding what was happening to him. Chen's black form was floating in the air along with blue particles of matter. Chen still didn't understand what was happening. Chen looked at his hands and fingers, watching as his silhouette glowed blue. Chen didn't understand why the space was so dark, complete blackness. The black silhouette of Chen tried to call his guys by name in the dark space, putting his hands to his mouth. Chen's foot stood on the dark and cold ground and also glowed with blue light. Chen frowned forward with his glowing blue eye. He was surprised that no one was with him and he thought that he was there alone. Suddenly, a blue stream of energy pierced Chen's body and his glowing silhouette flew back. Blue streams of energy flew from all sides, including flying behind his head. Chen began to roll on the ground like a ball from such an invisible blow. Chen stood up on one leg and held his knee with his hand as blood flowed from his mouth. Chen didn't see or hear anything, so he didn't understand how to avoid the blow. Chen frowned forward, peeking out from under his bangs. He remembered that he had one more flash grenade left in stock. Chen, with a deft swing, threw a flashbang into the air, leaving a bright blue trail in the air. Chen looked back in surprise when a warning notification popped up. The use of a flash grenade was unsuccessful. Chen didn't understand why this happened. Blue light strikes came at him from several more directions, and he fell back along with drops of blood. Chen rose above the ground and braced himself with his hand and fist. He felt as defenseless as a piece of fish on a cutting board. Albert tried to call out to Chen with an angry face. Chen looked down and his eyes seemed to be in a fog. Agralis stood next to Chen with his arms crossed as Nabis battle form stood in front of him, preparing to attack the guys who had readied their swords. Agralis said that Chen was struck by the hellish eye created by Hades. Agralis continued that Chen's soul was stuck in a space filled with boundless darkness. He also noted that fear would soon consume him and he would die, and added ironically that this fate would overtake everyone. Albert stood next to Boban, who was holding his purple blade in his hand with an angry expression on his face. Albert told the guys to concentrate. Salili tried to run forward, closer to Boban, but he was also hit by the blue aura of Agralis. Boban tried to extend his hand towards Salili, showing his teeth. All the guys felt the blue aura of Agralis and began to fall to the ground. Albert was left alone and watched in amazement what was happening, his eyes wide. Agralis, breaking into a malicious grin, crossed his arms. Agralis turned to Nabis, telling him to deal with the rest of the guys and leave Albert to him. Suddenly, a bright light stream of yellow energy was directed from the back of Agralis to the ground. A white-haired Albert appeared on the battlefield with bright yellow energy and lightning bolts. Agralis looked in surprise at the appearance of Albert in a new guise. He did not understand how he got out of the trap of the Devil's Eye. The helicopter flew past a deserted valley with a river stretching across it. The helicopter flew closer to the sand and was heading straight towards a building that looked like a temple. A company of 3 men in suits acting as security guards and a woman in a white shirt turned around. A guy with dark hair turned to the girl, saying that 30 years ago, the Giza financial group suddenly bought the desert south of Cairo, 300 kilometers from the city of Karga, to turn it into a tourist destination. The guy continued to follow the girl, who turned around in amazement. He said that soon after this, a satellite of Country M discovered that a temple had appeared there, but such a huge temple was impossible to build in such a short time. The guys came closer to the temple and stood near its back entrance. The guy said that then the president of Country M invited the head of Giza to visit him almost every day for a month, And besides, Giza began to cooperate with Country M on many large projects. The guy with dark hair frowned slightly and held out the tablet towards the girl. He noticed that the strangest thing was that the Giza Financial Group, which was mainly involved in energy, suddenly announced the creation of the Cosmos game, and all the programmers were recruited in secret. He suggested that the leader of this project was the father of the missing boy Chen. Sue, in the company of 3 guards, continued to walk forward and cast her questioning glance towards the guy. He continued that they had no photographs or any information. They didn't even know his name. When they searched his home, they only found a photo of Chen and his mother. Sue, holding the tablet in her hand, asked if they had any news about their mother's whereabouts. The guy replied that it wasn't, because Chen's mother was missing. Sue threw the tablet into the guy's hands. The 3 guards continued to follow the woman, who placed one hand on her waist. She gave the order to the guys that they had 3 days to find out everything about the Chen family. The guy holding the tablet in his hand understood and accepted everything. 4 small silhouettes stood right in front of the temple. Sue looked around appreciatively as soon as she entered the temple. She thought that Chen was the key to solving this mystery, realizing that their family had secrets. Drops of red blood fell to the ground. Chen, being in a dark space, crawled on the ground and spat blood from his mouth. Chen did not understand what to do because he did not see or hear anything, and he could not use his abilities because it was impossible to determine the target for the attack. He felt a feeling of loneliness and helplessness that drove him into despair, and besides, the constant attacks out of nowhere only made it worse. The glowing silhouette of Chen was able to stand on the ground and look up. Chen felt like he was several thousand kilometers above the water, so he simply and slowly waited for his death. A notification came out saying that he only had 30% health left. Chen understood with horror and annoyance that he needed to get rid of these thoughts, because he could not allow despair to take over his mind, realizing that there definitely had to be a way out. Chen furrowed his eyebrows and looked forward bloodthirstily. He recalled that he used to win kendo competitions only because he managed to remain calm. He understood that no matter what opponent he faced, he did not need to lose his head and just fight. Chen wandered around the dark space with his eyes closed. He felt that his eyes did not see, and he left without hearing. Therefore, he had to give up these 2 senses. He was going to feel his own breathing and heartbeat. Chen's naked body stood in an empty and dark space. He knew he had to rely on his reflexes to fend off these attacks. Blue beams of energy cut through the air. Chen understood everything at that moment. Chen quickly rushed forward, leaving behind a trail in the form of a stream of air. Chen frowned slightly and grabbed his head. Chen felt that his skin and body hair began to feel the attack approaching. Sparks of blue light flew off Chen's body. Chen knitted his eyebrows and wiped the blood from his forehead with his hand. He understood that his invisible enemy attacked too quickly, and the enemy managed to hurt him a little, so a quick reaction was necessary to resist. He realized that it was still better than it had been before, and he had one thing he hadn't used yet. Chen glanced back with a frown. Chen put his hands on the ground. With a deft leap, Chen flew into the air, leaving behind a trail of blue. Chen was inside a huge blue energy flow. Chen raised his hand and the ring on his finger sparkled. Chen ducked slightly and put his hands in front of his face with an angry expression. Chen reflected the blue rays of the attack right in the air. Chen's strong back and his entire silhouette cut through the air. Chen at several moments managed to repel the attacks of the blue beam one after another. Chen crouched down and placed one hand on the ground. Chen raised his head, bleeding. He realized that he had succeeded, and now he was not afraid of attacks. All that remained was to understand how to get out of the dark space. Chen spread his arms and legs to the sides and stood on the ground. Chen looked down in bewilderment and saw that a puddle of water appeared below him. Chen fell into the water beneath him and splashed around in it. Chen grabbed his face as he dived deeper, leaving a black aura in the water behind him. Chen rolled his eyes through his fingers and looked to the side. Chen's small silhouette hovered in the empty and dark space. Albert, in the form of Zeus, waved his hand to the side and held a sparkling sword in it. Agrales understood that the hellish eye did not create an illusion. It distances the soul from the body, seals it into oblivion, and makes it experience incredible suffering. Agrales watched from afar as a lightning-like blade sparkled in Albert's hand. Agrales knew that even high-level gods had a hard time getting out of this trap. Agrales bared his teeth and frowned at Albert, not understanding how he managed to get out. Agrales watched as a huge sparkling lightning was directed at him. Agrales flew into the air with a deft leap and tried to dodge the light attack approaching him. Agrales landed on the ground and turned back as lightning struck the ground. Agrales became very angry and angrily looked back at the lightning, realizing that the source of this power must have been Zeus. Albert, in the form of Zeus, extended his hand forward and released sparks of lightning from it. A stream of lightning crashed into the body of Navis, who flew back from such a blow, swinging his arms. Agrales looked with a grin at the events taking place, in which he was losing. He understood that this was the power of the god of thunder and lightning. Agrales managed to dodge another Albert attack in the form of lightning, jumping to the side. Agrales looked forward, peeking out from under his long bangs. He didn't understand where BB got the power of Zeus. Albert caused thunderbolts of light to thunder near him as the black silhouette of Agrales stood far away from him. Agrales furrowed his brows and grabbed his silver armlet. Powerful lightning discharges cut through the entire airspace. Sharp peaks of luminous lightning began to appear from under the ground in a straight line. Lucius found the strength to sit down when Saoli lay nearby and watched the lightning discharges in the form of a sphere. Albert looked offended. Being inside your bright lightning bolts. Nabis crouched down when Agrales, standing nearby, spread his arms to the sides. Being inside a protective barrier of lightning. Agrales raised his head and looked at what was happening in the sky. He cast his sharp glance to the side. A stream of bright lightning flashed past his face, barely catching him, but he managed to dodge. Rays of energy flow flew through the columns of lightning. One of these beams passed very close to Agrales' face and lightly caught it, leaving a small cut on its face. Agrales furrowed his brows and lowered his lips, touching the cut on his face. He didn't expect the attack to be lightning fast. Agrales watched in front of him as a bunch of bright lightning reflected from the lightning barrier. It dawned on him that every time lightning reflected from the walls of the cage, its speed increased. Agrales frowned and opened his mouth wide, shouting that he must destroy the cell as Nabis looked on from the side. Agrales, together with Nabis, raised their heads and flew into the air with their red energy. They tried to break through the wall of lightning with their red energy, also similar to lightning. They were thrown back at that very second. They flew back from such a powerful lightning discharge. Agrales and Nabis leaned forward and tried to catch their breath from such a blow. Agrales bared his teeth and looked forward hatefully with his red eyes. From such a powerful flow of energy, Alber's white cape straightened out in the wind and he sent lightning bolts from his hand. Several zigzag bolts of lightning were directed straight ahead. Agrales watched as a bright stream of light and lightning was directed directly at him. One energy stream still pierced Agrales' chest, causing his face to immediately look downcast. Agrales squirmed in pain when at the same second a bright bolt of lightning pierced Nabis' leg, causing him to scream. Lightning bolts pierced Agrales' body from all sides. Agrales smiled sarcastically and stuck out his tongue, laughing at the situation. He noted to Albert that even if he had the power of Zeus, he would still have to watch his loved ones die before his eyes. Through the cages of lightning, the silhouettes of exhausted guys lying on the ground were visible. Agrales stood right in front of the cage with his head bowed as Nabis looked at him questioningly from behind. Agrales gave the order to Nabis to kill the guys. Nabis at the same moment began to dissolve and evaporate like a puddle of water. Agrales looked at what was happening with fury and anticipation. He addressed Albert, calling him a pitiful old man, and adding that he did not yet know that Nabis could fall into the world of nothingness of any person who was struck by hellfire. Agrales, standing inside a cage of lightning, spread his arms to the sides and began to laugh loudly. Agrales looked forward bloodthirstily, breaking into a mocking smile. He shouted that the guys would die with him. A powerful explosion occurred, from which a shockwave came in layers. A bright bolt of lightning emitted rays from itself in all directions. A bright stream of light headed straight into the temple-like building. A huge temple stood in the middle of the desert and stood together with other buildings in front of a huge ocean. 5 silhouettes of people walked along a dark corridor. One of the group of people began to continue to talk about how Countria began researching this temple, but even the best historians and archaeologists could not understand who built it and how. He also added that later, using the method of radiocarbon dating, it was possible to find out that this temple is at least 50,000 years old. Another person from the group asked about the period of 50,000 years, because it sounded like a joke, because the history of Country E goes back about 7,400 years, and 50,000 years ago there was no civilization that could build such a temple. The first person said that it was really difficult to believe, because some experts from Countria suggest that this is the same temple of the god Ra in which Alexander the Great found the Emerald Tablet. Sue in a white shirt, with her arms crossed, turned towards the guy with the tablet. She asked about Alexander the Great and the Emerald Tablet, and what it all could mean. The guy noticed that in 1995 the Getty Research Institute received one item. The guy added that it was a stack of parchments describing alchemical research from the collection of the 18th century alchemist Backstrom, which he collected throughout his life. Sue with a pigtail looked ahead with confusion. The guy from behind continued to say that one of the parchments describes how Alexander the Great found the Emerald Tablet, and this is very reminiscent of their case with this mysterious temple. In the memories of the historical moment of the Battle of Different Troops. In 331 BC, an army led by Alexander the Great defeated the army of the Persian king, thereby opening the way to Egypt. According to the memoirs, Alexander the Great stood on a protruding hill with a white horse and examined the city. After the battle, Alexander headed to the small city of Siwa. According to historical records, there he went to an ancient temple to receive divine instruction. The silhouette of Alexander the Great stood in front of a huge stone statue of the god Ras, known as Amun-Ra. Alexander believed in the ancient Greek gods, so no one could understand why he suddenly needed the guidance of an Egyptian god. Under the cover of night, the hill jutting above the city began to glow with blue flame. The answer was found in those alchemical records. He was advised to do so by his teacher, the famous philosopher and sage Aristotle. He told Alexander that next to the temple of the god Ras in Siwa there is a tomb of a man named Hermes, in which the secret of becoming a god is hidden. The silhouette of a stone statue with a cloak glowed with a bright blue light. Hermes in ancient Greek mythology is the son of Zeus, the messenger of the gods and the guide of the souls of the dead to the underground kingdom of Hades. This is how ancient Greek mythology intertwined with ancient Egyptian mythology, the guy continued. The guy held the tablet in his hands and presented an emerald tablet with inscriptions. The guy added that in the end, Alexander the Great actually found the tomb, and in it he found that same emerald tablet because medieval alchemists believed that the main truth of this world was written on it. Sue looked ahead with a frown as a guy to her side looked at his tablet. The guy added that this story is somewhat similar to the case with the Giza Financial Group. He wondered if they were in that legendary temple of the god Ras. The guy looked up at Sue, who was straightening her hair. He asked Sue if she was okay, because he realized that it didn't sound very believable, but that's all they managed to find out so far. Sue replied that she was fine. Sue crossed her arms and looked up thoughtfully. She understood that there were monsters from a video game running around the world, so she was no longer surprised by anything. Sue stood next to one of the guards when the other guys rushed to run into the depths of the temple. The guy told Sue that there was still something important and unusual ahead, so he asked her to prepare herself mentally. Sue was very excited and in anticipation. A guy with dark hair held a tablet to his body, and with his other hand pointed in the direction for Sue to look there. Sue widened her eyes and expected to see something unusual. Sue watched as a crew of workers walked by and fussed over a huge statue of an ancient Greek god. Workers on the wooden platform scrambled and tried to climb onto the statue and inspect it. The stone face of the statue looked like the head of an eagle. The guy with the tablet and Sue raised their heads and carefully looked at the statue. The guy noticed that it was a statue of the god Ras, the supreme god of the ancient Egyptians. He also added that the writing behind him was still in the process of being deciphered, but experts argued that this could very well be the very text of the Emerald Tablet. Perhaps it really said how a person could become a god. The angry face of the god Ra's statue looked impressive. The guy added that the appearance of monsters was connected with this. The red dragon's mouth was bleeding. Agrales, in the form of a red dragon, was pinned to the ground amid a cloud of dust. The enraged dragon bared its mouth and looked forward predatorily. Agrales understood that this was all due to the power of Zeus. He felt like he couldn't regenerate. The dragon's angry gaze looked straight at the glowing silhouette of Auber. Agrales did not understand what Auber was. Auber furrowed his eyebrows and looked at the dragon with contempt, causing his eyes to glow with a bright light. Agrales did not understand why Auber hid this power during the last battle and even allowed him to cut off his hands. The red dragon bared its mouth and looked forward hatefully. Agrales came to terms with the power of Zeus at Auber, noting that he was the strongest of the dragon clan and would never admit defeat. Agrales spread his arms to the side and growled ferociously into the air, emitting tongues of fire from himself. He said that he gave everything so that he could have the opportunity to gain power. In a ferocious and angry cry, Agrales roared into the air. He shouted that he would not die just like that. Auber watched as Agrales was surrounded by a blue protective barrier. Agrales has transformed into a black appearance with black armor and energy. Agrales smiled sarcastically and pointed his finger behind his back. He turned to Auber, calling him an old man, and asked him to look at the unfortunate guys. Auber closely watched Agrales' every move. Phologa and Bras were lying on the ground unconscious in a pool of blood. Behind Agrales lay the lifeless bodies of the guys who were under a spell. Lucius was sitting on the ground and was also under a spell, emitting bright blue energy from himself. Auber extended his arms in front of him and headed towards Agrales with his lightning energy. Agrales looked at the guys with white tears in his eyes. Agrales collided with Auber in the air in a fierce battle and their energies clashed. Agrales looked to the side with a fierce look. He remembered that Auber, when he was little, had already watched Agrales kill his friends. He added that Auber looked helpless at that moment and he really regretted that he had not killed him then. A bright bolt of lightning flashed between Auber and Agrales. Auber looked at Agrales with hatred and anger and rather wanted to deal with him. Agrales raised its paw in front of it, blue flames emanating from it. He grinned and said with irony that he was ready for a game where every 10 minutes one of the 3 lights on his arm would go out, and for each fire that went out, Nabis would kill one of his friends. Agrales, hovering in the air, put his hands on his belt and looked arrogantly at Auber. Auber closed his eyes and tried to get angry. He clenched his fists, emitting sparks of lightning from himself. With a malicious grin, Agrales smiled and told Auber to attack, because he was already tired of waiting. Alber's silhouette in a bright lightning bolt was heading straight towards Agrales. Agrales frowned and waited with anticipation for the attack. Their discharges of poisonous lightning intertwined in the air. Alber pursued the Agrales and their energies radiated in all directions behind them. Alber squeezed a spark of lightning in his hand. Alber, with a deft movement of his hand, swung his hand and released lightning from his hand towards Agrales. Alber used lightning strike, obliterate. Lightning bolts flew past the silhouette of Agrales and its copies. Under the cheek, a bright purple core glowed from the mouth of Agrales. Alber tried to dodge Agrales' spit from his mouth with his magical aura. Alber managed to dodge Agrales' spit, which erupted behind him in a powerful explosion. Agrales hovered in the air opposite Alber and laughed maliciously. Agrales opened its mouth and emitted a purple aura from itself. Agrales replied that Alber overestimated himself, and although he managed to gain the power of Zeus, his mortal body could not withstand such power. Alber lowered his head and, opening his mouth, tried to catch his breath. He understood that Agrales was trying to exhaust him. Alber knitted his eyebrows and looked bloodthirsty at Agrales. He understood that he could not lose to Morris and Luna because he had to protect Sailili, Boban, Chen, even at the cost of his life. Agrales, in the flow of his dark aura, was directed towards the tired silhouette of Alber. Agrales said that Alber decided to die too early, so he told him not to worry because Nabis would soon destroy their entire squad. Agrales shouted that it was all over and he had won. Agrales spread his arms to the sides and raised his head up, seeing how bright bolts of lightning were directed towards him. Alber put his hands in front of him and, in an enraged appearance, sent a lightning strike in a rapid stream. Bright lightning bolts flew straight at the silhouette of Agrales, which was trying to shield itself from the blow with its wings. A powerful explosion of lightning sent bright gusts of discharge high into the sky. Agrales placed his hands on the ground and was amidst a cloud of dust. The monster's gaze looked dissatisfied. Agrales stood above the ground and pointed his hands into the ground, from which a bright purple light began to leak. Agrales sent a stream of energy into the sky. The silhouette of Alber was completely permeated with the bright energy punch of Agrales. Agrales watched with a malicious grin as his attack was supposed to destroy Alber. At that same second, Alber launched a lightning attack and cut off Agrales' arm with his lightning. Agrales, bleeding, turned back in anger. He noticed that he was still alive. Alber looked up into the sky in horror at the blue smoldering lights of Agrales' blue light. The mouth of Agrales, bleeding its purple blood, emitted a bright light from itself. Agrales told Nabis to kill Chen. Chen's body suddenly shrank and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Chen's immobilized and lifeless body began to glow with a bright blue aura. Chen lay unconscious and blood flowed from his mouth in a stream. In the dark space, Chen fell into the unknown. The guy flying headfirst clenched his teeth tightly and closed his eyes, thinking that he couldn't move at all, and that he wasn't just falling down, but something was pulling him. Suddenly, a black tentacle began to rapidly approach him from the side. Noticing the approach, the guy opened his eyes wide and looked to the side. When it touched his chest, an electric discharge ran through Chen's body. The guy was thrown to the side, and small drops of blood from his chest fell behind him. The tentacles rushed towards him again. Squinting in pain, Chen opened his mouth slightly when the tentacle hit him in the stomach. Then it began to wait for his skin from below, anticipating how the guy's body would touch the sharp tip. Chen continued to fly down as blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. A long tentacle pierced through Chen's body. He froze in a silent cry, his mouth wide open. With a bleeding hole in his stomach, he continued to fall headfirst. Opening his eyelids that hid his dull eyes, Chen thought that he was in pain and cold, and then wondered whether he would die here. The guy did not notice how moments later the wound on his stomach was no longer there. However, going lower, he noticed flowers around him with large scarlet petals and asked what they were. In several streams they flew towards the guy. Colorful flowers began to slowly cover his entire body. Chen raised his head, looking with one surprised eye at the scarlet petals and recognized them as Hero's Blossom, thinking that these were the same ones that were in his spiritual world. The guy's amber eyes opened wide, and his hair returned to its usual brown color. He stood at the base of a large tree with bright pink-red foliage. Looking at him, he wondered if he could really get out of this place. As red falling leaves swirled around him, Chen lowered his head, touching the spot where he had previously been injured. He noted in his head, puzzled, that the wounds had all healed and assumed that he had died after all. He raised his head and his eyes widened when behind him he heard a voice calling his name. The guy recognized him as Hesiod. With a wide smile on his face, he turned to the man who was holding a flower with scarlet petals in his open palms. He exclaimed joyfully that he did not die and was able to get out of there. He looked thoughtfully at Hesiod as he calmly said that he used to think that these flowers were in his spirit world only because they were important to him. He looked at the bloody petals with many yellow stamens in the center and noted that he could not even imagine that they had such power. Chen came closer to the man and also cast a puzzled look at the flower in his palm. He said that they had just pulled him out of one red place and then asked how this was possible. Hesiod raised his hand up and the flower began to fly up and Chen watched it. The man cast a calm look at the guy and noted that these were not his flowers, adding that someone left them here on purpose. Pressing his lips into a thin stripe, the guy stared at Hesiod while he explained that this was divine magic. The man asked if he remembered the trap in the temple, and then noted that it was something similar. Flowers are also a manifestation of divine power, and he feels that this magic is as strong as the power of primordial chaos. Looking at Chen, he said that now he understands why he can control the elemental ability so easily. The guy responded by asking what he means by these words. Standing under the canopy of a large mahogany tree, Hesiod asked Chen who he really was. Gritting his teeth, the guy looked at him with an excited look and then said that he himself didn't know anything and had never seen these flowers before, and his life was also very ordinary. He asked what was going on here. Turning to him, Hesiod noted that this magic suited him perfectly, as if it had always belonged to him, and then asked if he had any parents with divine power. The guy asked in bewilderment about divine power and parents. Hesiod crossed his arms over his chest and lowered his head, while Chen, waving his arms, said that his parents were ordinary people, and this was all a game world that had nothing to do with reality. He asked if this could be some kind of bug or something. The man briefly replied that this was impossible, and then added that only blood relatives of the original owner could master this power. Chen lowered his sad gaze and said that it is unlikely that his mother, a woman who watches TV series, TikTok, and shops online all day, could have any divine powers. He also added that as for his father, he died when he was still very young. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at the man, clenching his hand into a fist, and said that, in general, he hardly had divine power. He added that there was no point in discussing this now, since he needed to quickly return back and save his friends. The limp Albert with the power of Zeus looked at the body of Boban, which glowed with blue light. The old man closed his eyes and clenched his teeth tightly, and tears flowed freely down his face. Struggling, he pronounced the guy's name. Pointing his hand at him, Agroles laughed loudly, turning his violet eyes. He loudly called Albert a sorry old man and asked what if he had divine power. He exclaimed that he would still have to watch all his comrades die a painful death one by one right before his eyes. The old man cried loudly, dropping tears on his wrinkled face, remembering how, with a smile on his face, he watched Celie and Boban play happily with each other. Lowering his head, he raised his tense hands to her when a picture of the death of Morris and Luna suddenly appeared in his head. He began to quietly curse to himself. Leaning slightly, Agroles looked at Albert and said that he could give him one chance. He added that he wanted him to kneel down and beg for mercy so he wouldn't kill that girl, and then he laughed out loud. Smiling wryly, he looked at him with crazy eyes and in a commanding tone told him to quickly get on his knees and beg him. Gritting his teeth, Albert cast an angry glance at him with tear-stained eyes. At this moment the monster started, eyes wide. He turned his head towards Celie lying on the ground and shouted to Navis, saying that as soon as he counted to 1, he must kill the girl. Agroles started counting from 3. Albert lowered his head with a gloomy face, clenching his trembling palms into fists. With its mouth wide open, Agroles loudly counted to 2. The old man trembled, looking at the floor with his discouraged gaze. The monster smiled widely, looking from under his brows with an insidious gaze as he counted down to 1. Albert began to slowly kneel down. His trembling legs began to slowly bend. Grinning, Agroles watched this with a satisfied look. Out of nowhere a bright light appeared, in which bloody flowers hovered. Albert opened his tear-stained eyes when he felt someone else's palm on his chest and saw red petals. Turning his head, he saw Chen with silver hair, who was holding him with his hand, preventing him from kneeling. The guy smiled slightly and told Grandpa Albert that he had come to help him. Seeing him, Agroles was shocked, and with round eyes asked in bewilderment if he, too, was able to get out of the Hell's Eye trap. Turning sharply to the side with frightened eyes, he loudly called out to Navis. At that moment, at some distance from what was happening, Celie was lying on the ground. The girl slightly opened her clouded eyes. With a soft smile, Chen turned to Albert and asked him not to worry, noting that he had already pulled Celie out of oblivion. Agroles looked at Navis sitting on the ground, who slowly began to get up. Throwing an irritated look at the guy, he asked him how he did it. Looking at the 2 monsters and standing next to the old man, the guy said that he would take over Navis. Frowning his brows, he said in a stern voice that Albert, in turn, must finish what he started. The old man, looking at the enemy with eyes full of hatred, hurriedly agreed. Agroles covered himself with his hands from the bright light when bright long lightning began to sparkle from Albert in different directions. A large column of light shot upward, seeping through the roof of the temple and reaching into the sky. Straightening his back, Albert clenched his palms into fists with the force of Zeus. Looking at him with dissatisfied eyes, Agroles clenched his sharp teeth and swore. Jumping, the old man found himself next to the monster in a moment. He, in turn, clenched his jaw and backed away. Concentrating the energy into his fist, Albert punched him in the left shoulder. Agroles flew to the side, running backwards across the stone floor. At this moment, Chen was looking at the girl. Navis, the guy walking behind him, pursed his lips into stripes and frowned. He noted that all this time he felt that Albert was hiding something, and this is what it turned out to be. He turned his head, looking over his back at the approaching monster and, flashing his blue eye, told Nabis that they had met again. Albert watched as Agrales rose from the wreckage. Opening his mouth, through which blood slowly flowed, and narrowing his eyes, he coughed loudly, saying that the old man would never allow him, the dragon, to admit defeat. With wild eyes, he rushed forward, shouting that they would fight until the end until one of them died. The monster approached Albert and struck him, but he stuck out his hand. The old man with an evil look clenched his hand into a fist and held the dragon's paw with his forearm. Opening its mouth, Agrales attacked him with a stream of light purple energy. Jumping up, the man kicked the monster in the mouth and it threw back its head. Flying into the air and turning to look at the dragon lying on the ground, Albert put his hand forward and an electric cloud of energy began to appear from it. Light clouds suddenly began to thicken, and a giant image of Zeus appeared in them with his arms crossed on his chest, and lightning struck in different directions. Agrales was silent, raising his perplexed gaze upward and opening his mouth slightly. A small yellow light flashed in Albert's malicious gaze. Zeus in the clouds put his hand forward, and a giant black sword began to fall from the sky towards the dragon. Agrales clenched its jaws. There was a loud impact sound as the tip of the sword crushed the dragon's body. At that moment, an earthquake occurred in the nearest city, due to which people almost had to go to the water. Chen watched with a sidelong glance and a slight smile on his face as Nabis covered himself with his hands from the shock wave. Albert's body began to slowly sink to the ground in its usual manner. Falling to his knees, the man began coughing loudly, clutching his chest. Lowering his eyes to the floor, he said in a quiet voice, addressing the deceased Morse and Luna, that he had finally avenged them. He raised his head sharply, and his eyes widened in surprise when a voice asked him about the power of Zeus. In the clouds of dust stood a dragon, around which blue and violet energy sparkled. He turned to his older brother. As he walked forward, looking around, the color of the star on his chest changed from purple to blue. He indignantly asked what his younger brother was doing. The monster approached Albert, who was sitting on the cold stone floor with his head down. Looking at him intently with his narrowed blue eyes, he noted that this old man was a very ordinary person. The dragon's clawed hand trembled. Stretching his left hand forward, he grabbed Albert by the neck and lifted him off the ground, and with his other hand he fingered the fingers on which energy sparkled. He asked how this man managed to gain the power of his younger brother. Looking into his face with its eyes, the monster closed its mouth and sniffed. He noted that he had not smelled this power for a long time. The dragon thrust his left hand into Albert's stomach and pierced him through. With a dull sound, the old man fell to the ground, and a large pool of blood quickly formed under his body. The dragon raised his bloody hand to his face and licked the blood from his fingers with his long tongue. Looking at the trembling old man with his eyes closed and clenching his teeth tightly, he said that it has been several thousand years, but he still remembers that taste. The monster squatted down in front of Albert, folding his elbows on his knees. With sparkling eyes, he said that he could not even imagine that his younger brother would give his power to some non-entity. After getting wet, he asked his brother not to worry and said that he would take care of everything for him. He also noted that they would meet him soon. The dragon turned its head back slightly when it heard the sound of an explosion. Chen crossed two black blades with a silver hilt that sparkled with a bright purple light. The grim-faced guy swung his arms, sending a powerful stream of energy at his opponent, using the power of primordial chaos, the crescent moon strike. Nabis flew up with a puzzled face, coming under attack. The shockwave threw it aside, and the monster rolled head over heels across the floor. He began to slowly rise, shaking his body with his hands. Chen stood in a fighting stance and, bending down, spoke the words to strike the flying god. Nabis turned his head with surprised eyes when something sparkled at his shoulder. Leaping around the monster, Chen landed at his feet with two blades in his hands. Swinging again, he flashed his blue measured gaze and repeated the words blow of the flying god. Nabis jumped and somersaulted in the air when Chen got caught throwing a punch at him. The guy immediately jumped out of his seat. Having risen into the air, he began to circle around Nabis, inflicting many cutting blows on the monster. Raising the blade for the last time, he threw an angry look at him from top to bottom and said that now it's all over. He started and raised his head with surprised eyes when he noticed a magical blow approaching him. Chen jerked sharply to the side, and the attack passed a few centimeters from his body. Throwing a malicious look at the enemy, he moved his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, activating a lightning strike. Instantly approaching the dragon, he raised his blades and cut off his left hand. Flying past the monster further, Chen crossed his arms with a grim face, holding his weapon on either side of his body. Ignoring the splashes of blue blood, Disc glanced back and grinned. He thought about how this guy was using the same techniques as that man. Turning his head back, he frowned, and a dark image of the man who was the slayer of gods flashed in his head. He looked at his only regenerated palm and said that he did not expect that he would ever meet a person with such a fighting technique again. At this moment, Chen, who landed on the ground, breathed loudly, glancing at the dragon reading in the air. He thought that it was very dangerous and that it was the monster that almost killed him. The guy froze, and his eyes widened when he remembered Grandpa Albert. Standing up, he turned his head, looking at the body of the old man lying behind him in a pool of blood. Finding himself next to him a second later, a worried Chen touched the man's body, and on the other side Sayuli ran towards them. Blowing tears down her cheeks, the girl loudly called to her grandfather. Running up to him, she knelt down, looking at him with tear-stained eyes and nervously exclaimed, asking if he was okay. She placed the old man's head on her lap and hugged him. In a loud voice, she asked Chen to quickly heal his grandfather. The guy pointed his decorated palms at the man, which lit up with a bright green light, and began to say that he would help and that everything would be fine. Opening his eyes slightly, Albert moved his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and said to leave him and run away with Sayuli. He also added that this is not the same dragon as before, but Hades. Chen perked up when he heard this name. Nabis bowed his head to his master and apologized for having to personally intervene. Hades hovered very close to the ground, not paying attention to the subordinate sitting in front of him on his knees. Without turning his head in his direction, he noted that if he had not intervened, he would not have learned something interesting. The indignant bow flew. The guy asked Albert to cheer up, saying that he had done his best to save him. A man with many bruises on his face turned to Chen and said that he could save him, and then asked to listen. The guy and the girl looked at Albert while he said that he had put a magic mark on Sayuli, and if he activated it now, they would be able to escape. Closing her eyes, the girl cried quietly, and a tear also rolled down the elderly man's face. He said that even though they couldn't leave Latinea, at least the two of them would live together. He asked Chen to take care of Sayuli. The boy clenched his teeth tightly as a tear rolled down his cheek. He turned to his grandfather, saying that he would not leave him. Not far from them lay the dead bodies of their comrades, and Albert coughed loudly. Without turning his head towards them, he quietly said that Boban, Lucius, Philoga, and Bros had already left them. He noted that they all gave it their all. Chen lowered his gloomy face. While the guy continued to treat him, the old man said that they would have to admit that they had lost and added that mortals, after all, could not defeat God. Chen moved away and, baring his teeth, clenched his hands into fists when Albert said that this was their fate. Memories came flooding back to the guy, and a moment arose in his head when a group of hooligans pinned him against the wall in a remote alley. An indignant voice asked if he would really set conditions for them again, and then there was loud laughter. A guy with red hair, who was much taller than Chen, grabbed him by the hair with his hand, and, pointing with his finger, said that if he didn't want his mother to worry about him, then he should give all his money in an amicable way. Raising his finger to his face, the guy smiled disgustingly, revealing one gold tooth. He mockingly said that he didn't need his change, noting that Chen was pathetic because he didn't even have a father. The guy began to assert himself, saying that his family are respected businessmen, and his mother does nothing but work part-time. He asked Chen, who else should they humiliate if not him? He said that scum like him were only born to entertain people like him. The guy grabbed the disgruntled boy by the cheek and pulled him towards him. He said that Chen must remember one thing, he must do what he is told, otherwise he will send people to deal with his mother. Swinging his leg, the boy hit the bully between the legs. He, bent over in pain, fell to the ground and cursed loudly. Looking down at the red-haired guy, Chen clenched his hands into fists with a gloomy face. He said that firstly, this so-called fate has nothing to do with people like them, and he is not going to entertain anyone. He added that secondly, he doesn't give them a selection only because he doesn't want his mother to worry about him. He said threateningly that if the guy dared to harm the people dear to him, then, clenching his hand into a fist, he looked at the bully with a cruel look and said that then he would not like his fate. Rising on his elbows, the guy with red hair pointed his hand at Chen and, turning to his comrades, ordered him to be killed. A crowd of hooligans suddenly attacked the boy. Chen thought that from birth people are constantly fighting for life, for money, for loved ones. Chen, his cheek swollen from the blow, confidently waved his fists in the direction of the offenders. He thought that he was not afraid to die, but was afraid to give up and resign himself to fate. The guy stood over Albert's body, clenching his hands into fists and thinking that he didn't know why he was here, but only knew that he was still alive. He turned his head, looking for his opponents with his evil eyes burning in blue light. He thought that he was going to fight to the end. Chen turned to look at Hades and his minion, who were some distance away from them. He thought that it didn't matter to him at all whether his opponent was a man or a god. The pink light of dawn illuminated a hexagonal multi-story building in the city of V. A girl stood at a large panoramic window with her arms folded across her chest. Chief Su looked out the window and thought that, despite the huge differences in culture and lifestyle, absolutely every nation has its own gods. An image of Indian and Egyptian gods appeared in her head, and the girl thought that people believe that gods created our world. The girl turned to Professor Lee, who was sitting at the table with his hands folded in front of him and said that out of chaos order arose, something became something. First the gods appeared, and then they created people. This fits perfectly with the Big Bang Theory, the theory of that the universe was born from an expanding point called a singularity. Without turning around, the man asked the girl if she had ever played computer games. She leaned her hip on the table behind her and replied that only as a child, and then asked why he was asking. The man took off his glasses to wipe them and turned to Sue, asking if she had ever thought that while the game is not running, the world inside her is like a singularity point, and when the game is turned on, her world seems to suddenly appear from nothing. The girl turned her gaze to him, hearing the question about what if they themselves live in a game created by someone, what then, and timidly replied that she did not know. Lee walked to the refrigerator, taking out a soda, and said that science is developing so rapidly that the creation of a virtual world is only a matter of time. He approached the sitting girl with a drink in his hand and continued that in the eyes of the inhabitants of this virtual world they will be gods, their creators. The man handed Sue a drink, saying that in this case the question arises, if everything is so, then who created our world? He walked away and drank a drink from the second bottle, and the girl continued to sit in the chair. The man with glasses looked forward thoughtfully, saying that when the inhabitants of one virtual world create another, they themselves become someone's gods. It's like nesting dolls from country E. Inside one there is another, and so on ad infinitum. Lord Hades, in the form of a black dragon, laughed loudly. Light burst out of his mouth, and he still could not stop laughing, saying that the desire to fight to the very end from a little man was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Chen looked at him angrily and listened that even though he was a killer of gods, it would be very easy for the monster to deal with him. The deity laughed, showing sharp teeth, and said that since he wanted to play so much, then why not, and laughingly called on the guy to show him how he was going to fight. Opening its leathery wings, the monster laughed. His appearance lit up with black power, and lightning appeared from his eyes as he ordered them to rise and play with him. The tops of the tombstones appeared from the ground, surrounded by an ominous glow. On the ground stood black coffins with a skeleton on the lid, bound with glowing green chains. Chen frowned at this and asked himself what was he up to. Lord Hades chuckled, saying that he hoped the little man would like his gift. The links of the green chains broke with a hiss. The monster stood with his hands folded, and in front of him, kneeling with their heads down, were the protagonist's friends with glowing halos made of chains above their heads. A halo flickered above Faloga's head. Instead of eyes, Bros had dark blackness, and his face was deathly. Lucius sat with dried skin and darkness instead of eyes. Boban also looked like a zombie. Chen looked at them in amazement, exclaiming, "What is this?" 3 irises with vertical pupils were burning in the dragon's eye. He asked, "These are insects, these are the hero's friends. He loves watching people kill each other in order to survive." He laughed and added that if he destroys their souls, they will never be able to be reborn. Chen bared his teeth angrily and called the enemy sick in the head. The monster grinned, his eyes glowing. He extended his hand, glowing green, and said that the show would begin. Having received the order, the zombies rushed at the guy. Suddenly, Luca appeared in front of the guy in her shell and was shining with her arms outstretched, and the guy asked her not to let the enemies get to them. The attackers crashed into a transparent barrier that glowed brightly. Baring their teeth, they stubbornly tried to break through. The baby hovered nearby, and Chen got angry and asked her how and if she could hold the shield. Lord Hades watched this, standing nearby. He bared his teeth, thinking that the stupid man had said that he would fight to the very end, so let him get rid of the obstacles that stand in his way. The guy shouted, looking at Hades, that he was mistaken. Perhaps someone else would sacrifice friends for the sake of their interests, but definitely not him. The dragon frowned at him and called him an arrogant fool. Shining blades appeared in the blonde's hands. He held one above his head, saying that he dared to use his friends and it only inflamed his fighting spirit. The guy looked confidently at the enemy and said that, for sure, this is the same insignificant god whom his father abandoned and his brothers and sisters sent to the underworld. Then, of course, he would not understand this. Lord Hades stopped laughing and closed his mouth. His eyes flashed with hatred and he growled curses and death wishes. The columns of the temple began to tremble, and small stones fell from above. The deity quickly took off. He blazed with a bright fire, breaking through the shield with a movement of his hand, along which cracks immediately appeared, as if through glass. He quickly approached the guy. A strong blow to the stomach threw the guy back. He bent over, spitting out blood, and his HP level dropped by 1,000 points. Hades burned with rage, shouting that no one had abandoned him. He struck one blow after another, repeating that he was not thrown. His HP values dropped by thousands of points several times. A powerful punch to the jaw deprived the player of 3,000 points at once. The force of the blow threw the guy far back, and he flew away, crushing stones. With great force and speed, he crashed into the rock behind. A large dent appeared on the stone from the collision. The guy sat on the ground and cleared his throat, trying to get up. Blood was flowing down the guy's face and mouth, and the system reported that the HP level was less than 15% and it was necessary to restore health as soon as possible. Lord Hades clenched his hands into fists that shook and continued to repeat repeatedly that he had not been abandoned. Chen stood up. His whole body was covered in bleeding abrasions. His eyes were blazing as he asked his opponent that he still couldn't come to terms with this fact. The dragon frowned and called him a damn bug. He extended his hand forward, indicating the direction, and the zombies rushed towards the player. With weapons at the ready, they surrounded him, but the blonde stood unarmed, holding his hand to his stomach. The monster clenched his fist, in which a bright light blazed, and grinned, saying that if he did not want to abandon his friends, then he should prepare to die at their hands. Two stone hands that emerged from the ground grabbed the guy by the arms, and the ghostly friends attacked him with their weapons. Boban stabbed the sword into his stomach. The zombies struck furiously. The guy was on his knees, head down, held by stone hands, and clearing his throat, and the system notification reported that HP was less than 5% and it was necessary to restore health as soon as possible. Blood was running down Chen's face, and he thought, turning to Grandfather Albert, that he couldn't stand it anymore. Lord Hades folded his arms and laughed loudly. A figure suddenly appearing from behind, surrounded by a glow, caused the laughter to stop. Lord Hades turned around in shock. He looked back, right on the severed head. Albert approached him, holding a severed head in his hand by the horn. He was surrounded by bright lightning and glared at his opponent. Hades looked at him in surprise and thought that this was impossible. The old man had to die. What was happening? Chen looked at the man and thought, what happened? The system notification reported that the Kebri revenge task was completed. A bright glow rose from the body of the defeated creature. Bright rays of light streamed down the dark corridors. The beam wrapped around the hooded figure, illuminating it with its radiance. The figure glowed brightly. A very bright light burst out from all the windows and arches of the temple, illuminating everything around. Chen, surrounded by the ghosts of his friends, crouched down with his hand touching the ground, his body surrounded by a bright glow. He stood up, his eyes glowed brightly, and the system reported that he had received 50 million experience points and leveled up multiple times. The glow emanating from the guy was so powerful that it threw away the friends standing around, erasing the darkness. The system notification stated that health was fully restored, all abilities were restored, and the seal on the ghostly servant was removed. A bluish glow rose from the bodies of the children lying on the ground. Their faces acquired a normal human appearance. Slowly they rose from the ground. Albert stood surrounded by lightning and remembered what happened. He remembered Chen, who told him that they would never defeat Hades, but now they did not need to kill him. The main thing was to destroy Nabas. As soon as he was defeated, the seal would be removed from Ra, and they could get out of Latnea. The guy squatted down next to the man and handed him a glass vial of liquid, saying that he would distract Hades while he should drink this medicine and kill Nabas. The guy ran further, and the man called out to him, trying to stop him, and said that God could kill him. But Chen, without looking back, ran forward and thought that this was their only chance to turn the situation around, so he counted on Grandpa Albert. In City A, there was a clear sky above a large multi-story building. In the spacious hall, two men stood near the elevator. They entered the elevator and Professor Lee turned slightly to the red-haired subordinate and asked him if they knew where he was, to which he received the answer that they did not yet. A finger pressed the button to close the elevator doors. The red-haired guy stood at the door and replied that they managed to find out that his son, Chen, really ended up in the world of the Cosmos game. The elevator moved down the shaft. Lee asked where he was now, to which he received the answer that the tracking system shows that after entering the game he disappeared and they cannot establish his exact location. The guy looked back at the man standing behind him and said that 5 months ago he suddenly returned to the ordinary world and then disappeared again. The professor listened carefully, pursing his lips. The elevator reached level B1 and the corresponding sign turned green. The man asked the guy standing in front if he was still silent, to which he received consent in response. The elevator doors opened and the men found themselves in a room with a glowing cube in the center, in the corners of which chains were attached. The man with glasses smiled and turned to Leader Lai, saying that he had an idea. In a transparent blue cube, a woman was chained by the hands. Nearby there was a smaller cube, and on the other side there was a control table. Metal bracelets held the woman's wrists, and her hands were bloodied. Another chain held the collar around the girl's neck. Her whole body was covered in blood, as was her dress. She seemed to be unconscious. There were also bleeding marks of blows on the captive's back. The men looked at her and Lee suggested taking a photo of this woman and anonymously sending it to all people in our world and in the Cosmos game. The reflection on the glasses hid his eyes, and his lips were in an insidious smile when the man said that then he would definitely come to them himself, and in response he received consent. The man pointed his phone camera at the hanging woman and took a photo of her. The woman was surrounded by walls of a bluish cube of zeros and ones. The gray-haired scientist smiled insidiously. A red cloud hung over the houses in the settlement. The whole sky was painted red. People were running down the street and asking what it was. People were running. A man was driving a horse and cart. LAXI was in the middle of the street and looked at the sky. He was very surprised and asked, did he really succeed? The center of the small city and the large red cloud were connected by many lightning bolts. The goblin waved his arms and shouted to the people not to be afraid. Now they can leave Latinea and get out of here. Hades hung his head sadly and thought that in reality all of this was just because he was distracting him so that the old man could kill Nabis. Chen approached him, illuminated by a radiance, and told the god that he had lost. Suddenly, bright rays of light rushed down from a bright yellow ball, the sun. The rays intertwined as they fell and hit Chen with force. The guy screamed, struck in the chest by an unknown light. Halber's hair and clothes fluttered in the rising wind. Salily, Boban and Philoga covered their eyes with their hands, protecting themselves from the wind and flying dust. Lord Hades' paws slid along the ground. He crossed his hands in front of his face, protecting himself from the wind that was blowing him off his feet. The notification said that God Rasha was released. The power of God Rasha was obtained. Chen's eyes glowed golden, and a glowing symbol in the form of a circle with rays appeared in the center of his forehead. The lips curled into a smile. Ra and the guy's body grinned and folded his hands confidently, saying that he had finally met Hades. The black dragon growled that it was a long time no see. Ra kicked him in the chest with a swift movement. Blood sprayed from Hades' mouth. The blonde looked confidently with yellow eyes and grinned contentedly. The boot glowed from the force with which it pierced the monster's body. Lord Hades doubled over next to the guy, coughing and spitting blood. Ra laughed while looking at him and asked how did he like his welcome gift. Spinning, he kicked again, sending Hades flying far forward. With a crash he fell to the ground, leaving a trail behind him. Ra quickly followed, the trail of his movement glowing. Jumping on top of the beast, he struck it again, surrounded by the glow of bright golden rays spreading all around. He folded his arms across his chest, stepped on his lying opponent with one foot and demanded to know where he hid his body. Hades, lying with his head turned to one side, laughed, saying that if he wanted to know, then let him beg him. The sun god looked at him with a glowing eye, smiled broadly and called him an impudent man. He kicked with force, raising a wave and a pile of stones. The guy's leg was dented from the impact, but there was no animal there. He managed to dodge and stood behind, spreading his wings and declaring that without his body he was just a pathetic non-entity. Hades looked at him, confidently continuing that this was not to say that no mortal could withstand his power. Ra confidently listened to the laughter that this man would die in 30 seconds, to which he replied that it was okay. There were still many people who could be used here and he would have time to release the guts of the enemy. Albert looked at them and thought about Chen. The guy woke up in an unknown space and thought, where is he? He turned his frightened gaze downwards. His entire body was entangled in a golden chain, which hindered his movements. He tried to spread his arms to break the chain on his wrists. My legs trembled, trying to break the chain around my knees. He opened his mouth, screaming loudly. The guy was surprised by the sudden appearance of Hesiod, who told him to quickly use the power of primordial chaos, otherwise he would die. Chen agreed and tensed, squinting and clenching his teeth with zeal. A bluish flame began to appear around him. Hades looked at the deity in front of him and said that he doesn't know that this guy is a godslayer. Ra asked again, uncomprehendingly, what does he mean by this? Chen tensed up, blazing with blue flames in an attempt to free himself. Finally, he spread his arms and legs, with a cry breaking the chain, which scattered in pieces around him. The guy standing opposite Hades was burning with blue fire, and next to him there was a golden glow. He opened one eye, which was no longer golden, and tried to catch his breath, gasping for air. Hades looked at him and thought that this guy was strong for being able to regain control of his body. Suddenly, a stone gate appeared in the air with a bright fiery yellow vortex inside. The system notification said to enter the portal and leave Latinea. Lord Hades looked at the portal in surprise, not understanding what it was. Chen ran to the others, shouting and calling for Grandpa Albert. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Chen pointed his finger at the portal, shouting that all they had to do was enter this door and they could immediately get out of here. Albert looked at the guy and shouted for him and Saley and the others to run, and he would catch up. The sudden movement made him jump back and his hair fly up, the man clenching his teeth, looking at the trail left behind. Hades standing next to them became much larger, even his legs seemed huge. The whole appearance of the deity changed. It was as if he was burning from the inside, and flames were escaping from his mouth. The horns became larger and curved, and spikes appeared on his body. His eyes and mouth seemed to glow from within. He looked at the people angrily and said that no one would leave Latinea. The blonde looked at him with shining white eyes, baring his teeth, and hissed his name. Suddenly, Chen's body was pierced by the same golden light, and his feet were lifted off the ground. The guy's eyes turned golden again, and a shining round seal appeared on his forehead. The guy closed one eye and cursed. Hades flared up even more, clenching his clawed fingers with long spikes. The burning monster opened its wings and leaned down, ready to attack the enemy, and hit him with a sharp long spike on his arm. He looked at the deity in Chen's body, smiling a sharp-toothed smile, and asked Ra if he expected this guy to be able to resist him. He quickly directed a blow with a sharp, sword-like spike at the guy, bidding him farewell. Large drops of blood fell to the ground. Hades looked at his enemy with a disbelieving look, asking what was going on. The guy held the sharp thorn with one hand, preventing himself from being pierced, and blood fell from his cut palm to the ground. He was breathing heavily, steam coming out of his mouth. Chen looked at the monster, holding his weapon, and said that they were damn gods and he would not let them win. Hades stood in front of the guy, who was cowering, holding his hand. He stopped glowing, but his eyes glowed when he said that Chen's vitality annoyed him. Gritting his teeth in pain, the blonde clutched his burnt, blackened hand in his palm while God said that pointless attempts to fight would only prolong his torment. Violet flashes of power appeared in the air. Boban, with black blades in his hands and surrounded by purple smoke, flew at the monster from above. The purple force hit the enemy in the chest, and the brunette, holding his friend, led him away. Bros stretched one leg up, and Sayoli raised her arms up and jets of flame burst out of them. The fiery force flew towards Hades. He snapped his claws, and a protective stream scattered the fire to the sides. The ground near the monster's paw crackled loudly. Hades took off because a huge stone snake appeared right below him, opening its mouth. The snake's mouth slammed shut, the deity remained inside. The monster's eyes flashed insidiously. With a powerful blow, the beast broke the stone head of the snake, fragments and tail scattered in all directions. Albert shouted the spell of 9 thunderclaps, destruction. Hades turned around in shock. A huge luminous sword fell on him from above, from which bright rays of light and lightning emanated. A severed horn fell to the ground at the monster's feet, glowing at the base. The god held the huge blade against his shoulder with effort, preventing it from falling. Blue luminous chains were rapidly approaching. Chains entangled the body of the monster, who was still holding a huge sword centimeters from his body. Chen tripped and fell next to Boban. The brunette turned to him and shouted for him to get ready. Albert, with his legs spread wide apart, was diligently casting spells, trying to bring down a huge sword on the monster. Without giving up, he turned to Boban and shouted at him to get everyone out of here. The brunette waved his hand indignantly at the others and shouted that he was saying such a thing, they would all leave together. Hades grinned, saying how they got him. He strained, raising the sword above him, the chains entangling him broke, the remaining horn glowed from the effort. Albert clenched his teeth from tension. Covered in lightning, he shouted to Bros and Lucius, asking them to at least listen to him and take everyone away, otherwise none of them would get out of here. Sayoli, standing between them, shouted that she would not leave her grandfather. Albert turned around and shouted to quickly take Boban and Sayoli away, because that was an order. The granddaughter ran to him, shouting that she would help him. Lucius and Bros looked at each other. The girl hit her friend with her palm so that she stumbled and fell, and the brunette looked at it in surprise. He turned around, noticing the ground moving towards him. Faloga folded his fingers, creating an earthen trap that grabbed the guy, not allowing him to move. He shouted, "What the hell and what are they doing?" Ross picked up Chen, leaning on himself, turned to the others, giving instructions. Faloga carried the indignant Boban, who was enveloped in the earth, and Lucius threw Sayoli over his shoulder and they ran. 3 pairs of people ran towards a huge flaming portal. The guy in the hood and the brunette turned to the blonde, who shouted for them to run forward and he would cover. The girls stepped into the portal. Boban on the guy's back shouted to let him go because he wasn't going anywhere. Ross called out to Faloga, who turned to him and asked him to take Chen as well. The blonde smiled, looking confidently at his friend. The guy in the hood looked at him and agreed. Ross watched them go, thinking that he had spent half his life in a fog, had achieved nothing, was simply dragging out a purposeless existence. It always seemed to him that those who boast that they are not afraid to die are actually hypocrites. This is very scary. The guy's gaze was filled with determination as he thought that he would rather die in battle with Hades than continue to live like this. His face was illuminated by the light of the portal, and the blonde thought that even more so now Grandfather Albert needed him. Ross exclaimed before he could finish speaking when a powerful blow pushed him in the back. Screaming, he flew into the portal along with the others. Chen, who pushed him, stood with his hands on his knees and said that this was all, of course, very touching, but they should all leave together. Albert looked at the guy standing at the portal and screamed, asking what he was doing and demanding that he leave quickly. Chen pursed his lips decisively. He turned around, looked at the man and told his grandfather that they would leave together. Albert looked at him indignantly. Hades smiled widely. The rising wave hid him from the eyes of the others. Throwing away the sword, the god stood and smiled. He called him a fool, while he himself was unharmed and his horns were in place. Chen, clenching his hand into a fist, turned to the god Ration, telling him to listen to him because he would not be able to gain control over his body, and if he did not help him kill Hades now, then they would be stuck there forever, after which he asked him to give strength to help him get rid of Hades. After a second of silence, he asked again if he understood him. Chen stood silently in the middle of this hall. Sparks appeared at his feet. Suddenly, the sign of the god Ration appeared in his head. An aura engulfed the hero, golden lines descended from his eyes, spreading to his neck, and he himself screamed from the sudden filling of power. The glow of the aura was so bright that it illuminated everything around with a blinding light. Hades covered his face with his hand from the light and was mentally outraged that Ration really gave power to this insect. His demonic face looked at the guy in surprise. His skin became a little darker, golden ornaments appeared on his body, and he seemed to glow with the aura of the sun god. Looking the demon in the face, he said it was time to pay the bills. Looking at him, Hades was surprised at how fast he was. The hero raised his hand back to strike. Hades, with a smug smile, covered himself with his wing and used his dragon shield. Immediately after the impact, the demon's blood gushed out, and the wing was torn off and thrown away. Chen himself flew a few more meters by inertia. Hades' calm expression turned to one of fear and shock as he tried to understand what had happened. Suddenly Chen prepared to strike again, the energy on his hand forming a blade. He looked at the demon angrily from under his eyebrows. Hades was a little scared by his gaze. The hero delivered a blow that threw the demon tens of meters away and formed shock waves, and Hades' body pierced everything it encountered along the way. Chen hovered in the air above his opponent, his arms spread out to the sides, and 3 huge golden swords hovered above him. The guy looked at the demon with frowning eyebrows. He made one downward movement with his hand. The swords above his head pointed towards Hades, and, after a strong hit, they lifted clouds of stones into the air. The demon screamed in pain while under attack. A pillar of fire hit the ground, a ring of flame swirling in the air behind it. Albert looked at what happened in shock. Chen landed with his hand on the ground. He looked sternly at the scene of his enemy's death, and the notification window that appeared said that Argolis had been killed and 20 million experience points had been received, as well as an increase of 4 levels. The guy helped the old man get up. Behind him were the ruins of the destroyed temple. He looked at Albert with a confident smile and said that it was all over. The old man held Chen's hand, looking him straight in the eye. Grandfather, Chen and Luca stood in front of a huge gate, the portal in which shimmered with golden hues. The guy looked at him with a smile and said that now they can finally get out of there, and that he doesn't know if they will meet again after they go through this door, and so he immediately wants to say thank you to Albert for everything. The old man looked at him contentedly, asking why they wouldn't meet, and suggested that the guy go together to the Cecil Bakery in the center of Zareth, and added that he should definitely come. Chen happily agreed to his proposal, saying that if it works out, he will definitely come. The next second the guy hugged his grandfather. Albert did not expect this and looked at him in surprise. Chen closed his eyes and, hugging the old man, thanked him again for everything. Albert put his hand to the guy's head and hugged him back. Luca sat down on the old man's shoulder and hugged him too, humming something. Chen looked back at his grandfather standing behind him. Albert told him to go first, to which the guy agreed. He began to approach the portal step by step. Examining it, Chen thought that everything here was very realistic, but at the same time unreal, and mentally said goodbye to Latinea. The guy walked through the gate with a satisfied smile. The old man looked after him. Having walked a little further, he stood still. Suddenly he looked in front of him in shock, realizing that something was wrong. He quickly turned around and, frowning, shouted to the old man. Albert looked at him with a dead gaze. His eyes changed color and a purple aura emanated from them, and said remember his name. The guy ran with all his might back to the gate, holding out his hand. He passed through the gate with difficulty. The next second he was thrown back several meters. The old man looked at this and said that they would meet again. Chen shouted the name Hades with all his might. The continent of Zareth, the metropolis, stood in the rain. Its streets were illuminated by lanterns, and in the distance a huge branch tree grew. Hospital named after Nolan, a blue cross shone above the building, and above it there were many blue arcs. Voices were heard from the building. One of them said that people from the Broken Moon Guild had found someone in a wasteland outside the city. 2 nurses entered the room. The taller one said that, according to rumors, these are the same people who once went missing, several thousand people, to which the second asked again if it was true, several thousand. A dark-skinned girl with horns looked at her colleague and replied that this was so, and that more than 300 were admitted to them, and the rest were distributed to other hospitals. Their attention was attracted by Boban running away from other nurses. He asked them to fall behind, and the girl said that he should not move much. He ran down the corridor without looking back at them, and continued to shout that they got him, and that he was fine and that he needed to find a girl with red hair, an old man and one arrogant asshole, adding that he would not rest until he found there. He grabbed the door handle and said that he needed to see who it was. 2 nurses sitting at the table next to him jumped up, saying that this was the women's ward. Boban opened the door, closing one eye, and said that he was looking for a woman and that he would look with one eye. The old Cyclops woman and the lizard girl looked at him in a stupor, frozen while changing clothes. There was a moment of silence in the air as they looked at each other. Sweat appeared on Boban's face and he timidly said that he wanted to ask something. His speech was interrupted by a slipper hitting him in the face. Following him, other things flew at the guy, a pillow, a thermos and others, and Sally entered the room from another door. She saw Boban and looked at him incomprehensibly. There were scratches on the guy's face. He raised his hands in front of him, holding a bottle, and his nose was bleeding. Boban and Sally stood at the registration desk. The girl behind the counter told them not to worry, because all the found patients were distributed to different hospitals, and information about them would be uploaded into the system as soon as they woke up. Sally looked at her with a sad look, and Boban looked over his shoulder. The nurse added that those they were looking for, Bras and Lucius, had already woken up and were in the Phoenix Hospital, but so far no information had been received about Faloga, Chen and Auber. The heroes looked at each other. White doves fluttered from a tree branch. Boban and Sally were sitting on a bench in the gazebo. It was raining all around, and the guy told her not to worry because everything would be fine with grandfather Auber, and Faloga had not woken up yet either. The girl looked at the ground with a downcast look and answered him that he was right, but for some reason she was uneasy in her soul. Boban, looking at her, said that he asked the nurse to check every hour, and if there is any information, she will immediately inform them. He looked forward, with his hands down, and said that she had often told him about this place before, and that it was really much better there than in Latine. And also all those dishes that she talked about, hot pot, sushi, steak, and when the others are found, everyone will definitely go and eat. The girl looked ahead with a serious face and agreed with his words. 2 black cars arrived in the clearing in front of their gazebo. They stopped next to her. The heroes watched them silently. Someone's hand reached for the door handle. May came out. She was wearing dark glasses and a jacket thrown over her shoulders. The bodyguard was holding an umbrella for her. Boban and Sally watched as the girl and her guard came closer. The guy looked back at Sally and asked if it was her friend, to which the girl answered in the negative. One of the nurses looked at it through the window and asked the other if it was the head of the Broken Moon Guild. The second girl turned to her and asked if she was the only S-class hero in the city. May, crossing her arms over her chest, walked up to the heroes. They silently looked at her. She reached for her glasses and introduced herself to them as the head of the guild. She took off her glasses, placed her other hand on her side and said that she was sorry to inform them that Chen and Auber, whom they were looking for, had not left Latinea. Chen lay in the middle of the desert. Luca was on his chest, trying to wake him up. She held onto his shirt and roared, calling him daddy. Chen opened his eyes and looked at her. She began to cough. Luca looked at him joyfully with tears in her eyes. She threw her head back, sobbing with renewed vigor, and a penalty test window appeared above her head and the countdown began. The guy frightenedly reached out to the girl, shouting that everything was fine with him, and asked her not to cry. He hugged her and apologized for scaring her. Luca clung to him with a smile and the penalty test was cancelled. Chen looked around. They sat on a dune, surrounded by endless desert, and the sunset was visible on the horizon. Chen stood up, holding the baby in his arms, and said that they had to leave Latinea, so why were they still in the desert, and wondered that maybe it was another desert. He frowned and thought that it didn't matter. First he needed to get out of the game and find his mother. Maybe she was already waiting for him at home. A selection window appeared in front of the hero to exit the game. Chen clicked yes with a confident look. He affectionately stroked Luca's head and said that he needed to leave for a while and asked her to wait, adding that he would leave her food and water. The little girl agreed with tears. He became serious again and remembered Sally, Boban and the other guys, thinking that he would return to them when he found his mother. An image of Auber with violet eyes appeared in his mind. An error window appeared stating that he could not leave the game at this time. He looked at the inscription in surprise, asking himself why he still can't get out. The hero tried to leave the game over and over again, but nothing worked. He looked ahead in confusion, asking himself why nothing was working, because he had freed Ration, so what was the matter? Clicking on the sign, he thought that he couldn't stay in Latinea because this area on the map is not open, so this is not it. He tried to contact support, but the error appeared again. He looked at the interface in surprise, asking himself what kind of nonsense. The characteristics window was open in front of him. He wondered in confusion whether it was just his imagination, because the level from 132 dropped to 1, and all the characteristics were reset to 0. The inscription said that Chen's level had dropped to level 1, his experience was 0 out of 300, and he had 655 skill points. He looked at it in surprise. Frowning his brows, he thought that it turns out that he retained the skill points for all 132 levels, but the level and experience itself returned to its original state. After which he wondered what happened to his abilities, with the power of primordial chaos, and what about Hesiod and Ration. A treatment window appeared in front of him. He looked at the sign with icons in surprise and thought that the equipment and medicine were in place, but the power of primordial chaos and all other abilities were gone. A window with a survival task appeared. Chen looked at her in confusion and wondered why he still had this task hanging. Wasn't it supposed to end immediately after completing the mission in Latinea? A notification appeared that the guy had 2 unread messages. Opening them, he looked puzzled and wondered if these were messages from May again. After opening, he saw a woman's face with bruises. He looked at it in shock, recognizing his mother in her. The video showed her being crucified in chains and being shocked by a man with red hair. Her body convulsed, and she screamed in pain. Chen's teeth ground in anger. He clenched his fist until it trembled, veins standing out. He shouted at his mother in rage, blood flowing from his clenched fist. The man in the video approached the hero's mother and, taking her by the chin, said into the camera that he knows that Tao sees this, and if he wants to save her, then he needs to come to the country to the man, after which he introduced himself as Lai Minyu. Chen fell exhausted onto the sand, resting his hands on it. He clenched his fists as he lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. He raised his head and, looking angrily forward, thought that he would definitely get out and save his mother. Headquarters of the Broken Moon Guild. A huge skyscraper stood in the middle of the city. A white-haired guy sat on the sofa opposite the table where May was working and asked her if she had found a guy named Chen and what his companions were saying. The girl replied that they said that he was their friend and nothing more could be found out. The guy looked at the dark purple cube floating between his hands and asked if she wanted him to come with her and make them tell everything. May got up from the table and, heading to the window, thanked him for his concern, but said that it was not worth it. She stood at the window, crossed her arms over her chest, and, looking into the distance, said that portals began to appear in the northeast of Zareth, from which the Hades army was emerging, and that they had sent several heroes of the 100th level there for some time they would be able to hold. Frowning her brows, she added that, however, more and more powerful demons were coming from there, so they needed more high-level heroes. The guy stood up from the sofa and silently listened as she said that it was quite possible that in the end, even heroes like them, who had eaten countless amounts of astral fruits, thereby breaking the 300 level limit, would not be able to resist them. May thoughtfully raised her hand to her lips, adding that they still want to defeat a god who has no level limit, and such a task is beyond their strength. Because just as in their world a person is not allowed to overtake the speed of light, in this world they cannot defeat God. The guy was heading towards the door, holding his hand, above which the cube hung, raised. Looking back at her, he said that this is not a fact, because, after all, there are black holes that can stop light. Chen walked through the desert towards the sunset. He looked ahead angrily. Night fell. The guy was sitting in the sand near a small fire. He blew into his hand, trying to warm it up. Luca sat in his hand, cuddling up to him, while he clicked on the open interface and thought that it was deadly hot during the day and very cold at night. And it was good that he had prepared the equipment while he was in Latinea, otherwise he wouldn't survive this night. He gave a piece of bread to the little girl, saying that there was very little food left, and that Luca should eat this for now, and that at dawn they would go in search of the nearest settlement. The image of the guy from the video appeared in his mind, where he said with a smile that he knew that Tao was watching this, and that if he wanted to save his mother, he needed to come to his country. After taking a bite of bread, Chen thought about who Tao was, because he didn't remember his mother mentioning this name, but if this Minyu is using his mother to lure this guy out, then they are definitely in an unusual relationship. He frowned and the thought flashed through his head that this Tao was his father. Luca dozed off in Chen's hand. He threw a twig into the fire. Looking at the flame, he reasoned that his mother had never told him about his father, and he knew absolutely nothing about him, but if his mother was now suffering because of him, he would not forgive him for that. He again remembered the face of that guy and, gritting his teeth, decided that he, too, would answer for everything. His thoughts were interrupted by a notification about a new task. He looked at it in surprise. The guy clicked on the mail icon. Chen and Luca looked at the opening task with interest. Seeing him, he exclaimed in surprise. 3 missions appeared in front of him. In the first, he had to find a needle buried in this territory that commands the sea. With its help, he could get out of there. In the second, he had to find the immortal Wukong and give him the needle. He would help him return to the real world. And in the third, save his mother, while his level, abilities, and equipment will remain in the real world. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that the system turned saving mom into a task. Chen stood with his head down, asking the system if he or his mother was a toy for her. The guy screamed with all his might, asking the system who it was and what it wanted and why it was torturing him. Lowered, he tried to catch his breath and continued to ask questions about whether he was a pawn for her and why she was playing with him. While he stood with his head down, the system asked if he would accept the task, after which the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, Chen still stood his head. 2. At the last second, the guy accepted the task, his eyes glowing with anger. The system congratulated him on accepting the task, adding that if he died, it would be considered a failure. Luca held Chen's hand while he looked at the sky and mentally told the system to listen to him carefully, even though he doesn't know who she is. He frowned angrily and added that he would complete the mission and save his mother, no matter what the cost. The continent of Zerath, May's house, a huge cottage with a terrace and a swimming pool stood on a hill. The news anchor said that 3,726 people who were previously considered missing had recently been found in the suburb. May watched the news, sitting on the splits in front of the TV, and the presenter continued to say that according to the victims, they were mysteriously transported to a legendary lost land called Latnea. May, without getting up, reached her hand to the top. The man added that the Broken Moon Guild announced that it was starting to investigate this case, whether it was a mass abduction or all these people were really teleported to the Lost Lands. As she continued to study, the girl's tablet displayed notifications that 209,145 days had passed since she entered Cosmos, which is 573 years, 286 days had passed in the real world, and that there were 10 days left until her mother's birthday. May leaned over, closing her eyes, and thought that in 10 days, 20 years would pass in this world, and an almost 600-year-old old woman would celebrate her mother's 56th birthday, and thought it was quite funny. The girl, standing by the window, held a mug of coffee and looked into the distance. She sipped her drink with a calm face, thinking about how long she had been in Cosmos that she could no longer distinguish this place from the real world. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the room behind her, from which a man came out, calling her by name. It was Solo, the head of the Blackbird Guild, an SSS rank hero of the Storm Berserker class. He looked around and said that she was doing quite well. The girl gave her cup to the waiter, and the man who arrived approached the sofa, preparing to sit down. May's assistant put a coat on her shoulders, and she, crossing her arms, asked the man why he had come. Solo put his feet on the table and said that, according to rumors, all these people returned from Latnea, and the girls' guild did not tell anyone anything and immediately announced that they would figure it out themselves. He looked at her with a smile and asked if does it seem to her that this is a little out of line. May answered him with a smile that people had appeared in the territory that was under the jurisdiction of the Broken Moon Guild, so why should she report to the Blackbird Guild? Because that would be a little against the rules. The man frowned at her for a second. The next moment he laughed and waved his hand, saying that he was just joking and that she should not take his words seriously. Solo took the sweet from the vase on the table. Throwing her cheek, he asked if they had figured out the coordinates of Latnea, and if so, could she tell him, adding that she should not worry because the Blackbird Guild would certainly protect her. May came closer to him step by step and said that, unfortunately, she didn't know anything, and even if she knew, she still wouldn't talk. Solo covered himself with a nervous smile, asking what she was saying. The clatter of feet echoed across the floor. The next moment, May stood over the man, holding a dagger to his throat. The vase fell to the floor, and the man himself looked shocked. Sitting down on the table, the girl held a knife and said that he knows how much she doesn't like to repeat things twice. Chen sat in the desert under the night sky, embers smoldering behind him. He thought about what to do. Holding his chin, he thought out loud that he could, as before, pump up his strength and agility in order to increase his combat effectiveness. But this option also has one drawback. Looking at the worn blade in his inventory, he said that if he engages in battle with many monsters, the weapon will wear out too quickly, and thus he has to rely on melee combat, and if an enemy wields magic, then his will drag you into an endless battle. He recalled one of the past battles, thinking that that time the Eye of Nabulusi had summoned countless monsters, and if not for the help of Grandfather Albert and Boban, he might have died due to exhaustion of physical strength and wear and tear of weapons. Frowning his brows, the image in his head changed to other opponents, thinking that if he could gain the ability to summon or buy mercenaries, then he could improve the effectiveness of the battle quite well. Chen looked lonely at the sandy wasteland, the system window hanging in front of him, and continued to think that Kepri and Hesiod had disappeared when he left Latnea. He glanced at the stats window out of the corner of his eye, deciding that he needed to think about how to allocate skill points to get good abilities. Looking sternly in front of him, he thought that if he pumped all his skill points into his intellect, then perhaps he could gain a magical ability, but they could also offer him some kind of technique that would perfectly restore health. A scene arose in his imagination of him running away from a dragon breathing fire on him and restoring his health. He decided that this would be the end of him. He looked at the interface and decided that he would spend 300 points on intelligence and hope he got lucky. He clicked on leveling up intelligence. The pumping window lit up. He frowned at him, thinking that if it didn't work out, then with the help of the others he would pump up his strength and agility and stick to the previous tactics. Around him, on the sand, a purple magic circle spun. The guy was enveloped in blue energy. He looked ahead with a content expression on his face, his eyes exuding an aura, and the guy thought that, as he thought, his perception and spiritual power had increased. Chen activated his sense of great distance, thinking that he could feel the wind moving sand 100 meters away. The system congratulated Chen, The inscription said that the intelligence points were enough to change the class and invited him to choose. The guy looked at the inscription in surprise, repeating what was written in his head. He looked down at the proposed classes. In front of him was a choice of 2 icons, the Paladin King class and the Hellish Shadow Ruler class. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.